In the primordial dawn of the universe, the Dragon God clan was birthed, once endowed with the power to shatter stars. Yet now, they find themselves incapable of even transcending the bonds of their own planet. Why is the spiritual essence of Earth withered? Why are humans ensnared on their mother star? Does the dragon totem truly exist? These enigmas have long been foreshadowed in the tale of the Dragon God clan's decline. Young A Feng, mocked by his kin for his inability to advance in his cultivation, alone comprehends that the venerated scripture of the Dragon God clan, that Canglong Jue, is wholly unsuitable for the descendants to cultivate. As the truth about the cultivation method and bloodline is unveiled, a lost history that traverses the starry seas is poised to resurface. Chapter 1. The Decline of the Dragon God Clan. A Feng, where are you? Come out. The youthful voice reverberated through the tranquil woods, seemingly capable of penetrating every tree. He anxiously searched, his footsteps weaving through the thicket. A Feng, if you don't come out, I shall ignore you from now on. The boy called out again, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness and disappointment. He paused, listening intently to the sounds around him, but apart from the rustle of leaves stirred by the wind, there was no other sound. The tall youth, named Tianxiang, despite being merely 15 or 16, bore an air of valor, his demeanor exhibiting a maturity that surpassed his peers. He pressed on, pondering silently. A Feng must be hiding in some corner. I cannot give up. As time passed, Tianxiang ventured deeper into the heart of the forest. The light grew dimmer, dense foliage obscuring much of the sunlight, casting an eerie ambience over the surroundings. However, Tianxiang's resolve remained unshaken as he strode forward. At last, upon reaching the center of the forest, he still received no response. Exhausted, Tianxiang began to doubt whether he had taken a wrong turn. Just as he hesitated to proceed further, a faint yet familiar voice drifted down from above. Tianxiang, go, I am here. A Feng, Tianxiang called out excitedly, swiftly locating the source of the voice and rushing towards it. Indeed, nestled among the branches of a great tree, he discovered A Feng curled up in a ball. A Feng was still quite young, appearing to be merely 11 or 12 years old, his tender face adorned with glistening tears. In that moment, he resembled a frightened little bird, evoking deep sympathy. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianxiang leapt onto the tree, landing steadily beside A Feng. He gently wiped away the tears from A Feng's cheeks, asking with concern, A Feng, what troubles you? Why are you hiding here? Will you tell your brother? Gently patting the boy's shoulder, he earnestly said, A Feng, do not cry anymore. You are over 1,000 years old. Why are you still so prone to tears? However, A Feng remained silent, tears continuing to flow silently. Tianxiang understood A Feng's nature, so he refrained from further words, sitting quietly beside him. After a long while, A Feng finally ceased his weeping, prompting Tianxiang to speak. A Feng, do not blame your father. He had no choice but to treat you this way. I have never resented my father. I only despise my own inadequacy. A Feng murmured softly. Do not speak such nonsense. Who claims you are incapable? Others may not understand, but how could I be unaware? Tianxiang countered. Though your Canglong Jue has stalled at the second layer, I have witnessed every ounce of effort you have put forth. Who decrees that only those who attain success in cultivation can be deemed worthy? As long as one has strived diligently, they are far from being useless. Tianxiang, go, you need not comfort me further. Aside from you, no one regards me with esteem. Even if the clan's folk do not openly criticize me, I am acutely aware that they privately perceive me as a burden, deeming me unworthy to be the offspring of the clan leader, even deriding me as a disgrace to the Dragon God clan. Upon hearing this, Tianxiang's expression darkened ominously, as if he were suppressing a surge of anger. Yet, upon reflection, his demeanor shifted to reveal profound helplessness. He began slowly, A Feng, there are matters you do not grasp. Although our Dragon God clan still ranks among the ancient races, our strength has diminished significantly. Were it not for the Grand Elder and the clan leader being on the cusp of transcending to the extraordinary, our clan would have likely been annihilated by the other ancient races long ago. Bear in mind, we Dragon God clan are among the formidable groups birthed since the universe's inception, blessed with unparalleled talents and extensive lifespans. However, the other ancient races are similarly endowed, and their conflicts have never ceased. Regrettably, our clan's current strength is truly. At this, Tianxiang could not help but let out a heavy sigh. A Feng suddenly broke the silence, saying, I have heard my father mention this matter. Ever since our clan's first Dragon God ancestor perished in that great war among the races, each successive clan leader has grown increasingly inept, failing to achieve the remarkable accomplishments of the first Dragon God. It is worth noting that our ancestor surpassed the level of a sage. Upon hearing this, Tianxiang's mouth fell agape in astonishment, staring blankly at A Feng for a long moment before recovering. Sighing, I had thought you were unaware of this matter. Alas, since you now grasp the reason, surely you can empathize with the clan leader's intentions. Though our Dragon God clan is waning, every past clan leader at your age had already ascended to the divine realm. Yet here you are, unable to break through the second layer of the Canglong Jue. The clan leader's treatment of you stems from concern for the clan's future. Chapter 2. The Enigma of Decline. A Feng gazed up at Tianxiang in silence, as if embroiled in an internal struggle. At last, he seemed to resolve himself, taking a deep breath before slowly addressing Tianxiang. Perhaps, I have discerned the reason for the Dragon God clan's decline. Tianxiang's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning, you actually know? How is that possible? For millions of years, countless gifted dragon elites have sought answers in vain. Yet how did you come to know? Calmly meeting Tianxiang's astonishment, A Feng replied, in truth, this is merely my personal conjecture. Perhaps others in our clan have entertained similar thoughts, but they dared not speak openly for various reasons. Dared not speak? What concerns could they possibly have? If their hypotheses are valid, they might just reverse the fate of our Dragon God clan. Tianxiang pressed urgently. That is because this reason could very well shake the unyielding faith that has sustained the Dragon God clan for millennia. A Feng responded gravely. At these words, a chill ran down Tianxiang's spine, sending shivers through his scalp. Being naturally astute, he contemplated briefly before realizing the root cause of the Dragon God clan's decline. A Feng then spoke slowly. What wild thoughts are you entertaining? While the situation is indeed dire, it is not as horrifying as you imagine. It is not a flaw in the bloodline. Tianxiang, upon hearing these words, felt as if a colossal weight had finally been lifted from his heart. He breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, as long as it is not a flaw of the bloodline, then there is nothing to fear. A Feng promptly added, indeed. However, do not be blindly optimistic. Strictly speaking, the crux of the issue does not entirely stem from the bloodline. Tianxiang's expression darkened with fury as he exclaimed, what on earth? Are you jesting with me? If that is the case, does it not imply that the bloodline of the Longshan clan still harbors defects? This is a grave matter. Calm yourself. The bloodline issue is merely a minor flaw. The real conundrum lies with the Canglong Jue. The Canglong Jue? That is impossible. The Canglong Jue is the ancestral secret art of my Longshan clan, created and cultivated by our first Dragon God ancestor. How could it possibly contain any defects? Tianxiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at A Feng. Furthermore, for thousands of years, all clan members have practiced this art, and there has never been a report of anyone going astray. So where, then, does the problem lie? A Feng fixed his gaze on Tianxiang, speaking gravely, because many clan members have forgotten one crucial matter. This is of utmost importance. What matter? What do you mean? The Dragon God ancestor is vastly different from us descendants. Tianxiang exclaimed in shock. What? A Feng took a deep breath and slowly elaborated. Have you come to understand? At the dawn of the universe, when chaos had yet to be divided, after an extensive passage of time, the cosmos began to take shape, and countless celestial bodies gradually emerged. Our Longshan clan's Tianlong star was born during that epoch. As for the Dragon God ancestor, he is intrinsically linked to Tianlong star, a product of the very creation of heaven and earth. Though we are honored to be descendants of the ancestor, we remain merely descendants. While our bloodline is inherited from the ancestor, both our innate talents and bloodline levels are vastly inferior to his. That formidable Canglong Jue, while indeed an exceptionally powerful technique, was crafted by the ancestor based on his own circumstances. It must be understood that any such technique must align with one's own attributes to yield maximum efficacy. If it does not resonate, no amount of diligent practice will bear fruit. Moreover, techniques like the Canglong Jue that rely on the strength of the bloodline for cultivation are particularly sensitive. The reason our Longshan clan has fallen to such dire straits lies in the fact that the Canglong Jue is fundamentally unsuitable for our descendants to practice. For countless millennia, innumerable clan members, filled with reverence for our ancestor, have labored tirelessly on this entirely mismatched technique. How could they ever hope to reach the heights of the Dragon God ancestor's era? Tianxiang stood there, utterly astonished, his mouth agape, as if an egg could fit within. He stared with wide eyes, disbelief swirling within, his entire being frozen in place, only recovering after a long pause. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and then turned to A Feng, his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, "You haven't mentioned this to anyone else, have you?" A Feng nodded decisively, his tone unwavering. "Of course not. though the issue with the technique is far less severe than that of the bloodline. If we were to inform the clan members now that the technique we practice is flawed, even to the extent of being a trap laid by our ancestor, how many clan members do you think would be willing to believe and accept this reality? Yet, can we simply turn a blind eye to this? Clearly, this is not a viable solution. So, how exactly should we resolve this vexing dilemma? He furrowed his brow, sinking into deep contemplation. Chapter 3. The reason I was able to deduce this was, in fact, due to my study of the biographies of past clan leaders. A Feng said with a serious expression. What do you mean? Are you implying that previous leaders have discovered this issue? Upon hearing this, Tianxiang could not help but inquire. A Feng turned to him, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Of course, as you mentioned, the leaders of the Longshan clan have all been extraordinary talents. It is quite natural for them to have identified this problem. Tianxiang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a nod. All right, then what did you see that led you to this conclusion? You should have also noticed that the 4th, 7th, 9th, and 14th leaders of the Longshan clan were all dismissed by the Elder Council for violating clan rules. A Feng spoke in a subdued tone. The violation in question was the attempt to alter the Canglong Jue. As he spoke, Tianxiang's expression soured, and he shouted indignantly, "Are the elders truly so foolish? Do they not recognize the gravity of the situation?" In response to Tianxiang's outburst, A Feng remained remarkably calm, answering, "Even if they are aware, they dare not affect change. The ramifications are simply too great." For a moment, both fell into silence, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if time itself had come to a halt. Finally, when A Feng turned his gaze to Tianxiang, he was surprised to find him staring intently, his expression revealing an inexplicable peculiarity. A Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled and softly asked, "What is it? Is there something amiss with me?" Tianxiang's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of mockery in his laughter. "Hey, weren't you just crying your eyes out? How have you transformed so completely? The contrast is rather striking." At this, A Feng's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and he shyly lowered his head, responding in a hushed tone. "My tears earlier were shed out of a sense of powerlessness to assist my father." After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, I refrained from revealing the truth to my father for 2 reasons. Firstly, I feared that if he learned of it, he would also advocate for modifications to the Canglong Jue, which would undoubtedly bring him under the scrutiny of the Elder Council. Secondly, upon realizing the anomaly, I promptly ceased my training of the Canglong Jue, immersing myself instead in the vast repository of knowledge in the library." Tianxiang nodded thoughtfully, then pressed on. "So when did you first sense something was amiss?" Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, A Feng answered with composure. "To be precise, it was just over 400 years ago, shortly after I began my training of the Canglong Jue, which lasted merely 8 days. Tianxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. 8 days? Are you suggesting that in just 8 days, you mastered the profound and formidable Canglong Jue to its 2nd level? And prior to that, you had spent over 400 years buried in countless tomes? In the face of Tianxiang's astonished inquiry, A Feng did not hesitate, nodding firmly. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Tianxiang fell into a brief stupor, gazing at the seemingly unremarkable A Feng, marveling at the existence of such extraordinary talent. After a considerable pause, Tianxiang collected himself, inhaling deeply, and exclaimed, "You truly are an unparalleled genius, with such astonishing talent and insight. If you devoted yourself to martial arts, you would have surely become a master by now. However, I suspect your extensive reading is not without purpose. Do you aspire to create a unique martial art tailored to your own characteristics and needs through the accumulation of knowledge?" A Feng answered resolutely, "Exactly. That is my only course of action. Each clan member possesses unique traits and talents, and given my current abilities, it is nearly impossible to devise a technique suitable for all. However, if I can successfully develop a method that aligns with my own practice, I may indeed surpass the great ancestor of the Longshan. When that time comes, I shall undoubtedly alter the fate of the entire Longshan clan." Tianxiang was left utterly astonished, his eyes wide as he stared at A Feng, filled with an indescribable shock. After a long while, he seemed to reach a decision. Striding purposefully towards A Feng, "A Feng, you should understand that within our Longshan clan, unless one belongs to the lineage of the clan leader, only those who elevate their cultivation to the mid-level divine realm or contribute significantly to the clan may be honored with the surname Long by the leader. Others can only bear their given names. Although I have yet to receive the clan leader's bestowed surname, I firmly believe that one day, I shall achieve my desire. I wonder if you would be willing to believe in me?" Tianxiang asked earnestly and seriously. A Feng looked at Tianxiang with some confusion and replied, "Why do you mention this? I have always regarded you as an elder brother. Of course. I believe in you. Tianxiang did not respond to A Feng's question and simply declared, all right. Suddenly, Tianxiang knelt before A Feng, gesturing for him not to assist him, and proclaimed, I, Tianxiang, vow here. In this life, I wish to follow Long Ru Feng, becoming his left arm and right arm, even if it costs me my life. This oath is witnessed by heaven and earth. If I break this vow, may I never find rest in the dragon tomb after death. Chapter 4 Changed Tianxiang, seeing this, suddenly stood up, a familiar smile returning to his face. Leaving Long Ru Feng at a loss for words, Tianxiang approached Long Ru Feng, patting his shoulder gently, and said, A Feng, with such grand ambitions, how could I stand idly by? Long Ru Feng felt deeply moved, his eyes glistening, as he spoke with a slight tremor, but you need not utter such a harsh oath. I have always regarded you as a true brother. How could I not trust you? Tianxiang chuckled nonchalantly. Oh, it is merely an oath. As long as I do not betray my promise to you, nothing will come of it. He then continued earnestly. Moreover, as the son of the clan leader, you are destined to inherit the clan and become the next leader. My oath of loyalty to you is but a natural obligation. Upon hearing this, Long Ru Feng felt increasingly touched, tears welling in his eyes. He opened his mouth, intending to say something, but Tianxiang interrupted him. Enough of this weeping. Let us discuss more serious matters. To what realm have you cultivated now? Long Ru Feng, fully aware of Tianxiang's inquiry, no longer concealed the truth and replied honestly. After more than 400 years of dedicated study, the newly established technique is nearly perfected, with only the final step remaining for success. However, my power remains as it was before. Upon hearing this, Tianxiang was momentarily taken aback and immediately pressed. The same as before? Have you not practiced the new technique? Long Ru Feng nodded and replied, indeed. I have trained in an entirely new technique, but it has yet to reach fruition. I am merely one step away from truly mastering it. Once that is achieved, my power will surge dramatically. However, Tianxiang still appeared somewhat perplexed. So, when will you take that final step? And what level of power increase are you expecting? Tianxiang continued to inquire. Once I break through the first bottleneck, I will directly ascend to the mid-level divine realm. Long Ru Feng stated resolutely. Tianxiang could hardly believe his ears, astonished into silence for a moment, before stammering. Mid-level divine? Are you sure you are not mistaken? You are still far from the lower divine realm. Long Ru Feng nodded without hesitation, affirming that it was indeed the middle deity. Although crossing this threshold was exceptionally arduous, the true magnitude of this difficulty remained uncertain. How can one achieve this vital final step? Upon noticing that Tianxiang had delved so deeply into the inquiry, Long Ru Feng abruptly fell silent, evading a direct response and instead purposefully steering the conversation elsewhere. Tianxiang, we should hasten our return home. We have been out for quite a while, and if we delay any longer, my father will surely scold me, Long Ru Feng expressed with evident concern. Observing Long Ru Feng's reluctance to continue the discussion, Tianxiang refrained from pressing further and resolved to accompany him home. Just as they prepared to set off, an eerie and chilling voice suddenly echoed around them. Since you have chosen to run away from home, why return? Who goes there? What cowardice is this? Show yourself, Tianxiang exclaimed, swiftly positioning himself in front of Long Ru Feng, his voice laced with anger. Before he could finish his retort, a man emerged slowly from the woods. This individual was tall and imposing, exuding an indescribable aura of authority, yet his eyes gleamed with coldness and malice. As his gaze swept over Tianxiang and Long Ru Feng, an involuntary chill coursed through them, leaving them profoundly unsettled. What an unexpected delight. I merely came to gather intelligence. Yet I have encountered a genius and a fool from the Dragon God clan. It seems today I shall undoubtedly achieve great merit. The man sneered, his tone dripping with contempt and derision. Tianxiang, taken aback by the man's discernment, was astonished that he could so easily uncover his identity and strength. However, he remained composed, signaling Long Ru Feng for help, though it bore no fruit. Thus, Tianxiang resolved to take the initiative, refusing to grant the adversary a moment's respite. In a flash, he surged toward the man like a bolt of lightning, his hands aglow with golden light, radiating fierce energy. Yet, astonishingly, when the golden light struck the man, it vanished without a trace, akin to a stone sinking into the sea. The man's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Humph. Do you think a mere lower deity's attack could harm me? Undeterred by the man's mockery, Tianxiang swiftly recalibrated his strategy. He recognized the formidable prowess of his opponent. Realizing that a head-on confrontation would yield no victory, he must seek out a weakness to prevail. At that moment, He spotted a subtle flaw in the man's defenses and seized the opportunity to launch a powerful strike. This time, Tianxiang's attack finally bore fruit, causing the man's body to shudder slightly. Although it was a mere tremor, it was a significant morale boost for Tianxiang. He pressed the advantage, unleashing a barrage of assaults to apply greater pressure. However, the man suddenly unleashed an overwhelming force that surged forth like a tidal wave, suffocating in its intensity. Long Rufing and Tianxiang were instantly engulfed by an unprecedented weight, their breaths quickening as if a colossal mountain bore down upon them, rendering them nearly immobile. "You are indeed a middle deity," Tianxiang managed to utter through gritted teeth, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. He understood that middle deities were formidable beings among the divine, possessing extraordinary power and status. The very notion that such an entity would willingly serve as a scout was utterly confounding. At that moment, Tianxiang's heart raced with trepidation. A primordial race capable of dispatching a middle deity as a scout must possess unfathomable depth and strength, far beyond what the Dragon God clan could contend with. This realization sent shivers down his spine, filling him with dread for the future. The man, having observed Tianxiang so easily unravel his true strength, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but it quickly faded into calmness. He sneered, "Since you have discerned the truth, today marks your demise. However, out of pity for your imminent end, I shall enlighten you. I am Tianjue, a member of the Bazu clan." Upon hearing the name Bazu, both Tianxiang and Long Rufing felt a chill creep into their hearts. The Bazu was a name that invoked nightmares for all ancient races, renowned for their unparalleled might. It became clear that this enigmatic man hailed from the legendary Bazu, which explained everything. As the first race to emerge with the dawn of the universe, the Bazu possessed unmatched innate talent and potential. Through eons of accumulation, their strength had reached an apex, standing unparalleled among all others. Any ancient race that dared to confront the Bazu would be gripped by fear, reluctant to provoke them. The Bazu's esteemed status stemmed from their first clan leader. "Humph. You Bazu dare to proclaim yourselves the foremost race in the universe, boasting such illustrious ancestors, yet you engage in such despicable and shameful acts. It is utterly laughable." Long Rufing retorted, his eyes wide with indignation as he chastised Tianjue. However, Tianjue remained eerily composed, a smirk creeping onto his lips. "My Bazu's first clan leader shares roots with your Dragon God clan's first leader, both birthed from the very fabric of creation, nameless. Yet, my ancestors' gifts far surpass those of your progenitor, the disparity akin to that between clouds and mud, utterly incomparable. Know this. Everything in this vast universe originates from the hands of our Bazu ancestors. It is precisely because of this that our forebear is revered as the god of origins, and thus, we Bazu rightfully claim the title of the primordial clan. Were it not for our ancestors' weariness of worldly affairs, he would have long ago quelled the so-called ancient races beneath our iron heel." After hearing Tianjue's proclamation, Long Rufing and Tianxiang fell into a prolonged silence, acutely aware that his words bore truth. While the ancestors of the Bazu had long departed, their clan remained immensely powerful. This was due to the fact that every member of the Bazu, upon reaching maturity, inherently possessed the strength of a middle deity. Those with exceptional talent could even ascend to the realm of upper deity. In stark contrast, members of the Dragon God clan and other ancient races typically only achieve the level of lower deity upon maturity, with very few ascending to middle deity, let alone upper deity. Although the Bazu lacked the presence of an unparalleled ancestor, they understood that relying solely on their clan's strength was insufficient to contend with the other 5 races. "Enough talk. If you wish to kill us, then show your true abilities." Tianxiang glared at Tianjue, shouting fiercely as he readied himself for battle once more. Observing Tianxiang's defiance, Tianjue could not help but smirk coldly. "If granted a few hundred more years to mature, perhaps you could pose a threat to me. Alas, you are but a mere lower deity, while I am a middle deity. To take your life is as easy as lifting a finger." No sooner had he spoken than he began to gather energy, lunging at Tianxiang with the intent to eliminate the promising young scion of the Dragon God clan. In an instant, Tianjue surged forward like a bolt of lightning, his speed astonishing. Before they knew it, he stood beside Tianxiang, unhesitatingly striking toward his chest with immense force. The power behind this blow was staggering, as if it contained boundless strength and lethal intent. The gust of energy howled past, bearing down on Tianxiang. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, he did not falter or succumb to fear. Instead, he gritted his teeth, preparing to face the challenge. Yet, despite his utmost effort to defend himself, that fatal strike ruthlessly connected with his chest. The power of this strike was astonishing, sending Tianxiang flying like a broken arrow, blood spewing from his mouth. Despite enduring immense pain, he managed to stabilize his form, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Tianjue, who bore a mocking smile and had not pursued him further. Blood trickled from the corner of Tianxiang's mouth, and his heart brimmed with indignation and anger. Now you understand the chasm that lies between us, Tianjue sneered, his contempt unmistakable. Did you truly think that challenging those above your rank would be so effortless? How naive. Facing Tianjue's taunts, Tianxiang merely snorted coldly, refraining from a response. He suppressed the turmoil within him and summoned a more potent force from the depths of his being. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped him, his head and hands undergoing a transformation. His skull morphed into a resplendent dragon's head, and his hands became sharp, formidable dragon claws. At the same time, his strength surged from the early stages of a lower deity to the peak of that realm, seemingly on the cusp of breaking through to a mid-tier deity. Tianjue regarded Tianxiang's metamorphosis, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. With such a battle form, do you dare to dream of defeating me? His words pierced deeply, striking at Tianxiang's pride. Ignoring Tianjue's provocations, Tianxiang's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. His fists clenched tightly as he unleashed a terrifying force that erupted around him. He darted towards Tianjue like a bolt of lightning, his assault fierce and relentless. Yet, Tianjue, seemingly unfazed by Tianxiang's ferocious attack, effortlessly sidestepped, evading the blow. Tianxiang's heart sank at this sight, but he did not relent, continuing to unleash a flurry of techniques in an attempt to strike Tianjue. Child, do not waste your efforts. Tianjue scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. The notion of battling above your rank is nothing but a grand joke. Tianxiang clenched his teeth, refusing to acknowledge Tianjue's mockery, and poured every ounce of strength into his strikes. Despite his relentless efforts, he could not land a single hit on Tianjue. Nearby, Long Ruo Feng felt a surge of urgency, wishing he could leap into battle against Tianjue. Unfortunately, his own strength was pitifully inadequate compared to Tianjue's. A mere glance from Tianjue sent a wave of overwhelming pressure upon Long Ruo Feng, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Seemingly bored with the game of evasion, Tianjue finally ceased his dodging. He raised both hands, gathering energy as a radiant light enveloped him. With a sudden, powerful punch, he struck Tianxiang with a force capable of toppling mountains. Tianxiang emitted a muffled groan, hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut. This time, after crashing to the ground, he lay there, unable to rise for an extended period. Long Ruo Feng, alarmed, rushed to Tianxiang's side to assess his injuries. The results were dire. Tianxiang's breath was faint, clearly having lost the capacity to continue fighting. Meanwhile, in the opulent and imposing assembly hall of the Longshan clan, an atmosphere of tranquility was abruptly shattered. Clan leader Long Tianxin and the esteemed elder Long Fei sat across from one another, their expressions grave as they discussed the clan's precarious situation. Suddenly, hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed, piercing the calm. A voice cried out, "Clan leader, elder, trouble is brewing." Upon hearing this, Long Tianxin and Long Fei turned their attention to the newcomer, a fellow clansman responsible for guarding the Soul Jade tablet. Long Tianxin's brow furrowed slightly as he sternly inquired, "What has transpired to cause you such alarm?" The individual, resolute and direct, replied, "Clan leader, elder, grave news. Tianxiang's Soul Jade tablet has encountered an issue." "What?" Long Tianxin's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet, hastening towards the newcomer. "Explain the situation in detail." Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, the individual continued, "Clan leader, while conducting the routine inspection of the Soul Jade tablet, I was astonished to find that the once brilliant glow of Tianxiang's tablet had dimmed significantly. Moreover, numerous fine cracks have appeared on its surface, threatening to shatter at any moment. Such anomalies could only signify one possibility." The person fell silent, but the implication was clear, and both Long Tianxin and Long Fei comprehended the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, they strode towards the exit. As they walked, Long Tianxin communicated orders to the outside world. "Dragon guards, mobilize immediately and search for Tianxiang. Any leads must be reported to me at once." In the meantime, Long Ruo Feng, tears streaming down his face, cried out in anguish, "Tianxiang, please wake up. You cannot leave me. You promised to remain loyal to me forever." Despite Tianxiang's lack of response to Long Ruo Feng's pleas, he refused to give up, shaking Tianxiang's body vigorously in hopes of rousing him. Just as Long Ruo Feng was on the verge of losing hope, a miracle occurred. Tianxiang suddenly lifted his head, spitting out a mouthful of blood before slowly opening his eyes. Tianxiang, thank heavens. You have finally awakened. I knew you wouldn't perish so easily. Long Ruo Feng exclaimed joyously. A Feng, I may not be able to fulfill my promise to you. You must find a way to survive. The future of our Longshan clan depends on you. Tianxiang's voice was weak and trembling, as if each word drained his remaining strength. Long Ruo Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the gravely injured Tianxiang. His heart aching, he grasped Tianxiang's hand tightly, tears falling uncontrollably. Tianxiang, don't speak like that. You will not die? Yet. The severity of Tianxiang's injuries rendered his breathing shallow, his speech halting, and his gaze gradually dimming. Nonetheless, he summoned the last of his strength to speak to Long Ruo Feng. A Feng, Tianjue's last attack was particularly targeted, affecting not only my body but also my soul. My meridians are all severed, and my soul is on the verge of shattering. Tianxiang. Long Ruo Feng's heart shattered at this revelation, ready to argue, but was interrupted by Tianxiang. A Feng, you must listen to me. I fear this time I truly am at the end. But you are different. You are still young, with infinite possibilities ahead of you. Therefore, you must live on. No matter what, I vowed to follow you to the death and serve you, but if I cannot fulfill this promise in life, then even at the cost of my life, I will find a way to assist you. A Feng, please allow me to seal a fragment of my soul within my body before I depart. Once you reach adulthood and complete the rites, you can refine my remains into your innate divine weapon. This way, not only will it save you the time and effort of nurturing a spirit for a divine artifact, but it will also fulfill my wish to continue serving you. I hope to witness the day you alter the tragic fate of the Longshan clan and see you standing at the pinnacle of the universe. Can you promise me this? At that moment, Long Ruo Feng, who had been engulfed in sorrow, was now in tears, but after hearing Tianxiang's words, he ceased his weeping. Though his face still bore the marks of sadness and grief, he responded with solemnity and determination. Tianxiang, go in peace. I promise to do everything in my power to change the fate of the Longshan clan. This is not just a promise to you, but also a mission and responsibility I must uphold. As his words faded, Tianxiang seemed to release the last thread of concern that had burdened him, and the breath that he had been holding dissipated into the void. He slowly closed his eyes, lying quietly in Long Rufu's warm embrace, as if in a deep slumber. Utterly silent. Chapter 6, Breakthrough. Tianxiang Gu. Long Rufu held tightly to Tianxiang's gradually cold body, tears streaming from his eyes like a burst dam, calling out in profound grief. Just as Long Rufu was enveloped in endless sorrow, a sudden, piercing laughter interrupted him. TSK, how moving indeed. This deeply touching scene makes it hard for me to bring myself to kill you, Tianjue remarked with a cold, merciless tone filled with mockery. Long Rufu abruptly lifted his head, his blood-red eyes fixated on the murderer of Tianxiang before him, exuding a chilling aura of killing intent, gritting his teeth as he declared, I will avenge Tianxiang Gu. Your life, you wretched dog, is destined to be reaped by my hand. Upon hearing this, Tianjue erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Ha ha ha, utterly ridiculous. You, a worthless bastard, dare to seek revenge against me? A disgrace to the Longshan clan. I cannot fathom why your father, Long Tianxin, one of the clan leaders with decent strength, would father a son as incapable as you. After living for over 1,000 years, you still lack the ability to defend yourself, and yet you audaciously claim you will take revenge? It is nothing but the delusions of a fool. Long Rufu stood like a statue, ignoring Tianjue's ridicule. His sharp eyes, akin to those of a hawk, remained locked onto his opponent, revealing a resolve that was unyielding. Noticing Long Rufu's lack of response, Tianjue, feeling bored, ceased his mockery and spoke with a scornful tone. Humph. Kid, prepare yourself for death. Although you are utterly useless, your status as the crown prince of the Long clan is immensely prestigious. If I can slay you here, I will surely be rewarded handsomely upon my return to the clan, perhaps even earn the favor of the clan leader. Tianjue was acutely aware of the urgency. If the news of Tianxiang's death were to leak, the Longshan clan would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly. At that moment, his only thought was to swiftly eliminate Long Rufu, and then return to the Ba clan to claim his reward. With his mind made up, Tianjue wasted no more words and strode purposefully toward Long Rufu, slowly gathering the immense power within him, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Just as Tianjue raised his palm to strike Long Rufu's head, an unexpected event unfolded. Long Rufu suddenly let out a bitter laugh, unhesitatingly bending his arm into a blade-like shape and fiercely stabbing it into the center of his chest. This sudden turn of events left Tianjue utterly astonished. He stared wide-eyed at Long Rufu, who was slowly collapsing to the ground, momentarily at a loss for what to do. After a brief daze, Jue snapped back to reality and hurriedly bent down to check on Long Rufu's condition. Upon discovering that Long Rufu's dragon essence had completely shattered and his soul was on the verge of disintegration, Jue burst into loud laughter. "Huh? Today, not only have I slain the unparalleled genius of the Longshan clan, but I have also eliminated the crown prince. Surely the clan leader will reward me greatly for this. At that time, those who once looked down upon me within the clan will have to rely on my favor." Just as Jue reveled in his triumph, a voice suddenly echoed within Long Rufu's consciousness. "Kid, wake up quickly. Do not truly perish." An old man dressed in coarse cloth was gently patting Long Rufu's cheek. As Long Rufu gradually opened his eyes, he looked at the old man who was slapping his face, bewildered, and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name? Where's this place?" The old man smiled faintly and replied calmly, "This is your consciousness space. As for who I am, did you not mention that my cultivation method contained flaws?" The old man continued, "Did you not claim that you wish to transcend me?" Upon hearing this, Long Rufu's expression changed dramatically, filled with shock as he asked, "Are you the ancestor of the Longshan?" "Indeed, I have long since passed away. What you see now is merely a fragment of my lingering soul," the old man stated, clicking his tongue. Long Rufu's face was filled with doubt as he furrowed his brow and pressed, "You claim to be the ancestor of the Longshan, but do you have any proof? Moreover, why would this fragment of your soul manifest in my consciousness space?" The old man rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied, "Humph. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. At present, I have no time to indulge in idle chatter with you. You simply need to listen and obey." Faced with such a domineering and rude individual, Long Rufu felt a flicker of displeasure but nodded in resignation, indicating compliance. He understood that this was not the time for argument and chose to remain silent. The old man continued, "I am indeed the first clan leader of the Longshan clan, regardless of whether you believe it or not. In fact, I had already discerned the intricacies of the Canglong Jue long ago. However, before I could take action, I fell victim to that despicable old man's treachery, causing my soul to scatter and vanish." As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly filled with rage and sorrow. Long Rufu was taken aback, his eyes wide as he stared at the one claiming to be the ancestor of the Longshan, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and refrained from excessive words. "The old man I referred to is the so-called primordial god you speak of. He has an actual name, but unfortunately, you are all unaware of it. His name is Hongming. As for myself, I too have a name. I am called Longting. Ha ha ha. Is that not sufficiently grand and imposing?" Long Rufu could only roll his eyes, not replying. Longting, noticing Long Rufu's reaction, was not offended but continued, "In the past, I detected flaws within the Canglong Jue and intended to improve it. However, just as I was about to act, a fierce battle erupted among the 6 clans, and I was compelled to rush to the front lines. Otherwise, my Longshan kin would suffer heavy losses. Nevertheless, before I left, I foresaw the future. And though the outcome was somewhat unclear, I could still discern some hints. I understood that one day, a person would emerge to turn the fate of my Longshan clan around. Thus, I left a fragment of my soul within my son, integrating it deep within his bloodline. In this way, this fragment of soul would be passed down through the bloodline until you successfully activated it. You knew of my existence millions of years ago. You could foresee events millions of years into the future?" Long Rufu's eyes widened in disbelief, murmuring to himself. It was as if the being before him was not a mere man, but a deity possessed of boundless power. Longting smiled slightly and responded calmly, "Indeed, back then, I had reached the peak of the holy god realm, and foreseeing events millions of years ahead was not difficult." At this revelation, Long Rufu felt an even deeper sense of awe towards Longting. However, the next statement from Longting left him speechless. "I have examined the cultivation method you practice. While it is powerful, the conditions for triggering a breakthrough are truly repulsive. To die to live again, what on earth were you thinking?" Longting frowned, a hint of confusion and dissatisfaction crossing his face. It turned out that previously, Tianxiang had inquired about the final step, to which Long Rufu had not answered. The truth now revealed that this last step was indeed extremely arduous, requiring the shattering of one's own dragon essence, sacrificing one's life to take that crucial step. Faced with Longting's inquiry, Long Rufu remained silent. Perhaps the conditions for this breakthrough were indeed cruel, but they must inherently contain some profound significance. However, at this moment, he was unable to fully comprehend it. Longting, sensing this, seemed to understand something and ceased his questioning. For a time, an eerie silence enveloped the two. Yet this tranquility was as fleeting as a shooting star, vanishing in an instant. The soul of Longting instantaneously dimmed, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish and vanish without a trace. In the suffocating silence, after a prolonged period of stillness, Longting suddenly broke the deadlock, murmuring, "Has the time finally come?" He then fixed his gaze upon Long Roofing with unwavering determination and declared, "Years ago, I left behind my soul fragments to meet you. Now, as my soul fragments are on the verge of fading, despite the millennia that separate us, I must admit, I have grown quite fond of you, young one. I firmly believe that with your strength and wisdom, you shall undoubtedly rewrite the destiny of the Dragon God clan. So, strive diligently, young one." Upon hearing these words, Long Roofing felt a tremor in his heart, and a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Although he had only shared a fleeting moment with this ancestor, the intimacy derived from their bloodline felt profoundly genuine. Faced with the imminent departure of his ancestor, Long Roofing understood his inability to retain him. Thus, he straightened his posture and performed a solemn bow, a grand gesture befitting the Dragon God clan. He then respectfully proclaimed, "I bid farewell to my ancestor. May you journey safely and find peace in another world." His voice echoed in the air, laden with boundless reverence and affection. As the final word fell, Long Roofing quietly gazed at Longting's soul until it completely dissipated from his consciousness. At that moment, the external situation underwent a remarkable transformation. Just as Tianjue intended to retrieve the lifeless bodies of Long Roofing and Tianxiang, an unexpected turn of events abruptly unfolded. Suddenly, a mysterious and extraordinary force erupted from the previously shattered area of Long Roofing's chest, as if it possessed an inexhaustible allure, drawing the surrounding elemental energies towards Long Roofing's damaged dragon essence like a tidal wave. Confronted with such a bizarre scene, Tianjue leaped into action without hesitation, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he rushed towards Long Roofing's corporeal form, intending to halt this strange occurrence. However, as he reached Long Roofing, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Long Roofing's fragmented dragon essence miraculously reassembled, and even the wounds on his chest swiftly healed at a visible pace. Simultaneously, the aura emanating from Long Roofing surged like a volcanic eruption, ascending from the realm of a mere mortal to the initial stage of a lower deity, then to the mid-stage, and finally reaching the pinnacle of the lower deity realm, breaking through to the initial stage of a mid-level deity, and continuing to rise. Feeling the increasingly formidable and terrifying aura radiating from Long Roofing, Tianjue was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming chill. A fear unlike any he had ever experienced surged within him, making him acutely aware of the scent of death. In an instant, he resolved to flee, but before he could act, a bone-chilling aura locked him in place, rendering him immobile. Chapter 7. The slaying Tianjue was consumed by terror as he sensed Long Roofing's ascending power, the dread surging within him like a tidal wave. He attempted to struggle and escape, but soon realized he was utterly ensnared by Long Roofing, with no path of retreat. Helplessly, he could only widen his eyes and watch as Long Roofing progressively transcended his limits. In mere moments, Long Roofing's aura rapidly climbed to the same level as Tianjue's, reaching the mid-stage of a lower deity. Astonishingly, his aura did not cease there. It continued to ascend at an astonishing pace. Tianjue clearly sensed that the elemental forces within 100 miles were being manipulated by an invisible hand, flowing ceaselessly into Long Roofing's body. It is worth noting that this was the stronghold of the Dragon God clan, the Tianlong Star, where the elemental forces were as potent as those of the Ba clan's origin planet. One could only imagine the monumental commotion Long Roofing's ascension would incite. Unsurprisingly, it wasn't long before Long Roofing's aura completely surpassed Tianjue's. Nevertheless, his rapidly escalating aura eventually began to stabilize, settling at the pinnacle of the mid-level deity realm. At that moment, Long Roofing could distinctly feel a torrent of divine power coursing through his veins. Although his body felt slightly swollen and uncomfortable, the exhilaration and satisfaction brought forth by this newfound strength far outweighed the pain. He was acutely aware that had he not been born into the powerful Dragon God clan, had he not consumed numerous rare treasures that aided in strengthening his physique, he would likely have succumbed to this overwhelming power and burst apart. The difficulty of transcending from mortal to divine was akin to climbing to the heavens, let alone successfully ascending to the mid-level deity realm. Such a gap was beyond mere words to describe. Fortunately, everything had concluded smoothly. Not only had he successfully broken through his limits, but he had also reached the pinnacle of the mid-level deity realm, mere steps away from becoming a high-level deity. Long Roofing gathered his focus and coldly regarded the astonished Tianjue. chillingly declaring, "The spawn of the Ba clan, now it is your turn to pay the price for your actions." Tianjue was filled with endless pain and regret. If time could turn back, he would unhesitatingly have eliminated Long Roofing, thus sparing himself the embarrassment of this dire predicament. However, it was too late for regrets, and all he could do was muster every ounce of strength to escape, for if Long Roofing caught up with him, a dead end awaited him, perhaps leaving him without even a complete corpse. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Long Roofing's breakthrough would be so earth-shattering, leaving the world in shock, easily shattering the spatial barriers he had meticulously crafted. Consequently, the powerful beings of the Dragon God clan would undoubtedly sense this upheaval and were likely already on their way to provide aid. As he found himself in dire straits, desperately contemplating how to flee, Long Roofing suddenly appeared like a specter. He moved like lightning, swiftly closing in on Tianjue. Tianjue, gripped by terror, hastily raised his arms in a futile attempt to defend himself, but it was all in vain. In the blink of an eye, Long Roofing had teleported behind Tianjue. His palms pressed firmly against the latter's back. Tianjue's body stiffened abruptly, utterly immobilized, fearing that Long Roofing would deliver a fatal blow. Just as Tianjue was about to plead for mercy, his body involuntarily shot forward, spewing forth a copious amount of crimson blood, mingled with shattered internal organs. At that moment, facing the might of Long Roofing, Tianjue felt as powerless as he had when confronting Tianxiang, even losing the strength to defend himself. Collapsing to the ground, Tianjue could only crawl backward in desperation, pleading for Long Roofing to spare his life. "Your Highness, please show mercy and grant me a chance to live. I will agree to any condition you propose," Tianjue begged, his eyes filled with terror and despair as he faced the indifferent Long Roofing. However, Long Roofing remained unmoved, standing like a statue. Seeing this, Tianjue, in his panic, hastily added, "If you spare my life, I am willing to divulge all the secrets I know about the Ba clan. Moreover, I will gladly pledge my loyalty to you, becoming your most faithful servant and binding myself to a master-servant contract, obeying your every command for eternity." Long Roofing stood silently, his gaze fixed upon Tianjue. Yet his mind was flooded with memories of Tianxiang and the words spoken before his demise. The recollections surged like a tide, causing him profound heartache. After a moment of silence, Long Roofing finally spoke, his voice as frigid as if it emerged from the depths of the underworld. "Humph. A treacherous and despicable person like you is unworthy of being my servant. Today, you shall meet your end." Upon finishing his words, a chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from him, pressing directly towards Tianjue. Upon hearing this, Tianjue's expression shifted dramatically, realizing he had no path left to retreat. Since he was facing certain death, he thought it better to fight desperately and self-destruct, perhaps offering a slender chance for his soul to escape. As long as his soul could return to his clan, there remained a possibility of rebirth. With this resolve, Tianjue clenched his teeth, steeling his heart to take this final gamble. However, at this moment, Long Ruyun, standing before him, made it impossible for Tianjue to self-destruct. In the blink of an eye, Long Ruyun flashed to Tianjue's side, wielding a terrifying power that sent chills down one's spine. Without an ounce of mercy, he struck down mercilessly at Tianjue's crown. A resounding bang echoed as Tianjue was crushed into a pulp before he could even let out a scream, meeting his demise on the spot. Immediately afterward, Long Ruyun waved his arm, effortlessly extracting Tianjue's soul from his lifeless body. Faced with the soul of Tianjue, which was pleading desperately, Long Ruyun exhibited no compassion. He tightened his grip, shattering it into fragments. Thus, a mid-level deity of the Ba clan was obliterated in an instant. Yet, for Long Ruyun, this was merely the beginning. Both the death of Tianxiang and the passing of the ancestral dragon deity, Long Tongue, were intricately intertwined with the Ba clan. Deep within Long Ruyun's heart, the Dragon God clan and the Ba clan were already irreconcilable, sworn enemies. Just as Long Ruyun plunged into deep contemplation, hurried footsteps approached. It was his father, Long Tianxin, the clan leader of the Dragon God clan, and Long Fei, the clan's elder, hastening towards him with the Dragon God guards. However, when Long Tianxin's gaze landed on the already deceased Tianxiang and then on Long Ruyun, who stood still like a statue, he was momentarily stunned. At that moment, both Long Tianxin and Long Fei distinctly sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Long Ruyun, a pressure that could only belong to a peak mid-level deity. Their eyes widened in disbelief, as merely a few hours prior, Long Ruyun had still been an ordinary spirit-level cultivator, just as they were astonished to the point of being able to fit an egg in their open mouths. Long Ruyun had already stabilized himself beside them, bowing respectfully and softly uttering, "Father, elder." It felt as though a century had passed before the two of them snapped back to reality, exchanging glances before simultaneously turning their gazes to Long Ruyun. Their voices hoarse with urgency. "Feng, what on earth transpired here? How did Tianxiang end up like this? And why has your strength suddenly surged so dramatically?" Upon hearing his father and the elder inquire about Tianxiang's fate, Long Ruyun's expression darkened in an instant. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions before gradually recounting the events to them. Long Tianxin and Long Fei listened in stunned silence, utterly taken aback. After what felt like an eternity, they slowly emerged from their shock, casting complex glances at Long Ruyun, momentarily speechless, merely gazing at one another. Then, they both simultaneously let out a heavy sigh, as if to expel all their sorrows with that exhalation. Long Tianxin broke the silence, speaking first. "Alas, it is such a pity for this child Tianxiang. If not for this sudden turn of events, with his talent and capability, he would surely have become your invaluable ally in the future." Hearing his father's words, Long Ruyun's expression grew slightly grim, a flicker of pain and guilt crossing his eyes, yet he did not respond. A brief silence enveloped them, with only their heavy breaths intertwining in the stillness. After a while, sensing his son's inner turmoil, Long Tianxin gently patted Long Ruyun's shoulder, offering further comfort. "Since this has already occurred, no amount of sorrow will change the outcome. Tianxiang has left us. And although he wished for you to forge him into your destined divine weapon, his parents are still alive, and we must seek their counsel regarding this matter." The mention of Tianxiang's parents caused Long Ruyun's complexion to drain of color, devoid of any hue. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, oblivious to the pain, for he genuinely did not know how to face Tianxiang's parents, considering that Tianxiang had lost his life while saving him. Long Tianxin silently observed his son's pallid face, a pang of sorrow tugging at his heart. He fully understood his son's feelings at this moment and decided to take on this arduous task for him, stating, "Feng, I know you feel guilt towards Tianxiang's parents and are unsure how to face them. How about this? I will speak with them and convey the situation." Long Ruyun, after a long silence with his head bowed, suddenly raised it decisively, his gaze firm as he spoke slowly. "No, I shall personally tell them. Regardless of how the two elders perceive me or treat me, I can endure it." Long Tianxin, well aware of his son's character, understood that once his son had made up his mind, no one could deter or alter his resolve. Faced with such a stubborn and determined son, Long Tianxin felt both pained and helpless, ultimately nodding in agreement, allowing Long Ruyun to handle the matter. Chapter 8. The fortune of our clan. As Long Ruyun followed closely behind Long Tianxin into the territory of the Dragon God clan, many clan elders had already gathered in the council hall, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Previously, the Dragon God guards had returned ahead of time and informed everyone of the events that had unfolded. The Assembly of Elders was convened to seek the clan leader's decision on how the Dragon clan should respond to the Ba clan. After all, the disparity in power between the two clans was vast. A hasty action could spark a conflict that might lead to the annihilation of the Dragon clan. Long Tianxin gazed at the sorrowful and grieving Long Ruyun, softly asking, "Feng, do you need me to send clan members to return Tianxiang's body to his home?" Long Ruyun turned to his father, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, but he quickly resolved himself, replying firmly, "For now, let it be properly preserved. Once I have taken a moment to collect myself, I will personally escort my brother home." With that, his gaze drifted towards the horizon, as if peering through the endless void to see his distant homeland and lost loved ones. Long Tianxin furrowed his brow slightly, a tinge of concern evident in his eyes as he quietly observed his son, Long Ruyun. Although Long Ruyun had not previously exhibited exceptional talent or ability in his cultivation endeavors, as a father, Long Tianxin's love for him remained profound and unwavering. Earlier, Long Tianxin had sternly reprimanded Long Ruyun for another reason entirely. The elders had attempted to strip him of his title as crown prince, claiming he was incapable of shouldering the responsibilities of the Dragon clan. Long Tianxin understood that if Long Ruyun lost his status, following his own demise, he would likely face confinement or even eradication at the hands of the Elder Council to ensure the new leader's absolute authority. After deep contemplation, Long Tianxin resolved to take action. He turned to face the elders, speaking with composure. "All right, esteemed elders, please go and comfort the clan members. In 2 hours, we shall convene in the council hall for a clan meeting. Feng, you must attend as well. After all, this matter is closely tied to you." Upon finishing his words, Long Tianxin gently patted Long Ruyun's shoulder, his eyes revealing a complex blend of emotions. concern for his son's future intertwined with deep paternal love and hope. Long Ruyun felt a warmth swell within him at his father's gaze, simultaneously recognizing the gravity of the situation. He nodded silently, signifying his understanding of his father's intent, and resolved to courageously face all challenges at the upcoming clan meeting. Long Ruyun cast a deep glance at his father before resolutely turning away, striding forth with unyielding determination. In silence, Long Tianxin stood still, gazing at his son Long Rufin's receding figure, a flicker of helplessness and anxiety crossing his eyes. He did not reproach Long Rufin for his slightly disrespectful actions, for he understood that at this moment, no words could soothe the deep wounds and anguish within him. This torment was akin to a heavy shackle, tightly binding Long Rufin's soul, rendering him incapable of breathing freely. Long Tianxin recognized that to truly assist Long Rufin in overcoming his predicament, he must rely solely on his own strength. After all, the one who tied the bell must untie it. Only Long Rufin could discover the key to unlock his heart shackles and thus escape his inner torment. Yet, witnessing Long Rufin's profound suffering filled Long Tianxin's heart with anxiety and unease. He silently prayed for heaven to bestow upon Long Rufin sufficient courage and wisdom, enabling him to conquer himself and rediscover the joyful, confident self he once was. At the same time, Long Tianxin resolved to quietly guard Long Rufin's side, offering him appropriate care and support, accompanying him through this arduous time. After Long Rufin heavily exited the assembly hall, he did not return home to rest and recalibrate his emotions. Instead, he turned towards the quiet chamber where Tianxiang once secluded himself for meditation. Although Long Rufin had never chosen to retreat for cultivation like other clansmen, he often visited this place to converse with Tianxiang, seeking solace in their companionship. Apart from the small grove they frequented, this was the place where they had spent the most time together. Upon entering the quiet chamber, he was greeted by the sight of a solitary mat, devoid of any other objects. Long Rufin slowly approached the mat and sat cross-legged opposite it, his gaze vacant and unfocused as he stared ahead, allowing tears to cascade down his cheeks like a broken dam, each drop silently falling onto the cold, hard ground of the chamber. Time flew by swiftly, and within a mere 2 hours, when Long Rufin finally stood to leave, his face bore no trace of turmoil or emotion, as if the sorrowful figure who had wept just moments before was not him at all. Meanwhile, in the assembly hall of the Dragon God clan, all the elders had taken their seats. As they whispered among themselves, a distinct sound of footsteps drew near. In a brief moment, the clan leader Long Tianxin and the Grand Elder Long Fei entered the hall side by side. As they settled into their seats at the head of the table, Long Rufin, the prince of the Dragon clan, arrived punctually. Long Tianxin looked at his son with an affectionate gaze and softly called out, "Fenger, come here and stand beside your father for a while." Understanding his father's intent, Long Rufin knew that the esteemed elders present were of great renown, some even older than his father by 2 generations. Thus, he comprehended that he was not yet worthy to take a seat and quietly stood beside Long Tianxin. Acting decisively, Long Tianxin spoke plainly. "I believe the elders are already aware of the recent events. I have gathered everyone here today to hear your insights on this matter and to discuss how our Dragon God clan should respond to the Ba clan moving forward." At this, a clamor erupted among the assembly. Some advocated for war, while others suggested a show of weakness. To Long Rufin's astonishment, an elder even proposed outright surrender, reducing the Dragon God clan to a vassal of the Ba clan. Long Rufin scrutinized the elders, mentally noting each of their faces. Although he felt powerless at present, when he ascended to the position of clan leader, he would ensure that these ineffectual individuals were swept away. Long Tianxin observed the ongoing commotion among the elders without immediately intervening, allowing their disputes to continue. As time ticked by, finally, amidst the chaos, he slowly interjected, "Enough." Silence. The noise ceased abruptly, and the previously raucous hall fell into an eerie stillness. Long Tianxin continued, "Although the perpetrator of Tianxiang's murder has been eliminated by Fenger, this does not alter the fact that the Ba clan has been eyeing our Dragon God clan with malicious intent. With the emergence of one enemy, there will inevitably be a second and a third. While we may not be able to contend with the Ba clan, we must not allow this matter to rest unresolved." Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. A long and heavy silence enveloped the assembly hall. At this juncture, Long Rufin broke the stalemate. He stood, respectfully bowing to Long Tianxin and the elders, and said, "Father, esteemed elders, please allow me to say a few words. A Feng, this is a clan meeting, and given your current status, you have no right to speak here," Long Tianxin retorted without hesitation. However, unexpectedly, the usually reticent Grand Elder Long Fei spoke up at this moment. Clan leader. A Feng has successfully broken through to the divine level and holds an esteemed position as the prince of our Dragon God clan. According to clan rules, he is indeed qualified to participate in the clan meeting. The elders who had intended to reprimand Long Rufin fell silent upon hearing the Grand Elder's words. After all, clan rules were immutable, and even the elders could not easily contravene them. Long Rufin gazed at the Grand Elder for an extended period, only to perceive a hint of deep-seated sorrow within his profound eyes. Yet, not pondering deeply, he dismissed it as a trick of the light and turned his attention to his father, Long Tianxin. Long Tianxin, his demeanor composed, slowly spoke. Since it is due to clan rules, Fenger, if you have any thoughts, feel free to express them. Your father is all ears. Encouraged by his father's words, Long Rufin gathered his thoughts and said, Indeed, father, esteemed elders, I believe we are all aware of the precarious situation our Dragon God clan finds itself in. Seeking vengeance is almost a fool's errand. Launching a war recklessly would not only fail to achieve our aims, but could also plunge our clan into irreparable ruin. Therefore, we should emulate the Ba clan, sending out our elite youths to gather intelligence. Not only limited to the Ba clan, but also delving into the movements of all ancient races. After all, among the 6 major clans, the other 4 surpass us in strength. If we were to engage in war with the Ba clan, we cannot guarantee that other races would not seize the opportunity to become embroiled in the conflict. His words struck like thunder, leaving the elders present in stunned silence. Though they understood that the Dragon God clan had long since diminished in strength, falling to the bottom among the clans, they had been reluctant to confront this grim reality. However, Long Rufin unflinchingly tore away the final veil of pretense, exposing the truth before all. Long Tianxin looked at his son, Long Rufin, with pride and joy filling his eyes. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement of his son's viewpoint and inquired, Fenger, you speak well, but how should we implement this? Do you have detailed plans? Long Rufin replied without hesitation, Father, in my view, our Dragon God clan's overall strength is indeed weak at present. In the past, our clansmen often worked in isolation, focusing solely on internal cultivation with little interaction with the outside world. Therefore, it is imperative to send out a substantial number of clansmen to gather intelligence from various clans, thus preventing potential disasters due to unpreparedness. Additionally, while most of our clansmen may find it difficult to break through, the profound techniques and valuable combat experience accumulated through countless battles remain effective means to enhance our strength. Even if we cannot challenge formidable foes beyond our level, we can at least gain an edge in battles against evenly matched opponents. As for vengeance, there is no need to rush. For now, we should concentrate on cultivating ourselves and continuously strengthening our power. After delivering these words, Long Rufu gazed at his father Long Tianxin with unwavering determination and confidence, as if he had already formulated a clear plan. Long Tianxin nodded in satisfaction, evidently appreciative of his son's foresight. Well done, my son. You have truly matured. It is remarkable that you can remain so composed in the face of such deep-seated enmity. I am greatly comforted by this, he remarked. Long Rufu listened quietly to his father's praise, his eyes still resolute and profound, his expression unperturbed, as if all this were merely a matter of course. Long Tianxin, well aware of his son's character, did not mind his taciturnity. Instead, he turned to the elders present and solemnly declared, in light of this, from this day forth, our Long clan will act according to Rufa's counsel. Some elders harbored doubts upon hearing this, yet ultimately chose to remain silent, nodding in tacit agreement. Seeing no dissent from the elders, Long Tianxin nodded slightly and continued, Moreover, there is another matter I must announce. Tianxiang exhibited exceptional bravery in our fierce battle against the Ba clan, demonstrating his unwavering loyalty to our Long God clan. In his quest to protect our prince, he sacrificed his own life, even willing to offer his remains for Rufu to forge a personal artifact. Such loyalty and valor are indeed a blessing for our clan. Therefore, after discussion with the Grand Elder, we have decided to bestow upon Tianxiang the surname Long, and henceforth he shall be recorded in our family tree as Long Tianxiang, forever etched in history. Chapter 9. This grudge must be avenged. The specific course of action will be detailed later within the clan. At that time, the elders need only to ensure the clan members execute the plan appropriately. For now, you may all withdraw. Long Tianxin issued the command with a detached expression. Understood. We shall take our leave. The elders seated below responded in unison as they rose. Once the elders departed, only the clan leader Long Tianxin, the Grand Elder Long Fei, and Long Rufu remained in the vast assembly hall. Long Tianxin slowly turned to face his son, his gaze filled with profound satisfaction. He spoke softly, Rufu. I know that you have always regarded Tianxiang as your own brother. I was initially concerned that your thirst for vengeance might lead you to support a war against the Ba clan. However, I am pleasantly surprised by your ability to remain composed and choose to endure for the time being. This truly brings me great comfort. Nonetheless, as your father, I am intimately familiar with your nature. I hope you can grant me one request. Long Rufu fixed his gaze on his father, whom he had greatly admired since childhood, and responded without hesitation, Father, please tell me. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply without a moment's hesitation. Taking a deep breath, his father replied earnestly, I understand that asking you to relinquish your hatred is no simple task, but before doing so, I hope you can promise me that you will not recklessly embark on a path of vengeance against the Ba clan while your strength is still insufficient. Can you agree to this? There is a reason for Long Tianxin's concern. The bond between Long Rufu and Tianxiang is well known throughout the clan. He fears that in a moment of impulsiveness, Rufu might disregard his own safety and recklessly confront the Ba clan in pursuit of vengeance. The mere thought of such an outcome fills Long Tianxin with apprehension. Long Rufu clenched his teeth, a determined glimmer in his eyes as he replied, Father, I am not foolish. With my current abilities, I cannot claim dominance even within our clan, let alone against the formidable Ba clan. Therefore, I will not act rashly. However, to avenge Tianxiang, I am willing to wait 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Every time he mentioned Tianxiang's name, Long Rufu's emotions surged, causing his voice to rise involuntarily. Long Tianxin silently observed his impassioned son, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. Yet he chose not to elaborate, gently patting Long Rufu's shoulder before turning to leave. As Long Rufu prepared to follow his father out, the previously silent Grand Elder suddenly called out to him, A Feng. Wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you. Long Rufu turned his head, a look of confusion on his face. He stared at the Grand Elder, quietly awaiting his words. Time ticked by, yet the Grand Elder remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed at Long Rufu. Finally, after a prolonged silence, the Grand Elder broke the stillness and softly inquired, A Feng, do you know my true identity? Long Rufu was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the Grand Elder's question. Nevertheless, he respectfully replied, Grand Elder, are you not a revered elder of our Long God clan? I am well aware of your esteemed status. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. He sighed and said, It seems Tianxiang never disclosed the truth to you. In fact, I am Tianxiang's biological grandfather. This revelation struck Long Rufu like a thunderclap, leaving him wide-eyed and incredulous, scarcely able to believe what he had just heard. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally regained his composure and stammered, Grand Elder, is what you say true? How can this be? Long Rufu was taken aback by the Grand Elder's words, struggling to process the shocking revelation. No wonder he had sensed a hint of sorrow in the Grand Elder's eyes earlier. No wonder the Grand Elder had remained silent since learning of Tianxiang's demise. However, before Long Rufu could respond, the Grand Elder spoke again. Only the clan leader and the elders are aware of my relationship with Tianxiang. The rest of the clan remains oblivious, as Tianxiang feared the idle gossip of others and never divulged a word. The Grand Elder gazed at Long Rufu, who seemed poised to speak, and continued. There is no need for further explanation. You and Tianxiang have grown up together, and over the years, I have been puzzled as to why he held such affection for your company. But now, it is clear to me. My earlier support for you stemmed from Tianxiang's trust in you. If he trusted you, then I shall too. Some matters need not be articulated, I am well aware. Yet, regarding Tianxiang's parents, the Grand Elder sighed deeply, laden with unfathomable regret and helplessness, but he chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, Long Rufu spoke with unwavering resolve. Grand Elder, rest assured, 3 days from now, I will return Tianxiang's remains. Furthermore, just as I promised earlier, regardless of how Tianxiang's parents treat me, I will not resist in the slightest. At that moment, the Grand Elder's face was etched with sorrow as he quietly observed Long Rufu, a tumult of complicated feelings surging within him. Yet, he ultimately chose silence, refraining from further comments. As time passed, the Grand Elder's expression gradually regained its composure, as if the earlier grief had been buried deep within. He slowly turned and walked away from the assembly hall with heavy steps. Watching the Grand Elder's receding figure, Long Rufu's eyes reflected a mixture of determination and resolution. He understood the significant responsibility he bore and the necessity to fulfill it. Thus, he endeavored to suppress his inner sorrow, took a deep breath, and followed in the Grand Elder's footsteps, exiting the assembly hall. In the distant depths of the universe lies a mysterious and ancient planet known as Kaiwangxing. On this planet stands a grand and solemn palace, its interior adorned with simplicity yet exuding an air of authority, revealing a rugged and bold essence. In the center of the vast hall, there is but a solitary throne. At this moment, a man clad in golden robes sits upon it, his form somewhat slender, yet emanating an unparalleled aura of dominance. His long golden hair cascades to his waist like a waterfall, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. The individual in question is known as Tian Ba, the contemporary patriarch of the Ba clan. He has presided over the clan for over 300,000 years. His strength unfathomable, truly capable of reaching the heavens and the earth. Some have even asserted that across the vast expanse of the world, only the primordial deities can rival him. At this moment, Tian Ba's piercing gaze was fixed intently on the figure kneeling not far away, his expression darkening to an extreme. Anyone familiar with Tian Ba would recognize that this unparalleled powerhouse had clearly been consumed by genuine fury. Do you dare to repeat what you just said? Tian Ba's voice boomed like thunder, imbued with an overwhelming authority and a chilling aura. The trembling figure on the ground quaked in fear, nearly rendered speechless. Yet, in the face of Tian Ba's wrath, how could he afford to hesitate? He steeled himself and, trembling, began to recount his previous words. Patriarch, the agent sent to the Longshan clan to gather intelligence, Tian Jue, has perished, and his soul jade has been completely shattered. Tian Ba's fury intensified, his eyes widening as he bellowed. What on earth transpired? Have you discerned the identity of the perpetrator? Confronted with Tian Ba's furious inquiry, the figure trembled like a candle flickering in the wind, responding with palpable anxiety. Based on the last message transmitted by Tian Jue before his demise, it appears he encountered the elite of the younger generation from the Longshan clan and the prince of the Dragon clan. However, the so-called genius of the Longshan clan possesses merely mediocre strength, being but a lower-tier deity. As for the Dragon Prince, he is entirely a worthless coward. With the combined power of these two, it is utterly impossible for them to have slain Tian Jue. It must have been the scheming of those old geezers from the Longshan clan. Upon hearing the word must, Tian Ba's countenance darkened profoundly, cold light flashing in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand to gather formidable energy and struck down upon the kneeling figure. The force of the blow was staggering, nearly claiming the man's life. The figure struggled painfully to rise from the ground, only to hear Tian Ba's merciless command. I do not wish to hear any more ambiguous statements like must. Immediately conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. There must be no errors. Understood. The man gritted his teeth, responding despite the excruciating pain. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. After leaving the council chamber that day, Long Feng returned to the secluded chamber of Tian Xiang, where he had previously retreated and thereafter did not step outside. No one knew what he was doing inside, nor did anyone dare to disturb him. When he finally emerged, he headed straight for the place where Tian Xiang's remains were kept, resolutely carrying Tian Xiang away. The path he took was directed towards the location of Tian Xiang's residence. However, Long Feng chose not to soar through the skies, but instead walked steadily, advancing slowly. As he drew closer to Tian Xiang's home, the pain within him surged like a tidal wave. Just as he laid eyes upon Tian Xiang's front door, 2 figures emerged from within. Long Feng focused and instantly recognized them as Tian Xiang's parents. They stared wide-eyed, fixated on Long Feng as he approached, and the sorrow in their hearts deepened. When Long Feng reached Tian Xiang's parents, he observed that their eyes were red, clearly having recently wept. Long Feng gently laid Tian Xiang's remains on the ground, then knelt silently, directly before Tian Xiang's parents. Upon seeing this, Tian Xiang's parents hurriedly reached out to help him up. But when they met Long Feng's resolute and sorrowful gaze, their hands froze involuntarily. Long Feng solemnly bowed 3 times before Tian Xiang's parents. When he raised his head again, blood had begun to seep from his forehead. Tian Xiang's father, named Long Tianyang, had once been a member of the Dragon Guardian Corps, earning his surname through remarkable military achievements, but now, due to severe injuries, he had withdrawn from active duty. At this moment, Long Tianyang gazed at the still kneeling Long Feng, his heart heavy as he spoke. A Feng, Tian Xiang referred to you in such a manner, so we shall do the same. I have learned the details of this matter from my father, and I understand the purpose of your visit. After discussing with Tian Xiang's mother, we have decided to act in accordance with Tian Xiang's final wishes. Faced with the parents of Tian Xiang, Long Feng found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. He understood that Tian Xiang's parents would make such a choice, perhaps due to the intervention of the elder. Despite his reluctance, Long Rufeng knew that at this moment, no words could soothe their grief over the loss of their beloved son. With a face full of sorrow, his voice choked, he said, "Uncle, Aunt, Tianxiang perished while saving me, yet I currently lack the strength to avenge him. But please, you must believe in me. Here and now, I, Long Rufeng, solemnly swear that I shall never forget this great enmity in this life and the next. If I cannot take revenge upon the enemy to appease Tianxiang's spirit, I shall willingly suffer all consequences, and my soul shall dissipate without complaint." Chapter 10. Forging the life root artifact. Long Tianyang's expression changed dramatically, inwardly lamenting his fate. For having once served in the Dragon Guardian Corps, he was well aware of the terrifying power of the Ba clan. He urgently called out, "A Feng, you must not do this. The Ba clan is currently at the height of their power, an unstoppable force that our Dragon clan cannot hope to contend with." Long Rufeng understood Long Tianyang's earnest concern. He was merely worried about the futility of his efforts. Thus, he quickly reassured him, "Uncle, please do not worry. How could I be unaware of the gravity of the situation? Even though the disparity in strength between us and the enemy is immense, I would never act recklessly. However, rest assured, one day when my powers are fully realized, I will ascend to the pinnacle of the cosmos and ensure that the detestable Ba clan pays an excruciating price." Upon hearing this declaration, Long Tianyang was momentarily speechless, shocked by Long Rufeng's audacious words. The pain of losing a child gnawed at him. But he did not wish to plunge the entire Dragon clan into an irretrievable abyss due to personal desires. Just as he was about to speak again to dissuade Long Rufeng, the latter deftly shifted the topic. "Uncle, considering the current situation, there are still remnants of soul fragments remaining with Tianxiang's body. However, we must not allow him to manifest recklessly, otherwise he would face the peril of complete annihilation. Upon my return home, I will promptly begin forging the life root artifact. Once completed, Tianxiang can reappear in the world through the form of the artifact spirit." Just as Long Rufeng was filled with joy, believing that Long Tianyang would be delighted to hear this, he was met with Long Tianyang's unrelenting rebuttal. "A Feng, I certainly understand your eagerness at this moment, but above all else, your own safety must come first. Do you comprehend? Our Dragon clan possesses a unique growth system. One must reach 2,000 years of age to be considered truly mature. Generally, clan members choose to attempt forging their life root artifacts only after reaching maturity. After all, this is no trivial matter and requires sufficiently robust strength to support it. But you? You are merely a little over 1,100 years old. If you rush to forge your life root artifact now, it could inflict irreversible harm upon your body. Think about it. There have been similar cases in the past where impatient clan members, due to premature ventures into this field, suffered devastating injuries to their essence, ultimately failing to even break through to the divine level. Though your aunt and I miss Yang Air dearly, we are not in a hurry. What is another 1,000 years of waiting? Time is not a pressing issue for our Dragon clan. Therefore, you must not act recklessly, understand?" Long Rufeng smiled faintly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he looked at Long Tianyang, calmly explaining, "Uncle, please remain calm and allow me to elaborate. The reason our Dragon clan chooses to forge life root artifacts only after reaching maturity is not solely due to age restrictions, but rather, it is fundamentally linked to one's own strength and cultivation level. I believe you are aware that when members of the Dragon clan begin to forge their life root artifacts, they need to use a portion of their own body as material. Throughout the entire refining process, a substantial amount of essence would be consumed. Should an individual's power fail to reach the divine level, it would inevitably inflict severe damage upon their foundation. However, from my current position at the pinnacle of the intermediate divine realm, the crafting of my destined artifact would undoubtedly not result in any adverse consequences." Upon hearing these words, Long Tianyang was once again engulfed in astonishment, as if struck by a tremendous blow. Not only he, but even his father, the esteemed elder Long Fei, would likely be equally astonished by Long Rufen's astonishing declaration. Just as Long Tianyang intended to inquire further, Long Rufen did not afford him the opportunity. After bidding farewell to Long Tianyang, Long Rufen unhesitatingly lifted the lifeless body of Tianxiang and resolutely turned to depart, cradling the lifeless form of Tianxiang in his arms. Long Rufen trudged back to the silent, somber room. He gently laid Tianxiang's body upon the ground and silently turned away, preparing to seek out his father, Long Tianxin. However, upon returning home, he discovered the house was devoid of inhabitants. It turned out that Long Tianxin was not at home at that moment. This left the anxious Long Rufen feeling increasingly despondent. With no other choice, he began to search for others to inquire about his father's whereabouts. After much inquiry, he finally learned from several clan members that Long Tianxin was currently gathered with numerous elders in the council hall, discussing matters of importance. Within the council hall, the atmosphere was tense and solemn, as Long Tianxin and the elders were seated together, deliberating on critical plans regarding how the Longshan clan could gather intelligence and strengthen itself. Just as everyone was intensely focused, Long Rufin unexpectedly burst into the hall without prior announcement, striding directly toward his father. Before Long Tianxin could utter a word, Long Rufin stated directly, "Father, I have decided to immediately commence the crafting of my destined artifact, yet I am still short of many essential materials. Therefore, I beseech you to open our clan's treasury and allow me to select what I require. As for the reasons behind this, I truly lack the time to elaborate. But please believe me, I am not acting on a whim." After delivering these words, Long Rufin stood quietly, his gaze resolute and filled with determination. He understood that the crafting of this artifact was of paramount significance, not only for himself, but for the entire Long clan. And thus he would not flinch in the face of any challenge. Long Tianxin stared at his son, who had been so loquacious since entering the room, momentarily rendered speechless. His lips parted, as if he wished to say something, but ultimately he turned his gaze to the elder beside him. The elder scrutinized Long Rufin for a moment, then shifted his attention back to Long Tianxin. After a brief silence, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement and turned away, no longer engaging with the two. Faced with this, Long Tianxin felt a sense of helplessness and silently withdrew a golden, gleaming token from his bosom. Holding the token, he addressed Long Rufin. "Although I do not know why you are so eager to craft your destined artifact, since you possess such determination, I choose to trust you. This token is the clan leader's token of the Long clan, and its bearer may freely enter the treasury. You need only present this token, and those guarding the treasury will not hinder you. As for the treasures within, you may take whatever you desire." Upon hearing this, Long Rufin did not hesitate to accept the token, swiftly turning and dashing away without lingering for a moment. With the clan leader's token in hand, Long Rufin raced toward the treasury. Upon entering the treasury, he wasted no time in meticulously selecting the rare materials he needed. Meanwhile, the treasury's custodian followed closely, not out of distrust towards Long Rufin, but merely adhering to protocol, responsible for documenting the items Long Rufin selected. After a full 3 hours, Long Rufin finally exited the treasury accompanied by the custodian. At that moment, the custodian's expression was dark and foreboding, as if he might pounce at any moment. It was evident that Long Rufin had undoubtedly taken a considerable number of exceedingly precious treasures. Returning to the quiet chamber, Long Rufin's steps were heavy, as if he bore the weight of the entire world. He silently approached Tianxiang's corpse, slowly sitting beside it, his gaze fixed on the lifeless form, lips trembling slightly as he murmured, "Brother Tianxiang, hold on a little longer. It won't be long before we can see each other again." However, just as he spoke, a searing force erupted from within him like a volcanic eruption. This mysterious power surged forth like a roaring flame, distorting the air around it. Indeed, this was the legendary true fire of the Longshan clan. This true fire was inextricably linked to the life and death of its members. As their strength grew, so did its formidable power. The once cold and silent chamber was now rendered unbearably hot by Long Rufin's ignited true fire. The temperature soared rapidly, as if one were in a lava-filled inferno. Yet for Long Rufin, who possessed a robust physique and deep cultivation, such high temperatures posed no threat whatsoever. The blazing flames continued to pour forth from him, seemingly animated, and rushed toward Tianxiang's lifeless body. Under the relentless forging of the true fire, Tianxiang's body began to gradually shrink and transform. During this process, Long Rufin periodically added precious and rare materials, infusing them with his own vital essence. This arduous and protracted endeavor endured for a full 8 months. As time flowed by, after 8 months of fiery tempering, Tianxiang's body had morphed into the shape of a sword, faintly emanating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. This sword not only encapsulated Long Rufin's boundless sorrow and obsession, but also bore his fervent hope of reuniting with his dear friend. At that moment, Long Rufin, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide, swiftly forming an intricate and enigmatic hand seal. In an instant, a strange yet powerful wave surged toward the sword's body like a tumultuous tide. Remarkably, the once glowing and searing sword began to undergo a wondrous transformation, rapidly shifting into a dazzling and resplendent golden hue. Before long, Tianxiang's figure astonishingly emerged from within the sword's body. It turned out that the hand seal possessed a miraculous effect, perfectly merging the sword's essence with the fragments of Tianxiang's soul. Tianxiang's previously closed eyes fluttered, slowly opening. The once vacant and hollow gaze gradually regained vitality, shifting to rest upon Long Rufin. Simultaneously, Long Rufin gazed intently at Tianxiang's spirit, their eyes locking in an ethereal connection. In that breathtaking moment, the emptiness in Tianxiang's eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by overwhelming joy. Yet, despite the inner excitement, both remained silent. Subsequently, Long Rufin unhesitatingly performed the hand seal again, and Tianxiang's spirit instantaneously returned to the sword's body. Long Rufin dared not delay, promptly extinguishing his true fire. As the roaring flames and resplendent golden light gradually faded, an ancient sword of dark gold finally revealed itself before Long Rufin's eyes. Chapter 11. A New Breakthrough. What a truly exceptional sword. This sword measured 3 feet and 7 inches in length, its hilt intricately carved with a lifelike dragon, poised as if ready to soar into the sky at any moment. The blade shimmered with a mysterious glow, continuously radiating a powerful and unnerving aura. Merely approaching it, one could feel the surrounding space grow heavy, creating an almost tangible sensation of impending rupture. Long Rufin inhaled deeply, cautiously extending his hand to grasp the hilt. In an instant, an invisible force emanated from the sword, coursing through his palm and spreading throughout his entire being. He closed his eyes tightly, focusing intently on this newly forged artifact, a manifestation of his destiny. Gradually, an extraordinary connection was established between him and the sword. He could distinctly perceive the terrifying energy contained within the blade, a power far surpassing his imagination. Although the artifact was currently classified as of moderate grade, its potential was immeasurable. After all, in the creation of this sword, Long Ruyun had not only expended a significant amount of his own essence, but had also utilized rare materials amassed by the Dragon God clan over millennia. More importantly, the sword was forged from the very essence of the divine dragon, Tianxiang. Long Ruyun understood that as his strength grew, so too would the sword evolve, becoming increasingly formidable. With this thought, he suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement flashing within them. Grasping the long sword, he waved it casually, and where the sword's light passed, the space was effortlessly cleaved as if it were mere paper. Furthermore, even the surrounding time seemed to freeze, no longer flowing. Observing this, Long Ruyun's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He was utterly enamored with this sword he had personally crafted. Subsequently, Long Ruyun carefully channeled a powerful and pure essence of his soul into the sword. As this essence merged, the sword quivered slightly, as though it had awakened some mysterious power. Then, Long Ruyun felt his consciousness gradually detach from his physical form, entering a wondrous realm. The unique inner world of this artifact. In this enchanting space, everything appeared serene and peaceful, yet imbued with endless mysteries. At last, Long Ruyun arrived at the heart of this realm, and there he beheld the figure he had long yearned for, the dragon, Tianxiang. At that moment, Tianxiang sat cross-legged, eyes closed, resembling a slumbering celestial being. Long Ruyun gazed intently at Tianxiang's visage, a torrent of emotions flooding his heart, joy, excitement, guilt, all crashing upon him like a tidal wave, causing tears to brim in his eyes. Tears streamed forth like a breaking dam. Unable to contain the tumult of emotions within, he trembled and softly called out, "Brother Tianxiang." Tianxiang, with his eyes still shut, seemed to sense Long Ruyun's arrival. He slowly opened his eyes, meeting Long Ruyun's gaze. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, their eyes locking, 1,000 unspoken words passing between them. A gentle smile graced Tianxiang's lips, reminiscent of their carefree conversations in days gone by. A Feng. It has been a long time. Although only a little over half a year had elapsed since Tianxiang's passing, to him, this duration felt like an eternity of suffering. After all, he had perished, leaving behind only shattered fragments of his once vibrant soul. All that remained was the boundless darkness and solitude. Yet, in this moment, all past torments became trivial, for upon reuniting with Long Ruyun, the pain dissipated into nothingness. Long Ruyun approached Tianxiang with heavy steps, each stride laden with unutterable sorrow and regret. Finally, he stood before Tianxiang, knelt upon the ground, and slowly sat down. At that moment, the emotions within Long Ruyun surged forth like a torrent. He could no longer suppress his anguish. Tears cascaded down like pearls released from a broken string. With a choked voice, he trembled as he spoke. "Brother Tianxiang, I am truly sorry. If it were not for my reckless wandering, you would not have had to seek me out, nor would you have encountered those vile bullies. It was I who caused your demise. It is all my fault." Tianxiang gazed silently at the anguished Long Ruyun, his eyes reflecting a blend of affection and comfort. He reached out, gently stroking Long Ruyun's hair. Speaking with the warmth and softness he had always possessed, "A Feng, do not say such things. You are the prince of our Dragon God clan, bearing the future of our entire lineage. Protecting you and sacrificing my life for you was my inescapable duty. I merely fulfilled this mission ahead of time. Moreover, though I have perished, my essence has been forged into this sword, allowing me to accompany you always, fighting alongside you. For me, this is not a misfortune." Long Ruyun beheld the gentle Tianxiang before him, his throat constricted, rendering him almost speechless. The only sound echoing in the space was his heart-wrenching sobs. Time slipped by quietly, and it was unclear how long had passed before Long Ruyun's emotions gradually settled. He lifted his head, his gaze resolutely fixed on Tianxiang, and recounted the events of the past days in detail. Tianxiang listened silently, not uttering a word, yet his eyes grew misty, clearly recalling his parents and his grandfather, the esteemed elder. Noticing this, Long Ruyun refrained from interrupting, quietly remaining by his side. After a long while, Tianxiang's spirit finally regained its composure, and he refrained from mentioning any matters pertaining to himself. Suddenly, he turned to Long Ruyun and said, "Let's not discuss my affairs for now. Let us talk about you instead. Frankly, your cultivation method is rather absurd. It demands one to die to be reborn. If that is the case, wouldn't seeking death be a simple way to enhance your strength?" Hearing Tianxiang's relentless complaints, Long Ruyun could no longer contain himself, rolling his eyes dramatically, his tone rife with exasperation and indignation. "It is not as simple as you make it sound. Can you please use your brain? As my strength increases, my vitality naturally becomes stronger. If I truly wish to die, I would first need to shatter my dragon essence. But you know well that all members of our Dragon God clan derive their power from the dragon essence. The stronger one's personal power, the more energy is contained within. Thus, if the dragon essence were to shatter, the resulting force would be terrifying. I would need to harness that explosive power to restore the dragon essence and achieve a breakthrough. Furthermore, as my strength grows, the dragon essence itself will become increasingly resilient. And if I wish to shatter it then, I would require even more formidable power to do so. Consequently, the difficulty I face in seeking breakthroughs in the future will only increase." Tianxiang seemed to grasp something, nodding in agreement while thoughtfully murmuring, "Oh, I see." Seizing the moment, Long Ruyun continued to elaborate, "If one could easily attain strength, I would have long since been able to self-destruct repeatedly and then be reborn." Before he could finish, Tianxiang burst into laughter. Just as Tianxiang intended to change the subject, he suddenly noticed Long Ruyun's face flush inexplicably, his spiritual aura waning and dimming. Alarmed, Tianxiang was about to inquire about Long Ruyun's condition when, without warning, Long Ruyun's soul abruptly detached from the artifact's realm, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, in the external world, Long Ruyun's state mirrored that of his presence in the artifact's space. Yet, just then, Tianxiang's soul suddenly departed from the artifact's realm, instantly appearing beside Long Ruyun. With a look of concern, he asked, "A Feng, are you all right? Have you encountered any trouble?" Long Ruyun gritted his teeth, responding with great difficulty, "I was so anxious to see you that my soul completely detached from my body. Who could have foreseen that my physical form, unable to perceive the existence of my soul, would shatter the essence of the dragon within me? The only solution now is to successfully break through my current realm. It is utterly infuriating. This is truly forcing one into a corner." At this point, Long Ruyun ceased his words and concentrated fully on suppressing the tumultuous and rampant energy erupting from the shattered dragon essence within him. He knew all too well that if he could not achieve a breakthrough at this moment, only death awaited him. Merely a little over half a year had passed since Long Ruyun ascended to the pinnacle of a mid-tier deity. During this time, he had not particularly focused on cultivation. Under normal circumstances, it would be improbable for him to achieve a new breakthrough in such a short span. Yet, as often happens, the unexpected transpired. Long Ruyun surprisingly managed to break through once again within this brief period. The reason, in truth, lay in his momentary carelessness while refining his personal divine artifact. For 8 consecutive months, he had been continuously channeling his energy into the divine fire that served as fuel. Do not underestimate this process. It can indeed be regarded as a unique form of cultivation. Moreover, upon entering the divine realm earlier, Long Ruyun had fortuitously awakened a unique innate ability of his own. Following the lengthy duration of 8 months of refinement, this extraordinary ability had perfectly integrated with the energy and bloodline within Long Ruyun. All these fortuitous coincidences converged, culminating in a somewhat absurd yet slightly awkward situation for Long Ruyun. Chapter 12. Long Yin Tianxiang stared wide-eyed at Long Rufing, who was enduring immense suffering, his heart aching with empathy. At that moment, he was filled with urgency yet felt utterly powerless, forced to watch his friend suffer without being able to intervene. Just as he resolved to seek help from his grandfather, a miracle unfolded. The once turbulent and violent aura of Long Rufing unexpectedly began to stabilize and rise in an orderly manner. However, it was curious that this surge occurred at a notably slow pace, as if Long Rufing was intentionally restraining it. As time progressed, the aura emanating from Long Rufing grew increasingly potent, resembling an impending volcanic eruption, laden with immense pressure. Yet at that moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Cracks began to appear on Long Rufing's exterior. These fissures spread rapidly like a spider's web, alarming to behold. Seeing this, Tianxiang's heart sank. He had initially hoped that Long Rufing could seize this opportunity to break through to the pinnacle of the upper-tier deity. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow, indicating that the colossal energy accumulating within Long Rufing had become too overwhelming for his body to bear. Just as Tianxiang was filled with concern, an unforeseen event occurred. The aura surrounding Long Rufing abruptly halted its ascent upon reaching the mid-tier of the upper-tier deity, remaining motionless. This sudden change left Tianxiang dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. Just when he thought Long Rufing could master that power, an astonishing occurrence took place. An immensely vast and terrifying force surged forth from within Long Rufing. Even more astonishing was that this enigmatic force surged directly towards the divine artifact, which Long Rufing valued above life itself. Before Tianxiang could react, he was rendered speechless in an instant by this unforeseen turn of events. In that fleeting moment, his soul felt as though it had been gripped by an invisible giant hand, helplessly dragged into the special space of the artifact. Upon regaining his senses in the artifact's domain, Tianxiang immediately felt Long Rufing continuously channeling the overwhelming energy he could not withstand into the artifact. It was then that Tianxiang finally understood. Long Rufing intended to utilize this incomprehensible energy to break through the artifact's current level restrictions. Realizing Long Rufing's true intentions, Tianxiang wasted no time and promptly sat cross-legged, focusing intently on controlling the artifact, striving to absorb this unparalleled energy. Meanwhile, Long Rufing, amid the continuous outpouring of energy within him, gradually calmed the expression on his face that had been twisted in agony, replaced by a serene tranquility. Concurrently, the aura of the artifact began to rise steadily. Both individuals closed their eyes, as if entering a deep slumber, while time silently slipped away in this peculiar atmosphere. Outside the quiet chamber, Long Tianxin and Long Fei anxiously awaited. They had stood there for a whole 8 days, not moving an inch. 8 days prior, when a sharp brilliance emanated from within the chamber, they knew instinctively that Long Rufing's divine artifact had been successfully refined. Thus, they eagerly arrived at the chamber's entrance, waiting with anticipation for Long Rufing to emerge. However, after a prolonged wait, his figure remained absent. Just as they were about to call out, an earth-shattering power erupted from within the chamber. Long Fei and Long Tianxin were taken aback, yet instantly realized that this was undoubtedly Long Rufing's aura. Observing its grandeur, they surmised he had once again broken through his limitations. Overwhelmed with joy, they resolutely remained in place, steadfast for 8 days. During these 8 days, they remained fixated, utterly absorbed, as if detached from the world around them. The two outside sensed that Long Rufing's aura had long since stabilized, indicating he should have emerged by now. Yet, surprisingly, he still had not left the confines of his retreat. Were it not for their ability to detect his faint aura, the impatient duo would have likely lost control and forced their way into the chamber. Great Elder, do enlighten us. When will Rufing emerge? As the days passed, Long Tianxin grew increasingly worried, to which Long Fei could only respond with a hint of irritation. How should I know? However, judging by the current situation, Rufing's aura appears stable, and there are no anomalies. It should be fine. Although Long Fei attempted to reassure them, he felt just as anxious as Long Tianxin. After all, the events Long Rufing had encountered during his retreat were fraught with uncertainty, making predictions difficult. At this moment, aside from silently waiting, it seemed there was no other recourse. Thus, during this prolonged and torturous wait, Long Fei and Long Tianxin could only hope for the ancestors' blessings, praying for Long Rufing's safe and timely emergence from his retreat. As time flew by, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Long Tianxin and Long Fei had long departed from the entrance of the quiet chamber. After all, as the core leaders of the Dragon God clan, they needed to personally oversee various matters within the clan. Inside the quiet chamber, Long Rufing finally slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He distinctly felt an unprecedented surge of powerful energy coursing through him, and a smile of satisfaction crept onto his face. His gaze then fixed upon the divine artifact. At this moment, the artifact appeared unchanged from the outside, identical to when it had just been completed. However, the energy contained within the sword was worlds apart. Its sharpness seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space, tearing the surrounding area into countless fragments. Long Roofing reached out, firmly grasping the divine artifact, and casually swung it several times. With each swing, the blade emitted a deafening dragon's roar, echoing throughout the entire quiet chamber. This made Long Roofing increasingly satisfied and ecstatic about this life-bound artifact. With eager anticipation, he gazed at the sword's body and softly called out, "Tianxiang." In an instant, a dazzling radiance suddenly flashed, followed by the emergence of Tianxiang's soul from the sword's core. Now, Tianxiang's spiritual form had become remarkably solidified, devoid of any ethereal quality, as if it had always existed in such a tangible manner. Furthermore, the aura he emanated was several times more potent than before, leaving one in awe. The moment their eyes met, they understood each other implicitly, their faces radiating with joyous smiles. However, just as they were about to express their delight with hearty laughter, Tianxiang unexpectedly swung his fist at Long Roofing. Caught off guard, Long Roofing felt a sharp pain surge through him, unable to suppress a grimace. Before he could question the reason, Tianxiang spoke first. "This cultivation method of yours is not just a pitfall, it's a grave misfortune for your ancestors. With such a troublesome technique, I truly worry whether you can sustain until you reach fruition." Confronted with Tianxiang's reproach, Long Roofing found himself momentarily speechless, resorting to an awkward chuckle, which earned him a series of eye rolls from Tianxiang. After a brief pause, Tianxiang seemed to recall something of significance and hurriedly inquired, "Oh, by the way, tell me, how is your current condition? I have entered the mid-stage of a high-ranking deity, yet my physical strength remains at the peak of a mid-ranking deity. Moving forward, I must concentrate entirely on enhancing my physical prowess. Otherwise, if I encounter an opponent of the same mid-stage high-ranking deity level, I may struggle to prevail. After all, my current physical strength cannot adequately display the capabilities expected of a mid-ranking deity." Upon hearing Long Roofing's words, Tianxiang's face lit up with joy. "As long as you have a plan in mind, proceed step by step, grounded in reality. Even if this technique is troublesome, you still have the potential to achieve success." Before Long Roofing could respond, Tianxiang continued, "Your life-bound artifact has reached the level of a superior grade artifact, and even my soul has significantly benefited from it. So, have you thought of a name for this life-bound artifact?" Long Roofing looked at the loquacious Tianxiang and couldn't help but smile. When he heard Tianxiang's question, he promptly replied, "The sound of this sword resembles the roar of a dragon. I shall name it the Longyin Sword." Upon hearing the casually spoken name, Tianxiang rolled his eyes in exasperation and retorted, "Come on, at least it's something I painstakingly forged, and you give it such a casual name? Fine, I'll let it slide. But I'm curious, what is the name of the technique you are cultivating?" Long Roofing stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, "Since this technique was created by someone as exceptional as me, it deserves a powerful name. Canglong Jue. How about that? Isn't it imposing?" Before he could finish, Tianxiang's expression turned increasingly grim. Staring wide-eyed at Long Roofing, he silently mused, "This guy is truly the epitome of narcissism. Even naming something is done with such arrogance." At that moment, he felt utterly incapable of further critique, even harboring thoughts of giving Long Roofing a good punch. However, he ultimately restrained his impulse and blurted, "Your emotional fluctuations are far too intense. You seem like a completely different person compared to before. It's even more outrageous than when I was alive. Have you lost your mind?" Faced with Tianxiang's complaints, Long Roofing remained silent, merely grinning foolishly. At this moment, Long Roofing appeared carefree and jovial, yet in reality, this genuine relaxation only surfaced when he was with Tianxiang. If it were any other time or in the absence of Tianxiang, Long Roofing would never exhibit such casualness. After all, in front of good friends, there was no need for any pretense or disguise. Simply being his true self was sufficient. Chapter 13. The Millennium Plan. Tianxiang, I have a plan that I must implement, but it absolutely cannot be associated with our clan. Therefore, before I take action, I would like to introduce you to uncle and aunt." The once smiling Tianxiang, upon hearing Long Roofing's words, was suddenly reminded of his parents, causing his eyes to redden, tears welling up. After a moment of silence, he replied in a low voice, "All right, I understand." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Roofing unhesitatingly stored the Longyin sword within his body and turned to stride out of the quiet chamber. Upon stepping outside, As Long Roofing surveyed the surrounding scenery, a strong sense of unfamiliarity surged within him. Although he had only secluded himself for about a year, it felt as though he had experienced an eternity, leaving him with a sense of disconnection from time. He closed his eyes tightly, inhaling deeply to express his inner sentiments. Just then, Long Tianxin and Long Fei appeared before him like phantoms, both wearing enigmatic expressions as they stared intently at Long Roofing. Sensing the sudden shift in the atmosphere, Long Roofing opened his eyes abruptly. The smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth vanished instantly, replaced by solemnity. He respectfully bowed to his father and the Grand Elder, saying, "Father, Grand Elder, I have emerged from seclusion. I apologize for worrying you during this time." Long Tianxin gazed intently at his son, carefully perceiving the powerful aura emanating from him, his face alight with joy as he nodded in approval, saying, quite impressive. During this period of seclusion, not only have you successfully forged your lifebound artifact, but astonishingly, your realm has also advanced to the mid-stage of a high-ranking deity. Such a rapid pace of cultivation is truly an unprecedented miracle in the history of our Longshan clan. Simply marvelous. Long Roofing listened silently to his father's praise, feeling immense joy within, yet outwardly, he did not reveal much emotional fluctuation, not even responding with a word. However, Long Tianxin seemed unconcerned with his son's reticence and continued to inquire. "Originally, I wanted to ask what you experienced during your time in seclusion, but seeing your current demeanor, it's clear you are reluctant to discuss it. Very well, I will not press further. However, there is one question I must clarify." At this point, Long Tianxin deliberately paused. Upon hearing his father's words, Long Roofing wore a puzzled expression. Just as he pondered the meaning, he caught a glimpse of the Grand Elder Long Fei, who seemed ready to speak, and in that instant, Long Roofing understood precisely what question his father wanted to ask. He did not hesitate to respond. "The lifebound artifact has finally been successfully forged. Tianxiang has perfectly fused with the artifact and can now manifest his true form." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Roofing softly recited an incantation, summoning Tianxiang, who had transformed into a sword spirit. However, when the Grand Elder beheld his grandson standing before him, he was rendered speechless, his eyes gradually welling with tears, his lips trembling as if he wished to say something. Yet no sound escaped. At this moment, Tianxiang also gazed at his grandfather. Despite the world being unaware of their grandparent-grandchild relationship for so many years, in reality, the grandfather had always been kind and approachable, caring deeply for Tianxiang. Suddenly, Tianxiang knelt before Long Fei, performing a solemn bow, and sincerely stated, "Grandson Tianxiang offers his heartfelt apologies to grandfather for causing you such worry for so long. It is indeed my fault." Long Fei gazed at his obedient and sensible grandson before him, and in that moment, the last vestige of his defenses crumbled. Tears welled up uncontrollably, cascading down his cheeks. With a slightly hoarse voice, he softly replied, "Good child, rise quickly. You have committed no fault. If there is blame, it lies with me, your grandfather, for failing to protect my beloved grandson." As soon as Long Fei finished speaking, Tianxiang extended his arms and embraced his grandfather tightly. Although Tianxiang was merely a soul at that moment, the essence of his spirit was as palpable as if he were truly present. And Long Fei could certainly feel the warmth of his embrace. Long Rufeng and Long Tianxin stood silently aside, afraid to utter a sound, lest they disturb this heartwarming reunion between grandfather and grandson. As time slipped away, Long Fei gradually released Tianxiang, inhaling deeply to steady his racing heart, and then spoke softly, "Since you have successfully broken through with A Feng, it is time to pay a visit to your parents. Let us proceed." With that, Long Fei took Tianxiang's hand and turned to leave, leaving Long Rufeng and Long Tianxin no choice but to follow closely behind. All the while, Long Fei held Tianxiang's hand, continuously conversing with him, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Long Rufeng and Long Tianxin trailing behind. Before long, they arrived at Tianxiang's doorstep. At Long Fei's gesture, Tianxiang, albeit a bit anxious and apprehensive, stepped forward and knocked on the door. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Tianxiang's parents, Long Tianyang and his wife. Upon seeing their long-missed son, they could no longer restrain their surging emotions and enveloped Tianxiang in a tight embrace, tears streaming down their faces like a flood. Time passed quietly, and after a while, the three gradually calmed their tumultuous feelings. Just as Long Rufeng intended to exchange pleasantries with Long Tianyang and his wife, an unexpected scene unfolded. Long Tianyang suddenly dropped to his knees and lunged towards Long Rufeng. Fortunately, Long Rufeng's reflexes were swift. He deftly sidestepped Long Tianyang's kneeling gesture. Long Rufeng promptly stepped forward to help Long Tianyang up, gently persuading, "Uncle, this is all part of my duty. There is truly no need for such formalities." Long Tianyang, filled with gratitude, responded, "Your Highness, without your assistance, how could we have reunited with Xiang heir? Such great kindness deserves my deepest thanks." Before he could bow again, Long Rufeng and Long Tianxian intervened swiftly, guiding Long Tianyang towards Tianxiang and suggesting a family discussion inside, while Long Rufeng, Long Tianxian, and Long Fei remained quietly outside. 2 full hours passed before the heavy doors slowly creaked open, and Tianxiang emerged alongside his parents. The group engaged in another round of heartfelt conversation. Ultimately, it was Long Rufeng who broke the silence first. "Uncle, aunt, elder, I will be entering seclusion once again with brother Tianxiang for an extended period, and we may not be able to see you for quite some time." Upon hearing that Long Rufeng and Tianxiang were to enter seclusion for an extended duration, Long Tianyang and his wife felt a pang of reluctance, yet they remained silent. However, Tianxiang knelt before his parents without hesitation, sincerely stating, "Father, mother, please forgive your unfilial son. As the sword spirit of your highness, I must devote myself entirely to protecting him, even at the cost of my own soul. I beseech you to pardon my inability to remain by your side to fulfill my filial duties." At that moment, Tianxiang's mother remained silent, her face filled with sorrow, while Long Tianyang resolutely responded, "Very well, my son, you possess such courage and determination. With a son like you, what more could I desire? Even if we part today, I have no regrets in this life." After receiving such high praise from his father, Tianxiang found himself at a loss for words. He could only bow deeply 3 times to his nurturing parents before turning into a brilliant beam of light, swiftly returning to Long Rufeng's form. Following a pleasant and heartfelt exchange with Tianxiang's parents, Long Rufeng, Long Tianxian, and Long Fei made their way back to the entrance of the seclusion chamber. Before Long Fei could inquire, Long Rufeng candidly stated, "Father, while I have attained the power of a high-ranking deity, my physical body remains at the mid-level deity stage. In this seclusion, I must elevate my physical strength to match my abilities. Additionally, my soul power requires further enhancement. Thus, the duration of this seclusion may be quite lengthy. If I can gain insights during this time, perhaps I might achieve a new breakthrough." Listening attentively to Long Rufeng's detailed training plan, Long Tianxian understood that his son had already determined his path forward, so he refrained from further comments. He merely instructed the clan members to provide a selection of rare materials suitable for Long Rufeng's cultivation before turning to leave alongside Elder Long Fei. Long Rufeng gazed quietly at his father's receding figure, softly murmuring, "Father, let us meet again in 1,000 years. By then, you need not toil so hard." His gaze was resolute and filled with determination, as if he could already envision his future self, a powerful being capable of allowing his father to relinquish his burdens. Having spoken, Long Rufeng did not hesitate to enter the seclusion chamber, promptly settling into a meditative position. Soon, he skillfully summoned Tianxiang once more. "A Feng, what are your plans? You can tell me now, can't you?" Tianxiang, who had just materialized, eagerly inquired. In response to Tianxiang's rapid-fire questions, Long Rufeng did not elaborate further but replied directly, "Although I told them I would enter seclusion, it was merely to reassure them. In truth, seclusion offers little assistance at this stage. Therefore, I must leave this place and refine my body and enhance my strength through real combat. Only then can I break through swiftly." Upon hearing Long Rufeng's aggressive plans, Tianxiang was utterly shocked, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Are you truly capable of enduring such intense battles in your current state? There is no need to be so harsh on yourself. Moreover, if you leave, how could the clan leader and elder not notice?" Without a word, Long Rufeng summoned the Long Yin sword, swiftly forming an intricate hand seal. At that instant, the Long Yin sword broke free from his grasp, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. Tianxiang was taken aback, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. In a flash, the sword's light cut through Long Rufeng's body, cleaving him in two, even sparing neither his soul. Tianxiang, filled with terror and urgency, sought to save Long Rufeng, but then an astonishing scene unfolded. Long Rufeng's severed body began to visibly regenerate at an astonishing rate. In no time, 2 indistinguishable figures appeared before him, each possessing complete souls. Tianxiang stared in disbelief at this surreal event, as if trapped in a dream. Just as he contemplated whether to slap himself to confirm his reality, Long Rufeng finally broke the silence. "Brother Tianxiang, this is the body duplication technique I have painstakingly researched. By referencing various records of duplication methods and innovating upon them, I have created this technique. Though the process was excruciating, it allows me to generate countless duplicates with remarkable effectiveness. Tianxiang fixed his gaze on Long Ru Feng, his lips pressed tightly, his teeth clenching as he fought the urge to utter a curse, managing only to squeeze out, "You truly have no regard for your life." Long Ru Feng, however, offered no further explanation, calmly continuing, "Previously, when I ascended to the divine level, I accidentally awakened a unique ability, time and space power. With this power, I can now traverse various dimensions freely, honing myself through this process. I believe that before long, my strength will see rapid enhancement. As for this doppelganger, remaining here is quite sufficient." Upon hearing that Long Ruxing possesses such extraordinary talents, Tianxiang was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. Once he had digested this astonishing revelation, the subsequent plans articulated by Long Ruxing elicited a profound sense of despair within him, akin to wanting to weep without tears, questioning the heavens in silence. "Brother Tianxiang, time is of the essence. Let us depart swiftly. When we return, it shall be the moment we rewrite the fate of the Longshan clan," Long Ruxing declared with fervor, gesturing grandly as though he could already envision a splendid future. However, confronted with this scene, Tianxiang remained silent, without uttering a word. He transformed into a streak of light and entered Long Ruxing's body. Long Ruxing, having left behind a doppelganger, quietly concealed his form and aura, resolutely turned away, and hastened into the vastness of the cosmos, bidding farewell to the Tianlong star where he had resided for over a millennium. Chapter 14. Challenge. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Just as Long Ruxing had anticipated, he remained in seclusion throughout the entire millennium. However, the fortunate aspect was that Long Tianxin could always distinctly sense Long Ruxing's presence. Because of this, no one within the Longshan clan dared to disturb Long Ruxing during his closed-door training. Throughout this prolonged period, the clan leader Long Tianxin and the elder Long Fei successfully took the pivotal final step, both attaining the realm of saints, which propelled the overall strength of the Longshan clan to new heights. Although they still could not rival the hegemonic clans, they had made significant advancements compared to the past, finally escaping the long-standing embarrassment of being at the bottom among the 6 ancient clans. Alas, how has it been over a millennium? And yet the wind has not broken through? Moreover, his aura displays no signs of fluctuation. Could it be that he has made no progress whatsoever during this time? At this moment, Long Tianxin, enveloped in a saintly aura, engaged in casual banter with Long Fei once more. How would I know? Besides, didn't A Feng mention before his seclusion that he would prioritize enhancing his physical and spiritual strength? It is entirely normal for his realm to remain unchanged. Long Fei replied nonchalantly, a smirk on his lips. Waiting is indeed a most exasperating affair. Long Tianxin could not help but lament. "Come on, you're an old fellow. How can you utter such childish words? Aren't you afraid that others will overhear and tarnish your reputation?" Long Fei offered no mercy, directly mocking him. "Oh my, old man, can't you exercise a bit of decorum in your speech? If A Feng hears me in such a predicament, he would surely laugh his head off." Long Tianxin's face flushed with embarrassment as he attempted to counter. "Oh please, with your current demeanor, you have long since become the subject of everyone's amusement." Though Long Tianxin held the esteemed title of clan leader, he had been raised by Long Fei since childhood. Many years ago, Long Tianxin's biological father had tragically perished on the battlefield, and without Long Fei's steadfast support, it would have been unlikely for him to ascend to the position of clan leader. At this moment, faced with Long Fei's cold jibes, Long Tianxin, fully aware of his shortcomings, could find no words to retort and merely waved his hand in resignation, indicating his defeat, swiftly redirecting the conversation. On a different note, have we received any significant intelligence recently? Long Fei, observing Long Tianxin's concession, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips and refrained from further frivolities, responding directly, "Indeed, there is some information, but it is no different from before." "Oh, how many have fallen victim this time? Is it still as vague as before?" Long Tianxin inquired abruptly. Long Fei, well aware of the implications behind his words, replied, "This time, 6 individuals perished, yet again leaving no traces behind, not even a fragment of power, as though they had been brutally slain without a trace." Huh, truly poetic justice. For the past few centuries, the members of the hegemonic clan have been continuously murdered, yet the true culprit remains elusive. I shall be keen to see how they maintain their arrogance, Long Tianxin remarked with a hint of sarcasm. All right, let us refrain from discussing such matters. Although we have both entered the realm of saints, we have merely scratched the surface. given our talents. Reaching the pinnacle of the saintly realm may very well be our limit, Long Fei sighed, expressing his resignation. Long Tianxin, gazing at Long Fei's downcast expression, shook his head in sympathy and softly reassured him. Given the circumstances, there is no need to be overly disheartened. While our talents may indeed be limited, we have a Feng to look forward to. With him around, I need not worry excessively. What we must focus on now is not the pursuit of ascension, but rather the unwavering protection of the Longshan clan. As long as a Feng succeeds in his cultivation, he is destined to achieve greatness, perhaps even rivaling our ancestors. Saints, saint kings, saint emperors, saint venerables, and saint gods. These 5 realms within the sanctified domain stand in stark contrast to one another, nearly insurmountable. The ancestors of the Longshan clan, at best, only reached the pinnacle of the saint god realm. Yet even so, they ultimately could not escape the fate of being effortlessly eradicated by that primordial deity. By this reasoning, it is likely that beyond the saint god realm lies an even broader and more boundless expanse. Long Tianxin's words resonated like thunder, leaving even Long Fei, who stood beside him, astonished. However, this remained merely Long Tianxin's conjecture, without any concrete evidence to support it. Thus, the two refrained from further discussion on the matter, exchanged pleasantries, and departed their separate ways. On a mysterious and unknown planet, Long Ruxing, weary and exhausted, leaned against a massive stone. His breath was weak, and he appeared somewhat dispirited, his body marred with grievous wounds, evidently having just survived a harrowing battle. After a considerable time, having regained some strength, Long Ruxing struggled to sit up and initiated a dialogue with Tianxiang using his spiritual energy. Damn, this fellow is exceedingly difficult to contend with. Truly deserving of the title of the strongest being in this realm. Even with all my efforts and playing every card I have, I merely achieved a narrow victory. It seems I must become even stronger, Long Ruxing lamented. How can you express such sentiments? Do you still think yourself insufficiently powerful? Although this realm may not compare to our primary realm, it is among the closest of the many subordinate realms. The strength of that adversary, if placed in the primary realm, would undoubtedly qualify him as a saintly powerhouse. What more could you possibly critique? After all, you are still quite young. Tianxiang couldn't help but retort. Long Ruxing smiled faintly, choosing silence instead of further conversation. He closed his eyes, regulating his breath, and summoned his divine power to commence the arduous task of healing his wounds. As time passed slowly, approximately during the duration of a tea's brewing, the wounds on Long Ruxing's body began to visibly heal, and his previously pale complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from within him, heavy as a mountain and vast as the sea. The strength of this aura was not in the slightest inferior to that of Long Tianxin. Who could have imagined that? Merely a millennium later, the Long Ruxing who once stood at the mid-tier of the upper divine realm had now stepped into the long-coveted domain of saints. Tianxiang, how many realms have we traversed thus far? Long Ruxing suddenly broke the silence. I cannot recall. In the initial centuries, I would keep count, but as your strength surged, our journeys through various realms multiplied, and I became too preoccupied to keep track. Slowly forgetting, Tianxiang's voice conveyed a tinge of helplessness and concern. Long Ruxing silently absorbed Tianxiang's response, choosing not to engage further, his thoughts seemingly drifting towards something of great significance. His gaze grew increasingly profound, as if it sought to penetrate the endless void, exploring the mysteries of the cosmos. Thus, Long Ruo Feng sat motionless, seemingly isolated from the entire world. His eyes were hollow, as if he had descended into a deep reverie. Time passed, second by second, and before long, 3 full days and nights had elapsed. Suddenly, Long Ruo Feng appeared to have made a significant decision, abruptly opening his eyes, a flicker of determination shining within them. Without hesitation, he divided a strand of his soul and swiftly immersed it into the enigmatic realm associated with his innate artifact. Upon entering this space, Long Ruo Feng immediately beheld Tianxiang, who had been waiting there. Without any delay, he approached Tianxiang directly and stated plainly, "Brother Tianxiang, I fear I must tread this path alone for a while." Tianxiang was taken aback, unable to suppress his exclamation, "Are you joking with me? What plans do you have? Why say this all of a sudden?" He could not comprehend why Long Ruo Feng would make such a choice. In response to Tianxiang's inquiries, Long Ruo Feng remained remarkably composed and slowly replied, "I intend to attempt to transcend the boundaries of time. However, given my current strength, breaking free from the constraints of time will not be an easy feat, as I have not yet surpassed the limitations of time. This endeavor will undoubtedly encounter immense challenges. Nevertheless, I shall do my utmost to safeguard myself. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiang's mouth fell open, wanting to express something, yet found his throat parched. Unable to utter a single word. He understood in his heart that Long Ruofeng's decision to act alone stemmed from a concern for his own safety. A complex emotion surged within him, a mixture of worry for Long Ruofeng's well-being and admiration for his resolute conviction. Long Ruofeng fixed his determined gaze ahead and continued, "Before I depart, I will seal the Long Yin sword with my formidable magic and apply the time-binding technique, rendering this moment eternal. Thus, you shall no longer feel the passage of time, nor endure the ravages of the years." Faced with this reality, Tian Xiang had no choice but to silently nod in agreement. Yet deep within, he felt a profound reluctance and apprehension for Long Ruofeng. At last, he managed to squeeze out 4 words. "Brother, take care." His voice was low and powerful, as if laden with 1,000 unspoken sentiments. After completing the seal, Long Ruofeng did not linger. He raised his arm, and a mysterious force of time surged forth from within him like a torrent. In the blink of an eye, a deep, dark void materialized 3 meters ahead of him, undeniably the portal he would traverse through time and space. Long Ruofeng slowly turned his head, gazing at the direction of the sealed Long Yin sword, softly murmuring, "Brother Tian Xiang, please wait patiently. I promise I shall return before long. At that time, we will walk side by side on the path home." Without another word, he resolutely stepped into the pitch-black unknown, irrevocably embarking on a journey to challenge the legendary powerhouses of the universe's history. Chapter 15. Return in the grand and solemn assembly hall of the Longshan clan. Over 1,000 years had passed once more. Upon careful reflection, Long Tian Xian realized that Feng heir had been in seclusion for 2,300 years. How much longer must they wait? He murmured to Long Fei, who sat beside him. However, Long Fei, as usual, responded dismissively, "Are you ever going to stop? Why do you keep dwelling on this? Besides, how would I know the answer to such matters?" His demeanor remained calm, indicating that he was unconcerned. As long as he was safe and sound, why the need for such worry? Faced with Long Fei's unfeeling retorts, Long Tian Xian could only nod helplessly in acceptance. Just as he was about to say more, an overwhelmingly fearsome aura suddenly erupted from the direction of Long Ruofeng's meditation chamber. Sensing this sudden and terrifying energy, Long Tian Xian and Long Fei exchanged knowing glances and swiftly rose to their feet, arriving at the entrance of the meditation chamber in the blink of an eye. At that moment, it had been over 2,000 years since Long Tian Xian last saw his beloved son. He was overwhelmed with indescribable excitement, exclaiming, "Haha! Feng heir has finally emerged from seclusion." Yet before he could finish his sentence, a strong sense of unease washed over him. He keenly sensed a remarkably powerful presence within the chamber, one so intense that it surpassed even his own. How could this be? It had only been 2,000 years. How could Feng heir's strength have risen to such heights? Long Tian Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Long Fei, his voice filled with astonishment and confusion. Long Fei, equally astonished, remained silent. Although he could hardly accept this reality, there was no doubt that this powerful aura belonged to Long Ruofeng. Realizing this, the burden in Long Fei's heart finally lifted, allowing his previously tense nerves to relax slightly. Long Tian Xian turned to gaze at Long Fei once more, understanding his thoughts through their shared glance. Thus, the two stood silently outside the meditation chamber, patiently awaiting Long Ruofeng's emergence. As time ticked by, each second felt agonizingly prolonged. Their patience gradually wore thin, and just when they were about to lose hope, the door that had remained closed for 2,300 years creaked open unexpectedly. A tall, regal young man stepped out. Despite the passage of time, Long Tian Xian instantly recognized that this was his long-yearned-for son, Long Ruofeng. Just as Long Tian Xian prepared to greet him with joy, he was startled to realize that Long Ruofeng emitted no aura of power, appearing instead like an ordinary person. If he had closed his eyes, he might not even sense Long Ruofeng's presence. Long Tian Xian stood in shock, momentarily lost in thought. In that fleeting moment, Long Ruofeng had already approached him. As Long Tian Xian regained his senses and prepared to inquire, his gaze collided with Long Ruofeng's. In that instant, an inexplicable shiver coursed through him. In Long Ruofeng's eyes resided an endless coldness and indifference, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. This expression was not befitting a youth of merely 3,000 years. Those eyes evoked in Long Tian Xian a strange sensation, as if he were not facing his own flesh and blood, but rather an ancient entity that had endured the passage of countless millennia. It was precisely this gaze that caused Long Tianxin to swallow back the questions that had risen to his lips. Thus, the father and son, along with Long Fei, stood in silence, the atmosphere around them palpably eerie and suffocating. After a long while, as Long Ruofeng looked at his father and the elder, his expression shifted. The once stagnant indifference began to dissipate, replaced by a complex, profound emotional wave. Long Ruofeng slowly bent down, deeply bowing to them before softly saying, "Time flows like a river, and it has been many years since we last parted. How have you and the elder fared during these years?" Seeing Long Ruofeng exhibit the same courteous and humble demeanor as before, Long Tianxin and Long Fei exchanged smiles, their faces filled with relief. And both nodded in unison, assuring him that all was well and there was no need for concern. Then, filled with emotion, Long Tianxin addressed Long Ruofeng. "Feng heir, your seclusion has lasted a long time, a full 2,300 years. We have been anxiously awaiting this day when you would finally emerge." Long Ruofeng's lips curved slightly, yet he offered no further words. In truth, he had spent these years traversing the outside world, leaving only a fragment of himself to remain within the clan. This return has only been a brief span of 7 days, yet for him, these days may be regarded as a period of seclusion and cultivation. After all, during this time, he has successfully reunited his avatar, which had been separated for over 2,000 years, with his true self. Long Tianxin silently observed Long Ruofeng for quite some time, and ultimately, unable to suppress his inner curiosity, he inquired, "A Feng, what is your current condition? Why is it that we, with our cultivation levels, cannot detect even a trace of your aura?" It was apparent that when Long Ruofeng stood before him, Long Tianxin focused intently on sensing the aura emanating from him. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not perceive even the slightest hint of Long Ruofeng's presence. With no other choice, he decided to ask the question directly. At this moment, Long Ruofeng was gazing at his father and the Grand Elder, both of whom wore expressions of confusion. Instead of responding immediately, he suddenly unleashed his formidable aura without reservation. Although it lasted only a fleeting moment, the terrifying pressure it exerted left everyone present deeply shaken. "Is this aura truly yours?" Long Tianxin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, his voice trembling slightly with excitement as he struggled to question Long Ruofeng. Long Ruofeng, with a resolute expression, nodded affirmatively, "Yes. Father, I have indeed entered the sacred god realm. But you have merely been in seclusion for 2,300 years. How could you so easily leap from the peak of a middle-tier deity to the sacred god level? This is simply unfathomable." Long Tianxin murmured in astonishment. It is no wonder that he found it hard to believe. Such occurrences would baffle anyone. After all, the ascent from a higher-tier deity to a top-tier deity involves not just an accumulation of power, but also a profound comprehension of realms, which cannot simply be achieved through seclusion. Moreover, Long Tianxin had cultivated for over 150,000 years, while Long Fei had practiced even longer. They had only just surpassed the sacred level a little over 1,000 years ago. Long Ruofeng did not directly answer Long Tianxin's inquiry, as the truth behind it was even more astonishing. Indeed, Long Ruofeng had only been in seclusion for 2,300 years, yet his experiences far exceeded that time frame. Even if he were to share his journey with others, apart from Tianxiang, few would likely believe him. Therefore, he chose not to linger on this topic with Long Tianxin. "Very well, my son, I am truly proud of you," Long Tianxin exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Though I am currently only at the initial stage of the sacred god level, I am but a step away from the mid-stage. Although I have yet to reach the level of our ancestors, I am confident that I will surpass them," Long Ruofeng declared with great resolve. Listening to Long Ruofeng's ambitious words, both Long Tianxin and Long Fei felt a surge of joy. Long Ruofeng's emergence from seclusion had dramatically enhanced the strength of the Longshan clan, positioning them to potentially become the second most powerful among the 6 ancient clans. Indeed, even though Long Ruofeng had achieved the sacred god realm, he still fell short of the Ba clan. The leader of the Ba clan had already attained the peak of the sacred god realm, and there were 2 elders within the clan who had been at the sacred god level for many years. Despite the reluctance of ancient clans, including the Longshan clan, to admit it, the Ba clan undeniably deserved the title of the foremost race in the universe. "Father, upon my return, I have 2 matters to address, and I hope that you and the Grand Elder can lend your support," Long Ruofeng stated solemnly, looking directly at the excited Long Tianxin. "Oh, what are these matters? You still seek my assistance?" Long Tianxin's expression turned serious as he regarded Long Ruofeng. "The first matter is that I wish to challenge you and the Grand Elder. I seek to obtain the position of clan leader." Long Ruofeng's demeanor grew even more earnest. Long Tianxin and Long Fei were astonished, yet they were not surprised. They had anticipated this day would come, though perhaps sooner than expected. Very well, I shall convene a clan meeting shortly to announce this. If you can defeat both the Grand Elder and me, you shall become the leader of the Long Shin clan, Long Tianxin affirmed. Seeing his father's agreement, Long Rufin said no more and turned to leave, leaving Long Tianxin and Long Fei in silent contemplation. Half an hour later, at the recently convened clan meeting, Long Tianxin and Long Fei announced Long Rufin's emergence from seclusion and mentioned his challenge. The elders present were equally astonished, but did not oppose it. For it was the custom of the Long Shin clan that defeating the clan leader and the Grand Elder would grant one the title of the new clan leader. They were also eager to witness just how powerful Long Rufin had become and whether he could lead the Long Shun clan to glory. Chapter 16. The successor clan leader in Tianlongsing, a magnificent grand arena stood tall. Originally intended for the Long Shin clansmen to hone their powers after breaking through realms, it was seldom visited. However, today, it was filled to capacity with excited members of the Long Shin clan. They gathered not to refine their abilities, but to witness a historic moment, the birth of the new clan leader of the Long Shin clan. For Long Tianxin and Long Fei, this battle was entirely unnecessary. Deep down, they understood that even if they combined their strengths, they could never hope to defeat the current Long Rufin. The chasm between a sage and a sacred god was as vast as a chasm, far exceeding the gap between mortals and top-tier deities. So, why did they consent to Long Rufin's challenge? The answer was layered with significance. Firstly, they hoped to demonstrate to all clansmen that the Long Shin clan now boasted a more exceptional and powerful leader. Additionally, they aimed to convey a message to other ancient races. The Long Shin clan of today is no longer the one of the past, no longer to be bullied. This display not only showcased the confidence and strength of the Long Shin clan, but also embodied a hope and vision for the future. In this tumultuous era, only the strong could stand firm, and the Long Shin clan was rising anew in the world. Can His Highness truly defeat the clan leader and the Grand Elder? A member of the clan voiced anxiously. Who can say? However, it has been said that His Highness has made tremendous strides during his long seclusion, another responded. But both the clan leader and the Grand Elder have reached the Sage Realm. What are the chances of His Highness succeeding? Yet another questioned. In my opinion, His Highness may be overly ambitious. According to our Long Shin clan rules, one only needs to defeat the former clan leader to inherit the title. Yet our prince dares to challenge both the clan leader and the Grand Elder simultaneously. What audacity! In an instant, the arena was filled with voices questioning Long Rufin's capability. Most clansmen held little expectation for him, with some even mocking his overestimation of himself. Just as the debate grew heated, three figures suddenly appeared within the arena. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the Long Shin clan's prince, Long Rufin, along with clan leader Long Tianxin and Grand Elder Long Fei. In an instant, the previously raucous arena fell into stunned silence. No one knew when they had arrived or how they had come. Faced with this sudden turn of events, everyone was taken aback. As the clan leader, Long Tianxin was the first to speak. I trust you all are aware of the purpose of today's battle. As you have likely heard from the elders, the invitation extended to you all is to witness this significant moment together. I shall not elaborate further. We must prepare for action. With that, he stepped forward to stand alongside Long Fei, facing Long Rufin. Long Tianxin regarded Long Rufin with concern and asked, "Are you fully prepared?" Long Rufin nodded slightly, indicating he was ready. Then, all three simultaneously summoned their formidable powers, their auras surging like tidal waves. In an instant, the arena seemed to be engulfed in a tempest, as three powerful and terrifying auras erupted all at once. Under the overwhelming pressure exerted by the presence of the other members of the Long Shin clan, they found themselves utterly motionless. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. While the crowd anticipated that Long Rufu would be the first to strike, it was instead Long Tianxin and Long Fei who sprang into action, rising like birds in flight. Their palms converged with formidable power, propelling them swiftly towards Long Rufu. At that moment, Long Rufu stood completely unguarded, not even adopting the most basic defensive posture, remaining upright in place. As the spectators marveled in astonishment, believing Long Rufu to be paralyzed with fear, the combined force of Long Tianxin and Long Fei's hands came crashing down upon him. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Long Rufu showed no signs of distress from the devastating blow, as if the earth-shattering impact was merely a gentle breeze brushing against him. Just as he began to raise his arms, preparing to counterattack these two assailants, Long Tianxin and Long Fei abruptly retreated. After exchanging a glance filled with unspoken shock, an indescribable sense of astonishment washed over them. Although they were already aware of Long Rufu's immense strength, witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly shocking. Nevertheless, these seasoned warriors were not consumed by fear. Instead, they reacted swiftly, unhesitatingly transforming into their most formidable combat forms, embodying dragon heads and claws. At the same time, they unleashed their full potential, activating their unique domains and tightly intertwining them, attempting to ensnare Long Rufu within. However, to their utter disbelief, Long Rufu faced such might with unwavering composure. He leisurely extended a hand, seemingly dismissively grasping at the air, and in an instant, the once unbreakable joint domain shattered like glass. Long Tianxin and Long Fei exchanged glances, a bittersweet smile creeping onto their faces. They privately mused that the concept of a domain was utterly ineffective against Long Rufu. Rather than exerting themselves to employ a domain, it would be far more effective to engage him in a life-and-death struggle. It is vital to understand that a domain is a profound manifestation derived from a high comprehension of the laws. Long Rufu's cultivation realm far surpassed that of Long Tianxin and Long Fei, and his understanding of the laws was astoundingly profound. This was precisely why their domains crumbled before him with such ease. While they continued to ponder how to contend with Long Rufu, he suddenly blinked and appeared before them. He swiftly raised his fists, targeting their midsections. The strike came with the speed of lightning, catching both unawares, and they were sent flying before they could even react. Before their feet could touch the ground, Long Rufu leaped into the air, following them like a shadow, and launched a new wave of assault with overwhelming force. His fist struck them fiercely, driving them deep into the ground. Yet, Long Rufu did not pursue further. He simply stood quietly in place. Moments later, Long Tianxin and Long Fei sprang from the pit, landing steadily on the ground, and approached Long Rufu, expressing their willingness to concede defeat. At that moment, silence enveloped the arena, and the onlookers stared in disbelief at Long Rufu, astonished by his terrifying strength. Even the clan leader and the elder were mercilessly overpowered. After a considerable time, the silence of the arena was finally shattered by thunderous applause. Through this fierce battle, the spectators grasped an important truth. The Longshan clan had acquired an even more exceptional and powerful leader. This new leader would undoubtedly lead the Longshan clan to glory. Chapter 17. The Secrets of the Universe. The resounding cheers echoed like thunder, reverberating through the heavens as if to break through the sky, lingering for an extended period. Long Tianxin raised his hand slightly to signal for silence. His steady and authoritative voice resonated throughout the arena. Esteemed guests, please be quiet. As his words fell, the previously boisterous arena gradually regained its tranquility, yet every face was alight with excitement and exhilaration. Long Tianxin took a deep breath and continued, "Today, in the name of the Longshan clan's leader, I solemnly declare that our prince, Long Rufu, shall succeed as the new leader of the Longshan clan. As for myself, I shall step back and take on the role of an elder in the council. I hope this new leader can guide our clan towards an even brighter future. And may our ancestors bless the Longshan clan with prosperity and progress." As his words concluded, the entire assembly erupted in thunderous applause. Following this, all members of the Longshan clan shouted in unison, "May our ancestors protect the Longshan clan. May our ancestors protect the Longshan clan. May our ancestors protect the Longshan clan." This fervent chant surged rhythmically, filling the space and igniting the blood of all present. However, the newly appointed leader, Long Rufu, chose not to elaborate further. With resolute steps, he exited the arena. Behind him, Long Tianxin and Long Fei exchanged a resigned smile before following Long Rufu out. Soon, the three of them arrived at the conference hall. At this moment, Long Rufu sat firmly in the main seat, his gaze resolute and confident, exuding an unparalleled authority. Long Tianxin and Long Fei took their seats on either side, their expressions a mix of pride and reluctance. Once seated, Long Rufu, with an impassive demeanor, regarded his elders. His father Long Tianxin and the elder Long Fei, his gaze determined and profound. "Father, elder," Long Rufu's voice was deep and powerful, as if each word carried the weight of responsibility and resolve. "Though I have assumed the title of leader of the Longshan clan, I shall rely on both of you to manage the myriad complex affairs within the clan. Before long, I shall take my leave." Long Tianxin and Long Fei were taken aback by this declaration, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief, exclaiming in unison, "What? Isn't that the typical behavior of a shirking leader?" They exchanged wide-eyed glances filled with incredulity. For a moment, the air felt thick, and the room was enveloped in silence. The two quickly exchanged a glance, each perceiving the awkwardness and helplessness in the other's eyes. Long Fei cleared his throat, attempting to break the suffocating silence, but his dry cough sounded particularly jarring. Ultimately, it was Long Tianxin who regained his composure first. Furrowing his brow, he asked with confusion, Rufu, you have just taken on the role of leader. How can you so easily cast aside everything and leave? This is quite inappropriate. Where do you intend to go? Faced with his father's inquiry, Long Rufu did not respond immediately, narrowing his eyes slightly, as if lost in thought. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, fixing a piercing gaze upon Long Tianxin, and posed two questions that caught him off guard. Father, have you ever considered how much time has passed since the birth of the universe? Do you know why the universe has taken on its current form? Long Tianxin found himself momentarily bewildered by his son's sudden barrage of questions, hesitating before slowly shaking his head, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Clearly, he was at a loss for answers to such profound and esoteric inquiries. Following this, Long Tianxin looked at Long Rufu with puzzlement, asking, Rufu, why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Do you have some understanding of this matter? Long Fei interjected, Rufu, if you know something, please share it. I am eager to learn as well. Indeed, please do enlighten us. I am very curious to know, chimed in Long Tianxin. Just at that moment, a voice filled with urgency echoed within Long Rufu's soul, belonging to Tianxiang. Long before Long Rufeng returned to Tianlongxing, he had already brought back the Longyin sword, which had been sealed for over a millennium. After a moment of silence, Long Rufeng finally spoke. In fact, since the birth of the universe until now, time has long surpassed 10 Yenji. Do you know what Yenji means? A single Yenji, when converted into the time units we are familiar with, amounts to a staggering 60 trillion years. Upon hearing Long Rufeng's words, Long Tianxin, Long Fei, and Tianxiang, who was currently in the artifact space, were all left in awe. However, before they could voice their inquiries, Long Rufeng continued, at the dawn of the universe, it was merely the size of a small star domain. Yet from that moment, the universe has been in a state of continuous expansion, a trend that persisted for 9 Yenji. During this long period, the cosmos remained in a chaotic and unformed state, resembling an endless void devoid of life. Neither dazzling stars nor flourishing life forms had yet to manifest. However, as history moved into the current Yenji, the expansion of the universe came to an abrupt halt. With the passage of time, celestial bodies gradually emerged from the vast darkness. At this moment, Long Tianxin and Long Fei were entirely engrossed in Long Rufeng's account of the universe's past, their breaths quickening, their chests heaving, and their eyes fixed intently on Long Rufeng. Their lips sealed, silent. It seemed they were deeply moved by the scene being depicted before them, or perhaps they were striving to comprehend the profound meanings contained within. Then, Long Rufeng continued, approximately 740 million years ago, the universe welcomed its first dominant clan, the Bazu. Hearing this, Long Tianxin could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed, the Bazu has existed for such a long time? What about the Shirshin? Long Fei chimed in, yes. The history of the Bazu spans over 700 million years, but what role does the Shirshin play? In response to their questions, Long Rufeng smiled slightly and explained, indeed, the Bazu boasts a long history. As for the Shirshin, he can be regarded as the first being in the universe. Upon his arrival in this world, he had already attained the remarkable realm of Shengshun. After a million years, he successfully transcended the Shengshun realm and bestowed upon himself the grand title of Hongmeng. Chapter 18. The Great Catastrophe. At this moment, Long Tianxin and Long Fei were on the edge of their seats, hardly daring to breathe, fearful of inadvertently speaking out of turn or missing any crucial information. Meanwhile, Tianxiang, still within the artifact space, remained silent, patiently awaiting Long Rufeng's next words. Finally, Long Rufeng broke the silence, saying slowly, subsequently, Hongmeng revealed his unparalleled divine power, beginning to delineate the entire universe and creating numerous subsidiary universes. Moreover, he personally established the laws of power governing these subsidiary universes, ensuring that each possessed a unique and complete system of rules. For the main universe, he meticulously planned its division into various realms: the human realm, divine realm, demon realm, nether realm, monster realm, and the most mysterious and exalted, the Shengshun realm. At this point, Long Rufeng paused for a moment before continuing. The place we inhabit now is named the Gujia by Hongmeng himself. As for why he chose such a name, only he knows the reason. Perhaps it is because he foresaw the emergence of other powerful races in the universe, and thus he intentionally separated this realm to serve as a sanctuary for our ancient races. The current hierarchy of power within the main universe was also established by him. It is no wonder that the Bazu refer to him as the Shirshin. Although he did not personally create the universe, his words and actions truly merit the title. Long Tianxin and Long Fei could not help but sigh in admiration. Thus, the Bazu flourished through the ages until approximately 200 million years ago when the Longshan clan, Feng clan, and Huang clan almost simultaneously came into existence. However, whether it was the ancestors of the Longshan clan or the forebears of the Feng and Huang clans, they all arrived in this world with mere Shenhuang level power, which paled in comparison to Hongming. At that time, the Bazu was already immensely powerful but had never sought to expand its territory. For this reason, the three clans coexisted peacefully for a considerable duration. Approximately 70 million years later, the Shang clan and the Majin clan followed suit. Thus, the six renowned ancient races of the ancient era came into being. At this moment, Long Ruffling and Long Fei had long since regained their composure, their faces devoid of astonishment, while only Tianxiang softly uttered, "I see." Long Ruffling smiled gently and continued. Later on, Hongming created two immensely powerful beings, both possessing powers akin to the Shengxin. One was named Pangu, and the other was called Yihua. Although they were divine beings, their combat abilities were not particularly remarkable. Hongming bestowed upon them the gift of creativity, hoping they would deeply shape the universe. Over the course of several tens of millions of years following their birth, they created countless races, including the Shinzu, Rinzu, Guizu, Mozu, and Yaogu. Furthermore, they specifically designed a series of unique techniques for these various races. After completing these tasks, the two ascended to the Shengxin realm, no longer directly intervening in the affairs of the universe. Of course, this non-interference was merely superficial. Whether they engaged in other actions behind the scenes remains unknown. Upon hearing this, Long Tianxin could not help but inquire, what about Hongming? Why did he ruthlessly slay the ancestors of our Long clan? And why did he vanish afterward, never to appear again? Long Ruffin gazed deeply at his father, remaining silent for a long while before slowly answering. The reason Hongming took such drastic action against our ancestors was, in truth, to protect the Bazu. It is important to note that while the ancestors of the six ancient clans were merely at the peak of Shengxin, their innate talents were equally formidable, with the potential to transcend the constraints of the Shengxin realm, which prompted his ruthless decision. However, after eliminating the ancestors of the five ancient clans, Hongming was shocked to discover a terrifying truth. As he spoke, Long Rufing's expression grew exceptionally grave, as if shrouded in a heavy cloud of foreboding. Long Tianxin and Long Fei, witnessing this, felt an involuntary solemnity wash over them, and they lowered their voices to ask, what did he discover? Long Ruffing took a deep breath and replied. Hongming was astonished to find that the universe itself possessed self-awareness. This vast and boundless universe is, in essence, an enormous living entity. Even more astonishing is that the countless celestial bodies within the universe could very well give rise to their own consciousness, what people refer to as the fetal planes. Upon hearing this, a wave of fear surged within Long Tianxin, and a terrifying thought emerged. He stared at Long Ruffeng, attempting to speak, but found his throat constricted as if blocked by some force, rendering him incapable of uttering a single sound. Observing his father's reaction, Long Ruffeng felt a tremor in his heart, instantly comprehending that his father had already guessed the truth but dared not voice it. He took a deep breath and, without hesitation, spoke. You are correct, it is indeed true. Whether it be Hongming, our ancestor Long Tong, or the ancestors of the other ancient clans, they are all, in fact, the fetal planes of their respective celestial bodies. After hearing this, Long Tianxin's expression was devoid of even a trace of shock. The secrets he heard today were so astonishing that if they were to be disseminated, few would believe them. These revelations seemed to transport him into an entirely unfamiliar and enigmatic realm, profoundly altering his understanding of the universe and life itself. However, Long Ruofeng soon continued, stating that upon realizing this matter, he embarked on an extensive journey of exploration throughout the vast cosmos. Astonishingly, after prolonged observation and study, he discovered that every lengthy interval of 129,600 years, the universe would experience a catastrophic calamity. The extent of these tribulations varied, at times encompassing vast territories and at other times being relatively confined. Yet, one certainty remained. Whenever disaster struck, all beings within the affected regions were nearly unable to escape. Even the most formidable of beings who had attained the saintly realm could not evade their fate. Initially, these calamities were confined to subordinate planes and did not extend to the main plane. Nevertheless, Hongming remained deeply troubled and anxious. Consequently, he resolutely abandoned any thoughts of intervening in the conflicts among ancient clans and instead embarked on a treacherous path of resisting the will of the universe. As for Hong Ming's current whereabouts and circumstances, I truly cannot ascertain. Upon finishing his words, Long Ruo Feng fell into silence, no longer uttering a single word, merely observing Long Ruo Feng and Long Fei, allowing them to slowly comprehend and accept the unprecedented shock he had imparted. Chapter 19. The bloodline on the blue planet Time seemed to freeze as Long Tianxin and Long Fei, immersed in astonishment, finally regained their senses. Gazing at Long Ruo Feng with hearts filled with doubt, yet unable to dismiss the truth of what they had witnessed and heard. Long Tianxin was the first to shatter the silence, exclaiming, "Fenger, how do you know of these matters? Is it merely hearsay?" However, Long Ruo Feng did not immediately respond to his father's query, and instead posed a question that left Long Tianxin astounded. "Father, I have heard that our family once had an uncle. Is this true?" Long Tianxin was momentarily taken aback. He had never mentioned to Long Ruo Feng that he had a brother, leaving him perplexed as to how Long Ruo Feng had acquired this information. Despite the confusion swirling within him, he replied candidly, "Indeed, it is true. I have a brother named Long Jianxin, but he departed long before your birth. Nearly 10,000 years ago." Long Ruo Feng then pressed further. "So, father, do you know if this uncle has already passed away? Was it approximately 4,600 years ago? How do you know this?" Long Tianxin, astonished, responded, "Indeed, around 4,600 years ago." His soul jade tablet shattered, confirming that he had perished. Then, Long Ruo Feng's next statement struck Long Tianxin like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly astonished. "I have seen my uncle, just 4,600 years ago." Long Tianxin's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Long Ruo Feng, as if he had heard the most absurd of lies. Stunned for a moment, his mind blank, it took a long while for him to regain his composure. Long Tianxin inhaled deeply and, with a slightly trembling voice, inquired, "How is that possible? Where did you encounter him? Is it possible he did not die?" Before he could finish his thought, Long Ruo Feng interrupted without hesitation, "No, my uncle has indeed passed away. I encountered him 4,600 years ago. You are merely over 3,000 years old. How could you have met him 4,600 years ago? Do not jest." Long Tianxin's expression darkened, perceiving Long Ruo Feng as being utterly nonsensical. However, undeterred by his father's skepticism, Long Ruo Feng maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "Father, I am not jesting. To be frank, when I ascended to the divine level, I awakened the power of time and space, which enabled me to meet my uncle 4,600 years ago." Long Ruo Feng's tone revealed a deep sense of helplessness, indicating that he was troubled by possessing such a unique ability. Long Tianxin was momentarily rendered speechless, never anticipating that events would unfold in this manner. For a time, he was at a loss for how to respond to Long Ruo Feng. After a brief silence, Long Tianxin suddenly became animated, his eyes sparkling with joy as he exclaimed, "You have awakened the power of time? This is splendid news. May our ancestors bless us." He understood the rarity and strength of the power of time, signifying that the Longshan clan could potentially welcome new opportunities for growth. Just as Long Tianxin reveled in his joy, Long Ruo Feng spoke again, "Father, it is not merely the power of time, but the power of time and space." Hearing this, Long Tianxin's excitement grew even more intense. He abruptly rose and quickly approached Long Ruo Feng, energetically patting him on the shoulder, as if that was the only way to express his overwhelming elation. After a significant pause, he finally regained his composure. Recalling Long Ruo Feng's mention of having seen his own brother, and his expression abruptly shifted to one of seriousness. "Where exactly did you encounter your uncle? What led to his demise?" Long Ruo Feng took a moment to steady himself and, after gathering his thoughts scattered by his father's exuberant gestures, responded slowly, "On a blue planet." Long Tianxin refrained from interrupting, patiently waiting for Long Ruo Feng to continue. At that time, a region on that planet had erupted into a cataclysmic battle, known to the world as the Battle of the Deer Haunt. Although at that time his uncle had already reached the divine level, the forces involved in the conflict were formidable, with divine-level experts among them whose strength far surpassed that of his uncle. Tragically, it was during this exceedingly brutal war that his uncle met his untimely end, his physical form shattered by the enemy, with even his soul completely dispersed. Upon hearing this news, Long Tianxin felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His entire being froze, disbelief etched on his face. He then fell into a prolonged silence, his eyes gradually moistening as tears uncontrollably welled up. Long Ruo Feng took a deep breath, calming his own emotions, and continued, "My uncle's body was shattered into countless pieces during the battle, and his blood poured down like a torrential rain upon the earth. This blood mingled with the bodies of the local populace. granting them a fragment of our Long-Shun clan's bloodline. From that moment on, the people of that land named their dwelling place Huaxia and regarded themselves as the descendants of dragons, in memory of that great hero, my uncle. Though the bloodline they inherited from the Longshan clan is exceedingly thin, there is no doubt that they remain our descendants. However, there remains another tale regarding my uncle's soul. Long Ruo Feng paused briefly before recounting. My uncle's soul did not entirely vanish. Instead, it transformed into a colossal dragon vein, watching over the vast land known as Huaxia for generations. Unfortunately, a momentous event occurred later, leading to the ultimate obliteration of my uncle's soul. At this point, Long Ruo Feng's voice grew somber. What kind of monumental event could lead to the complete disappearance of his soul? Long Tianxin could not help but exclaim, desperate to know the reason behind it. Yet, Long Ruo Feng did not respond, but instead directed his gaze at Long Tianxin and softly stated, regarding the details of this significant matter, I am currently unable to disclose them to you. When the time is right, I will certainly share them with you. Faced with Long Ruo Feng's reticence, Long Tianxin could not help but feel a twinge of displeasure within, yet he ultimately chose not to press the matter further, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement of the situation and refraining from further inquiries. Just as Long Tianxin was silently grieving, Long Fei suddenly interjected. If you have the ability to traverse vast epochs to meet him, it is evident that you were already extraordinarily powerful at that time. Why did you not intervene to save him? Long Tianxin resonated with Long Fei's question, turning his gaze towards Long Ruo Feng, awaiting his response. Dragon Roofing responded slowly, indeed. At that time, I had already reached the realm of a sage. However, that azure planet had long since given birth to a dimension's essence, fortified by an unparalleled barrier of laws. Under such circumstances, I find it exceedingly difficult to intervene. Chapter 20. The cause of the fall cannot intervene? Are the inhabitants of that planet truly so formidable? Dragon Tianxin was filled with perplexity and curiosity, unable to restrain himself from inquiring further. Dragon Roofing gently shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his tone. In truth, it is not that there is absolutely no means to intervene. It is merely that, to that planet, I remain an outsider. If I were to stubbornly interfere with its historical progression, it might inflict irreparable harm upon the realm. Upon hearing this, Dragon Tianxin grew even more perplexed and pressed on. But your uncle is also an outsider. Why is he able to engage in the affairs of that planet? With a sigh, Dragon Roofing explained, you should be aware that my uncle has been away from Tianlongxing for nearly 10,000 years. Since his arrival on that planet, he has lived there for several millennia. Such a lengthy period has allowed him to fully integrate into that world, becoming part of it and gaining recognition from the dimension's essence. Yet, I find myself unable to achieve this. In the past, I attempted to intervene forcefully to assist, but my uncle vehemently opposed it, even going so far as to threaten his own life. As he spoke, Dragon Roofing's expression grew increasingly resigned. He was acutely aware that he possessed sufficient strength to save his kin, yet the harsh reality of the situation rendered him powerless. This feeling of having strength without a place to exert it, of being capable yet unable to act, was undoubtedly one of the most agonizing experiences in existence. Dragon Tianxin, well acquainted with his brother's character, understood that Dragon Roofing spoke the truth. He could only sigh in resignation, accepting this reality and refraining from further inquiries. Just then, however, Dragon Roofing unexpectedly spoke up. Years ago, before my uncle fell, he left behind 2 dragon eggs. Simultaneously, those who recognized him as their master changed their surnames to Long and took on the duty of guarding the dragon eggs, patiently awaiting the arrival of the young master. Over 2,000 years ago, those 2 children were born and are currently leading relatively stable lives on that distant planet. Upon hearing this, Dragon Tianxin was filled with joy. Although his beloved brother had long since passed, the knowledge that there were descendants still in existence provided immense solace. He urged eagerly, in that case, we must act swiftly to bring them home so they may recognize their ancestry. However, Dragon Roofing remained calm and reassured him, Father, please do not be hasty. I have already met them. Rest assured that when the time is right, I will safely bring them back. Yet, at present, I have an important plan that requires execution, and therefore, we must deliberate carefully. Dragon Tianxin intended to inquire about the nature of this plan, but upon seeing the serious and solemn expression on Dragon Roofing's face, he realized that his brother would not divulge any details. Thus, he abandoned the thought of further questioning. Nevertheless, Dragon Fei was not so easily deterred. He furrowed his brow and posed another question to Dragon Roofing. Since you possess the ability to traverse time, why did you not save Tianxiang when you encountered the Bazu? In response to Dragon Face's inquiry, Dragon Roofing rolled his eyes in exasperation. Elder, things are not as simple as you might think. You must understand that it was precisely due to Tianxiang's demise that I became who I am today. Should I recklessly intervene and alter my past, it would undoubtedly lead to a time paradox. Such an event could potentially cause everything related to me to vanish into nothingness. Unless I can transcend the constraints of the sacred god level, or even surpass the primordial existence of Hongma, there exists little possibility. After all, even a being as powerful as Hongma can only barely contend with the laws of the universe. After hearing Dragon Roofing's explanation, Dragon Fei fell silent, mourning Tianxiang in his heart. Yet at that moment, Dragon Roofing unexpectedly stated, "In truth, I already possess the capability to allow Tianxiang to be reborn. However, he himself is unwilling." Dragon Fei was taken aback and asked why. Why does he not wish to return? Dragon Roofing did not respond to this question. Instead, he formed a gesture with his hands, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth from his being. In the wake of this radiance, a spectral figure gradually materialized. It was the soul of Tianxiang. When Dragon Fei beheld Tianxiang once more, an overwhelming swell of emotions and sorrow surged within him, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. This was his beloved grandson, whom he had not seen for over 2,000 years. Over the course of these years, the deep yearning for his grandson had accumulated in his heart, and now it was finally released. However, before Dragon Fei could even utter a question, Tianxiang respectfully bowed deeply and said, "Grandfather, please accept my humble reverence. The reason I do not wish to return to life is not due to any other reason, but because even if I could be resurrected, it would hold little significance. After all, I currently lack even a complete soul, merely existing as a spirit formed from fragmented remnants of my essence. Furthermore, I once vowed to follow A Feng throughout this life, never depart. If I were to be reborn, how could I possibly keep pace with A Feng's progress with my current strength? Only by continuing to serve as the spirit of the longing sword can I remain by A Feng's side for eternity, fighting alongside him. Moreover, this so-called rebirth conceals hidden dangers. Should I be revived, I would completely forget all past experiences, becoming an entirely new and independent entity. For this reason, I resolutely refuse to choose resurrection." Having spoken these words, Tianxiang's gaze was steadfast and resolute, as if he had long since seen through the cycles of life and death. Dragon Fei silently gazed at this courageous and principled grandson, feeling both comforted and heartbroken. Ultimately, he chose to respect Tianxiang's decision. Yet he could not shake the sorrow that lingered in his heart, knowing that although Tianxiang could now manifest as a spirit, he was still, after all, dead. Just as Dragon Fei was engulfed in melancholy, Dragon Tianxin, who had been silent for quite some time, finally spoke. "A Feng, now that you have become the patriarch of the Longshan clan, we must begin preparations for your succession ceremony. We will invite members from other ancient clans to witness the event." However, before Dragon Tianxin could finish his sentence, Dragon Roofing interjected, "Father, let us dispense with such cumbersome matters. They hold no significance for me, and I have more pressing issues to attend to." Having just emerged from seclusion, "What do you intend to do?" Dragon Tianxin asked helplessly. Dragon Roofing did not hide his intentions, stating directly, "I have now ascended to the sacred god level. Yet my innate artifact remains merely a top-grade artifact. I plan to elevate the longing sword to the level of a sacred object." Chapter 21. Millennia of Suffering. In response to Dragon Roofing's declaration, both Dragon Tianxin and Dragon Fei exhibited a calm demeanor, as if they had anticipated this development. It was well known that Dragon Roofing had already entered the realm of the sacred god, and enhancing a top-grade artifact to the level of a sacred object was not a daunting task for him. However, just as Dragon Roofing was about to turn to leave, a critical question that had long been overlooked flashed through Dragon Tianxin's mind. He hurriedly called out to Dragon Roofing, "Wait, Fenger, you were clearly in seclusion. Both the elder and I could sense your presence. How did you manage to traverse time?" Faced with his father's inquiry, Dragon Roofing initially sought to maintain his silence. However, realizing the truth was out, he had no choice but to respond honestly. "Father, what remained in the still room was not my true self, but merely a doppelganger. My true body left this place long ago." Upon hearing these words, Long Tianxin and Long Fei simultaneously opened their mouths, only to swallow back their impending utterances due to the coarseness of the dialogue. In their hearts, they silently lamented, "This insufferable brat is merely toying with us." It turned out that what had kept them waiting for over 2 millennia was merely a fragment of a whole. Perhaps sensing the thoughts of his father and the Grand Elder, Long Roofing mischievously smiled, sheathed the longing sword, and without a backward glance, hastened towards the quiet chamber. Upon returning to the quiet chamber, Long Rufin inhaled deeply, gently closed his eyes, and then abruptly opened them, a glint of brilliance flashing within. He began to recite an ancient and mysterious incantation, and as his voice resonated, an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire chamber. Subsequently, the longing sword materialized in Long Rufin's grasp, its blade radiating dazzling light, as if it contained boundless power. Long Rufin carefully caressed the sword's body, attuning himself to the waves of spiritual energy emanating from it. Then, with a wave of his hand, he summoned a plethora of invaluable spiritual treasures from the space he had created. These treasures exuded a strange yet powerful aura, and Long Rufin meticulously selected each item, ensuring that they were of the highest quality. At that moment, Tianxiang, who had been residing within the artifact space, stepped out. He silently observed the busy Long Rufin, his heart swelling with a complex array of emotions. Though sealed for over a millennium, for him, it felt like the blink of an eye. However, he was acutely aware that the outside world had indeed changed significantly over the past 1,000 years. After much hesitation, Tianxiang finally mustered the courage to speak. "A Feng, may I ask you a question?" Hearing the voice, Long Rufin paused his preparations. He turned to face Tianxiang, his gaze revealing an understanding that seemed to foresee the nature of the inquiry. Long Rufin smiled gently and replied, "Brother Tianxiang, please go ahead with the invitation." Tianxiang steadied his thoughts and slowly inquired, "A Feng, since the moment you sealed me until my release, how many years have you actually endured?" His eyes fixed intently on Long Rufin, he yearned for an answer. This question had lingered in his mind, an incessant curiosity about the monumental changes that had transpired in the world outside during the prolonged passage of time, as well as the extraordinary experiences Long Rufin had undergone. Long Rufin could not help but smile bitterly within. He had anticipated Tianxiang's question. Yet, when faced with the reality of it, his heart still wavered, though reluctant to respond. After a brief silence, he decided to be forthright. "Initially, while I was exploring the mysteries of the universe, I split myself into nearly 200 avatars, dispatching them across different timelines and realms. However, these avatars were not stagnant. They too would continuously proliferate new avatars, which were sent to even more distant eras. As it stands, I possess no more than 4,000 avatars. Everything they experience, I can perceive with clarity. Not only that, but I can also intimately share in the pains and torments they endure." Long Rufin was hesitant to delve deeper into this matter, but Tianxiang's persistent inquiries compelled him to disclose the entirety of the situation. Upon hearing that Long Rufin possessed over 4,000 avatars, a wave of sorrow and compassion surged within Tianxiang. It was important to note that each time Long Rufin created an avatar, he had to forcibly sever his own body and soul. Such excruciating pain was unimaginable for an ordinary person, yet Long Rufin had endured it more than 4,000 times. What was even more terrifying was that he might still be enduring such torment at this very moment. Calculating it closely, Long Rufin had likely experienced the passage of several million years. Just as Tianxiang was about to speak again, Long Rufin suddenly broke the silence. "Enough. Since it has come to this, I shall be blunt with you. For me, the majority of the years my avatars have experienced range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Of course, there are some that have endured for hundreds or even thousands of years. However, a few of my avatars have surpassed millions of years. As for my true self, the time I have experienced must exceed 30 million years." Upon hearing this, Tianxiang was utterly astonished, momentarily frozen in place, unable to comprehend the enormity of the revelation. After a long pause, he murmured with deep regret, "With so many avatars, enduring such a lengthy passage of time, you must bear each sensation. Yet you have not gone mad. Not to mention the wounds suffered by those avatars will ultimately all rebound onto your true self. Is it truly worth it?" Faced with Tianxiang's heartfelt concern and pity, Long Rufin quietly gazed at him and softly reassured, "Everything is worth it. As long as it ensures a brilliant future for my Longshan clan, I shall bear any cost without regret." In the beginning, the visceral pain was indeed unbearable. However, as the strength of each avatar increased, that pain gradually became tolerable. Tianxiang understood that Long Rufin's words were merely to soothe his own worries. While Long Rufin's avatars possessed the same cognitive abilities as his true self, each avatar's experiences were entirely distinct. Thus, it was akin to one person simultaneously embodying thousands of divergent personality traits, a suffering that was beyond the endurance of ordinary individuals. Just as Tianxiang intended to continue speaking, Long Rufin suddenly interjected, "All right, brother Tianxiang, see, I am perfectly fine at the moment. Let us set aside these discussions. The necessary materials are mostly gathered, and we should prepare to take action. Chapter 22. Tianyi Divine Water. Upon hearing Long Rufen's words, although Tianxiang still held doubts in his heart, he could only helplessly nod in agreement, indicating he would refrain from further inquiries. With Tianxiang finally quiet, Long Rufen turned around, ready to commence the refinement of those precious materials. He waved his arm lightly, and instantly, hundreds of rare materials exuding powerful auras rose into the air, quietly floating before Long Rufen. Then, Long Rufen began to chant an incantation and hand gestures, summoning his innate true fire. However, surprisingly, despite the true fire blazing brightly, the temperature within the room did not exhibit any noticeable change. Tianxiang understood that this was not due to a reduction in the fire's potency, but rather a consequence of Long Rufen's significantly enhanced strength. He had now mastered complete control over the temperature of his true fire, preventing it from spreading outward and confining it to a specific area. This not only allowed for more thorough combustion, but also greatly benefited his crafting and alchemy techniques. Indeed, just as Tianxiang had anticipated, the surrounding space of that flame exhibited bizarre phenomena, warping and even fracturing under the intense heat of the true fire. Long Rufen calmly surveyed the cracked space, gently extending his hand to caress it, and in an instant, the collapsing space was restored as if nothing had ever occurred. With not a trace of the previous rupture remaining, he effortlessly repaired the broken space without leaking even the slightest hint of energy. Such mastery was truly astonishing, prompting admiration for Long Rufen's unfathomable strength. Next, Long Rufen cautiously placed the longing sword into the heart of his blazing true fire. As time passed, the sword gradually softened under the extreme heat. At that moment, without hesitation, Long Rufen began to add the various rare materials he had long prepared into the sword's body. One by one, among these materials, some were familiar to Tianxiang, yet many others were extraordinary treasures he had never encountered before. As he gazed at the continuously merging materials and the increasingly resplendent sword radiance, Tianxiang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. A Feng, these materials emit such intense energy fluctuations. You must have endured immense hardships to acquire them. In response to Tianxiang's curious and concerned inquiry, Long Rufu was well aware that Tianxiang was actually preoccupied with the events occurring around him, merely hesitant to voice his thoughts for fear of inciting his wrath. Thus, Long Rufu rolled his eyes dramatically and casually replied, "It's nothing much. Many of these materials were given to me by others." He intentionally downplayed the situation, attempting to brush it aside. Upon hearing Long Rufu's response, Tianxiang nearly fainted from indignation, cursing inwardly. What a rascal. He can't even come up with a believable excuse. Materials suitable for crafting sacred artifacts are rare treasures. How could they be so casually gifted? If such generous individuals truly existed, I would love to meet them. Long Rufu seemed to see through Tianxiang's thoughts and immediately retorted, don't hold your breath. You can't befriend those people, as they've already met their demise." Just as the words left his mouth, Tianxiang suddenly realized that when Long Rufu mentioned gifts from others, he was referring to having beaten them into submission to extract their treasures before silencing them for good. Upon this realization, Tianxiang could not help but scold. "Isn't this outright robbery and murder? How could you be so ruthless?" In the face of Tianxiang's accusations, Long Rufu quickly defended himself. "Brother Tianxiang, do you really see me as such a person?" Tianxiang glared at Long Rufu, silently pondering. Perhaps that wasn't the case before, but now it's hard to say. Hey, what kind of look is that? Although some of these materials were indeed taken from others, it was only because they made the first move against me. Long Rufu protested indignantly. Tianxiang clearly did not believe his words and pressed on. "Why would they want to rob you? Could it be that you possess some extraordinary treasure?" After saying this, Tianxiang fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Long Rufu, as if attempting to pierce through his exterior to uncover hidden secrets. Long Rufu felt uncomfortable under the intense scrutiny and finally could not resist tossing a small vial from his spatial storage to Tianxiang. The vial exhibited a peculiar hue, neither metallic nor jade-like, and felt utterly insubstantial to the touch, as if it did not belong to this world at all. "What is this vial made of? Why does it feel so intangible?" Tianxiang wondered aloud as he gently opened the cap. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from the vial, scattering like meteors. Simultaneously, an unfathomable wave of energy rippled outward. As the golden radiance spread, the materials that had been floating in midair began to emanate even stronger energy fluctuations. Tianxiang was taken aback and quickly closed the cap, fearing any misstep. At this moment, he had already discerned the true nature of the contents within the vial. Before Tianxiang could speak, Long Rufu interjected. This vial is indeed a product of my own formidable strength. With your current cultivation level, it is natural that you would find it difficult to perceive its intricacies. As for what it contains, I believe you are already aware. However, Tianxiang did not respond to Long Rufu's words, but instead posed an unexpected question. Could it be that you were targeted for this item merely because you carried it with you? Long Rufu smirked, revealing a hint of pride, and replied, Of course. This is a rare treasure. That is precisely why others covet it. Upon hearing Long Rufu's shameless remarks, Tianxiang felt a surge of anger and retorted, You dare to use such a divine object for fishing? Aren't you concerned about potential mishaps? Moreover, using this as bait, do you not care about your own reputation? This is none other than the famed Tianyi divine water. I can hardly resist the urge to seize it from you. In truth, the so-called Tianyi divine water is not merely ordinary water. It is a manifestation of an immensely powerful planar force condensed to its highest degree. Typically, only exceptionally unique and transcendent planes can produce such extraordinary treasures. And obtaining them is no small feat. The value of Tianyi divine water is beyond words. It possesses astonishing effects. If an ordinary person is fortunate enough to consume this enigmatic water, they will undergo a transformation, becoming a god-tier powerhouse without any side effects. Furthermore, their subsequent cultivation journey will be almost entirely smooth and unimpeded. Should this Tianyi divine water be gently sprinkled upon rare materials, it will render these already scarce treasures even purer, free from any impurities. Simultaneously, their quality will be significantly enhanced, effectively doubling their value. Moreover, Tianyi divine water can also be utilized in crafting magical artifacts and elixirs, although its specific applications do carry certain limitations. Even those peerless powerhouses who have reached the sage level, upon consuming this Tianyi divine water, may not directly achieve a breakthrough. Yet it will aid them in clarifying the complex and chaotic pathways of their cultivation, deeply purifying their innate qualities, thereby facilitating a smoother journey in their future cultivation endeavors. At this moment, as Tianxiang stared at the Tianyi divine water clutched tightly in his hand, a wave of intense curiosity and doubt surged within him, prompting him to inquire, How on earth did you come across such a miraculous item? Before he could finish his sentence, Long Rufu shamelessly replied, Of course. I snatched it from someone else. This statement nearly drove Tianxiang to the brink of fury, and he bellowed, How can everything you possess be acquired through theft? Tell me, where did you steal this Tianyi divine water from? Tianxiang interrogated, his face ablaze with anger. Long Rufu, however, remained unfazed and shamelessly answered, I left my clan empty-handed. What else was I supposed to do? But don't worry, I only robbed those with malicious intent. I could never bring myself to harm the kind-hearted, after all. I still have my pride. A Feng, you have changed so much. The old you would never have been so open about your actions. You ought to be cold and unyielding when stating such things. I implore you to return to your former, aloof demeanor. Seeing you like this makes me want to give you a good beating. Tianxiang sighed helplessly. Yet, Long Rufu paid no heed to Tianxiang's complaints, engaging in casual banter while forcefully tossing the last material towards the longing sword. After completing this action, he clapped his hands and, with a serious expression, said in a low voice, We are nearly ready, brother Tianxiang. You should prepare yourself. Upon hearing Long Rufu's words, Tianxiang was taken aback, looking at Long Rufu in confusion and asking, What do I need to prepare for? With your current strength, do you still require my assistance in the crafting process? Without further ado, Long Rufu bluntly stated, When the time comes, you will follow my commands. You will first consume half of that vial of Tianyi divine water, and the remaining half will be poured onto the longing sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he paid no mind to Tianxiang's reaction, swiftly forming hand seals and raising the temperature of his innate true fire to a new level. After a considerable time, when Long Rufu noticed that all the materials he had previously introduced had completely fused with the longing sword, he shouted, Brother Tianxiang, now is the moment. Act quickly. Tianxiang could not help but lament the extravagant use of Tianyi divine water, deeming it an egregious waste. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and swiftly opened the vial containing the precious liquid. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and consumed half of its contents, subsequently pouring the remaining half over the longing sword. Upon completing these actions, Long Rufu instructed, Good Tianxiang, return to the divine artifact space and prepare to accept and guide the energy. Heeding the command, Tianxiang promptly entered the divine artifact space. Before long, a torrent of powerful energy surged towards the sword, akin to a relentless flood. To his astonishment, this energy had reached the level of a holy deity. imbued with Long Rufu's unique aura. A Feng, what on earth are you doing? This overwhelming power is beyond my control, let alone absorption, Tianxiang exclaimed, fully aware that, at his current strength, he was merely equivalent to a mid-tier deity. The prospect of absorbing such holy energy seemed utterly ludicrous. Nevertheless, the influx of power showed no signs of abating, recklessly flooding into Tianxiang's body, just as he felt on the brink of being overwhelmed. A miraculous force surged within him, a mysterious and wondrous energy that seemed to possess boundless wisdom and might, aiding him in absorbing the originally unbearable power. In that moment, Tianxiang realized that the Tiani divine water he had consumed was taking effect. This miraculous elixir not only triggered extraordinary changes in his body, but also endowed him with the capacity to contain and digest such formidable energy. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps it was indeed the assistance of this Tiani divine water that would allow him to transcend his current predicament. At last, Tianxiang comprehended the true intention behind Long Rufu's insistence that he consume that half vial of Tiani divine water. He was resolute in his decision. Not only would he elevate the Longyin sword, but he also sought to achieve a similar transcendence as its spirit. Upon reflection, it was indeed reasonable. After all, a sacred object endowed with such extraordinary capabilities should not have its spirit merely remain at the level of a superior artifact. However, before Tianxiang could deliberate further, the previously surging power became even more tempestuous and overwhelming, making it increasingly difficult to withstand. Realizing the urgency of the moment, Tianxiang focused his mind and devoted himself entirely to absorbing this magnificent energy. Yet, attempting to control and guide this power to perfectly merge with the sword's essence proved far from simple. After numerous fruitless attempts, he had no choice but to place his trust in Long Rufu, relinquishing all control to him. Meanwhile, Long Rufu was tirelessly channeling a continuous stream of pure energy into the divine artifact space, while simultaneously directing another immense force into the sword. Under his diligent input, the Longyin sword ascended in rank, and the pressure it emanated grew increasingly formidable. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, an indomitable and razor-sharp force erupted violently. In an instant, the once tranquil chamber where Long Rufu stood was reduced to ruins, engulfed in swirling dust. As the dust settled, Long Rufu remained steadfast, gripping the Longyin sword as if he were a statue, utterly motionless. Although the sword still bore its dark golden hue and appeared unchanged, it had quietly retracted all its aura, resembling an unremarkable weapon. Yet, only Long Rufu understood that he had achieved tremendous success. The Longyin sword had indeed ascended to the realm of sacred artifacts, its power now comparable to that of legendary innate sacred objects. This sword now harbored boundless potential and mysterious energy, awaiting its master to explore and uncover its secrets. As Long Rufu reveled in the exhilaration of successfully forging the Longyin sword, numerous clan members rushed to the scene. Upon catching sight of Long Rufu's unmoving figure, they felt a sense of trepidation and hesitated to approach. In a short while, Long Tianxin and Long Fei arrived. Unlike the others, they approached Long Rufu without hesitation. Gently patting him on the shoulder, Long Tianxin broke the silence, asking, "A Feng, are you well?" To their surprise, Long Rufu remained unresponsive, his gaze fixated on the Longyin sword in his grasp. Although Long Tianxin sensed his son's stable aura and deduced that he was unharmed, his demeanor shifted drastically. Shedding the burden of clan leader, he unexpectedly raised his hand and slapped Long Rufu across the face. Yet, even then, Long Rufu remained impervious to the act. Just as Long Tianxin prepared to strike again, Long Rufu finally spoke, his tone tinged with resignation. "Father, while I am indeed your son, is it truly appropriate for you to strike me so? Ha. Do not take offense. I was merely concerned for your well-being. Consider it a test," Long Tianxin replied nonchalantly. Long Rufu sighed in exasperation, while Tianxiang's voice echoed within his soul. "I finally understand why you have become this way. It seems the nature of you two is inherently similar." Of course, such words were only fit for private conversation with Long Rufu. Uttering them in front of Long Tianxin was utterly out of the question. Just as Long Rufu intended to continue their banter, Long Tianxin suddenly inquired in a low, steady voice, "Fenger, it appears you have successfully advanced your life artifact to the realm of sacred objects. What is its power like?" Long Rufu was momentarily taken aback by his father's inquiry. He mused internally, "The shift in topic is remarkably swift. Truly my father." However, such thoughts were not something he dared to express. Thus, he respectfully replied, "Yes, esteemed father, I have indeed accomplished this. As for its specific capabilities, they remain unclear at this time. but it is certain that this sacred object has reached the tier of high-grade sacred artifacts. Furthermore, it still possesses potential for further elevation. Long Tianxin and Long Fei's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement, for they knew that sacred objects were categorized into 4 levels based on their quality: initial, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle, with the most powerful being the legendary innate sacred objects. This classification bore a resemblance to the realms of practitioners, each level representing a significant disparity. Astoundingly, Long Rufu had managed to elevate a superior artifact to the level of a high-grade sacred object in an instant, while still maintaining the potential for further advancement. Faced with such a remarkable achievement, Long Tianxin and Long Fei could scarcely contain their elation. Had it not been for the presence of numerous clan members, they might have danced with joy. Just as Long Tianxin was about to engage Long Rufu in further conversation, Tianxiang, as the sword spirit, suddenly emerged from the Longyin sword, gracefully positioning himself before Long Tianxin and Long Fei. Upon seeing Tianxiang's appearance, smiles broke upon their faces, and they were about to exchange pleasantries when they were struck speechless by the overwhelming aura emanating from him. In their perception, Tianxiang's aura now surpassed theirs, having ascended to the height of a sacred king. It was no wonder they were astonished. When Tianxiang perished, he was merely a lower-tier deity. Even after becoming the sword spirit of the Longyin sword, he had only reached the level of a mid-tier deity. Yet now, Tianxiang had achieved the status of a sacred king. As time passed, Long Tianxin hesitantly inquired, "Tianxiang, how have you managed to cultivate such an aura?" His gaze frequently drifted towards Long Rufeng, fully aware that Tianxiang's remarkable achievements were undoubtedly supported by Long Rufeng. At that moment, Long Rufeng noticed the penetrating looks from his father and the Grand Elder, yet he remained unfazed, lifting his head towards the sky, as if disregarding them entirely. Furthermore, he audaciously exclaimed, "Hee, what a splendid day it is today." The words barely escaped his lips before a chill swept through Long Tianxin, the Grand Elder, and Tianxiang, who all silently pondered, how shameless can this fellow be? Simultaneously, they cast disparaging glares at Long Rufeng. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, thick with tension. Initially, it was Tianxiang who intended to shatter the oppressive quiet, but just as he opened his mouth, Long Rufeng interrupted, effectively stifling the words that were about to emerge. "Indeed, my connection to Tianxiang's swift ascension to the Saint King level is undeniable, yet I've exhausted my efforts and can offer no further assistance." Upon hearing Long Rufeng's statement, Long Tianxin immediately pressed on, "How did you accomplish this? Have you discovered a way to mend our bloodline's deficiencies?" The moment he spoke, both Long Tianxin and Long Fei felt a surge of anxiety. This matter was crucial to the very survival of the Longshin clan. If Long Rufeng had truly found a remedy, it could herald a transformative epoch for the clan, perhaps even restoring the glory of their ancestors. After a brief silence, Long Rufeng slowly responded, "Well, one might say that. Although it does not completely remedy the issue, I have indeed uncovered a feasible pathway." At this moment, Long Tianxin and Long Fei were so tense that they dared not even breathe, fearful of missing a single word. Their eyes widened, fixated on Long Rufeng, eagerly awaiting him to continue, for this might very well be the key to altering the destiny of the Longshin clan. Without hesitation, Long Rufeng elaborated. "As I previously mentioned, our ancestors of the Longshin clan were transformed from the essence of the Tianlong star. The technique known as Canglong Jue was crafted by our forebears based on their unique attributes. However, this technique is ill-suited for us, the descendants, which is the root cause of our clan's decline. My proposed solution is rather simple: to allow the members of the Longshin clan to draw upon the essence of the realm. In doing so, their physical prowess will align with that of our ancestors." Upon hearing Long Rufeng's words, Long Tianxin and Long Fei's eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape. Yet no words came forth. It felt as if time had frozen, and after what seemed an eternity, they finally snapped back to reality, incredulously asking, "Is it really that simple? Surely not. If so, how has no one among the Longshin clan conceived of this for so long?" Long Rufeng, sensing his father's skepticism, quickly clarified, "Father, I speak only the truth. The method to rectify the deficiencies is indeed straightforward. Yet, as I mentioned earlier, this solution can only address superficial issues and will not resolve the root cause. You must understand that the so-called essence of the realm is the primordial power of the realm's essence, which is crucial for transforming all other elemental forms within the realm. Thus, acquiring the essence of the realm is no simple feat." Before Long Rufeng could finish, Long Tianxin impatiently interjected, "Even if it's difficult, you have managed to obtain it, haven't you? Otherwise, how could Tianxiang have broken through his cultivation bottleneck so swiftly? Considering his previous aptitude, Reaching the pinnacle of saint was already an impressive feat. Rolling his eyes, Long Ruffing retorted. The reason Tianxiang was able to break through is not that I acquired the essence of the realm, but because he consumed the Tianyi divine water. While this Tianyi divine water does contain some essence of the realm, it pales in comparison to the true essence. At this point, Long Tianxin revealed a hint of confusion. Unable to restrain himself from asking, though the Tianyi divine water is rare, it is not entirely unobtainable. Could it truly possess such immense efficacy? Long Ruffeng, seeing the doubt in his father's eyes, promptly explained, indeed, the Tianyi divine water is far from the essence of the realm. However, its advantage lies in its abundance. By meticulously refining and concentrating the essence contained within, one can achieve effects comparable to the true essence of the realm. Naturally, its actual efficacy does not measure up to that of the genuine essence. Long Tianxin pressed further. Then, in your opinion, if the Grand Elder and I were to consume the concentrated Tianyi divine water, would we also only attain the Saint King level? His gaze reflected apprehension regarding future advancements. Observing the confusion in his father's eyes, Long Ruffing hastily clarified, Father, do not misunderstand. Your circumstances are vastly different from Tianxiang's. You must realize that Tianxiang has transformed into a sword spirit, devoid of a corporeal form. Thus, the miraculous effects of the Tianyi divine water are difficult to manifest fully, causing him to remain at the Saint King level. Without my guiding divine power to channel and infuse energy, it would be nearly impossible for him to achieve even the status of a regular saint. Oh, can you truly guarantee this? Long Tianxin, recalling past instances of being teased by Long Ruffing, questioned with a hint of skepticism. Well, of course, I cannot be entirely certain. Long Ruffing unabashedly replied. Indeed, one must never place any trust in this mischievous lad. In an instant, the veins on Long Tianxin and Long Fei's foreheads bulged, their tempers flaring, as if they might leap forward at any moment to deliver a series of resounding slaps to Long Ruffing. Before they could act, Long Ruffing continued, in fact, after the essence of the realm is separated, it does not cease to function. Rather, it undergoes several dilution processes before transforming into various elemental forms that exist in the world. The Tianyi divine water is merely the essence of the realm after one round of dilution. If refined and concentrated, the final product will be the pure and unblemished essence of the realm. Before his words could fully settle, Long Tianxin and Long Fei dashed towards Long Ruffling like a tempest. They seized him and unleashed a torrential flurry of blows, cursing, "You wretched scoundrel! How dare you toy with us again? You have gone too far. It would be a disservice to ourselves not to teach you a lesson. If it weren't for your current position as the clan leader, I would gather the entire clan to give you a proper thrashing." This sudden onslaught of punishment persisted for an excruciating hour, yet regrettably, the actual results left much to be desired. After all, Long Ruffling had already ascended to the saint god level, while Long Tianxin and Long Fei remained mere saints, their power levels vastly disparate. Consequently, Long Ruffling emerged unscathed from the beating, while Long Tianxin and Long Fei's hands swelled painfully. At that moment, Tianxiang, who had been silently observing the entire scene, wore a smile, not uttering a single word of admonition. The reason lay in the depths of his heart, where he understood that Long Ruffing willingly endured the blows merely to help Long Tianxin and Long Fei relax. This incident was of profound significance, and it could be said without exaggeration that it had rewritten the destiny of the Longshan clan. Such a momentous matter lay before them, undoubtedly causing their hearts to be in a state of heightened tension. Should they fail to alleviate this pressure in a timely manner, it would inevitably hinder their forthcoming breakthroughs in cultivation. If their minds were to be plagued with distractions, it would significantly diminish their ability to fully harness the miraculous effects of the Tianyi divine water. Father, Grand Elder, I implore you both to return for a period of rest and to properly adjust your states of being. Shortly, when the moment is ripe, it shall be your time to enter seclusion for cultivation. At that juncture, I will present you with the Tianyi divine water and guide your practice using my divine power. Long Ruofeng casually instructed. Upon hearing Long Ruofeng's words, Long Tianxian and Long Fei, who had moments ago worn expressions of anger, instantly broke into smiles. With their swollen hands, they patted Long Ruofeng on the shoulder and, with a hint of flattery, remarked, "What a good child. You truly live up to being the new leader of our Longshan clan. I did not misjudge you." Faced with the rapidly shifting emotions of Long Tianxian and Long Fei, Long Ruofeng and Tianxiang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet they dared not reproach their elders directly. After the two had departed together, Tianxiang suddenly uttered, "It must be painful. I senti it." Upon hearing this, The faint smile that adorned Long Ruo Feng's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of solemnity. His eyes reflected an unmistakable anguish. Yet his tone remained steadfast as iron. It is bearable. I can still withstand it. Chapter 26. Dual Seclusions. Long Tian Xian's demeanor darkened further upon hearing Long Ruo Feng's response. A Feng, you have always been a person of few words. Yet you have transformed into this. Surely, the suffering you endure surpasses what you express, for otherwise, you would not adopt such a drastic alteration of your nature to alleviate your inner turmoil. Long Ruo Feng cast a deep glance at Tian Xiang, who had been gazing at him intently. A gentle smile graced his lips as he said, Brother Tian Xiang, as long as I can alter the fate of our Longshan clan, I am willing to endure any suffering. Moreover, with a good brother like you who understands and accompanies me, I feel that all tribulations are worthwhile. Having said this, Long Ruo Feng ceased to elaborate further and resolutely turned his gaze towards the receding figures of Long Tian Xian and Long Fei. Meanwhile, Long Tian Xian and Long Fei did not head straight home. Instead, they took a detour to the council hall, intending to entrust the elders with the management of clan affairs during their period of seclusion. They walked in silence until the Grand Elder unexpectedly remarked, Tian Xian, our Longshan clan is truly fortunate to have both you and your father. The unexpected words caused Long Tian Xian to halt his steps, while the Grand Elder quickened his pace and departed. Long Tian Xian stood still, lost in thought as waves of contemplation surged within him. He gazed into the distance, as if he could transcend time and space to glimpse the future. In a moment, he grasped the Grand Elder's intent and softly murmured, Wind from the dragon, clouds from the tiger. A Feng, the name I bestowed upon you, Long Ruo Feng, was meant to inspire you to soar freely like the wind, unbound and unrestricted. Yet now, for the future of our Longshan clan, you must bear such a heavy burden. I, as your father, am inept. I hope this breakthrough will enhance both my and the Grand Elder's strength, so that I may share your worries. With this thought, Long Tian Xian resolved to act without hesitation. He set forth with determined strides towards the council hall, firmly deciding to expedite the proper arrangements and fully adjust his own state. 3 hours swiftly passed. Long Tian Xian and Long Fei finally approached Long Ruo Feng, who was playfully bantering with Tian Xiang. They informed him that all matters had been arranged and their states were at their peaks, ready for seclusion. Aware that he could do nothing at this moment, Tian Xiang transformed into a wisp of light and quietly returned to Long Ruo Feng's body. Let us proceed. Long Tian Xian said softly, his tone calm, yet resolute. He turned and walked ahead, with Long Ruo Feng and Long Fei closely following. Before long, they arrived at the mountain located at the core of Tianlong Star. This mountain was not particularly high, its height barely reaching a myriad of feet. However, Long Ruo Feng understood that this seemingly ordinary mountain held boundless mysteries. It was the lifeblood of Tianlong Star, gathering the essence of the planet's spiritual energy. As they walked, the trio remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Just before reaching the summit, Long Tian Xian finally halted, slowly turning his head to gaze at Long Ruo Feng. Ahead lies our destination. This tranquil chamber has always been prepared specifically for the clan leader and the Grand Elder to enter seclusion for cultivation. A Feng, you may not have ventured here before, but from now on, this will be your domain. The richness of spiritual energy here is unparalleled on Tianlong Star. I believe that cultivating in this place will surely elevate you to new heights. With a slight smile revealing his earnest expectations and trust in Long Ruo Feng, Long Tian Xian fell silent, resolutely turning away to continue forward. Before long, they entered a secluded chamber hidden atop the mountain peak. Long Ruo Feng gazed around. The chamber was spacious, simply adorned without excessive clutter. Inside were merely 2 mats and a relatively large desk laden with various objects. Although Long Ruo Feng did not approach to examine closely, he could discern from the unique aura emanating from these items that they were likely rare treasures, spiritual materials, and high-grade elixirs, most of which were suited for divine-level practitioners. After scanning the surroundings and finding no other items, Long Ruo Feng followed his father's lead to the center of the chamber, where he discovered an intricately carved formation inscribed upon the ground, a gathering formation capable of accelerating the convergence of spiritual energy. At that moment, Long Tian Xian and Long Fei exchanged no further words but directly sat cross-legged, their eyes meeting Long Ruo Feng's with a subtle nod, signaling that all was ready to commence. Long Ruo Feng, comprehending their silent communication, nodded in response and then took out a jade vial from his spatial pouch. This vial was identical to the one he had previously gifted to Tian Xiang, containing the meticulously refined Tianyi divine water. I have carefully distilled this vial of Tianyi divine water. Soon, you shall each receive half, he stated. As he spoke, he gently waved his hand, and the vial of Tianyi divine water landed steadily in Long Tian Xin's grasp. Long Tian Xin silently accepted the vial, without uttering a word. Yet his exchanged glance with Long Fei conveyed a tacit understanding, and they both nodded slightly. Subsequently, as if performing a magic trick, Long A Feng produced two dazzling orbs of light. These luminous spheres radiated an awe-inspiring brilliance, seemingly containing boundless power. He presented them to Long Tian Xin and Long Fei, stating solemnly, "These are orbs crafted from my divine power, containing energy far exceeding what I previously transmitted to Brother Tian Xiang. Given that you have both reached the realm of saints and possess formidable physiques, you can endure much greater energy. After you consume the Tianyi divine water, you will be able to absorb the energy contained within these orbs. Throughout this process, I will monitor your internal states and assist you in regulating the surging energy if necessary." Long Tian Xin and Long Fei fell into silence once again, then nodded in understanding. They exchanged a glance, feeling slightly anxious, yet in an instant, that emotion was forcibly suppressed. Following Long A Feng's instructions, Long Tian Xin and Long Fei each swallowed half of the Tianyi divine water. They then began to gradually draw upon the overwhelming energy from the orbs. At this moment, as they embraced the divine power with their saintly bodies, absorbing too quickly could potentially lead to bodily destruction. Despite the considerable prowess exhibited by the two compared to the previous Tianxiang, the latter, lacking a corporeal form, was devoid of such concerns. However, the two were compelled to devise strategies to evade potential risks. Furthermore, Long Rufin deliberately extracted a wisp of his soul's power and infused it into their bodies, thereby monitoring their absorption of energy. Upon sensing their rate of absorption, Long Rufin could not help but murmur to himself, "At this pace, when shall we achieve a breakthrough?" No sooner had he spoken than he vigorously waved his arm, causing the power of time to surge throughout the quiet chamber like a tidal wave. Should anyone have been observant, they would have noticed the passage of time within the chamber had become remarkably sluggish. Chapter 27. A difficult breakthrough, however, unexpectedly. Just after Long Rufin had successfully altered the temporal rules within the chamber, misfortune struck. Long Rufin and Long Fei encountered trouble. Long Rufin discerned that the dragon yuan within them had reached its limit, no longer able to accommodate additional energy. Yet, to attain a greater breakthrough, it was imperative to continuously absorb energy. Thus, despite being acutely aware of the formidable challenges ahead, they resolutely chose to persist in their absorption. Simultaneously, due to prolonged and excessive energy absorption, their dragon yuan gradually succumbed to pressure, manifesting fine cracks. Moreover, even their formidable physical forms now appeared on the verge of collapse. In the face of such peril, Long Rufin remained remarkably composed, betraying no hint of panic. He understood well that the time for intervention had yet to arrive. Indeed, as the cracks in their dragon yuan multiplied, the previously ingested Tianyi divine water finally revealed its miraculous effects, nurturing their cracked dragon yuan and their crumbling bodies like spring rain, gradually stabilizing their conditions. As time flowed swiftly by, their dragon yuan underwent a continuous cycle of rupture and repair. Their auras grew increasingly robust and profound, with their powers steadily rising. However, just as everything seemed to be calm, calamity quietly approached. When the absorption process entered its 8th month, the duo, once as steady as a mountain, fell into crisis once more. With the surge in their power, their absorption rate suddenly accelerated. Consequently, the repair speed of the Tianyi divine water began to falter, struggling to keep pace with the fragmentation of their dragon yuan. Additionally, their physical bodies had become even more fragile than before, teetering on the brink of collapse. Even their souls rippled with intense unrest. Had it ultimately been due to excessive absorption, surpassing their limits? Long Rufin pondered softly, his concern for their condition palpable. Before he could finish his thought, an overwhelming force erupted from within him, surging forth like a flood towards Long Tianxin and Long Fei. This formidable power aimed to forcibly stabilize their faltering dragon yuan and their battered bodies. Despite Long Rufin exhausting his strength, the situation did not fundamentally improve. Long Tianxin and Long Fei's bodies continued to fracture, struggling to restore themselves. Although the rate of rupture in their dragon yuan had slightly slowed, it remained far from stable. The complexity of Long Rufin's inability to fully stabilize them was significant. It is essential to understand that saving a life and taking one are entirely different concepts. Despite his extraordinary abilities, he found this situation quite challenging. In a moment of desperation, Long Rufin once again divided a portion of his soul's power, cautiously entering the soul realm of Long Tianxin and Long Fei. Witnessing the anguish etched on their faces and the near-shattered state of their souls tightened his heart, prompting him to urgently advise, "Your rate of energy absorption is far too rapid. The Dragon Yuan and your bodies can no longer bear the burden. If you continue at this pace, not only will your bodies be unsalvageable, but your souls may also be extinguished." With that, Long Rufin dared not linger and swiftly withdrew from their soul realm. Before long, the speed of their energy absorption indeed began to decelerate, returning to its initial rate. Although their Dragon Yuan and bodies still sustained occasional injuries, the miraculous effects of the Tianyi divine water, combined with Long Rufin's occasional assistance, managed to stabilize the situation considerably. At that moment, Tianxiang unexpectedly shot forth from Long Rufin's body, hovering in midair. He gazed down at Long Tianxin and Long Fei, who were diligently absorbing energy. His eyes filled with concern. After a brief silence, Tianxiang could no longer contain himself and inquired, "A Feng, how is the current situation? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Have there been any anomalies?" Long Rufin lifted his gaze to meet Tianxiang's, then replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, though we encountered a few setbacks, the situation has now stabilized. We need only maintain the current state, and there should be no significant issues." Upon hearing Long Rufin's words, Tianxiang nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Before long, Tianxiang broke the silence, saying, "A Feng, I have long harbored a question in my heart, yet I have been reluctant to voice it, fearing you would not answer truthfully." Just as he finished speaking, Long Rufin's heart jolted. He was well aware of the inquiry that Tianxiang was about to make, one that was undoubtedly closely intertwined with himself. However, for various reasons, Long Rufin was unwilling to respond directly, so he chose to feign ignorance. Unfazed, Tianxiang, noticing Long Rufin's indifference, raised his voice, declaring, "A Feng, do not pretend you cannot hear me. Today, you must provide me with a clear answer." Understanding Tianxiang's determination, Long Rufin knew if he continued to evade, Tianxiang would not relent. With no other option, he sighed and replied, "If that is the case, what is it you wish to ask? Speak freely." Seeing Long Rufin finally abandon his avoidance of the topic, Tianxiang seized the opportunity to inquire, "A Feng, how has your practice of that miraculous technique progressed? To what level have you advanced?" Upon hearing this, Long Rufin understood that Tianxiang was not merely curious about the technique itself. He was genuinely interested in the number of life and death trials Long Rufin had endured. Thus, Long Rufin gazed deeply at Tianxiang, candidly responding, "Let us not beat around the bush. I will speak frankly. I have cultivated the Canglong Jue to the 5th layer, which also means I have encountered death and rebirth a total of 5 times. Upon receiving such a forthright response from Long Rufin, Tianxiang fell into silence, seemingly stunned. However, before Tianxiang could react, Long Rufin was astonished to observe that Long Tianxin and Long Fei's rate of energy absorption had surged once more, even accelerating beyond their previous pace. How could they suddenly increase their absorption rate? If this continues, they will undoubtedly meet their demise. Long Rufin exclaimed in a state of urgency. Almost as soon as he spoke, 2 earth-shattering explosions echoed, followed by a torrential rain of blood and scattered flesh. It turned out that Long Tianxin and Long Fei's bodies had erupted instantaneously, their flesh disintegrating into nothingness, and even their soul auras had become increasingly feeble. Witnessing Long Tianxin and Long Fei in such a state, Long Rufin gritted his teeth and activated the power of time, reversing their conditions back to what they had been before. Deep down, Long Rufin had been exceedingly reluctant to employ this special ability. After all, he had never attempted to reverse time on a living being. A slight misstep could potentially regress them to the state of helpless infants. Fortunately, this time he successfully took control of the situation, allowing only a fleeting reversal of time, which enabled him to rescue Long Tianxin and Long Fei smoothly. However, after this thrilling experience, Long Rufin felt compelled to earnestly admonish both Long Tianxin and Long Fei to strictly regulate their rate of energy absorption. Consequently, their process of energy assimilation once again slowed down, and life meandered on in this tranquility. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. Presently, Long Tianxin and Long Fei appeared to have undergone little change in their outward appearance. Yet the aura they exuded was several times more potent than it had been a decade ago. The orb that once contained boundless energy was now gradually dissipating due to the exhaustion of its power. Long Rufin keenly sensed that Long Tianxin and Long Fei were on the brink of a significant breakthrough. Suddenly, an immense surge of energy erupted within Long Tianxin and Long Fei, sweeping through the entire silent chamber. Fortunately, with Long Rufing's intervention, this energy did not devastate the sanctum. And after 10 years of diligent effort, Long Tianxin and Long Fei finally emerged from their seclusion. Chapter 28. Preparing to depart, a resounding and thunderous laughter reverberated throughout the hidden chamber, as if it were attempting to shatter the very heavens. The one laughing was none other than Long Tianxin, who had just broken through, reveling in the overwhelming power surging within him, akin to a volcano erupting. He unabashedly expressed his exuberance and delight in a fervent voice, exclaiming, "What a thrill! Truly exhilarating! Such terrifying power is simply awe-inspiring." However, upon hearing Long Tianxin's boisterous exclamation, Long Fei's expression darkened instantly. He promptly reprimanded, "Though you are no longer the clan leader, you are not so young anymore. How can you be so reckless and lacking in restraint?" To Long Fei's admonition, Long Tianxin showed no sign of contrition. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled upward in a dismissive smile as he retorted, "Humph, elder, you are mistaken. After enduring countless hardships, we have finally stepped into that once unattainable realm. Am I not allowed to express my joy?" At that moment, even Long Fei, who had previously scolded Long Tianxin with righteous indignation, could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing this response. Standing nearby, Long Rufing and Tianxiang exchanged helpless smiles at the sight of their esteemed elders behaving so uncharacteristically. They quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully and exclaiming in unison, "Congratulations to both of you for successfully ascending to the pinnacle of the sacred emperor realm." Their voices were imbued with genuine admiration and respect. Now, Long Tianxin and Long Fei had once again surpassed Tianxiang, successfully reaching the summit of the sacred emperor realm. Although they still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the realm of the sacred deity, they had undoubtedly grown stronger compared to the past. It is worth noting that throughout the generations, only a select few leaders and elders of the Longshan clan have attained such heights. Ha! It is all thanks to you, Fenger. Without your assistance, we might have never reached this level, Long Tianxin exclaimed joyfully. Long Fei, though silent, nodded repeatedly in agreement with Long Tianxin's words. Soon after, Long Rufing retracted the flow of time that had enveloped the sanctum, restoring the passage of time to its normal state. Observing Long Rufing's actions, Long Tianxin curiously inquired, "A Feng, I sensed that the flow of time had slowed significantly during our cultivation. It was indeed your doing. How much time has passed outside?" In response to Long Tianxin's inquiry, Long Rufing replied promptly, "I set the time ratio to 10-1, so approximately a year has passed outside." Long Tianxin and Long Fei exchanged glances, then fixed Long Rufing with a piercing stare, as if attempting to see through him, their emotions complex. Long Rufing felt a chill from their scrutinizing gaze and chuckled uneasily, saying, "Elders, what is with that look? It's quite frightening. Could you please stop staring at me like that?" Upon hearing Long Rufing's teasing words, Long Tianxin and Long Fei were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, exclaiming in unison, "All right, we should leave here quickly. We have been in seclusion for over a year and know nothing of the situation within the clan. We must return promptly." As soon as the words left their lips, they stepped towards the exit of the sanctum. Long Rufing, not daring to delay, waved to Tianxiang, instructing him to return to the artifact space to await orders. He then hurriedly followed his father and the elder out of the chamber. In an instant, Tianxiang shimmered with radiant light and transformed into a streak of brilliance, merging into Long Rufing's being. Before long, the three arrived at the territory of the Long clan. Long Tianxin, disregarding rest, immediately commanded the summoning of all elders for a meeting. In an instant, the entire Long clan became a hive of activity. Meanwhile, Long Rufing strode with determination towards the sanctum of his memory. It was once the site of his creation of sacred artifacts, and although it had been damaged during the thrilling process, he had meticulously instructed the clan members to restore it before departing. At this moment, he mused to himself, surely the restoration must have been completed. As thoughts surged in his mind, Long Rufing unconsciously quickened his pace. Indeed, before long, a sanctum mirroring its former self appeared before him. Stepping inside, a familiar ambience enveloped him, as though nothing had changed. Long Rufing slowly sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and quietly absorbed the surrounding familiar energy. A faint smile of contentment graced his lips. Several hours later, Long Tianxin and Long Fei returned to Long Rufing. As soon as they met, Long Tianxin eagerly spoke, "A Feng, the clan has been relatively tranquil of late, with little disturbance. However, some news has arrived that is far from favorable for our Longshan clan." Observing Long Tianxin's somewhat somber expression and Long Fei's similarly grave demeanor, Long Rufing immediately replied, I am aware of this matter. It is likely that 2 elders from the Ba clan have successfully broken through to the realm of sacred deity, is it not? Long Tianxin was taken aback by this revelation and turned to Long Fei, a look of confusion on his face, asking, A Feng, how do you know this? It has not yet been made public. Has someone informed you beforehand? Long Rufeng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he softly replied. No one has informed me of these matters, but I am keenly aware. Additionally, the Feng clan and Huang clan are preparing for another marriage alliance. And the Holy Clan and Demon God clan have birthed 2 sacred emperor-level powerhouses, correct? Before he could finish, Long Rufeng chuckled again, the laughter tinged with an inexplicable peculiarity. He continued, Moreover, over the past 2 millennia, members of the Ba clan have continuously perished, yet the true culprit has yet to be apprehended. Even though the Ba clan has been strengthening its defenses, it remains futile. Gazing at Long Rufeng's enigmatic smile, Long Tianxin and Long Fei seemed to grasp something and chose not to linger on the topic any longer, instead shifting their inquiry. Very well. Let us set that matter aside for now. Since you are already aware of everything, what course of action should we take next? Long Rufeng's gaze swept over Long Tianxin and Long Fei, a mischievous smile adorning his face as he calmly stated, Although I serve as the leader of the Long clan, I will soon depart from Tianlong Star. From this day forth, all matters concerning the Long Shin clan will be decided by the 2 elders, and I will raise no objections. Long Tianxin and Long Fei regarded Long Rufeng with a mischievous grin, contemplating their next move, yet apprehensive of provoking him lest they suffer a similar fate as before, where they were left unscathed. They could only reluctantly acquiesce, saying, Very well, do as you wish. But when do you plan to leave? I have some matters to attend to over the next few days, and I shall depart shortly after, likely in about 7 days. Long Rufeng replied. Chapter 29, Meticulously Arranged 7 Days? So soon? Long Tianxin and Long Fei exclaimed in unison, their faces displaying astonishment. Long Rufeng answered calmly. It is not too soon. I had originally planned to depart tomorrow, but it seems I must make some necessary preparations first. All right, do as you please. Since neither of us can defeat you, do as you wish. Long Tianxin sighed helplessly. Long Rufu glanced at his father's exasperated expression and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then parted his lips and recited an incantation, instantly unlocking the independent space he carried with him, from which he retrieved 2 bottles of Tianyi divine water once more. Long Tianxin and Long Fei were astonished, their eyes nearly bulging out. This was the second time they had witnessed him produce such a rare treasure. Yet, was it not said that the Tianyi divine water was exceedingly precious? How could he possess so much? Moreover, it seemed inexhaustible. A Feng, this Tianyi divine water is an exceptionally valuable treasure. How could you have so much? Where did you acquire it? Long Tianxin asked, filled with curiosity and urgency. Long Rufu carefully handed the 2 bottles, exuding a mysterious aura, to Long Tianxin, his eyes shimmering with determination as he softly replied, You need not inquire about their origins. Please accept these 2 bottles of Tianyi divine water. As far as I know, our Long Shin clan currently possesses 19 top-tier deities and 244 upper-tier deities. These 2 bottles of Tianyi divine water are specifically prepared for them. Given their current cultivation levels, a small amount will suffice for each, thereby enhancing our clan's overall strength to some extent. Long Tianxin nodded slightly, indicating his understanding and acceptance. He was well aware of the value and significance of these 2 bottles of divine water, which played a crucial role in the growth of their race. Subsequently, Long Rufu continued in a calm tone. Furthermore, I hope you can assist me in gathering all our clan members who are of age but under 3,000 years old. I will then select 10 outstanding individuals from among them to serve as my personal guards as we embark on our journey. All right, this request poses no difficulty. However, leading only 10 individuals seems rather insufficient, does it not? Long Tianxin expressed his doubts, unable to suppress his curiosity. Long Rufu smiled confidently, a hint of assurance gracing his features as he replied, Rest assured, the number is more than adequate. Moreover, after years of venturing outside, I have secretly cultivated an elite team. I will lead them alongside us. His words conveyed an air of self-assurance. Outsiders, you cheeky boy, why would you choose those of unknown origins over the many talented youths within our clan? Long Tianxin frowned, his displeasure evident as he questioned loudly. Faced with his father's reprimand, Long Rufu felt utterly helpless. He knew well that there were many outstanding young talents within their clan, but this task was of particular significance, requiring both strength and experience, qualities that were not possessed by those of their own kin. Thus, he forced a smile and explained to his father, Father, please do not misunderstand. It is not that I do not wish to employ our clan's brothers and sisters. It is simply because this mission is exceptionally unique, with tremendous risks involved. While the young members of our clan possess considerable strength, they largely lack sufficient experience and a deep understanding of the outside world. If we recklessly involve them, it could lead not only to failure, but also to perilous situations. Hence, this decision is truly unavoidable. Listening to his son's explanation, Long Tianxin pondered silently. Although doubts lingered in his heart, he understood that Long Rufu spoke the truth. Ultimately, he resolved not to dwell on the matter further and said, "Very well. If that is the case, let us proceed as you suggest. I will arrange for the clan members who are to consume the Tiani divine water to begin their closed-door cultivation shortly." At this moment, Long Rufu interjected, "Father, we must not rush the closed-door cultivation. It should be conducted in batches to ensure that, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we still have sufficient personnel to respond appropriately." Long Tianxin nodded slightly in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further, and resolutely turned to leave. In the spacious and solemn assembly hall of the Longshan clan, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. When Long Tianxin resumed his seat at the head, he surveyed the room and inquired with piercing eyes, "Has everyone arrived?" The elder Long Fei, standing nearby, silently nodded and meticulously counted the attendees. Once he confirmed that everyone was present, he cast a reassuring glance at Long Tianxin, signifying that all were ready. Receiving Long Fei's response, Long Tianxin wasted no time and proclaimed, "All right, everyone, please maintain silence. I have matters to discuss with you." The once boisterous assembly hall fell into complete silence. Many had already learned the general circumstances from Long Fei, and despite their inner excitement, they managed to remain composed. "With the assistance of the patriarch, the elder and I have successfully broken through our limits and achieved a promotion to the sacred emperor realm. However, other clans have also risen to the challenge, unveiling numerous formidable figures. In light of this situation, the patriarch has made a series of arrangements to bolster our clan's strength." At this point, Long Tianxin paused momentarily, seemingly organizing his thoughts. After a brief pause, he continued, "Currently, our clan possesses 19 top-tier deities and 244 upper-tier deities. The focus of this strength enhancement initiative will be on them. Next, I will first arrange for 3 top-tier deities and 10 upper-tier deities to enter closed-door cultivation, seeking breakthroughs. After observing the results, we will determine the specific number for the next round of cultivation." Having spoken, Long Tianxin scanned the crowd below, noting that no one raised objections, and thus continued, "Additionally, in a few days, the patriarch will lead a group of young successors to venture out for training. Therefore, tomorrow, I ask that all clan members aged 2,000, but not yet 3,000 gather at the arena. The patriarch will select 10 individuals from among them to accompany him. This is a rare opportunity, and I hope everyone values it." With that, the matters were settled, and everyone could make their own arrangements. "I will announce the list of the first batch of closed-door cultivators later. We shall adjourn for today." With that, Long Tianxin calmly took his seat, no longer paying attention to the others in the hall. The attendees bowed and withdrew, gradually leaving the assembly hall. Before long, only Long Tianxin and Long Tung remained in the hall. Long Tianxin suddenly remarked, "Once the closed-door cultivation is complete, I believe our Longshan clan's strength will see considerable improvement. As for how far we can go, it will depend on the efforts of our kin." Chapter 30. Selection. Not long after, the elders and clan members began to exit the assembly hall, but shortly after their departure, the news announced during the clan meeting spread like wildfire throughout the entire Longshan clan. Particularly, the announcement regarding Long Rufu's imminent selection of personal guards stirred the young members of the Longshan clan into a fervor of excitement. For everyone understood well that it was precisely due to the influence of this new patriarch that Long Tianxin and Long Fei had transcended their limitations and achieved such remarkable accomplishments. Thus, in the hearts of every Longshan clan member, to have the fortune of following Long Rufu would undoubtedly be a shortcut to the path of becoming a formidable being, allowing them to effortlessly enhance their own strengths. Consequently, all eligible members of the Longshan clan sprang into action, making every effort to adjust their mental and physical states, eagerly preparing to embrace the crucial selection event on the morrow. After all, the number of spots for the personal guards was limited to a mere 10 individuals, and no one wished to miss this rare opportunity to bolster their strength due to a momentary lapse in focus. Meanwhile, in his tranquil chamber, Long Rufu was not idling away his time. Seizing the moment of the clan meeting, he had already begun to delve into his vast, boundless independent space in search of the rewards that awaited tomorrow's victors. Wait, I distinctly remember placing it in this area. How could it have vanished? Long Rufu furrowed his brow, standing amidst the seemingly endless expanse of his independent space, muttering to himself. As he pondered deeply, a brilliant flash of light suddenly erupted from within him. Once the radiance dissipated, a figure emerged, none other than Tianxiang. Upon his arrival, Tianxiang's gaze fell directly upon the mountain of treasures composed of countless rare materials, his face displaying a hint of astonishment. However, he quickly remarked, "Look at you, hoarding such rare and precious treasures without the slightest appreciation. If these were taken to the outside world, they would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless individuals." Hearing Tianxiang's words, Long Rufeng rolled his eyes in resignation, then turned to him and retorted irritably, all right, you are right. But do I have the luxury of time to organize these items? Unless I stumble upon something truly rare, I can only leave them in such disarray." Upon hearing Long Rufeng's response, Tianxiang glared at him fiercely, his eyes ablaze with frustration, even contemplating a playful bite. Yet, considering their vast difference in strength, Tianxiang could only vent his grievances. "You actually wield the power of space. Don't you think you could utilize it to tidy things up? Surely that would be a simple task." Long Rufeng paused for a moment, then candidly admitted, I have been so focused on expanding my spatial realm that it never occurred to me to use that power for organization. How foolish of me." He then summoned his spatial power, swiftly constructing numerous shelves and compartments. The previously chaotic treasures, as if enchanted, began to orderly fly to their designated places. Before long, the once disorderly space transformed into a magnificent treasury brimming with endless treasures. Tianxiang retracted the foolish gaze he had just cast, now curious as he inquired, "A Feng, just how vast is this space of yours?" Long Rufeng immediately replied with a blunt three-word answer, which pierced Tianxiang's mental defenses like a sharp blade. "I don't know." Observing Tianxiang's silence, Long Rufeng felt a twinge of anxiety but steeled himself to explain, "I truly have no idea. Over the years, I have only focused on expanding this space without delving into anything else. Moreover, a portion of my avatars can also utilize this space, and they might be expanding it too. Therefore, I have never measured the exact size." After speaking, Long Rufeng seemed to recall something and quickly concentrated, channeling his powerful soul energy into probing the spatial realm. Not long after, he stated with certainty, "After careful investigation, I finally understand. Currently, this space is approximately 1/10 the total area of Tianlongxing. However, given my current abilities, I fear that is the maximum extent to which I can expand it." Upon hearing Long Rufeng's words, Tianxiang completely lost interest in continuing the conversation. With a swift movement, he transformed into a dazzling beam of light, diving directly into Long Rufeng's body. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Long Rufeng arrived at the arena. He had initially thought he would be the first to arrive, but to his astonishment, the arena was already crowded with clan members, the viewing area nearly full. These individuals were likely family members of the participants of the appropriate age. Long Rufeng scanned the surroundings with an impassive expression before striding towards the seat designated for the clan leader. At this moment, many elders were already present. However, Long Rufeng paid them no mind, closing his eyes to quietly await the arrival of others. About an hour later, an elder quietly approached Long Rufeng and whispered, "Clan leader, everyone has arrived, and we can begin." As soon as the words left his mouth, Long Rufeng, who had kept his eyes shut, abruptly opened them. A powerful surge of soul energy erupted from within him, swiftly spreading like an invisible net, encompassing the entire arena. It meticulously scanned each participant's figure, analyzing their levels of strength. After this thorough examination, Long Rufeng calculated that approximately 1,800 individuals were participating, most of whom were at the mid-level of low-tier deities, with only a small fraction reaching the mid-tier deity level. With a clear understanding of the situation, Long Rufeng wasted no time and leapt gracefully into the center of the arena. The previously boisterous arena fell into an eerie silence. Every gaze fixed upon Long Rufeng as if drawn by an unseen force. When they recognized him, the atmosphere instantly solidified, followed by an eruption of enthusiastic cheers. In response to this scene, Long Rufeng displayed a satisfied smile and nodded slightly. He then spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "There is no need for formality. For today marks the important day of selecting the guards. This selection is limited to 10 individuals. I hope each of you will give your utmost effort to showcase your true abilities. Moreover, for those who are ultimately chosen, I shall bestow upon each a precious ascension elixir as a reward." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Rufeng turned and returned to his seat. At that moment, The arena was filled with murmurs of awe and curiosity surrounding the effects of this miraculous elixir. However, Long Rufeng paid little attention to the discussions. Instead, turning to the elder beside him and softly instructing, "Let us proceed according to the plan we previously agreed upon." Following this command, the elder immediately stood up and announced that the competition was officially underway. Chapter 31. 10 individuals. With the elder's booming voice resonating, the intense competition commenced. At this moment, the once vast and imposing arena appeared to be torn apart by a mysterious force, swiftly splitting into 10 relatively smaller, yet still spacious platforms. Immediately, 10 esteemed elders gracefully descended onto these platforms, their expressions serious as they began to loudly proclaim the rules of the competition. In this contest, each group will consist of 2 participants who will compete on stage, with the victors advancing to the next round. Furthermore, all participants must remember that it is strictly forbidden to consume any elixirs or rare treasures that could enhance their strength during the competition. Any violation will result in immediate disqualification. Likewise, the use of life-threatening artifacts is prohibited, and violators will be stripped of their competition rights. Lastly, and most importantly, any form of lethal action is absolutely forbidden. Anyone who transgresses this rule will face immediate disqualification. Once these rules were thoroughly articulated, the thrilling competition officially began. The atmosphere became orderly as numerous matchups unfolded. However, Long Rufeng, seated in the elevated position, seemed to pay little attention to the fierce battles below. In truth, after an in-depth evaluation, he already had his eye on a few promising candidates. Yet, to avoid hurting others' feelings and pride, he occasionally cast a glance at the arena, albeit with a somewhat distracted expression, as if his mind were elsewhere. Meanwhile, the fierce battles on the platforms raged on, resembling flames burning fiercely. Many participants unleashed their hidden skills, striving to make a name for themselves amidst the fierce competition. After an exhausting 8 hours of combat, the first round finally concluded. The elder serving as the judge waved his hand grandly and proclaimed in a booming voice, "Competitors, you have a respite of 2 hours to recuperate your energies before facing the more grueling challenges of the second round." As for those who were eliminated in the first round, many bear light injuries, while some are grievously wounded. Fortunately, there are skilled healers from our clan present to provide timely assistance, thus averting greater calamity. At this moment, Long Rufeng began to scrutinize the participants advancing to the second round. As anticipated, those he had previously favored successfully broke through and advanced. Subsequently, Long Rufeng rose and addressed the participants who had not progressed to the second round. "Esteemed clansmen, although you have not made it to the next round, I am fully aware of your struggles and efforts. Therefore, I present you with the Du Shun Dan as a token of recognition. Do not be disheartened. Continue your diligent cultivation." With that, he commanded the distribution of the elixirs. Upon hearing this, the previously disheartened competitors' eyes brightened, and their spirits were rekindled. They silently rejoiced, thinking, "Although we did not succeed in advancing, receiving such a precious reward from the clan leader makes this journey worthwhile." It is important to note that the Du Shun Dan is a rare treasure in this world. While it may not directly enhance one's strength, consuming it will gradually purify the impurities within, rendering one's innate energy ever more refined and potent. Who would not be tempted by such a rare gem? Thank you, esteemed clan leader. Gratitude was evident in their expressions as all the eliminated participants bowed deeply, conveying their profound respect and appreciation for Long Rufeng. He smiled and waved his hand, indicating that they need not be overly formal. Once they had risen, he gestured for the eliminated competitors to leave the arena first. After they departed, Long Rufeng finally took his seat, as only those participating in the next round remained. Time flew swiftly, and before long, the 2-hour respite had elapsed. With a rousing drumroll, the second round of competition commenced. Compared to the first round, this stage was evidently more intense and brutal. Many contestants sustained severe injuries, with some rendered unable to continue. Ultimately, after a fierce struggle, yet another group of competitors departed in defeat. However, it was heartening to note that every eliminated participant received a Pajong Dan as a reward, which would assist them in breaking through their current limitations. Naturally, they expressed their gratitude profusely before departing contentedly. Just as the advancing contenders prepared to take a brief respite, the judge suddenly announced loudly, "The third round will commence without a break. All advancing contestants, engage in battle immediately." Upon hearing this news, everyone was momentarily taken aback, but soon came to terms with it. After all, those who had reached this stage were the elite among the elite. If they could not withstand this minor test, how could they be fit for the role of guards? At this moment, Long Rufeng stood up, his gaze sweeping across the arena, and spoke slowly. The reason I am selecting guards is that we will soon leave Tianlong Xing for external ventures and trials. At that time, you will face countless fierce battles, and your enemies will show no mercy simply because you are injured or fatigued. With these words, he returned to his seat, no longer speaking further. The participants nodded in understanding, fully aware that Long Ruofeng's words held truth. Thus, they swiftly adjusted their states and immersed themselves wholeheartedly in the third round of competition. After the brutal eliminations of the previous 2 rounds, only about 100 contestants remained in the arena. Given this situation, the current round adopted a chaotic group battle format with 10 individuals per group. Ultimately, only the 10 most resilient warriors would succeed in joining the ranks of the guards, due to the lack of sufficient rest and the injuries many bore. This round's combat proved less intense than the previous 2. Numerous contestants chose to forfeit after sustaining heavy blows, as they understood that persisting would only exacerbate their injuries and potentially hinder their future cultivation. Thus, merely 30 minutes into the third round, it concluded, and the remaining 10 participants were, astonishingly, the very individuals Long Ruofeng had favored from the beginning. Once again, Long Ruofeng produced Pajang Dan as rewards for the third round's eliminated participants, this time offering each 2 elixirs. After all others had exited the arena, Long Ruofeng turned to the remaining 10 and spoke slowly. Congratulations. From this day forth, you shall serve as my guards. Take a moment to rest. We will convene here at noon in 3 days. With that, Long Ruofeng paid no further attention to them and departed. Once his figure had completely vanished, the 10 individuals erupted in joyous laughter, expressing their overwhelming elation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed swiftly. On this morning, the 10 elites, entrusted with the significant responsibility of serving as Long Ruofeng's personal guards, had already arrived at the arena, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Do you know what miraculous effects the Sheng Tianzhao Hua Den mentioned by the clan leader possesses? I have never heard of such a pill before. Why do you inquire so deeply? Since the clan leader regards this elixir as the ultimate reward, its efficacy must be extraordinary, and there is no need for wild speculation. It is merely curiosity. We naturally trust the clan leader. Indeed, now that we have the honor of becoming his guards, we should place our unwavering trust in him. Have we perhaps strayed too far from the topic? Just as the group engaged in lively conversation, Long Ruofeng suddenly appeared at the center of the arena, akin to a deity descending from the heavens, and the previously boisterous chatter ceased abruptly. All gazed at Long Ruofeng with profound reverence and uniformly bowed, exclaiming, "We welcome you, esteemed clan leader." Long Ruofeng casually waved his hand, stating, "There is no need for such formalities. Simply introduce yourselves in order." His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Observing this, the participants ceased their chatter and began their introductions in succession. The first to speak was a middle-aged man, who respectfully stated, "I am Long Tian, aged 2,700 years, and I have attained the middle divine realm. I pay my respects to the clan leader." Next, another man of similar age stepped forward, also addressing him with reverence. "I am Long Yang, also 2,700 years old, and of the same middle divine realm, here to pay my respects to the clan leader." The third to introduce himself was Long Yao, who appeared somewhat younger, but whose eyes shone with determination. He cupped his fists and bowed. "I am Long Yao, 2,600 years old, currently at the middle divine stage, paying my respects to the clan leader." Next was Long Qian, who stepped forward and bowed his head. "I am Long Qian, aged only 2,400 years, still at the lower divine realm, paying my respects to the clan leader." The fifth speaker was a burly man named Long Ong, who boomed, "I am Long Ong, aged 2,500 years at the lower divine realm, here to pay my respects to the clan leader." The sixth to introduce himself was Long Xian, who exuded elegance in his demeanor. He spoke softly, "I am Long Xian, 2,500 years old, also at the lower divine realm, grateful for the clan leader's summons." Seventh was a stern-faced young man who introduced himself as Long Xian, aged merely 2,200 years, but already possessing a lower divine form. After bowing, he said, "I am Long Xian, honored to see the clan leader." Following him was an extraordinarily stout man, who laughed heartily. "I am Long Gang, having traversed 2,800 years, still at the lower divine level. Today, I have the privilege to meet the clan leader. I am Long Yan, aged 2,400 years at the lower divine realm, paying my respects to the clan leader. I am Long Qi, aged 2,000 years, also at the lower divine realm, paying my respects to the clan leader." As the individuals completed their self-introductions, Long Ruofeng suddenly realized a matter of utmost importance and inquired, Have you all changed your surname to Long? After exchanging glances, Long Tian stepped forward and replied, in response to the esteemed clan leader, we originally had no right to inherit the Long surname. However, yesterday, the Great Elder issued a decree stating that although the Long Shun clan mandates that only those who achieve remarkable feats may be granted the Long surname, we, being the close attendants of the clan leader, will accompany you on your journey. And it is only a matter of time before we achieve great deeds in your service and receive the honor of the Long surname. Thus, we have been especially permitted to adopt Long as our surname. Long Ruo Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement and said, since that is the case, I shall speak no further. After 3 days of recuperation, I believe your injuries should have healed, and it is time to bestow upon you the rewards you deserve. With that, Long Ruo Feng turned his palm, revealing a jade-green elixir exuding a rich medicinal aroma. As soon as the elixir appeared, a powerful aura enveloped the surroundings, and the fragrance was as refreshing as a clear spring. The attendees were irresistibly drawn to this aroma, inhaling deeply. In that instant, they were astonished to feel the previously calm energy within them stirring and becoming increasingly robust and pure. This unexpected delight brought expressions of gratitude, and they bowed deeply to Long Ruo Feng in appreciation. Subsequently, Long Ruo Feng generously distributed these precious Shengtian Zhao Hua Dan to each individual, solemnly stating, this is a miraculous elixir I obtained during my travels, the Shengtian Zhao Hua Dan, which offers immense benefits to divine-level warriors. Upon hearing this, the boldest among them, Long Tian, could not suppress his curiosity and asked loudly, esteemed clan leader, could you enlighten us on the specific miraculous effects of this elixir? Long Ruo Feng's gaze swept over Long Tian, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he replied. The marvel of the Shengtian Zhao Hua Dan lies in its adaptability. It enhances the level of the user based on their innate talent. Those with lesser talents may only advance one tier, yet those of exceptional talent may even break through their bottlenecks and ascend to a higher realm. Moreover, this elixir has no side effects, and its residual potency can refine the physique of the user, thereby augmenting their physical strength. Upon hearing that it could elevate their levels, the crowd erupted with joy, but when they learned that the residual potency could further strengthen their bodies, their elation transformed into ecstasy. After all, the Longshan clan is inherently strong, and enhancing their already formidable physique would be increasingly challenging. Thus, the prospect of further augmenting their physical prowess was indeed exhilarating. At this moment, Long Ruo Feng spoke again. Now that you have become my guards, you must possess a resonant title. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Tian Long Wei, tasked with the noble duty of safeguarding Tian Long Xing. The crowd, overwhelmed with joy at being bestowed a name associated with Tian Long Xing, knelt on both knees, exclaiming, thank you, esteemed clan leader, for your generous favor. We shall dedicate ourselves to protecting Tian Long Xing and unwaveringly follow your lead. Observing their response, Long Ruo Feng smiled in satisfaction and nodded, very well, rise. Consume the elixir here and seize the opportunity to break through your cultivation bottlenecks. I shall cast a spell to alter the flow of time in this place, assisting you in achieving your goals swiftly. Chapter 33. The Path to the Blue Planet. Upon hearing Long Ruo Feng's words, the crowd fell into silence, then promptly sat cross-legged, unhesitatingly swallowing the Shengtian Zhao Hua Dan, and began to refine its potency with all their might, hoping to successfully transcend their limitations. Meanwhile, Long Ruo Feng waved his arm, unleashing a powerful force of time that swiftly enveloped the entire arena, causing time within to slow dramatically. He then utilized spatial power to tightly seal the arena, ensuring that no external disturbances would disrupt the breakthrough process of the Tian Long Wei. Once everything was in place, Long Ruo Feng left the arena with ease, heading directly toward the council hall in search of his father's presence. The council hall, despite its name, functioned more as a command center for operations. It was the origin of all directives and the repository for various external information. Upon entering the hall, Long Ruo Feng immediately spotted Long Tian Xian and Long Fei engrossed in serious discussions. With no other individuals present, he casually chose a seat and quietly observed his father and the Great Elder in silence. Noticing Long Ruo Feng's silent presence, Long Tian Xian felt compelled to address him, asking, how did things fare on your end? Long Ruo Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he softly replied, everything has quietly commenced. They will break through as I set forth. If all goes well, these 3 mid-level deities will successfully overcome their bottlenecks and ascend to high-level deities. After all, their exceptional talents are evident, having reached mid-level deity status before the age of 3000. The remaining 7 low-level deities, already in mid-low level status, should encounter little difficulty in advancing to mid-level deities. Long Tian Xian nodded slightly in agreement, adding, I have properly arranged for the 3 top divine beings and 10 high-level deities to enter a state of seclusion. But this period will not be lengthy, no more than a year at most. He then turned his gaze toward Long Ruofeng. Long Ruofeng looked at his father and, after a moment of contemplation, continued, I have personally examined their progress, based on their absorption rate of Tian Yishan Shui. They should achieve their goal in approximately 8 months. This is largely due to my meticulous manipulation of the time flow in their chambers, making these 8 months feel like several years. As soon as Long Ruofeng finished speaking, Long Tian Xian interjected, A Feng, your Sheng Tian Zhao Hua Dan is so wondrous. Why not keep some for yourself? A sly smile graced his lips. Long Ruofeng gazed at his father, letting out a helpless sigh. Father, I am well aware of your intentions. Although the Sheng Tian Zhao Hua Dan is only effective for divine-level beings, its extraordinary effects make it an exceedingly rare treasure. My current supply is limited, and I have other significant uses for it. However, since you have asked, I can offer you 15 pieces. Just a reminder, if high-level deities consume it, its ability to elevate their realm will be lost. Though aware that the elixir would not be substantially beneficial for high-level deities, Long Tian Xian, adhering to the principle of never passing up an advantage, happily accepted the elixirs. He then inquired, are there any other treasures? Please, let us have more to enhance the overall strength of our Longshan clan. Long Ruofeng, no longer lingering, swiftly produced an assortment of exquisite vials and various precious resources from his spatial artifact and presented them all to Long Tian Xian. Seeing the abundance he had received, Long Tian Xian was about to speak again when Long Ruofeng turned and dashed out of the council hall, oblivious to his father's grateful expression. As he exited the hall, Long Ruofeng's heart raced, and he felt a flurry of emotions, reflecting, Father's tactics of exploiting resources are indeed ruthless. He shows no mercy, even towards his own son. One can only imagine how much harsher he would be with others. Just as Long Ruofeng was silently lamenting his father, a voice unexpectedly resonated deep within his soul. A Feng, what are your plans now? I recall you mentioning a desire to leave Tianlongxing. Where do you intend to go? In response to Tianxiang's inquiry, Long Ruyun chose not to reply but quickened his pace towards the secluded chamber designated for meditation. Although Long Tianxin had generously relinquished the chamber reserved for the clan leader to him, he remained fond of the one he had previously occupied. Upon reaching the familiar sanctuary, Long Ruyun promptly summoned Tianxiang and jested, It has been several days since I last heard your voice. You open with a question. Where do you find such an abundance of queries? However, Tianxiang appeared unfazed by Long Ruyun's playful banter and retorted, Since I have posed a question, you ought to answer it truthfully. Spare me the superfluous chatter. Long Ruyun initially intended to engage in further debate with Tianxiang, but upon receiving a fierce glare from him, he swallowed the words he was about to utter. After a moment of silence, Long Ruyun finally spoke, when the Tianlong guards emerged from their seclusion. I shall lead them away from Tianlong Star. Our destination is a splendid planet, as blue as a sapphire. At this revelation, a look of confusion crossed Tianxiang's face as he pressed on. A blue planet? Is it the one you mentioned previously? What is your intention in going there? Before he could finish, Long Ruyun's eyes deepened, and his expression grew grave. He lowered his voice and articulated, Indeed, it is that blue planet. For it is home to our descendants who carry the bloodline of my clan. However, I cannot disclose the specific purpose of this journey to you at this moment. Yet, on that distant planet, there exists a group of individuals who have awaited my return for millennia. As he concluded, Long Ruyun's voice quivered slightly, infused with boundless emotion and anticipation. Subsequently, he produced a fist-sized crystal, which bore a central void resembling a black hole and radiated formidable spatial energy. Tianxiang immediately inquired, What is this? A spatial stone? It does not appear to be one. Long Ruyun, observing Tianxiang's incessant questioning, replied, This is something I crafted myself. It encapsulates a spatial passageway that leads to that blue planet. Chapter 34. Farewell. Upon hearing this, Tianxiang fell into a profound silence, as if struck by lightning. Time seemingly halted in that moment. After a brief interval, he regained his composure and eagerly asked, How long have you been preparing this spatial passage? And what do you mean by saying someone has waited for you on that planet for thousands of years? Long Ruyun was overwhelmed by Tianxiang's rapid-fire questions, lamenting inwardly. Had I known you would have so many inquiries, I would have sealed you for another few millennia. These thoughts he dared not voice aloud. Thus, he reluctantly informed Tianxiang. I began preparations for this spatial passage after meeting my uncle. As for the individual waiting for me, I cannot yet disclose their identity. You will know in due time. Tianxiang smirked and retorted, if you do not tell me, do you think I cannot guess? Humph. Who else but your own avatar could wait for you for thousands of years? Recognizing that Tianxiang had deduced the answer, Long Ruyun dispensed with the pretense and candidly admitted, indeed, it is my avatar. It has been there for several millennia, and it is time to retrieve it. Upon hearing Long Ruyun's response, Tianxiang beamed with pride, his gaze seemingly saying, see how clever I am? Even if you do not speak, I can infer the truth. Long Ruyun, however, remained silent, locking eyes with Tianxiang. Yet, after less than a minute, he surrendered, preparing to speak, but before he could, Tianxiang's questions resumed. Since we are on this topic, I have another question for you. Aware that evasion was futile, Long Ruyun resignedly replied, ask away. With so many avatars, haven't he been slain? Tianxiang inquired directly. Upon hearing Tianxiang's question, Long Ruyun fell silent, standing like a statue. After a moment, he slowly responded, yes, to date, 3 of my avatars have met a tragic end, but I have avenged them. Tianxiang, reflecting on Long Ruyun's answer, seemed to recall certain matters, and after a considerable pause, he asked, I remember you mentioned having experienced 5 deaths. The first was at the hands of the Ba clan, where you shattered your own dragon yuan. The second occurred while refining your life artifact. So, did the remaining 3 happen during your quest for vengeance against those who killed your avatars? Seeing that Tianxiang had already guessed, Long Ruyun ceased to conceal the truth and candidly replied, you are correct. You must understand, while my avatars are not as powerful as my true self, they are not easily vanquished by ordinary beings. Moreover, I can sense everything my avatars experience. Thus, I am acutely aware of the formidable foes who have slain them. Consequently, I ventured to the realms where my avatars resided, seeking the powerful adversaries responsible for their demise, and engaged in harrowing battles. All 3 encounters ended in mutual destruction, which is why I have been reborn thrice. Upon hearing Long Ruyun's explanation, Tianxiang fell into deep contemplation once more. After a long while, he suddenly declared, A Feng, I have recently discovered that there remains a portion of Tianni divine water that I have not fully absorbed. I shall enter seclusion until I completely assimilate it. By then, my abilities should see a significant enhancement. Therefore, in the upcoming period, while you may wield the Longyin sword in battle, I will be unable to assist you as I did before. Without waiting for Long Ruyun's reaction, Tianxiang transformed into a streak of light and returned to Long Ruyun's body, unresponsive to any summons. Long Ruyun sighed with a wry smile, realizing that Tianxiang's so-called absorption of Tianni divine water was merely an excuse, and he let him be. In just 3 days, time flew by, and Long Ruyun returned to the arena, first removing the spatial seal from it, then restoring the flow of time to normal. Instantly, 10 powerful auras erupted within the arena, the strongest clearly having reached the pinnacle of superior deities, while the weakest had attained the mid-stage of mid-tier deities. Without hesitation, Long Ruyun entered the arena and approached the Tianlong guards. Upon seeing Long Ruyun, the 10 originally formidable Tianlong guards immediately reined in their auras and bowed, expressing their gratitude. We thank you, esteemed clan leader, for granting us this opportunity. Long Ruyun merely waved his hand, indicating that it was a trivial matter, and began to assess their realms. He discovered that both Long Tian and Long Yang, initially at mid-tier deity, had ascended to the pinnacle of superior deity, while Long Yao had only reached the mid-stage of superior deity. As for the remaining 7 mid-tier deities, Long Qian, Long Ong, and Long Xian had advanced to the pinnacle of mid-tier deity, whereas Long Gang, Long Yin, and Long Qi were the least progressed, only reaching the mid-stage of mid-tier deity. After evaluating their realms, Long Ruyun nodded, pleased with the results, which exceeded his expectations, and noted that they were still relatively young, allowing for significant potential for future growth. He then declared, since you have emerged from seclusion, prepare to depart Tianlongxing with me. I will grant you 2 hours to bid farewell to your families. With that, he produced 10 jade vials and distributed them among the group. Each vial contained elixirs that would accelerate the cultivation speed of divine-level beings. Though not as potent as the Ascension creation elixirs they had consumed, they were still a marked improvement over the clan's previous offerings. As he concluded this statement, Long Ruyun paused momentarily before continuing, in the days to come, you shall accompany me on distant expeditions, and these can be considered as your settling in funds. Each vial contains 30 pieces. Feel free to take them home to your families. With that, he refrained from further elaboration. The recipients of the elixirs bowed once more in gratitude for Long Ruyun's generosity and promptly turned to return home. After all, Long Ruyun had granted them only 2 hours, and none wished to squander this precious time with their families. After the crowd dispersed, Long Rufing chose to head towards the council hall in search of his father, Long Tianxin, to bid his final farewell. The Longshan clan was gathered in the council hall, discussing clan affairs when Long Rufing abruptly entered. The assembly paused momentarily, not uttering a word, for Long Rufing was now the clan leader. Upon entering, he remained silent, gazing at his father, prompting everyone else to exit the hall and grant the father and son some privacy. Long Tianxin glanced at his son and immediately understood that Long Rufing had come to say goodbye. He remarked how swiftly time had passed, asking, "Are you truly leaving so soon?" Long Rufing affirmed, "Yes, father, I shall depart in 2 hours." With unwavering determination, he locked eyes with Long Tianxin. The elder sighed. "Very well, my child. You have grown and must pursue your own destiny. Remember, no matter the challenges you face, always believe in your abilities." Long Rufing nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, father, I will not disappoint you." After exchanging a few more words, Long Rufing turned and exited the council hall, his heart brimming with a sense of mission, his steps growing more resolute. Behind him, Long Tianxin silently watched his retreating figure, pride and contentment flickering in his eyes. Chapter 35. Journey to the Blue Planet. The fleeting 2 hours vanished in an instant. When Long Rufing re-entered the vast arena, he was taken aback to find it completely deserted. However, he did not succumb to anger, understanding that his kin had lived on Tianlongxing and rarely interacted with the outside world. It was only natural for them to wish to spend more time with their loved ones before an indefinite departure. Thus, Long Rufing chose to patiently await the arrival of the Tianlong Wei, standing still in the arena. Yet, as time trickled away like sand through an hourglass, no one appeared. At that moment, Long Rufing's frustration began to simmer. Another 2 hours passed, and his anger reached its zenith. Suddenly, a grave realization struck him. He had seemingly forgotten to inform the Tianlong Wei of the precise meeting location. With this thought, Long Rufing shook his head with a wry smile. Turning to the azure sky, he called out with a voice that boomed like thunder, "All Tianlong Wei, assemble in the arena immediately." His commanding voice reverberated across the skies of Tianlongxing. Before long, 10 figures clad in black swiftly descended upon the center of the arena like birds in flight. Faced with Long Rufing's furious expression and cold demeanor, the guards trembled, bowing their heads in silence. Even the usually audacious Long Tian dared not utter a word at this moment. Long Rufing remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon them. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene, causing unease to swell among the assembly. In this stifling atmosphere, Long Rufing finally spoke, "Although I did not specify the meeting location, not one of you took the initiative to seek it out. Did you expect me to come find you?" Confronted by Long Rufing's reprimand, the guards found themselves momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Long Rufing furrowed his brow and continued, "I am acutely aware that you have never ventured beyond Tianlongxing, and naturally, you wish to cherish every moment with your families before leaving. Thus, when you realized I had neither clearly stated the meeting spot nor dispatched someone to relay the message, you assumed I was intentionally granting you more time with your kin, did you not?" His piercing gaze swept over each face, and those whose thoughts had been laid bare flushed with embarrassment, lowering their heads like children caught in wrongdoing. Taking a deep breath, Long Rufing's tone grew more somber. "However, I too bear an undeniable responsibility in this matter. Very well, I shall not hold you accountable this time. But remember, should a similar situation arise in the future, it is imperative that you exhaust all means to ascertain the details and commit fully to executing your duties, for you are my subordinates." Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement, responding in unison, "Understood." In truth, Long Rufing did not wish to evade responsibility. It was vital to recognize that if subordinates ignored their duties merely because instructions were not sufficiently clear, what purpose would they serve? How could they be entrusted with significant responsibilities? Seeing that the guards had come to acknowledge their errors, a subtle smile graced Long Rufing's lips. Though he quickly resumed his serious demeanor, he cleared his throat and began, "The destination we are heading to is a mysterious and beautiful blue planet, known as Earth. Its power level is relatively low, categorizing it as a lower plane. Earth is situated far from our Tianlongxing, requiring us to traverse over 130 star systems to reach it." As he finished speaking, Long Tian suddenly rose, exclaiming, "Lord Clan Leader, while 130 star systems may seem an immense distance, with your divine strength, it should pose no challenge, correct? As long as you lead us in executing spatial jumps, we should reach Earth in no time." His voice echoed throughout the hall, drawing the attention of all present. Long Rufing frowned. a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. He shot Long Tian a sharp glare, the intensity of his gaze seeming to pierce the heart. Long Tian, sensing Long Rufeng's authority, felt a tightening in his chest, realizing he had misspoken, and instinctively lowered his head, retreating a few steps. Long Rufeng furrowed his brow and solemnly explained, "You are underestimating the situation. For me, executing a spatial jump alone is certainly feasible. However, bringing you all along changes the dynamics entirely. Although you are all divine-level beings, your bodies cannot withstand the strain of such a long-distance jump. Even if we attempted to shorten the distance and execute multiple jumps, the pressure would be too much for you. If we were to force a spatial jump, you would arrive as nothing more than lifeless remnants." Hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement, yet their apprehensions remained. After all, facing the vast distance of over 130 star systems, none could predict how long it would take to arrive solely relying on their own strength. Long Rufeng keenly observed the worry etched on their faces and took a deep breath, reassuring them, "Do not fret, all will be well. In truth, I possess a special spatial passage leading to that planet, which can reduce the lengthy journey to the equivalent of merely 3-star systems." His words emanated a sense of resoluteness and confidence, akin to a calming balm for the anxious crowd. He then produced a mysterious stone, roughly the size of a fist, from his garments. This was the pre-prepared spatial passage. Without hesitation, Long Rufeng hurled the stone into the air while simultaneously unleashing a powerful spatial force. In an instant, the stone was struck, creating a vast black hole, towering 3 zhong and exceeding 1 zhong in width. However, this black hole appeared unstable, with strong spatial fluctuations emanating from within, as if on the brink of collapse. Yet at that moment, a tremendous pulling force erupted from the black hole, akin to a vortex, devouring all surrounding spiritual energy. As this force coalesced, the once trembling black hole gradually stabilized. Long Rufeng wasted no time. He beckoned the assembly to follow and stepped forward into the spatial passage. Others, witnessing the scene, hesitated not for a moment, closely following suit, and all entered the enigmatic spatial passage. Once the last individual stepped through, the passage began to slowly contract, ultimately vanishing entirely, as if it had never existed. Chapter 36, A Grand Gift. Master Patriarch, is this the Earth you spoke of? Its size is remarkably similar to our Tianlongxing, exclaimed Long Tian in astonishment. He, along with the other Tianlong guards, floated amidst the vast, boundless void, while Long Ruofeng stood quietly in front. Not far away, a cerulean planet drifted silently. After an arduous 15-day journey through the spatial passage, they at last arrived at the mysterious destination, Earth. When Long Tian posed a question, Long Ruofeng responded without hesitation. Indeed, this is Earth. Its scale is comparable to Tianlongxing, yet its power level is vastly inferior. Long Tian then inquired, Master Patriarch, if the power level here is so low, why have you brought us to such a planet? However, this time, Long Ruofeng merely cast a sidelong glance at Long Tian, refraining from directly answering his question. He turned away, his gaze fixed on the tranquil earth in the distance, lost in contemplation. In the face of this situation, the Tianlong guards appeared somewhat uneasy, none daring to shatter the silence. They silently accompanied Long Ruofeng, standing together in the void, as if time had come to a standstill. After an indeterminate period, Long Ruofeng finally broke his silence, slowly uttering, "The reason for my presence here is due to a group of descendants carrying the bloodline of our dragon god clan residing on this planet." Upon hearing this, everyone present was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable time, it was Long Tian, possessing the most courage, who ventured to ask Long Ruofeng once more, "May I inquire, Master, do you intend to bring these descendants back to our homeland?" Long Ruofeng gently shook his head, responding, "To my knowledge, the number of descendants bearing our dragon bloodline exceeds several 100 million, and the vast majority are not cultivators. To transport such a multitude of mortals back is no simple feat. Even if we exhaust ourselves finding a way, they would struggle to adapt to the environment of Tianlongxing." Just then, Long Ruofeng suddenly pointed towards a metallic object floating nearby. The others exchanged puzzled glances, wanting to inquire, but Long Ruofeng preemptively explained. "This object is called a satellite, invented by the humans of Earth. As for its specific uses and effects, you shall gradually explore and comprehend in due time." At this juncture, Long Ruofeng paused briefly before continuing. "At present, we are on the verge of arriving at Earth, and I plan to present a substantial gift to those Earth descendants. Long Tian, go and destroy that object." As he spoke, he gestured towards the satellite that hung silently in the air. Though Long Tian harbored doubts about Long Ruofeng's intentions, he refrained from questioning further. After casting a deep glance at Long Ruofeng, he flew resolutely towards the satellite. Upon nearing his target, Long Tian clasped his palms together, summoning the immense divine power within him, concentrating it in his hands. With a swift motion of his arm, a dazzling beam of light erupted, striking the satellite directly. In an instant, a tremendous explosion resounded, and the satellite was obliterated, reduced to countless fragments that scattered and fell. After completing the task, Long Tian swiftly returned to stand behind Long Ruofeng. At this moment, Long Ruofeng gazed at the remnants of the satellite, which had become a heap of rubble. Alongside a small portion of its torn flag, a smile of indescribable satisfaction, even tinged with a hint of mischief, graced his features. He murmured softly, "I truly hope this special gift will delight them immensely." If an earthling were present at that moment, they would surely comprehend the peculiar and mischievous nature of Long Ruofeng's smile. The reason was clear. The tattered flag bore not only red stripes, but also white stars, elements that together represented a powerful and influential nation on Earth. Simultaneously, the leader of a formidable nation on Earth suddenly received urgent intelligence from his subordinates, reporting that a functioning artificial satellite had exploded violently without warning, yet the specific cause remained unmentioned. This unexpected turn of events ignited the leader's fury, prompting him to issue an immediate order to thoroughly investigate the truth behind the satellite explosion at any cost. Soon, this astonishing news spread across the globe, causing a tremendous uproar. In an instant, the international community turned its attention to this nation, rife with speculation and skepticism. This incident plunged the nation into an unprecedentedly awkward predicament, becoming the focal point of global attention and a topic of idle chatter. However, the orchestrator of this series of events, Long Ruofeng, had already led his elite Tianlong guards to Earth, swiftly locating the place where his doppelganger resided. It was a luxurious villa situated in the bustling heart of S City, a property that required not only considerable wealth, but also a substantial degree of social status and influence to acquire. "You have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time." Upon Long Ruofeng's entry into the villa, a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to him approached and spoke. "There was no choice. You must understand, I have been preoccupied with numerous affairs, and I had to ensure everything was in order before I could come to our appointment." Long Ruofeng replied without a moment's hesitation. If Tianxiang had been present, he would undoubtedly have mercilessly mocked Long Ruofeng. This fellow must be out of his mind, communicating with his own doppelganger as if conversing with a stranger. Meanwhile, Long Ruofeng's doppelganger nodded slightly, and then wore an exceedingly mischievous smile, teasing, "Hey, the gift you brought this time is quite generous. Many are overjoyed." As soon as he finished speaking, a fit of devious laughter followed. The doppelganger then shifted the conversation, stating, "However, while this gift is quite nice, it seems to lack the grandeur to be deemed a truly great gift, does it not?" In response to the doppelganger's slightly skeptical remark, Long Ruofeng remained composed, casually replying, "Yes, I am well aware. Those were merely trifles. The real centerpiece, you should know well." Upon hearing this, the doppelganger nodded again and promptly inquired, "Now that you are here, should we not set our plans into motion?" His tone revealed a hint of urgency. Chapter 37. Coercion. Long Ruofeng regarded the somewhat impatient doppelganger before him, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, and spoke in a calm tone, "Do not rush. We have waited through thousands of years. What is a little more time to us? All things must be approached step by step. Only then can great achievements be realized." Hearing this, the doppelganger's restlessness subsided somewhat, yet he could not help but mutter, "Very well, if that is the case, let us proceed with the matter of fusion." With that, the doppelganger had yet to take further action when Long Ruofeng raised his arm lightly, as if plucking something from thin air, reaching out to grasp the doppelganger. In an instant, the doppelganger transformed into a dazzling stream of light, swiftly merging into Long Ruofeng's being. Seeing this, Long Ruofeng wasted no time, promptly sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes, and wholeheartedly engaging in this crucial fusion. As seconds turned into minutes, approximately half an hour later, Long Ruofeng, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them, a brilliant light shining forth. At that moment, he had successfully subdued the doppelganger he had awaited for thousands of years. However, regrettably, this fusion did not grant him a substantial increase in power. The reason is simple. The creation of this avatar was initially intended merely to pave the way for a grand and earth-shattering plan. Thus, it was not endowed with excessive power. Moreover, constrained by the environment of Earth, there was no means to cultivate or absorb spiritual energy. rendering the retrieval of the avatar virtually insignificant in enhancing the strength of the original body. Nevertheless, Long Ruyun remained unfazed. After briefly organizing his chaotic thoughts, he proclaimed, "Come forth." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout every corner of the room. The Tianlong guards, who had been waiting outside, promptly entered the room in an orderly fashion. Once everyone was seated, Long Ruyun rose immediately, his expression grave as he surveyed each individual present. He then spoke in a deep, resolute voice. "I believe many of you have already heard the news. My uncle fought valiantly to protect this land and its inhabitants, ultimately sacrificing his life. The warriors who fought alongside him spontaneously organized to form the Long clan. In those days, the Long clan was renowned throughout the world, commanding great respect. However, as time has passed, the Long clan no longer enjoys its former glory, yet its strength remains formidable. Our objective now is to infiltrate the Long clan and supplant them as the new rulers of this family." As soon as Long Ruyun concluded his words, he stood tall, his gaze piercing as he scanned the faces of all present, seemingly inviting them to voice their opinions freely. As anticipated, the first to speak was Long Tian, who furrowed his brow and expressed his concerns. "Esteemed clan leader, in my humble opinion, this matter may prove quite challenging. To those individuals, you are ultimately perceived as an outsider. How could they possibly relinquish the power they hold so tightly?" Long Ruyun nodded slightly in agreement, gesturing for Long Tian to remain seated and calm. He continued, "The transfer of power is not for them to decide. Furthermore, my uncle's 2 children are still alive and have long been venerated as ancestors by the Long clan, though they have never involved themselves in clan affairs. I have already communicated with them, and the transfer of power is inevitable." The assertiveness in Long Ruyun's words left the audience in shock, evoking a sense of pity for the current rulers of the Long clan. 3 days later, under a bright sun and gentle breeze, a tense atmosphere enveloped the Long family estate. An elderly man, his hair white and face lined with wrinkles, stood at the center of the hall, his body trembling slightly with rage and determination. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, exuding charm and sophistication, though he appeared to be in his 40s. The shrewdness and decisiveness in his eyes were not to be underestimated. "Yi Tian, your Yi family may indeed be riding high at present, but do not forget that my Long family has its own legacy. Do you think you can simply swallow us whole? Not a chance." The elder's face flushed with anger, his voice hoarse from agitation. As he spoke, he began to cough violently, as if he were expelling his very lungs. However, in the face of the elder's rebuke, the middle-aged man, Yi Tian, remained remarkably composed. A slight smile graced his lips as he gently shook his head. "Elder Long, those who understand the times are true heroes. The Long clan is no longer what it once was. Persisting in this manner will only lead to mutual destruction. It would be far wiser to entrust the management of the Long group to our Yi family. It would be beneficial for all parties involved. Rest assured, you will not be shortchanged on price." Upon hearing this, the elder's anger intensified further. His eyes widened as he glared at Yi Tian. "Enough of your nonsense. I have made it abundantly clear that even if the Long clan were to vanish, I would never sell it to your Yi family. Disabuse yourselves of this notion." Just as Yi Tian was about to respond, a youthful and clear voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Well said. Truly commendable for the rulers of the Long clan, demonstrating such integrity." This unexpected remark left everyone in the room momentarily stunned, particularly the elderly man, who thought to himself that perhaps an ignorant young upstart from the family had rashly emerged to cause a ruckus. Just as he prepared to scold, a stranger, previously unseen, entered the room surrounded by a group, revealing Long Ruyun and the Tianlong guards. The elder observed the young man entering, tall and handsome. He exuded an air of confidence and composure. Despite his youth, the extraordinary demeanor he radiated was impossible to overlook. The elder considered that, based on his years of experience, anyone possessing such poise must be of remarkable significance. Therefore, he refrained from questioning or reprimanding the young man, opting instead to observe the unfolding situation. In contrast, Yi Tian, standing nearby, displayed signs of impatience. Mistaking the intruder for a young member of the Long family, he brusquely remarked, "Are all the young people of the Long family so ill-mannered? I am currently engaged in a discussion with your family head. It is not your place to interrupt." His tone dripped with disdain and contempt. Upon hearing these words, Long Ruyun's expression darkened significantly. His eyes locked onto Yi Tian, igniting with fury as he declared, "The question of whether the Long family possesses manners is certainly not for someone like you to judge." No sooner had he finished speaking than he let out a scornful snort. Although the sound was not loud, it pierced through the atmosphere like a sharp blade. The surrounding individuals merely frowned slightly, offering little reaction. However, for Yi Tian, the sound reverberated like a thunderous explosion, threatening to rupture his eardrums. Yi Tian felt a blinding pain in his head, his vision blurred. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from his head, sweeping through his entire being like a tumultuous tidal wave. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, blood streaming from his orifices, staining his garments crimson. Chapter 38. Ascending to the Long clan after delivering a severe reprimand to Yi Tian. Long Riyun disregarded him entirely, shifting his focus to Long Jinxing, the true ruler of the Long group. Long Jinxing had assumed leadership of the Long clan at the tender age of 25, a time when he was brimming with ambition and vigor. However, over the course of more than 50 years since taking the helm, despite his diligent efforts to restore the Long clan to its former glory, he had ultimately been unable to reverse its decline, a persistent burden weighing heavily on his heart. Even now, although Long Jinxing was advancing in years and his health had waned, he clung to his position as patriarch, unwilling to relinquish power. At this moment, he noticed Long Riyun gazing intently at him, yet the young man remained silent. Initially, Long Jinxing considered initiating conversation, but upon reflection, he decided against it. If Long Riyun was not inclined to speak, why should he impose himself? Moreover, given that Long Riyun had just assaulted Yi Tian, and considering the Yi family's notorious arrogance, it was likely they would not let this incident go easily. Engaging in conversation at this juncture might lead Yi Tian to mistakenly believe the young man was affiliated with the Long family, thereby inviting trouble upon them. With this in mind, Long Jinxing opted for silence. Thus, the atmosphere became steeped in an eerie stillness as time passed. As each second ticked by, Long Jinxing and Long Riyun exchanged silent glances, neither willing to break the silence. Just as Long Jinxing could no longer endure the tension and was about to speak, he witnessed the bloodied and battered Yi Tian struggling to rise to his feet. His face contorted with rage, he shouted hoarsely, "Ah, the Long family. I came here with the best intentions to offer my assistance, yet you treat me in such a manner. Since you, the Long family, are so ungrateful, do not blame the Yi family for being heartless and unkind. Long Jinxing, remember this. One day, I will ensure that your Long family vanishes completely from this world." With those words still hanging in the air, he staggered away. Long Jinxing could only watch as Yi Tian receded into the distance, wanting to explain something but finding himself tongue-tied, unable to utter a single word. Deep down, he understood that given the current situation, no matter what he said, Yi Tian would never believe him again. Helpless, Long Jinxing turned to Long Rufeng and demanded, "Pray tell, who are you exactly? Why would you act in such a manner?" In the face of Long Jinxing's furious inquiry, Long Rufeng merely smiled faintly, exuding an air of calmness. He replied softly, "I am Long Rufeng. The reason for my actions is simply that I do not wish for the Long group to fall into the hands of others." Upon hearing this, Long Jinxing was taken aback and fell into deep contemplation. In all his memories, there had never been a member of the younger generation named Long Rufeng in their family. Thus, he inquired further, "You say your surname is Long? Which branch do you belong to? I have never heard your name before." Realizing that Long Jinxing had mistakenly identified him as a descendant of their family, Long Rufeng quickly clarified, "While it is true that I bear the surname Long, I am not actually a member of the Long family." Upon hearing this, Long Jinxing's anger flared even more intensely. He retorted, "If you are not one of us, what is your purpose in meddling with our affairs? Do you truly not understand that your actions could lead the Long family to ruin?" Before he finished speaking, he raised his broad hand and slammed it down on the table, shattering it into pieces that scattered across the room. Long Rufeng gazed at the debris strewn across the floor and mused to himself. Indeed, he has cultivated the Canglong Jue, but his cultivation level barely reaches the second tier. However, considering the current severe lack of spiritual energy on Earth, achieving such a level is already quite commendable. Regaining his composure, he replied, "Ruined? Is it possible that the Long family still has a chance for redemption?" Long Jinxing's face displayed a look of astonishment, his body trembling slightly, and though his lips moved, no sound emerged. He slowly lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought, remaining silent. Observing Long Jinxing's reaction, Long Rufeng smirked slightly and continued, "I have come here to assist the Long family in overcoming its declining predicament." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Jinxing abruptly lifted his head, his eyes glinting with uncertainty. He was well aware that there is no free lunch in this world and pondered what the other party's true intentions might be. Thus, he fixed his gaze on Long Rufeng and asked, somewhat skeptically, "Oh, you truly wish to help the Long family? Then how do you intend to offer your assistance?" Long Rufeng met Long Jinxing's doubtful gaze with calmness and assuredness. He responded, I have brought with me 700 million US dollars as financial support, along with 11 crucial development contracts signed with the provincial government, which can alleviate the Long family's pressing issues. Furthermore, I will continue to invest and introduce more business opportunities. With a gentle wave of his arm, he signaled for Long Tian to present the development contracts for Long Jinxing's review. Long Jinxing took the contracts and scrutinized the seals and signatures, confirming their authenticity, yet he still harbored a lingering wariness towards this young man. After all, to possess such formidable strength to secure so many development contracts must imply significant backing. However, it was perplexing that he had never heard of this individual. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, "Who exactly are you? Why do you wish to assist our Long family?" In the face of Long Jinxing's suspicion, Long Ruffing remained calm and composed, unfazed by the other's doubts. He smiled slightly and replied, "As I have mentioned, my name is Long Ruffing. Although I am not an internal member of the Long group, we all belong to the Long lineage. Is it not only natural to extend a helping hand to a fellow clansman in distress?" Upon hearing this, Long Jinxing suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth laced with sarcasm and disdain. As he laughed, he said to Long Ruffing, "Do you take me for a naive child? How absurd and laughable of you to present such a ridiculous excuse. While I do not claim to be exceptional, I have navigated the tumultuous seas of commerce for decades. Do you truly believe that someone with my experience would be swayed by your nonsensical claims? Enough of this banter. Tell me your true intentions." Seeing Long Jinxing's unwavering stance, Long Ruffing recognized that continuing to conceal his motives would be futile. He decided to be forthright and candidly expressed his intentions. "I wish to become the new master of the Long group." Upon hearing Long Ruffing's declaration, Long Jinxing trembled with rage, leaping to his feet and glaring at Long Ruffing with wide eyes as he bellowed, "You audacious scoundrel! You dare to covet our Long group? Humph! You and that Yi Tian are clearly cut from the same cloth. I warn you, do not harbor such delusions. There's no chance you'll ever swallow the Long group." However, in the face of Long Jinxing's fury, Long Ruffing remained remarkably composed, even allowing a hint of a derisive smile to grace his lips. He responded unflustered, "There is no need for such agitation. Deep down, you are well aware of the predicament the Long group currently faces. If new funding cannot be secured within the next 6 months, the Long group will face bankruptcy and liquidation, and at that point, it will truly be too late." After this, Long Ruffing paused momentarily before continuing. "Moreover, consider how many eyes are watching the Long group like vultures, ready to pounce. They will not grant you the time needed to secure funding. Should they detect any signs of a fractured financial chain, they will undoubtedly strike with the ferocity of starving wolves. Therefore, the time you have left may be less than 6 months." Upon hearing Long Ruffing's words, Long Jinxing felt as though all his strength had been drained from his body, collapsing into his chair, trembling involuntarily. He understood all too well that Long Ruffing's words were rooted in harsh reality. Despite his intense reluctance, surrendering the ancestral Long group was no easy feat. Observing Long Jinxing, who appeared to have lost his spirit, Long Ruffing felt a twinge of compassion. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly, "You need not despair. If you are willing to let me take over the Long group, your family can retain its existing shares." Long Jinxing was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he asked, "You are willing to invest such a colossal sum without seeking any return? You would allow us to keep our family's shares? What is your true intention?" In response to Long Jinxing's inquiry, Long Ruffing's lips curled into a subtle smile. He replied with calm assurance, "Your family holds only 30% of the Long group's shares, while the remaining 70% is controlled by various major shareholders and numerous minority stakeholders. What I seek is the absolute control of that 70%. Long Ruffing's words resonated like thunder in Long Jinxing's ears, leaving him utterly astonished. After a moment of stunned silence, Long Jinxing finally regained his composure, furrowing his brow with concern as he said, "Acquiring that 70% of the shares will not be an easy task. The major shareholders are all shrewd individuals who would never easily transfer their shares to you. They are bound to raise the price. Moreover, the Yi family has likely already established contact with these shareholders, and a considerable portion of the shares has probably already fallen into their hands." Initially, Long Jinxing harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that when Long Ruffing learned of the current predicament of the Long family, he might hesitate and express some concern. However, much to his astonishment, Long Ruffing displayed an unexpected calmness and responded nonchalantly, stating that he was already well aware of these matters. Consequently, prior to their meeting, he had exerted every effort to suppress the stock of the Long group. At that moment, the stock price of the Long family must have plummeted to an astonishing low. Naturally, the shareholders would be alarmed and would hastily seek to liquidate their shares. As for the shares held by the Yi family, it would not be long before they would willingly present them to me. Upon hearing these words from Long Rufin, Long Jinxing could not help but admire the foresight of this individual, while simultaneously feeling a vague sense of dread. Although the Long family has gradually declined, the value of each share remains significant. To suppress the Long family stock to such a deplorable price requires an immense financial backing. Such financial strength implies the existence of a formidable force behind it, a level of power that would hardly be interested in the currently beleaguered Long group. Considering this, Long Jinxing could not help but inquire again. How could one with such astonishing power set their sights on the now fallen Long group? May I ask what your true intentions are? His voice conveyed both confusion and a hint of concern. Faced with Long Jinxing's relentless questioning, Long Rufin grew somewhat impatient and decided to cease the endless back and forth. He took a deep breath and spoke directly. Have you heard of Long Ting Group? The mention of Long Tung Group caused Long Jinxing's heart to tremble. He was certainly no stranger to this name, as Long Tung Group is renowned throughout Huaxia. Known to all and sundry, the group is involved in various sectors domestically and ranks at the pinnacle in terms of both financial strength and social standing. However, the true identity of the master behind Long Tung Group has always remained a mystery, with even their gender unknown. At this moment, seeing the look of astonishment on Long Jinxing's face, Long Rufin nodded slightly in acknowledgement. With a subtle smile, he softly declared, "Indeed, I am the master of Long Tung Group." Upon hearing this, although Long Jinxing still harbored doubts, he found himself compelled to accept this reality considering the astonishing power exhibited by Long Rufin. After a moment of silence, Long Jinxing reluctantly spoke. "So you are Chairman Long. I apologize for my lack of insight." His words were laced with reverence. Hearing such flattery, Long Rufin's countenance remained as placid as still water, and he could not be bothered to utter another word, simply striding silently towards Long Jinxing. Meanwhile, a chillingly powerful aura surged forth from him, intensifying with each step he took. With every stride, this aura escalated like roaring waves, and when Long Rufin finally stood before Long Jinxing, the latter found himself utterly immobilized by the overwhelming pressure, unable to move even a finger. Long Rufin looked down at Long Jinxing with an icy gaze, his voice devoid of any emotion as he slowly intoned, "The current situation allows for no hesitation on your part. You have only one path ahead. Obediently follow my orders. Should you dare to defy me in the slightest, not only shall you suffer dire consequences, but your kin shall also meet an irreversible fate. And even the two key figures that your Long family has concealed for millennia will not escape calamity." Long Rufin's sudden and forceful demeanor left Long Jinxing in shock. However, what truly sent chills down his spine was the realization that the other party was fully aware of the family's long-hidden secrets. Hearing Long Rufin so casually reveal the Long family's secrets accumulated over thousands of years, a tidal wave of fear surged within Long Jinxing, causing him to tremble even more intensely, yet deep down he still harbored doubts. He widened his eyes and, with a slightly trembling voice, asked, "Who exactly are you? How do you know about those two?" However, Long Rufin seemed to completely disregard Long Jinxing's inquiry, not even shifting his gaze, and with a cold, threatening tone, he replied, "Those two are not ordinary mortals, and should their true identities be revealed, the consequences would be unimaginable, beyond what you could bear." At that moment, Long Jinxing finally became convinced that this enigmatic Long Rufin indeed possessed knowledge of those two individuals. Faced with such a fierce threat, given Long Jinxing's previously fiery temperament, he would have acted out in defiance. Yet now, he found himself unable to move even an inch under Long Rufin's overwhelming aura, making him acutely aware of the vast disparity in their strengths. Just as Long Jinxing pondered how to break free from Long Rufin's pressure, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Long Rufin suddenly retracted his aura and swiftly returned to his previous seat. Then, with an expressionless countenance, he addressed Long Jinxing. "If you wish to make a move, I shall grant you this opportunity to see if you can indeed kill me." Confronted with this sudden change, Long Jinxing was visibly taken aback. He stared wide-eyed at Long Rufin, his face a mask of astonishment, clearly unprepared for such a development. However, after a brief moment of shock, Long Jinxing did not immediately act as Long Rufin had anticipated. He understood well that if the other party had invited him to attack, it meant that he was not taken seriously at all. Realizing this, Long Jinxing, who had initially been filled with fear, suddenly found his composure. He took a deep breath, straightened his back, and fixed a determined gaze on Long Rufin, slowly articulating, "You wish for me to hand over the Long group? Very well. But you must first agree to two conditions. Otherwise, even if it leads to mutual destruction, I will never yield. Long Rufin appeared to have anticipated Long Jinxing's reaction, maintaining a calm demeanor, showing not the slightest flicker of emotion in his eyes. He simply replied with mild curiosity, "Oh, what are your conditions?" Long Jinxing, noticing Long Rufin's unwavering composure, felt a surge of admiration within, yet maintained a facade of indifference. Without further ado, he stated his conditions directly. First, you must guarantee that all existing shares of the Long family will be retained. Second, you must not disclose a single word regarding the two individuals to the outside world. If you can agree to these two conditions, I will immediately withdraw the Long family from the Long group and no longer interfere in its affairs. After finishing, Long Jinxing clenched his fists tightly, awaiting Long Rufin's response. However, Long Rufin did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he smirked slightly, a knowing smile gracing his face. It seems those two individuals hold significant importance to your Long family. As he spoke, he cast a deeply meaningful glance at Long Jinxing. Realizing the situation had reached this point and that the other party was already aware of the matter, Long Jinxing thought it best to be forthright. Thus, he replied without hesitation, "Indeed, they are crucial. This is the ancestral teaching passed down through the Long family for millennia, regardless of the circumstances. It is imperative to ensure their safety. Even if it requires the entire family's strength or the sacrifice of lives, we will not hesitate." Upon hearing Long Jinxing's declaration, Long Rufin suddenly shifted the conversation, asking, "Are you so readily willing to concede? But are you certain that all those collateral branches will agree?" In response to Long Rufin's inquiry, Long Jinxing appeared remarkably composed. He replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for Chairman Long to worry. Should there be any violators, I will naturally handle it appropriately." Having said that, he fixed his gaze on Long Rufin once more and then inquired, "What are your thoughts on the two conditions I have proposed?" Long Rufin slightly nodded in agreement, promptly committing to fulfill Long Jinxing's requests. Just as Long Jinxing felt a sense of relief at Long Rufin's acquiescence, the next words from Long Rufin caused an immediate surge of tension within him. "In that case, please bring out those two for me to meet," Long Rufin stated coolly. At the moment those words were uttered, Long Jinxing's heart sank as he suddenly realized that this man was not after the operational rights of the Long family group. It was merely a smokescreen. Upon this realization, Long Jinxing abruptly rose, his eyes filled with wariness, yet he refrained from making any rash moves against his opponent. Just as he contemplated summoning bodyguards for assistance, a formidable aura emanated once more from Long Rufin. Strangely, this presence was not directed at Long Jinxing himself. Long Rufin casually called out, "Long Xingyu, Long Yeyue, why do you not promptly reveal yourselves to meet me?" His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it possessed a certain enchantment that instantly resonated throughout the vast Long family manor. Observing Long Rufin's actions, Long Jinxing became infuriated, disregarding all else, and without hesitation, he struck down towards Long Rufin. However, at that critical moment, two figures suddenly appeared in the spacious hall. They shouted in unison, "Jinxing, cease at once. Do not be disrespectful to our esteemed guest. Step back immediately." The forceful strike that Long Jinxing had aimed at Long Rufin halted abruptly upon hearing their stern admonitions, leaving him frozen in place. Upon seeing the two figures manifest, Long Jinxing wasted no time in stepping forward to them, bowing deeply and anxiously saying, "Ancestors, please forgive my inept actions. It is truly unforgivable to allow outsiders to bully us." The two figures were a man and a woman, and by appearance, they seemed to be of similar age to Long Jinxing. Yet, when the loyal members of the Tianlong Wei surrounding Long Rufin heard Long Jinxing's respectful address towards the two, they were left dumbfounded. However, it did not take long for them to comprehend that the reason for Long Jinxing's humble demeanor towards these seemingly youthful individuals was the unique aura that only members of the Long Shen clan possessed. At that moment, the male among them spoke, "No need for concern. This matter is beyond your capabilities. You need not blame yourself. Now please step aside." Long Jinxing clearly wished to continue his defense, but upon meeting the unwavering and authoritative gaze of his ancestor, he could only silently nod in agreement, refraining from uttering another word. Chapter 41. Another ancestor. Once the two figures observed Long Jinxing step back, they did not pay him much attention but instead turned their focus to Long Rufin, who was seated. After exchanging a glance, they approached Long Rufin without hesitation, respectfully performing a grand bow, and then spoke in unison, "Long Xingyu, Long Yeyue, pay their respects to elder brother. It has been a long time since we last met." The Tianlong Wei members standing by witnessed this scene, their faces reflecting a sense of realization. Long Jinxing's earlier attitude and the unique aura exuded by the two had led them to deduce that these two must be the descendants of their clan's uncle. as mentioned by their leader. However, the just retreated Long Jinxing was now utterly astonished, as if he had seen a ghost, staring blankly at his ancestors, unable to utter a single word for a long while. At this moment, Long Rufin broke the silence, saying, "It has been a while. How have you both been?" Hearing this, the two quickly nodded in response. "We are all well, but having been apart for so long, we miss you greatly, elder brother." Long Rufin smiled gently. "I too have thought of you both fondly." With that, he gradually rose and gently patted their shoulders, conveying his comfort. Without hesitation, he then laid bare the true intentions of his visit to the Long family manor. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances and turned to call out to the still-dazed Long Jinxing. "Jinxing, come here quickly." Upon hearing the summons, Long Jinxing promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Ancestors, what is it you wish to instruct me?" Long Xingyu, with an indifferent expression, responded, "Jinxing, both Yeyue and I are fully aware of the circumstances. Since elder brother does not mind, you should immediately hand over the Long family group to him." Hearing this, the emotions that Long Jinxing had just managed to stabilize surged anew. He could not help but question, "Two esteemed ancestors, please forgive my boldness. But could you kindly confirm once more whether this person is truly your elder brother? From my observation, this individual appears quite youthful. How could he possibly be your elder brother?" Initially, Long Xingyu and Long Yeyue felt somewhat displeased upon hearing Long Jinxing's question and were about to admonish him. However, at that moment, Long Rufin gestured for them to allow him to explain. Thus, they refrained from further comment. Long Rufin then took determined strides towards Long Jinxing, his sharp gaze fixed upon him, and spoke sternly, "Since you have referred to them as ancestors, you must surely be well aware of their true identities and backgrounds, correct?" Long Jinxing was taken aback by Long Rufin's sudden inquiry, but he quickly regained his composure and, after a moment's hesitation, gently nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing this, Long Rufin's lips curled slightly, and he continued, "The reason you are so convinced of their identities is not solely because your grandfather and father have told you so. Rather, it is crucially because, since your childhood, they have always appeared in this form. Despite the passage of decades, their appearance has never changed, correct?" After a moment of silence, Long Jinxing again slowly nodded in agreement. Long Rufin then took a deep breath and raised his voice slightly, continuing, "In that case, you must be well aware of the origins and historical legacy of the Long family." Upon hearing this, Long Jinxing could no longer contain his excitement and blurted out, "This is an undeniable fact. In the past, our Long family's ancestors did not originally bear the surname Long." However, he was abruptly interrupted by Long Rufin, who stated bluntly, "Their father, Long Jinxing, sacrificed his precious life without hesitation to protect the countless beings living on this land, in exchange for peace. Your Long family's ancestors were followers of Long Jinxing, and they shared a profound bond. To eternally commemorate this great figure and safeguard the dragon eggs left behind by him, your ancestors decided to establish a family. This family not only adopted the surname Long, but also passed down this mission through generations, continuing to this day, correct?" Long Jinxing could not help but nod once again in agreement. Long Rufin continued, "Both he and I belong to the Long Shin clan. He is my uncle. Therefore, his children must be my younger siblings." Upon hearing this, Long Jinxing exclaimed in astonishment, "You are truly a Long? Then, how old are you this year?" "Indeed, I am a Long, and as of now, I am 300 years old," Long Rufin calmly replied. "However, this seems somewhat amiss. According to the records of our family tree, our two ancestors had already come into existence over 4,000 years ago." Long Jinxing, with a face full of bewilderment, inquired. Long Rufin immediately clarified, "At that time, they were still in the state of dragon eggs. Within our Longshan clan, only when a dragon egg has completely hatched can it be considered to have truly entered the world, and they hatched 2,000 years ago. Thus they are naturally younger than I, and must call me elder brother." Upon hearing this, Long Jinxing was already convinced to a large extent. Yet a sliver of doubt lingered, prompting him to ask, "Why do you appear so youthful while the two ancestors look like this?" Before he could finish his question, Long Rufin seemed to have anticipated what he was about to ask, smiled faintly, and replied leisurely, "This is because, despite their status as dragons, they ultimately lack sufficient spiritual energy to sustain themselves. Even after cultivating the Canglong Jue, the spiritual energy they absorb can only maintain their lives, making it exceedingly difficult to preserve their youthful appearances." Having said this, before Long Jinxing could utter another word, Long Rufin shifted his gaze directly to Long Xingyu and Long Yeyue, speaking gently. "Xingyu, Yeyue, now that I have arrived, your vitality should no longer be a concern." As he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and two beams of green light suddenly appeared, swiftly entering the bodies of the two. In an instant, the green light surged, and the forms of Long Xingyu and Long Yue visibly began to rejuvenate. In just a few minutes, the aged visages of the two vanished, transformed into the appearance of young individuals around 20 years of age. Long Jinxing stared wide-eyed at the astonishingly youthful ancestors, a wave of indescribable joy swelling within him. However, as he calmed down to ponder, the remarkable abilities displayed by Long Rufen surfaced in his mind. Since the other party possessed such capabilities, what he said must indeed hold truth. With this thought, Long Jinxing's expression darkened instantly, and his mood grew exceedingly heavy. Am I truly to gain another ancestor? Long Jinxing murmured, his voice laced with helplessness and bitterness. For anyone, suddenly acquiring an elder of a higher generation is hardly a delightful affair. Moreover, this so-called ancestor has come to seize control of the family. This left Long Jinxing feeling both furious and powerless, as if the entire world were conspiring against him. At this moment, Long Jinxing's heart was engulfed in a profound conflict. On one hand, he felt gratified that the ancestors could regain their youth. On the other, he was disheartened by the prospect of having yet another ancestor. This intricate blend of emotions left him unsure of how to confront the current situation. Under the cloud of this vexation, Long Jinxing felt an immense weight upon his chest, as if a colossal stone were pressing down, making it difficult for him to breathe. Chapter 42. Revenge. Although Long Jinxing felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, given how events had unfolded, he had no choice but to accept the situation with equanimity. Sensing Long Jinxing's despondency, Long Rufen smiled gently and reassured, "You need not be so gloomy. After all, what I have stated is not false. The Long family has indeed transformed beyond recognition. The former glory is no more. Without my vigorous assistance, the Long family would be hard-pressed to escape the fate of decline. Furthermore, I have already promised you that you may retain your current shares in the Long family enterprise." At this point, Long Rufen suddenly smiled slightly, continuing with an enigmatic tone, "In my view, wealth is not your primary consideration, is it?" Upon hearing this, Long Jinxing's eyes flickered with surprise. He had never anticipated that Long Rufen would be so astute. Then, Long Rufen firmly stated, "For you, adhering to ancestral teachings is of utmost importance, which means ensuring the safety of Xingyu and Yue, does it not?" Realizing his thoughts had been laid bare, Long Jinxing chose to cease concealing them, responding candidly, "Indeed. For me, the safety of the two ancestors is paramount. I must ensure the Long family possesses sufficient strength to protect them." Observing Long Jinxing's serious demeanor, Long Rufen displayed a satisfied and appreciative smile, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "It is truly fortunate for Xingyu and Yue to have someone as devoted as you to protect them. However, now that I have returned, I will absolutely not allow them to suffer any harm or encounter danger." Hearing Long Rufen's bold assertions, Long Jinxing could not help but feel anxious, quickly retorting, "I would never presume to take such credit. Protecting the two ancestors is an inescapable duty and obligation for us, the descendants of the Long family." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Long Xingyu and Long Yue, who were now beaming with radiant smiles, their eyes reflecting affection for Long Rufen. Then, Long Rufen waved his hand, continuing, "Well, let us set aside these matters for now. Long Jinxing, we should discuss more pressing issues." With that, he gestured towards the seats ahead, indicating for Long Jinxing to take a seat. Then cleared his throat and resumed, "Now that the Long family group has officially come under my purview, it shall be renamed and formally become a subsidiary of Longting Group." Upon hearing this, although Long Jinxing had already prepared himself mentally to entrust the Long family group entirely to Long Rufen, he could not help but feel a twinge of reluctance. Yet, confronted with the new master's resolute and decisive arrangements, he could only silently nod in agreement. However, what Long Jinxing did not anticipate was that the next words from Long Rufen would plunge him into an overwhelming state of euphoria. Long Rufen continued, "Those employed by the Long family group need not be reassigned. After all, how could newcomers compare to the seasoned veterans? However, those utterly useless individuals must be dismissed without exception. Can you manage that?" With that, he casually produced a list and gently handed it to Long Jinxing. Initially startled by the good news, Long Jinxing soon recovered, accepting the list to scrutinize it, and after a moment, nodded in affirmation, "Yes. I understand how to handle this matter. I will ensure that these useless individuals do not remain within the group." Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, a young man unexpectedly barged in. Long Rufen focused intently and observed that this individual appeared to be in his 30s, standing approximately 1.85 meters, with distinct facial features and a resolute demeanor that exuded an extraordinary presence. Upon entering the room and noticing the crowd, he froze momentarily. However, the young man did not pay much attention to others but confidently approached Long Jinxing, stating, "Grandfather, I have important matters to discuss with you." As he spoke, his gaze briefly flickered toward Long Rufin and the others. Normally, Long Jinxing would allow a guest to sit first and then discuss matters privately. However, to the young man's surprise, Long Jinxing did not do so but directly introduced him to Long Rufin. "Chairman Long, please allow me to introduce my eldest grandson, Long Zhe. He is 32 years old and currently serves as the CEO of our group." After the introduction, Long Jinxing turned back to his grandson and continued, "Ace. This esteemed gentleman is none other than the illustrious Long Rufin, the chairman of Longting Group. You ought to go greet him promptly." Upon realizing that Long Rufin was indeed the true power behind Longting Group, Long Zhe momentarily felt dazed, but fortunately, his reflexes were quick, and he soon regained his composure. Respectfully cupping his hands toward Long Rufin, "Ah, I never expected to have the honor of meeting Chairman Long in person. It is truly a privilege for Long Zhe." Just as Long Zhe prepared to turn and speak to his grandfather, Long Jinxing interjected, "Speak your mind. There is no need to hold back, as Mr. Long is not an outsider." As the words fell, Long Jinxing cast a meaningful glance at his grandson. Long Zhe, as if he had pierced through the depths of Long Jinxing's gaze, spoke without hesitation, "Grandfather, just now, a mysterious and inscrutable foreign force has been ruthlessly suppressing the stock of our Long family in the stock market. In merely 2 hours, the price of our company's shares plummeted to a staggering 1 yuan. Those holding shares in Long Group are in a state of panic, hastily selling off their stocks. And the situation is dire. How should we respond to this predicament?" Long Zhe's tone was laced with an undeniable anxiety and urgency. However, unexpectedly, in the face of such a grave situation, Long Jinxing displayed no signs of distress. Rather, the corners of his mouth curled into a subtle smile. After a brief pause, he turned his gaze towards Long Rufin and said slowly, "It seems that thus far, your plan has been progressing quite smoothly. I can only wonder what the ultimate results will be." Upon hearing this, Long Zhe was momentarily stunned, his face a mask of astonishment and confusion. Yet soon, he regained his composure, realizing that the very ones launching a fierce attack on Long Group were none other than Long Tung Group. Observing his grandfather's demeanor towards the adversary, it was evident that he was fully aware of the situation, leaving Long Zhe utterly bewildered, his mind a tangled mess, but constrained by the occasion. He refrained from questioning him directly. As if possessing the ability to see through Long Zhe's thoughts, Long Rufin spoke without hesitation, "Jinxing, Long Zhe should have already explained the current situation to you very clearly. However, from my perspective, the Yi family will undoubtedly cling to Long Group with tenacity, perhaps even madly acquiring shares in Long. Unfortunately for them, they will never manage to buy too many. After another hour, everything will be settled. Once I have secured all these shares, it will be time for me to deal with the Yi family. At that point, I will ensure that the Yi family members are eager to present the remaining shares before me." Long Jinxing understood that a retaliation against the Yi family was about to commence. Chapter 43, The Reward Beside Them. Long Zhe was infuriated to hear Long Rufin daring to address his grandfather by name, his anger reaching a boiling point. In a society where family hierarchy is paramount, such behavior was nothing short of sacrilege. Yet, upon recalling the formidable Long Tung Group standing behind Long Rufin, he felt deflated, like a punctured balloon, unable to voice his indignation. What made Long Zhe feel even more frustrated was the fact that his grandfather showed no reaction, as if he regarded the matter with indifference. Long Zhe's heart seethed with resentment. "Grandfather, how can you allow others to bully our family like this?" At that moment, Long Jinxing, who had been observing quietly, suddenly burst into laughter. He pointed at Long Xingyu and Long Yeyue, who were seated nearby, and then turned to Long Zhe, saying, "Ace, do you recognize these two?" Only then did Long Zhe awaken to the realization that there were others present. He focused his gaze and found that he did not recognize the two unfamiliar individuals before him. Thus, he shook his head in confusion, indicating that he had never seen them before. However, what Long Jinxing said next struck Long Zhe like a thunderbolt. "Ace, how could you not know them? They are our family's two ancestors. You often go to greet them, don't you? They have just become a bit younger." After hearing this, Long Zhe was left in a state of shock, his expression shifting dramatically as if he had seen a ghost. He could hardly fathom that these two seemingly youthful individuals were actually his own ancestors. A whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him: shock, confusion, and disbelief. Then, Long Zhe suddenly turned to Long Jinxing and stated, "Grandfather, I understand your concerns for Long Group's situation, but you must take care of your health. After all, Our entire family relies on you." The moment he uttered these words, everyone present broke into hearty laughter. Yet, not long after, Long Jinxing displayed a resigned smile and replied, "Grandfather is quite fine. What I said was entirely true. You must be aware of the backgrounds of our two ancestors. The gentleman before you, Mr. Long, is their cousin. Moreover, the restoration of the youthful appearance of our two ancestors is also thanks to Mr. Long's assistance." Upon hearing Long Jinxing's words, Long Zhe's expression grew serious, followed by a lengthy silence. After a while, he suddenly seemed to regain his senses and turned to Long Rufeng, excitement radiating from his face as he asked, "Mr. Long, does this mean you are also of the Long lineage? If so, from where do you hail? Additionally, how old are you this year? And what is the extent of your power? Might it be possible for me to witness your true form?" Faced with Long Zhe's rapid-fire questions, Long Rufeng momentarily found himself at a loss for words. In that instant, Long Zhe's demeanor was a stark contrast to his earlier calm, as he appeared transformed into a child brimming with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. Just as Long Jinxing was about to admonish him, Long Rufeng gestured to Long Jinxing, indicating that he did not mind. Seeing Long Rufeng's unperturbed expression, Long Jinxing felt a sense of relief wash over him, noting that his own expression had unwittingly mirrored Long Zhe's. Clearly, they both harbored a deep curiosity about Long Rufeng's origins, yet neither dared to broach the subject. At that moment, Long Rufeng broke the silence with a deep and measured voice. "I am of the Dragon God clan, having traversed 3,300 springs and autumns. I hail from a star that is beyond reach. As for my strength," here, Long Rufeng smiled slightly, exuding an aura of mystique, "this place is unlikely to withstand even a single strike of mine. To witness my true form is no easy feat with that." An unusual radiance enveloped Long Rufeng, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a magnificent and formidable dragon, scales glistening, his head held high, claws sharp, emanating an aura that instilled fear. Long Zhe and Long Jinxing stood agape at this sight, the room falling into an astonished silence. Yet, moments later, they emerged from their shock, an uncontrollable excitement swelling within them. With such a powerful ally as Long Rufeng backing the Long family, what was there to fear in the future? Their joy was palpable, their eyes filled with awe and anticipation. Long Rufeng, observing all these changes, understood the thoughts of the two men but did not take them to heart. After all, aiding the Long family in overcoming their predicament was an obligation he could not shirk, especially since the Long family had safeguarded Long Xingyu and Long Yeyue for many years, deserving of his gratitude in both sentiment and reason. With these thoughts in mind, Long Rufeng no longer hesitated, and before Long Jinxing and Long Zhe could speak, he proactively stated, "Once all the shares that have flowed out are reclaimed by me, that will mark the moment I formally invest in Long Group. At that time, in addition to the $700 billion in related contracts I bring, I shall additionally invest another $1,300 billion and continually provide you with further business opportunities." Upon hearing this, Long Jinxing and Long Zhe could hardly contain their elation, their excitement overflowing. They exchanged glances, speechless, yet their eyes sparkled with disbelief and ecstatic joy. It was evident they had a myriad of thoughts to express, yet in that moment, the sheer delight in their hearts rendered them momentarily at a loss for words. Unsure of where to begin, Long Rufeng looked steadfastly at everyone, his voice resonating with strength. "I have made it abundantly clear. The members of the Long family may remain with Long Group, but it must be rebranded as a subsidiary of Long Tongue. Furthermore, Long Jinxing, you must transfer the position of responsibility to Long Zhe." Upon hearing these words, the once impassioned Long Jinxing and Long Zhe were momentarily taken aback. Although the renaming of the Long family signified its potential dissolution, they could reluctantly accept this. However, what perplexed them profoundly was Long Rufen's unexpected request for Long Jinxing to relinquish the position of leader to Long Zhe. Just as they were about to voice their inquiries, Long Rufen cast a deep gaze at Jinxing and spoke earnestly. "Jinxing, you are no longer young. Over the years, you have devoted yourself entirely to the Long family, and your body has consequently suffered from various ailments. Although you have practiced the Canglong Jue, its benefits to you have been minimal, and this technique does not suit you. In the future, I shall assist you with elixirs to rejuvenate your body and restore your youth. Furthermore, I will seek out a technique that aligns with your constitution for you to cultivate. As for the matter of spiritual energy, you need not worry. I will do my utmost to resolve it, but ultimately, your accomplishments will depend on your own efforts and fortune." Chapter 44. Addressing the matter initially intending to challenge Long Rufen, both Long Jinxing and Long Zhe were rendered speechless by his sudden pronouncement. However, they quickly comprehended the immense opportunity this presented for Long Jinxing. Subsequently, the two bowed deeply to Long Rufin and, in unison, expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Long. Your generosity towards our Long family is as heavy as a mountain, and we are truly at a loss for how to repay it. We shall exert ourselves fully in managing the branch company, ensuring we do not disappoint your immense kindness toward our family. Long Rufin fixed his gaze upon Long Jinxing and gently replied, Do not rush to thank me. The technique I speak of belongs solely to you and is not bestowed upon the Long family as a whole. It is important to understand that a technique, no matter how powerful, will only be effective if it resonates with the practitioner. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered across the faces of Long Jinxing and Long Zhe. Nevertheless, they recognized that Long Rufin had already gone to great lengths, and thus expressed their gratitude once more. However, Long Rufin continued, This is merely a personal reward for you. The Long family has faithfully guarded Xingyu and Yeyue for thousands of years. This meager reward pales in comparison. At this juncture, Long Rufin paused for a moment, surveying the assembly before adding, Next, I shall provide you with techniques suitable for the offspring of the Long family, as well as the elixirs required on your cultivation journey. However, these will not be handed out freely. They will be allocated based on each individual's performance. As his words resonated, his gaze fell upon Long Zhe and Long Jinxing, who exchanged glances and nodded in understanding of the underlying significance. The group then engaged in light conversation about trivial matters, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Yet, this tranquility was soon interrupted by the butler, who announced that someone had arrived to visit Mr. Long, claiming to have urgent news. Upon hearing this, the group immediately ceased their discussions. In a moment, a man entered the hall. He appeared slightly older than Long Zhe, with a face full of unkempt hair resembling wild grass, and his hair looked as if it had not been groomed for a long time. What struck a remarkable impression, however, were his bright and sharp eyes, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. The man strode confidently towards Long Rufin and, upon reaching him, stated, Mr. Long, the task has been completed. Originally, the Long family's external shares constituted a staggering 70%. Now, 53% has fallen into our hands, while 17% remains under the control of the Yi family. Hearing this, Long Rufin nodded slightly in agreement and remarked, You have performed exceptionally well. I am very satisfied. The Yi family once held 15% of the shares, yet you have managed to restrict their acquisition to a mere 2%. The disheveled man smirked and muttered, I had initially intended for the Yi family to acquire more shares. This way, when they returned these shares, we could save a substantial amount of funds. Unfortunately, you did not agree to my plan. Sensing the dissatisfaction in the disheveled man's tone, Long Rufin smiled and explained, Yicheng, it is not that I do not wish to operate according to your vision. In reality, 17% is already the maximum share I can afford to grant the Yi family. If we were to increase the share further, they might not be willing to return it voluntarily. After all, our opponents are not foolish. At this moment, Long Zhe and Long Jinxing, who had been listening to the conversation, were struck with astonishment when they heard Long Rufin refer to the disheveled man as Yicheng. They could not help but interject, Mr. Long, we just heard you call this gentleman Yicheng. Could it be that he bears the surname Jiang? Long Rufin nodded slightly, affirming Long Jinxing's speculation. Exchanging glances with one another, Long Jinxing and Long Zhe turned their attention back to the disheveled man. At that moment, they finally realized that Jiang Yicheng, the financial prodigy who had been out of the limelight for nearly a decade, was indeed a member of the Longting Group. It is worth noting that Jiang Yicheng had once been a household name. Not only was he renowned in City Z, but he was also a figure of great repute throughout the entirety of Huaxia. At the tender age of 19, he graduated from Harvard's finance department with perfect scores, showcasing his exceptional talent and relentless effort. Thereafter, he made a name for himself on Wall Street, commanding attention and respect as a prominent figure in the industry. However, what perplexed many was his resolute decision to return to his homeland for development. In his first year back, he achieved remarkable success in a thrilling gamble against domestic financial giants, which catapulted him to fame. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jiang Yicheng suddenly vanished from public view. And to this day, many seek to recruit him. As Long Jinxing and Long Zhe contemplated whether to approach him, Long Rufin preemptively addressed Jiang Yicheng. Yicheng, now that the equity matter is settled, you should return to City S. We must properly entertain the Yi family. In response to Long Rufin's words, Jiang Yicheng offered no reply, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement before turning and departing without hesitation, leaving behind a gradually receding silhouette. Long Rufin then turned to Long Xingyu and Long Yeyue, speaking earnestly. Xingyu, Yeyue, I must take my leave now. You two should accompany me back. The two nodded slightly in understanding, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Long Jinxing and Long Zhe displayed expressions of reluctance, though their hearts were filled with sorrow. They could not find a suitable reason to prevent Long Rufin from taking the two elders away. Consequently, they approached and bid farewell, promising to visit in the future. After a brief exchange, Long Rufin departed with Long Xingyu and Long Yeyue. 3 days later, the atmosphere within the headquarters of the Yi family was exceptionally tense. Yi Rong, the head of the Yi family, was seething with anger. Since 3 days prior, the Yi family had faced a severe challenge in the stock market, as a mysterious force had launched a fierce assault against them. This enigmatic force was not only powerful, but also exceedingly cunning. The Yi family had set numerous traps in an attempt to retaliate, yet all were effortlessly discerned and skillfully evaded by their adversary. Moreover, the opponent had utilized the traps laid by the Yi family, resulting in substantial economic losses for them. Faced with such adversity, Yi Rong was frantic yet helpless. Chapter 45. Clearing the air. Just as Yi Rong was fuming, his eldest son, Yi Tian, abruptly entered the room, his tone grave as he reported to his father, "Dad, we have identified the source of the attack. The mastermind behind this is none other than Longting Group." Upon hearing this, Yi Rong felt as if struck by lightning, his body trembling in shock, but he quickly regained his composure, fixating his gaze on his son and asking, "Do you have solid evidence to prove that this is the doing of Longting?" Yi Tian nodded affirmatively, "Absolutely. There is no doubt." After repeated inquiries and verification, Yi Rong's initial fury gradually subsided. Furrowing his brow, he fell into deep contemplation, muttering to himself, "My Yi family has had no dealings with Longting Group, nor have we provoked or offended them. Why, then, have they targeted us?" Yi Tian stood silently by, unable to provide answers to his father's puzzlement. After a brief silence, Yi Rong seemed to have made up his mind and turned to Yi Tian, instructing, "Tenor, you must swiftly investigate the true motives behind Longting Group's actions." "Understood, father. I shall attend to it immediately," Yi Tian responded, and without further ado, he departed, leaving Yi Rong to ponder strategies alone in the office. Yi Rong was acutely aware that this incident represented the greatest crisis the Yi family had faced since its establishment. After all, the might of Longting was far beyond that of the Yi family. A moment's carelessness could result in the loss of generations of hard work. At the headquarters of Longting Group in City S, in the opulently decorated office of the chairman, Long Rufu sat comfortably on a spacious sofa, casually conversing with Jiang Yicheng about the Yi family. With a playful smile, Long Rufu inquired, "Yicheng, how is it going? Is it amusing?" Jiang Yicheng, disheveled and unkempt, appeared indifferent to his appearance, as if he would never take the time to groom himself. With a straight face, he replied, "It's just a small Yi family. There's nothing of interest. However, I must say, they are quite resilient. Despite our significant financial blows to them, it seems they have not suffered a fatal setback. There appear to be some capable individuals within the Yi family, adept at managing these matters. I should take this seriously." Upon hearing Jiang Yicheng's words, the smile on Long Rufu's face deepened, and he teased, "Oh, I didn't realize the Yi family had some capabilities. Did you not say it was uninteresting? Yet now it seems to pique your interest." Jiang Yicheng, unceremoniously rolling his eyes in response to Long Rufu's slightly mocking tone, retorted, "Come on. Last time you spoke to me like this, my team and I could hardly sleep for a month, haunted by the market trends even in our dreams. This time, no matter what you say, I absolutely won't believe a word of your nonsense." Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Yicheng turned his gaze to Long Rufu, only to discover that the latter was grinning at him. In that moment, it dawned on Jiang Yicheng that Long Rufu had been toying with him all along. Though aware of the jest, Jiang Yicheng felt powerless, as he could not act excessively against Long Rufu. Thus, he could only glare at him in frustration. Just when their stares were about to reach a boiling point, Jiang Yicheng finally broke the silence. "The Yi family must have realized that we, Longting, are deliberately making things difficult for them. They must be eager to know our reasons for this. So, how do you plan to inform them?" Without a moment's hesitation, Long Rufu replied succinctly, "Rest assured, someone will tell them." Jiang Yicheng was puzzled by Long Rufu's straightforward response and looked at him with a face full of questions, seemingly hoping for further explanation. Noticing Jiang Yicheng's gaze, Long Rufu smiled slightly and elaborated, "Our Longting Group harbors several corrupt elements that must be eradicated one by one. However, this cannot be rushed. It must be done step by step. This time, I have carefully selected a particularly troublesome insect who will dutifully convey to them the reasons for our actions against the Yi family." After listening to Long Rufu's words, Jiang Yicheng could not help but inquire further, "A troublesome insect? This individual must hold considerable influence. Is it truly wise to target such a high-ranking figure right from the start? As he spoke, a hint of concern crossed his face. Not for the so-called insect, but for the potential impact on the morale and mindset of the entire group's employees. Long Rufu, however, appeared unconcerned, stating, "You need not worry. I will ensure that everyone is completely convinced." As he spoke, a mysterious smile crossed his face, as if he was certain of victory. Observing Long Rufu's confidence, Jiang Yicheng felt a twinge of doubt, accompanied by an inexplicable fear. He began to suspect he had already discerned the actions Long Rufu might take next. The anxiety that had initially consumed him dissipated, replaced by a flicker of sympathy for the unfortunate individual about to face the consequences. Meanwhile, in a corner of a nearby cafe, Yi Tian was engaged in a hushed conversation with a man in his 40s. With a grave expression, Yi Tian asked, "Mr. Song, since you are aware of why Longting has set its sights on my Yi family, please enlighten me. If you can provide useful information, I assure you, I will reward you handsomely." As he spoke, he swiftly produced a check for 10 million and unhesitatingly handed it to the man known as Mr. Song. Mr. Song, smiling as he accepted the check from Yi Tian, displayed a fleeting glimmer of greed in his eyes. Gently shaking the check, he remarked with a smirk, "Ah, the esteemed young master of the Yi family, the future heir of the Yi clan. Such generosity for a mere piece of information is truly astonishing." Detecting the teasing undertone in Mr. Song's words, Yi Tian felt a surge of anger within him. Yet he knew he must not express it openly, as he still required the information Mr. Song could provide. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he forced a flattering smile and replied, "Mr. Song, you flatter me. This 10 million is but a trifling sum compared to the assistance you will provide to my Yi family. Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, I will reward you abundantly." Seeing that there were further benefits to be gained, Mr. Song's smile grew increasingly radiant. Nevertheless, he feigned reluctance to accept such a generous gift. However, upon Yi Tian's earnest request, he readily accepted the check, tucking it into his pocket. "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Yi." Mr. Song nodded in satisfaction, then took a sip of his coffee before continuing, "I one tea beat around the bush. I'll tell you directly. The reason Longting Group is attacking the Yi family is quite simple. It's all about the Long family." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's face registered shock as he pressed for clarification. "The Long family? Are you implying that the Long family requested Longting's assistance? How is that possible? The Long family and Longting Group should have no connection. Could it be that the old man Long Jinxing has actually befriended someone from Longting?" With this, he once again turned his attention to Mr. Song. Song Zong, sensing Yi Tian's gaze, responded without hesitation, "I am unaware of any acquaintance between Long Zhensheng and the upper echelons of Long Tong. Yet it is evident that Long Tong's assault on the Yi family is directed towards the shares of Long Shi held by the Yi family. Have you heard of the significant plummet in Long Shi's stock price a few days ago? That was orchestrated by Long Tong." At this moment, Yi Tian finally grasped the situation. Long Tong Group coveted the shares of Long Shi controlled by the Yi family. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tian earnestly requested, "Song Zong, I have one more matter to trouble you with, and I implore you to assist me. Could you arrange a meeting between me and the chairman of Longting Group?" Upon hearing Yi Tian's request, Song Zong's expression darkened instantly. He furrowed his brow and replied in a stilted tone, "It is not that I wish to decline your request, but rather that I have never met the head of Longting either. In fact, nearly all of us in upper management have not encountered him. For many years, the affairs of Longtung have been entirely managed by a person surnamed Jiang, who is also responsible for this recent assault on the Yi family. However, Jiang has mentioned that the chairman will soon meet with everyone, though no specific date was provided." Yi Tian, upon hearing this, was filled with skepticism, unable to comprehend how someone who had ascended to such heights as Song Zong had never laid eyes on the chairman. This was simply unfathomable. Sensing Yi Tian's doubt, Song Zong hastened to clarify, "What I say is entirely truthful. To this day, apart from the individual surnamed Jiang, no one within Long Tung has encountered the chairman in person. Moreover, have you heard any whispers about the chairman of Longting outside?" As Song Zong's resolute declaration began to dissipate Yi Tian's doubts, he started to believe his words. Nevertheless, a hint of reluctance lingered within him. Since a meeting with the chairman of Longtung was unattainable, perhaps he could attempt to meet this senior figure surnamed Jiang. With this thought in mind, he expressed his request to Song Zong once more, producing a check of a staggering 10 million. This time, Song Zong accepted the check without a moment's hesitation, responding, "Yi Zong is truly generous. Tomorrow, I shall use business discussions as an excuse to escort you to meet General Jiang." With that, Song Zong rose and turned to leave. As Yi Tian watched Song Zong's receding figure, an unmistakable look of disdain crossed his face. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting gentle rays upon the ground. Yi Tian once again encountered Song Zong, though this meeting was set within the confines of Long Tongue Group. Upon their initial greeting and a brief exchange of pleasantries, Song Zong led Yi Tian directly to General Zhang's office. At that moment, General Zhang was engrossed in work at a large desk. Suddenly, a crisp and resonant knock shattered the room's tranquility. Without raising his head, Zhang casually called, "Come in." As the door creaked open, two figures entered. Zhang then lifted his gaze and immediately recognized one of them as Song Zong, rising with an enthusiastic smile to greet him. "Ah, Song Zong, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. What brings you to my humble office?" Song Zong smiled gently and replied, "General Zhang, I never visit without purpose. Allow me to introduce you. This is Yi Zong from Yishe Group. He has come to discuss potential cooperation with us." Upon hearing this, Zhang turned his attention to Yi Tian, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. In an instant, he realized that the so-called great pest mentioned by Long Rufeng was none other than the Song Zong from the investment department standing before him. As Yi Tian stepped forward, his gaze remained fixed on Zhang. The man before him, with stubble and unkempt hair, embodied the rough image of someone unconcerned with appearances, making it difficult to associate him with the leadership of a vast corporation. This unassuming General Zhang was, in fact, Jiang Yicheng himself. At this moment, Jiang Yicheng had already discerned Yi Tian's intent for visiting, yet he feigned ignorance and casually inquired, "Ah, so it is Yi Zong gracing us with your presence. What manner of cooperation are you hoping to pursue during this visit?" In response to Jiang Yicheng's question, Yi Tian refrained from straightforwardly disclosing his true intentions, instead articulating, "I have heard that your esteemed company is currently seeking suitable partners for several outstanding projects, and the Yi family is deeply interested in this matter. Hence, I have come to explore the possibility of collaboration." Just as Jiang Yicheng prepared to further engage Yi Tian, the telephone on the desk rang abruptly. Jiang Yicheng picked up the receiver, saying, "Hello, it's me." "Yes, understood. I will be there shortly." After hanging up, he stood and, with a beaming smile directed at Yi Tian, excitedly announced, "Yi Zong, your timing is impeccable. Our chairman has just returned. Why not accompany me to meet him?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's heart soared with joy. He had never anticipated such a rare opportunity to meet the chairman of Long Tongue Group. This news was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise for him, perhaps heralding new avenues for cooperation and development. Without hesitation, Yi Tian rose, expressing his eagerness to follow Jiang Yicheng to meet the chairman of Long Tongue. Just as they were about to step out the door, Jiang Yicheng suddenly paused and turned to Song Zong, saying, "Oh, and Song Zong, do join us as well. The chairman wishes to see you." This unexpected invitation astonished Song Zong momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, a look of delight spreading across his face as he hurried to catch up with Jiang Yicheng and Yi Tian. Chapter 47. Transformation with a heart full of excitement. Song Zong followed Jiang Yicheng towards the chairman's office, secretly pondering whether his past exemplary performance had captured the chairman's attention, prompting this special summons for a potential promotion. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning a bright future ahead. However, unbeknownst to him, this meeting would mark his end. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of the chairman's office located on the top floor. After a brief knock, they were granted entry, and Jiang Yicheng pushed open the heavy door. Upon entering, Yi Tian's eyes immediately fell upon the young man seated at the chairman's desk, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. He could never have imagined that this mysterious young man, whom he had encountered in the Long family previously, was none other than the lofty boss of Long Tongue Group. At that moment, an ominous premonition surged within him, but he had no time to ponder further. Just as he was about to speak, Long Rufeng interjected, "Please, take a seat. Yicheng, you need not stand." Once they were all seated, Long Rufeng continued, "First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Long Rufeng, the current chairman of Long Tongue Group." His voice was steady and powerful, his gaze sweeping over Yi Tian and Song Zong. Upon hearing Long Rufeng's introduction, Yi Tian's heart jolted, and he hastily rose, a broad smile adorning his face as he ingratiatingly said, "Greetings, Chairman Long. It is an honor to finally meet you. Your reputation precedes you. I am Yi Tian, currently serving as the vice president of Yishe. In fact, we have crossed paths before, but I regret that I failed to recognize you at that time. I sincerely hope you will forgive my oversight." In response to Yi Tian's humble and somewhat sycophantic remarks, Long Rufeng simply smiled slightly, replying in a calm tone, "You are too kind, Yi Zong. I am not a remarkable individual, and it is hardly easy to offend me. In business, as long as it does not involve matters of trade, everything else is negotiable. Yi Tian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of delight within as he mistakenly believed that Long Rufu had truly set aside any previous grievances. The tension that had once gripped him dissipated in an instant, leaving him considerably more at ease. In Yi Tian's perspective, Longting Group's aggressive stance against the Yi family was merely a ploy for financial gain. He reasoned that if he were willing to relinquish a portion of his interests as leverage, not only could he halt Longting's onslaught against the Yi family, but he might also forge a collaboration with them, leveraging their formidable strength to elevate the Yi family to greater heights. Lost in this reverie, Yi Tian felt a swell of self-satisfaction. Just as Yi Tian basked in his daydream, Long Rufu abruptly shattered the silence, speaking slowly. "May I inquire, Mr. Yi, what brings you here today?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Tian responded, "Ah, it is quite fortuitous. I have heard that your esteemed group is currently seeking partners for several exceptional projects. These projects align perfectly with the domains in which my Yi family is involved. Therefore, I was contemplating the possibility of collaborating with your group. What are your thoughts on this, Chairman Long?" However, after hearing Yi Tian's words, Long Rufu remained utterly impassive, responding with a blank expression. "I fear I must disappoint you, Mr. Yi. Not long ago, the partners for those projects were already finalized. My sincerest apologies." At this revelation, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, shifting his gaze to General Manager Song beside him. He observed that General Manager Song wore a similar expression of astonishment, glancing back at Yi Tian before gently shaking his head, indicating his ignorance of the matter. Otherwise, he would never have brought Yi Tian here. Yi Tian, scrutinizing General Manager Song's demeanor, found it hard to believe. After all, this individual was the head of the investment department at Longting Group. How could he be unaware of such a significant matter? Nonetheless, with the situation as it stood, Yi Tian was at a loss for words. Just as he was about to change the subject, Long Rufu interjected. "Mr. Yi, I presume your visit entails more than just this matter. Feel free to speak candidly. There is no need for circumlocution." At this, Yi Tian's face briefly betrayed embarrassment, and he replied, "Since Chairman Long has broached the subject so directly, I shall not hide the truth. Recently, Longting Group launched an offensive against my Yi family, resulting in considerable financial losses for us. I have heard that the root of this conflict lies with the shares of the Long family, yet I find it hard to believe. Given the current scale of the Long family, how could Longting possibly take an interest in them? Therefore, I am eager to understand the rationale behind Longting Group's aggression towards the Yi family." Upon finishing, he fixed his gaze intensely upon Long Rufu, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his thoughts through his eyes. In response to Yi Tian's inquiry, Long Rufu maintained his composure, responding slowly, "Indeed, my intentions are directed towards the shares of the Long family. I do not fear revealing that I currently hold 53% of the Long family's shares, and it will not be long before the Long family becomes a subsidiary of Longting. Consequently, I must reclaim the shares held by the Yi family." Hearing this, Yi Tian's heart jolted, his expression one of sheer astonishment. He had never anticipated that Longting Group would genuinely acquire the Long family. Soon after, a wave of elation surged within him. With this acquisition, Longting Group would likely inject substantial capital into the Long family. With Longting's strength and methods, the Long family would undoubtedly rise swiftly, perhaps even surpassing the currently thriving Yi family in no time. If that were to happen, converting the Yi family's shares in the Long family into significant capital would surely allow Yi Tian to reconstruct the Yi family with ease. With this thought, Yi Tian resolutely resolved that under no circumstances would he return the Long family's shares to Longting Group. As for the potential countermeasures that Longting might take, he had his strategies in mind, including hiring influential figures from the financial sector to assist in defense. Once Longting realized their efforts were in vain, they would be left with no recourse. At that moment, Long Rufu observed Yi Tian's ever-changing expressions with a cold, discerning gaze, instantly comprehending the true thoughts of his counterpart. A smirk of derision graced his lips as he remarked, "Mr. Yi, your calculations are indeed astute. Alas, you have overestimated yourself. The previous minor assaults were merely a test. Soon, General Jiang will personally lead a more ferocious offensive." "Oh, you are not yet acquainted with General Jiang, are you? His name is Jiang Yicheng." Upon hearing Jiang Yicheng's name, Yi Tian's expression shifted dramatically, yet he quickly regained his composure. In his view, while Jiang Yicheng was formidable, he was not infallible and posed no real threat. He then stated, "As for Longting Group's desire for those shares of the Long family, I fear it is not within my authority to decide. I must return and consult my father." I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned and exited Long Rufu's office. Chapter 48. Exposure. Long Rufu, expressionless, watched Yi Tian's retreating figure, a faint smile of cold amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. In contrast, General Manager Song trembled in fear at Yi Tian's abrupt actions, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. It is worth noting that Yi Tian had been personally recommended by him, and now he had committed such an indiscreet act in public, leaving him unable to escape culpability. As he pondered how to cope with the impending wrath of Long Rufu, an unexpected scene unfolded. Long Rufu's previously stern countenance began to soften, his demeanor becoming considerably more genial. Then, Long Rufu spoke slowly. Song Kuan, I have heard I Ching speak highly of you. Your work performance over the years has been commendable. I have always intended to promote you. But having just returned to the country, it seems unwise to act hastily. Nevertheless, your future performance will be pivotal. If you truly live up to I Ching's praise, your promotion will be assured. Thus, General Manager Song, whose name was Song Kuan, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Long Rufu's words. He quickly bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. I am immensely grateful for the chairman's kindness and recognition. I shall work doubly hard and give my utmost effort to meet your expectations. In response to Song Kuan's flattery, Long Rufu offered a slight smile before waving his hand, saying, Very well, Song Kuan, you may return to your duties. I have some important matters to discuss with I Ching. With a beaming smile, Song Kuan bid farewell to Long Rufu before turning to leave, gently closing the door that Yi Tian had forgotten to shut. At this moment, Jiang I Ching, who had remained silent, finally broke the silence. You certainly have a knack for manipulating others. Upon hearing Jiang I Ching's words, Long Rufu's lips curled into a slight smile as he responded lightly. My manipulation is only effective when it is based on the other party possessing some ability. Otherwise, how could I easily toy with them? Their exchange appeared rather peculiar. Anyone else present might struggle to grasp its deeper meaning, yet the two understood each other perfectly. Then, Long Rufu inquired, When do you plan to take action? Jiang I Ching replied without hesitation, I shall commence immediately upon my return. Long Rufu nodded in agreement, adding, Once you begin your actions, I will dispatch personnel to deliberately spread rumors. At this, a hint of disdain crossed Jiang I Ching's face, seemingly reproaching Long Rufu's underhanded tactics. However, this look was fleeting, quickly replaced by a sly smile as he exited Long Rufu's office. In the subsequent 5 days, Jiang I Ching once again led his team in launching a fierce new offensive against the Yi family business. This attack was not only orchestrated by Jiang I Ching himself, but also involved several close associates from his circle. The impact of this assault was significantly more pronounced than the previous round, resulting in the Yi family suffering a staggering loss of assets amounting to hundreds of billions, while Jiang I Ching's side profited over 20 billion. At this moment, the atmosphere in the office of the president of the Yi Corporation was exceedingly tense. Yi Rong was furiously reprimanding his son, Yi Tian, who stood before him, exclaiming, You reckless fool! Look at the kind of people you have brought in. How dare they claim to be prodigies in the financial world? Do you not realize that in just 5 days, the Yi Corporation has evaporated over 100 billion in assets? Is this what you call having no issues? In response to his father's inquiries and accusations, Yi Tian hurriedly explained, Father, please do not be agitated. I will immediately investigate the latest developments. Once I acquire the crucial information, we will undoubtedly be able to launch a counterattack swiftly. Yi Rong, looking dubious, regarded his son and queried, Are you truly confident in achieving this? After a brief pause, he conceded, Very well, I shall trust you once more. Hurry along. As Yi Tian exited Yi Rong's office, he promptly dialed Song Kuan's number, saying, Hello, President Song. There are matters I must discuss with you in person. Could we arrange a time to meet at our usual place? On the other end of the line, an irate voice responded, Yi Tian, last time you just walked away, nearly causing me great embarrassment. How could you have the audacity to call me? Recognizing that Song Kuan was in a foul mood, Yi Tian suppressed his inner unease and spoke softly. President Song, I sincerely apologize. I admit that I was overly impulsive last time, and I hope you can forgive my transgressions. I have long sought an opportunity to apologize to you in person, and today I finally mustered the courage to reach out. Please grant me the chance to express my regrets face to face. Upon hearing this, Song Kuan's previously tense demeanor softened slightly. He sensed a hint of sincerity and urgency in Yi Tian's words, as well as an underlying prospect of mutual benefit. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to temporarily set aside his grievances and agreed to meet with Yi Tian. The two arranged to meet at the familiar cafe, where even the seating remained unchanged. However, this time Yi Tian appeared unusually resolute, sparing no room for idle chatter. He swiftly produced a colossal check amounting to 100 million and placed it on the table, followed by a petite listening device. He then stated directly, "President Song, here is 100 million in cash as a deposit. If you can install this listening device in the area controlled by General Jiang, I will pay you an additional 200 million upon successful completion." Having uttered these words, Yi Tian fixed his gaze intently on Song Kuan, his eyes radiating an undeniable determination. Faced with such an enticing offer and the mountain of cash before him, Song Kuan felt a stir of temptation within. Despite a moment of internal conflict, greed ultimately triumphed over reason, and he unhesitatingly reached for the check and the listening device, departing without uttering another word to Yi Tian. Unbeknownst to both men, their seemingly discreet actions were being meticulously recorded. The carefully captured video was swiftly transmitted to Long Rufeng. The following morning, as sunlight bathed the earth, Song Kuan entered Jiang Yicheng's trading room. However, he was taken aback to find Long Rufeng unexpectedly present. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, a sense of foreboding surged within Song Kuan, yet he felt as if he were an arrow released from a bow, unable to turn back. He feigned calmness, forcing a smile as he greeted Long Rufeng, saying, "Chairman, I am merely here to observe and learn. I shall take my leave shortly." Noticing Long Rufeng's slight nod, Song Kuan's anxious heart eased slightly. He moved toward a seat further back, quickly scanning the surroundings to ensure he was not being watched. Stealthily, he reached into his pocket to retrieve the prepared listening device. Just as he was about to install it, a cold, powerful hand unexpectedly grasped his wrist with a grip as unyielding as a vice. This sudden development left Song Kuan astounded, his eyes widening in terror as he stared at the hand that held him captive. In that instant, the entire room seemed to freeze, the atmosphere thick with tension. Song Kuan trembled as he looked at the person who had seized his wrist, and as expected, it was Long Rufeng. At that moment, a faint smile graced Long Rufeng's lips as he addressed Song Kuan. "Song Kuan, what are you doing? Did you not say you were here to learn?" Song Kuan, filled with dread, gazed at the smiling man before him, his fears surging like a tidal wave. He had intended to offer a few words of defense, but when the words reached his throat, they crumbled into a pitiful plea for mercy. "Chairman, I realize my mistakes. I was momentarily lost in my foolishness. Please, spare me this time. Do not report me. I implore you for another chance to amend my ways." Long Rufeng regarded the panicked Song Kuan with a tranquil gaze, his smile deepening. He responded leisurely, "Oh, Song Kuan, I never mentioned reporting you. There is no need for such alarm." Hearing this, Song Kuan's heart, which had been suspended in fear, began to settle, yet he continued to lower his tone, pleading, "Thank you for your mercy, Chairman. I promise to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the company and will never make such mistakes again. Please believe in me." Observing Song Kuan's naivete, who foolishly believed he could remain safe within Long Tongue Group under these circumstances, Long Rufeng could not help but emit a scornful chuckle. If that is the case, then there is no need to retain you. Guards, please take Song Kuan into custody. Once we have dealt with matters related to the Yi Corporation, we will address his situation." As soon as the words left his lips, Long Tian strode in confidently from outside. Without hesitation, he approached Song Kuan, seizing him and leading him away. Jiang Yicheng, witnessing this, expressed confusion, asking, "Did you not intend to provide Song Kuan with some information before taking action? Why the sudden change of plans?" Long Rufeng smiled slightly and replied in a calm tone, "I had indeed considered that approach, but I suddenly realized that it would be unfair to you and your subordinates. You all work diligently, and I cannot, out of my own whims, erase your achievements." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yicheng cast a disdainful glance at Long Rufeng and muttered, "You truly are despicable." Yet, Long Rufeng remained unfazed by Jiang Yicheng's derision, responding nonchalantly, "You may say what you wish. Regardless, given your team's recent exceptional performance, after the matter is resolved, your entire team will receive 30% of the total revenue as compensation." At this declaration, the individuals present were taken aback, incredulity etched on their faces. Even Jiang Yicheng, filled with doubt, pressed for clarification. "Is what you say true? Are you not toying with us?" Long Rufeng replied with an air of composure, "After your time with me, you should understand that money holds no value for me." With that, he resolutely turned to leave, leaving behind a stunned crowd. In that moment, the trading room, once enveloped in uncertainty, erupted into cheers, even the usually composed Jiang Yicheng unable to suppress his joy. As Long Rufeng exited the trading room, the echoes of jubilation lingered in his ears, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He understood that the Yi Corporation was about to face a severe trial. Indeed, just 5 days later, the Yi Corporation found itself in an even more dire predicament. During this interval, the company's assets continued to diminish drastically, far worse than before. Now, the market value of the Yi Corporation had plummeted below 200 billion, delivering a heavy blow to the company and subjecting Yi Tian once more to his father's wrath. You fool. Just days ago, you assured me that you had a plan in place. What has transpired? Is this what you term a solution? Do you not realize that if this continues, the Yi family will soon be no more? Yi Rong questioned fiercely, unable to contain his fury. In the face of his father's reproach, Yi Tian hung his head, too fearful to utter a word. With a face full of grievance, Yi Tian murmured, "Father, I cannot bear the full brunt of this." Song Kuan had clearly promised to assist us. Yet who could have foreseen his sudden change of heart? Not only did he fail to install the listening device as we discussed, he now refuses to answer our calls. Upon hearing this, Yi Rong's anger flared even more intensely. Glaring at Yi Tian, he scolded, "Not your fault? Should I then shoulder the blame? If not for your foolish blunder. How could the Yi group find itself in such a dire predicament?" Just as the father and son found themselves locked in a stalemate, Yi Rong's secretary entered the room, gently placing a package on the table. Bowing respectfully, he reported to Yi Rong, "Chairman, there is a package for you." Yi Rong, filled with suspicion, scrutinized his secretary and inquired, "Who delivered this package?" The secretary shook his head, replying honestly, "I am not certain. The person who delivered it left immediately after leaving the package, and there is no name on it." Yi Rong cast a sharp glance at the secretary before shifting his gaze to Yi Tian, gesturing for the secretary to leave. Once the secretary departed, Yi Rong cautiously opened the package, discovering a mobile phone and a note inside. He picked up the note and read, "Open the video on the phone." Yi Rong examined the phone meticulously, ensuring there was nothing amiss before he confidently turned on the screen and opened the application. Locating the video file he was instructed to watch. However, as the video began to play, both he and Yi Tian were left stunned as it clearly revealed the entire process of Yi Tian bribing Song Kuan. In an instant, the father and son felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. After a long pause, Yi Rong finally regained his composure, took a deep breath, steadied himself, and turned to Yi Tian, speaking in a grave tone. "Immediately prepare the transfer contract for Long's shares. We must hand over all shares to them at the lowest price, hoping to quell the anger of Long Tongue Group and spare us." At that moment, Yi Tian was already so terrified that he dared not resist in the slightest. Without uttering another word, he hurriedly left Yi Rong's office. The following morning, with a heart full of trepidation, Yi Tian made his way directly to the headquarters of Long Tongue Group. After navigating through layers of notifications and approvals, he finally received permission to enter the chairman's office. Upon entering the room, he faced Long Ruofeng once more, but this time, before Long Ruofeng could speak, Yi Tian unhesitatingly drew forth the already prepared thick transfer contract from his bosom, knelt on both knees, and held the contract high above his head. Trembling and with a respectful voice addressed Long Ruofeng, "Chairman Long, I beg your forgiveness for my ignorance. Previously, I was unaware of my own limitations and dared to offend you. I am truly deserving of death. Now the Yi family has deeply recognized its mistakes and is willing to unconditionally transfer all shares of Long's to Long Tongue Group, hoping that Chairman Long could show mercy and spare us." After saying these words, Yi Tian bowed his head, repeatedly kowtowing in apology. The sound of his forehead striking the ground echoed, as if each knock was filled with boundless regret and sincerity. Chapter 50. Dealing with traitors. Long Ruofeng looked expressionlessly at the kneeling Yi Tian, whose face was filled with remorse, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, revealing a barely perceptible cold smirk. However, he did not reveal his true thoughts, merely speaking in a calm tone. "Oh, why such grand gestures, Mr. Yi? Please, rise and speak plainly." At that moment, Yi Tian was filled with regret, wishing for time to rewind. As he repeatedly knocked his head against the ground, he pleaded with a choked voice, "Chairman Long, I implore you to show mercy and spare the Yi family. We do not wish to retain a single share of Long's, willingly surrendering all, just hoping you grant us a chance to survive." Witnessing Yi Tian's abject pleas, Long Ruofeng understood that the other party had been utterly crushed, and his plan had succeeded. He could not be bothered to engage in further pretense, responding straightforwardly, "Since you are so sincere, it would be unkind of me not to agree. Very well, I shall grant you this reprieve." Upon receiving Long Ruofeng's concession, Yi Tian felt as if he had been granted a reprieve from death. He hastily rose from the ground, expressing gratitude to Long Ruofeng. Long Ruofeng, however, had grown weary of such displays. He casually picked up the phone on the desk and swiftly dialed a number. Before long, a deep voice responded on the other end. What is it? Without further ado, Long Ruo Feng stated directly. Yi Cheng, there has been a change in plans. Come to my office immediately. With that, he hung up the phone and turned to Yi Tian, speaking calmly. Mr. Yi, the offensive against the Yi family has been called off. Once the transfer of Long's shares is completed, we shall owe each other nothing. Hearing Long Ruo Feng's nonchalant words, a flicker of anger surged within Yi Tian, yet he was acutely aware that he must not provoke this powerful figure. Thus, he could only force a smile, awkwardly expressing gratitude once more. Before long, Jiang Yicheng arrived at Long Ruo Feng's office. Upon seeing Jiang Yicheng enter, Long Ruo Feng immediately instructed, Yicheng, Mr. Yi intends to transfer Long's shares to us free of charge, and I have already agreed to it. Please take him to complete the transfer procedures. Jiang Yicheng stared at Long Ruo Feng, initially inclined to voice a complaint, but considering the presence of others, he ultimately suppressed that thought. He nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, and simply replied, understood, before leading Yi Tian out of Long Ruo Feng's office. Long Ruo Feng watched Yi Tian's departing figure and could not help but snort coldly, a look of disdain spreading across his face. He then sent a message to Long Tian. Long Tian, bring Song Kuan to my office immediately. Shortly thereafter, Long Tian entered Long Ruo Feng's spacious and bright office, leading Song Kuan, who had not seen daylight for several days. Upon seeing Long Ruo Feng, Song Kuan's emotions spiraled out of control, tears flooding forth like a broken dam as he cried out hoarsely, Chairman, I implore you to show mercy and spare my life. It is all the fault of that despicable Yi Tian who incited me to commit wrongdoing. If you could just let me go this once, I am willing to serve you faithfully from now on. Long Ruo Feng's expression was as cold as ice, his gaze sharp as a blade. Fixed intently on the disheveled Song Kuan before him, he spoke in a frosty tone. Humph, what a fine instigator Yi Tian is. How dare you utter such words? Do you not recall that when you and Yi Tian first visited that cafe, your purpose was to probe why Long Tongue was targeting the Yi family? At that time, he paid you a sum of 20 million as a reward. And when you both returned to that cafe, it was Yi Tian who instructed you to install the listening device, prepaying you 100 million and promising to add another 200 million later. Do you truly believe that counts as instigation? Upon hearing this, Song Kuan was taken aback, his face displaying shock. He had naively thought that Long Ruo Feng was only aware of one instance of bribery, never considering that Long Ruo Feng had already seen through everything from the very beginning. Realizing this, Song Kuan immediately knelt, banging his head against the ground as he pleaded, Chairman, I beseech you to show mercy and spare my life. I acted foolishly, led astray by momentary confusion. I swear to the heavens, if you let me go this time, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to serving you. Please, grant me a chance to redeem myself. However, in response to the kneeling and pleading Song Kuan, Long Ruo Feng's eyes were filled with profound disdain and contempt. He let out a cold laugh and said with an icy tone, Song Kuan, do you truly believe that I am unaware of your 2 instances of accepting bribes? Before he could finish, Song Kuan stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning, a chilling dread surging from his spine and quickly enveloping his entire being. Before he could muster a defense, Long Ruo Feng continued with a disdainful snort. In your early days at Long Tongue Group, you were indeed a capable individual. Yet, who would have thought that over the past 8 years, you have betrayed the company 5 times in succession, profiting a staggering 73 million yuan in the process? Do you genuinely think I am oblivious to this? At that moment, Song Kuan's face drained of color, his voice silenced by fear. He was acutely aware that Long Ruo Feng's detailed account of past events indicated he possessed irrefutable evidence. With his fate hanging by a thread, any attempt at deceit would be futile. Should Long Ruo Feng choose to report him, the evidence would surely condemn him to spend the rest of his life in prison. Nevertheless, after careful contemplation, Song Kuan still resolved to plead for mercy. He immediately implored, Chairman, please do not report me. Considering my years of diligent service to Long Tongue Group, if not for my contributions, at least for the hardships endured, I beg you to show mercy and spare me. As he spoke, Song Kuan closely observed Long Ruo Feng's expression, his heart brimming with hope for forgiveness. Yet, Long Ruo Feng remained cold and silent, his gaze fixed on Song Kuan without a flicker of emotion. Seeing no hint of leniency, just as Song Kuan prepared to plead again, Long Ruo Feng finally spoke. I will not report you. After all, mere imprisonment is hardly a true punishment. Upon hearing this, Song Kuan mistakenly believed that Long Ruo Feng harbored intentions to take his life, causing him to be overwhelmed with terror. Just as he was about to continue his desperate pleas, Long Ruo Feng interrupted mercilessly. But rest assured, I will not kill you. I will merely expel you from Long Tongue Group, and all the bribe money you received has already been reclaimed through other means. Furthermore, I will issue a public announcement across Huaxia, forbidding any group or organization from employing you. Should anyone dare to do so, they will be at odds with Long Tongue Group. I will employ all official means to prevent you from stepping outside Huaxia, and your wife and children will suffer the same fate. As he finished speaking, Long Ruo Feng revealed a chilling smile, his gaze locking onto Song Kuan with an intensity that would freeze the blood. Poor Song Kuan could not withstand such threats and intimidation. Upon hearing these words, he fainted on the spot. Looking at the unconscious Song Kuan, Long Ruo Feng's eyes remained as cold as ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. With an impassive expression, he instructed Long Tian, dispose of this useless fellow, and remember, no one is to touch him. When he awakens, let him leave on his own. Long Tian nodded silently in understanding, then unhesitatingly shouldered Song Kuan and turned to leave. Before long, Jiang Yicheng returned to the room. He strode up to Long Ruo Feng and stated directly, the shares have all been transferred. We now legitimately control 70% of the Long family group. Can we proceed with the plan now? Hearing this, Long Ruo Feng nodded slightly and succinctly replied, immediately inform the accounting department to transfer the prepared 700 billion yuan to the Long family group, and additionally, set aside 1,300 billion for subsequent investments. As for banking matters, you will handle them personally. With a momentary pause, Long Ruo Feng added gravely, actions must be swift. I intend to visit the Long family again tomorrow to discuss specific details. Once everything is settled, we will hold a press conference to announce the news. Upon hearing Long Ruo Feng's arrangements, Jiang Yicheng furrowed his brow and muttered with dissatisfaction, you are quite adept at directing others, aren't you? However, this task doesn't seem to fall under my purview. Logically, it should be the responsibility of the accounting department. Long Ruo Feng smiled and replied, those with stronger capabilities should naturally bear more responsibilities. Besides, you are far more manageable than the personnel in the accounting department. After all, the lady at the bank handling our Longting affairs is quite striking. It's no wonder you keep her in mind. Initially, Jiang Yicheng merely smiled at Long Ruo Feng's jest, but upon hearing the latter part of the statement, his expression darkened considerably, and he coldly questioned Long Ruo Feng. You have been investigating me in secret? In the face of Jiang Yicheng's inquiry, Long Ruo Feng remained exceptionally calm, a faint smile gracing his lips as he responded. Did it require investigation? The moment I suggested you handle the banking affairs, your mind involuntarily conjured her image. How could I not be aware? Jiang Yicheng's previously sullen face turned crimson upon hearing Long Ruo Feng's words. He hastily averted his gaze, no longer daring to meet Long Ruo Feng's eyes. He chastised himself internally. How could I forget that this guy is anything but human? This is truly embarrassing. You should keep your disparaging thoughts about me to yourself. At least when I'm around. Do you think I am unworthy of your respect? Long Ruo Feng teased, maintaining his playful tone with Jiang Yicheng, who suddenly felt a jolt of realization and quickly gathered his thoughts, refraining from further distractions for fear of revealing any oddities to his astute employer. Despite this, he could not help but grumble, boss, could you perhaps afford me a modicum of respect? Your incessant prying into my thoughts is quite bothersome. Long Ruo Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he replied, haha, all right, I understand. Rest assured, I shall be more discreet in the future, attempting to observe you without your knowledge. I will ensure you remain oblivious. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yicheng felt a surge of indignation rising within him, ready to erupt, but Long Ruo Feng waved his hand to halt him, saying, oh, come now, don't be angry. It was merely a jest. Quickly attend to your duties. Originally seething with anger, Jiang Yicheng found himself suppressing his fury, shaking his head in resignation, unwilling to engage further with this unreliable boss. Just as he turned to leave, Long Ruo Feng tossed a USB drive into his hands and blandly instructed, I have already handled the matter concerning Song Kuan. Please arrange for the HR department to distribute the relevant video to all departments and branches, ensuring everyone is aware of the specific reasons for Song Kuan's dismissal. Jiang Yicheng silently looked at the USB drive in his hands, nodding slightly in acknowledgement before letting out a soft sigh and stepping out of the room. After addressing the towering stack of documents before him, Long Ruo Feng finally exhaled deeply, rising slowly to leave his somewhat antiquated yet elegant office. He then entered a luxurious car, directing it towards home. Within the vehicle, apart from Long Ruo Feng, sat Long Tian. Ever bold and meticulous, Long Tian had long harbored a question he wished to pose to Long Ruo Feng, but had never found the right moment. Today, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. He summoned the courage to ask, "Leader, with your extraordinary abilities, capable of traversing anywhere in an instant, why do you still insist on traveling by car and taking the elevator daily?" Long Rufeng turned to the perplexed Long Tian and smiled gently, responding with earnest gravity. "This is the realm of humanity. Though we are not mere mortals, we must, upon stepping into this domain, adhere to the customs and regulations of the human world." Long Tian nodded in feigned understanding, though he did not fully grasp the profound implications of those words. It was merely a matter of pride that prevented him from further inquiring. On the following morning, sunlight bathed the earth, and the Long family estate was enveloped in tranquility and harmony. Long Jinxing and Long Zhe had already awaited in the spacious and bright living room, having received news the previous night that Long Rufeng would lead the two esteemed ancestors of the Long clan back to the estate that very day. Thus, even before dawn, this grandfather-grandson duo had risen early to await their arrival. As time ticked by and the sun gradually ascended, their patience began to wane, leading them to engage in idle chatter. At that moment, Long Rufeng finally appeared, accompanied by a respectfully deferential steward. Upon seeing Long Rufeng, Long Jinxing and Long Zhe hurriedly approached, both bowing in greeting. "We are honored by your presence, Mr. Long. We also warmly welcome our esteemed ancestors back to the Long family estate." Long Rufeng waved his hand slightly, indicating that such formalities were unnecessary, before striding confidently to the spot where he had previously sat and settling down firmly. Once seated, he wasted no time and spoke directly. "The matter has been resolved. Yesterday, I arranged for a transfer of 700 billion yuan to the account of the Long Group. You should have received it by now." Upon hearing Long Rufeng's words, the joy on Long Jinxing and Long Zhe's faces intensified, and they quickly replied, "We have indeed received it, and we have already commenced implementation of the projects you previously provided." Long Rufeng nodded slightly in acknowledgement and then casually added, "Well done. In a few days, an additional 1,300 billion will be deposited. I will send someone to assist you with the renaming process, and once everything is settled, we shall hold a press conference to announce this matter to all of Huaxia." At this point, Long Jinxing and Long Zhe seemed to envision a future radiant with promise. However, just then, the previously silent Long Xingyu unexpectedly spoke up. "Jinxing, my return with Yeyue aims to clear out everything from our quarters. From now on, that room will likely serve no further purpose." Upon hearing this, the once exuberant spirits of Long Jinxing and Long Zhe were suddenly shrouded in a veil of melancholy. They understood all too well that Long Xingyu's actions signified that they might never again tread upon this ground. Yet, what Long Rufeng said next ignited a renewed excitement in Long Jinxing and Long Zhe. "Do not heed Xingyu's words. He is merely jesting with you. In truth, I instructed them to tidy up that room. I previously promised to find a suitable cultivation method for you, and I have now succeeded. However, given the current meager concentration of spiritual energy on Earth, mere practice here would hardly yield significant results. Therefore, I plan to inscribe an array in their former quarters to enhance the spiritual energy for your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Long Jinxing could hardly contain his excitement and eagerly inquired, not about the cultivation method, but rather, "Does this imply that our two ancestors will still return in the future?" Before he could finish, Long Rufeng gazed intently at him, contemplating. After millennia of steadfast guardianship, Xingyu and Yeyue have become the spiritual backbone of the Long family. Everything seems trivial in their presence. Long Jinxing's face radiated with anticipation as he fixed his gaze on Long Rufeng, seemingly fearful of receiving any negative response. However, Long Rufeng did not disappoint him, responding without hesitation, "This is only natural. The Long family has safeguarded Xingyu and Yeyue for thousands of years. Would they so easily forsake you? They shall return periodically to stay for a few days." Upon hearing this, Long Jinxing was nearly moved to kneel in gratitude. But Long Rufeng swiftly intervened, using a gentle force to support him and avert the awkwardness. He then quickly added, "Enough of such grand gestures. You should promptly arrange for that room to be tidied up, and once I complete the array inscribing, we shall discuss other matters." Long Jinxing, realizing the urgency, immediately summoned the steward to begin the preparations. He then turned to instruct Long Zhe to serve tea to Long Rufeng and the others. At this moment, Long Rufeng observed Long Zhe, who was respectfully pouring tea, and suddenly broke the silence to inquire, "Jinxing, I assume the projects I previously assigned are all under Long Zhe's responsibility?" Long Jinxing nodded in affirmation and gestured for Long Zhe to report directly to Long Rufeng. However, before Long Zhe could speak, Long Rufeng preemptively remarked, "No need for a report. I have already reviewed the progress feedback and found it outstanding. Once this batch of projects is successfully completed, Long Zhe, you will receive the same treatment as your grandfather. The moment those words left Long Rufeng's lips, Long Zhe stood there as if struck by lightning, speechless and in disbelief. Seeing his grandson frozen in place, Long Jinxing stepped forward and gently patted Long Zhe's shoulder. This gesture seemed to awaken him from a dream. Long Zhe, now fully aware, first glanced at his grandfather, then turned his gaze toward Long Rufeng. His knees suddenly buckled, and he found himself kneeling on the ground, exclaiming, "I am deeply grateful for your kindness, Mr. Long. The Long family can hardly repay your immense favor." Faced with this scene, Long Rufeng felt a touch of exasperation and waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, enough, please rise. There is no need for such kneeling. From now on, simply devote yourself to your work." Long Jinxing and Long Zhe, resigned to this, nodded in agreement, acknowledging his words. With that, Long Zhe stood up and returned to the table, continuing to serve tea to those present, his demeanor becoming even more courteous and respectful. The gathering proceeded in a leisurely manner, sipping tea and engaging in conversation as time slipped away. Approximately 2 hours later, the steward ascended the stairs and respectfully reported that the room had been tidied up. Upon hearing this, Long Jinxing spoke. "Mr. Long, the guest room is now ready. When shall we commence the inscribing?" Long Rufeng, noticing Long Jinxing's eagerness, replied, "If you are so keen, let us begin immediately." With that, a subtle smile graced his lips as he looked at Long Jinxing. Minutes later, under Long Jinxing's guidance, the group arrived at a chamber deep within the Long estate. This place was equipped with various facilities, and Long Rufeng was surprised to discover that an array had been inscribed here, quietly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. However, due to the current scarcity of spiritual energy on Earth, the amount it could draw in was minuscule. Long Rufeng mused, "No wonder they arranged for Xingyu and Yeyue to reside here. The origin lies in this array." Just then, Long Jinxing interjected, "This was once the dwelling of our esteemed ancestors. My father told me that it was meticulously prepared by the family elders many years ago for the two ancestors." Long Rufeng nodded in agreement and remarked, "Your forebears indeed put in considerable effort." After saying this, he waved his right hand, signaling everyone to step back a few paces. He then extended his palms and began to weave through the air, as if painting a mysterious canvas. As time flowed quietly by, an intricately complex spiritual array gradually emerged before their eyes. When Long Rufeng ceased his movements, it signified the completion of the array. With a sweep of his arm, the entire spiritual array was deeply embedded into the ceiling, like an indelible imprint. Subsequently, Long Rufeng once again retrieved 9 stones, as pure and white as snow, and cast them into the formation. These stones seemed to possess a will of their own, accurately embedding themselves into the 9 distinct points of the formation. As the white stones settled into place, the entire room was instantly infused with vibrant life. Chapter 53, Transformation of the Divine. With the spiritual formation completed, Long Rufeng let out a long sigh of relief and gazed contentedly at the shimmering array above him. He slowly turned to face Long Jinxing, softly stating, "Although this spiritual formation may not be classified as a top-tier creation, after my meticulous enhancement and with these 9 rare Tianling stones as focal points, its efficacy will undoubtedly meet your needs." However, at that moment, Long Jinxing appeared to have lost all sense of hearing, completely absorbed in another realm. As the spiritual formation activated, the spiritual energy within the room surged like a tidal wave, enveloping both Long Jinxing and Long Zhe in its rich essence. The overwhelming power offered them an unparalleled comfort, causing them to faint without even realizing it. Seeing this, Long Rufeng did not hasten to awaken the two. He understood the profound significance of this rare opportunity for them. Thus, he quietly stood by, allowing the spiritual energy to flow continuously into their bodies, subtly transforming them. After about half an hour, Long Zhe was the first to open his eyes, dazedly surveying his surroundings. When he spotted Long Rufeng's calm demeanor, he immediately understood what had transpired. He cast a grateful glance at Long Rufeng but refrained from speaking. As time ticked by, nearly an hour later, Long Jinxing finally awakened from his prolonged slumber. Stretching his limbs, he let out a blissful sigh. Ah, how delightful. When he attempted to rise, he suddenly noticed that his once heavy body had become remarkably light, and the ailments that had plagued him for so long had mysteriously vanished. At that moment, Long Rufeng broke the silence, saying, "After undergoing this cleansing of spiritual energy, your physique will become significantly stronger and more resilient." Before he finished speaking, he produced 2 pills and continued, "These 2 pills are both gifts for you. One is a Shisui Dan. Although you have already experienced a round of spiritual cleansing, Its effects are still insufficient, so you must consume another Shisui Dan. The other is a Hudi Dan, which you need to take when you first begin practicing the new technique, primarily serving to safeguard your meridians. Hearing this, Long Jinxing displayed a look of confusion and could not help but inquire, protecting the meridians? Is it possible that the technique you are imparting to me will have some special impact on them? Upon hearing this, Long Rufin shot a sharp glare at Long Jinxing before explaining, you once practiced the Canglong Jue. Though it does not conflict with the technique I am about to teach you, it is wise to proceed with caution. At this point, Long Rufin fell into deep contemplation, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. The others dared not disturb him. After a long while, he returned to his senses, turned to Long Jinxing with a faint smile. Yet to Long Jinxing, that smile seemed to carry a hint of cunning. Just as Long Jinxing was about to speak, Long Rufin unexpectedly produced a mysterious scroll and handed it to Long Jinxing, softly saying, this is the unique technique specifically prepared for you. Once Long Jinxing carefully accepted the scroll, Long Rufin continued, this is an extraordinary technique of the wind attribute, known as the Huashan Jue. During my previous examination of you, I noticed your physique is evidently more inclined towards the wind attribute, hence I meticulously selected this technique that aligns perfectly with you for your cultivation. As for the profound principles contained within this technique, well, even if I were to explain them, you might not fully grasp them. You will naturally comprehend them gradually as you begin your practice. However, just as Long Jinxing was preparing to bow in gratitude, an unexpected scene unfolded. Long Rufin suddenly curled his fingers into claws and, like a whirlwind, lunged at Long Jinxing. In an instant, Long Jinxing felt as if he had lost control over his own body, hurtling directly towards Long Rufin. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Apart from Long Zhe, who appeared somewhat anxious, the others maintained their composure. Long Rufin swiftly raised his palm and struck fiercely at Long Jinxing's dantian. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Long Jinxing's lips, and before Long Zhe could rush forward to intervene, Long Rufin unhesitatingly struck again at Long Jinxing's dantian. This time, his palm glimmered with a dazzling silver light. As this mysterious radiance penetrated Long Jinxing's body, his agonizing cries abruptly ceased. After a brief silence, Long Jinxing, looking bewildered, lowered his gaze to inspect his body, then shifted his eyes back to Long Rufin, his face a canvas of confusion. Long Rufin, noticing the change in Long Jinxing's expression, explained, initially, I intended for you to consume the Hudi Dan and then immediately begin practicing the Huashan Jue, while I was aware that the two should not conflict. As the saying goes, it is better to be cautious than to regret later. However, I reconsidered. If there is indeed a risk, it might be wiser to eliminate your existing powers entirely and start afresh, thus removing any potential hazards. Long Jinxing was left speechless by Long Rufin's absurd rationale. Yet, facing this unfathomably powerful figure, he dared not voice any dissent. Reluctantly, he nodded in tacit agreement. Meanwhile, Long Zhe suddenly interjected, Mr. Long, if my grandfather were to practice this technique, what level could he achieve? Would he attain immortality? Upon hearing Long Zhe's question, Long Jinxing also regarded Long Rufin with a look of skepticism, clearly curious about the true efficacy of this technique and eager to learn more. Immortality? Long Rufin gently shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Seeing this, Long Jinxing couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, Long Rufin quickly added, you truly underestimate this technique. It is a rare treasure, carefully selected from countless techniques. Although your grandfather may not possess extraordinary talent, as long as he is diligent in his studies and practices, aided by the power of this spiritual formation, I believe achieving the divine level should not be out of reach. At this point, Long Rufin even smacked his lips, seemingly dissatisfied with the doubts expressed by the two before him. However, Long Jinxing and Long Zhe stood in stunned silence, astonished by the prospect of a mere mortal potentially becoming divine. Chapter 54. Farewell to Long Tianyang. After a moment, the dazed Long Jinxing and Long Zhe finally regained their composure. Long Zhe, eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement, looked at Long Rufin and eagerly asked, Mr. Long, is that truly the case? Can my grandfather really become divine? Long Rufin, with a serious expression, nodded and replied in a steady tone, indeed. But this is only a possibility. Ultimately, whether he can break through to the divine level depends on his own efforts. If he lacks determination and perseverance, even the most profound techniques will be of no use. At this moment, Long Jinxing, unable to contain his excitement, interjected, then, in your opinion, considering my innate talent, how long would it take for me to break through to the divine level if I exerted myself fully and persevered? Hearing Long Jinxing's question, Long Rufin scrutinized him once more and then slowly began to speak, based on your current displayed talent. If you can thoroughly comprehend and apply the Huashenju while maintaining a consistent and diligent practice, you should be able to break through to the divine level within a millennium. A millennium? I hardly possess such an extensive span of time to devote myself to profound cultivation. Long Jinxing instantly felt dejected, his spirits plummeting to an all-time low. Long Rufin, witnessing Long Jinxing's disheartened demeanor, could not help but emit a derisive scoff, subsequently stating, "As for your human cultivation system, it can be delineated into 6 major realms: Lianqi, Zhuji, Jindan, Yuanying, Dujia, and Deshang. Each realm can be further subdivided into the early, middle, and late stages. It is essential to understand that the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges and obstacles, and it is by no means an endeavor that can be accomplished swiftly. To attain the divine path, one must endure numerous tribulations and expend considerable time and effort. How can someone as impetuous as you ever achieve greatness?" After imparting this wisdom to Long Jinxing, Long Rufin continued to elaborate. "Indeed, breaking through these realms presents formidable challenges, but once you successfully transition to the next stage, your vitality will be significantly augmented. Take the most fundamental realm of Lianqi, for instance. If one can cultivate to the late stage of Lianqi, they could live for at least 200 years, not to mention those even more formidable realms. Thus, attaining a lifespan of 1,000 years is not a daunting task, and you need not fret over it." Suddenly shifting the topic, Long Rufin smacked his lips and inquired, "Is it not said that numerous legends and tales regarding cultivation circulate on your earth? Have you never taken notice of them?" Upon hearing this, Long Jinxing quickly replied, "Although I am well aware that both of you ancestors hail from the dragon lineage, and that dragons are known for their long lifespans, I have never encountered a true cultivator in the literal sense. Hence, for a long time, I regarded cultivation as mere folly and ethereal legend." Hearing Long Jinxing's assertion, Long Rufin could not help but exclaim, "What manner of thinking is this? After having witnessed the dragon lineage, you still refuse to believe in the existence of cultivators in this world." With that, Long Rufin observed Long Jinxing gazing at him in confusion and, recognizing that further discussion would be futile, decided to change the subject. He remarked, "Let us set this matter aside for now. The techniques and formations are already in order, and I must return to S City. As for the affairs of the group, I will have someone contact Long Zhe to handle them in due course. You may focus on your cultivation without concern. You need not see me off. I shall depart on my own." With that, he turned and led the group away, not allowing Long Jinxing or Long Zhe an opportunity to speak. After a 2-hour flight aboard a private jet, Long Rufin and his entourage returned to a lavish villa located in S City. Upon stepping into the villa, a man who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s approached, exclaiming, "A Feng, you have finally returned." The familiarity with which this man addressed Long Rufin astonished everyone present. However, once Long Tian and the others recognized the man's face, their astonishment quickly transformed into overwhelming joy as they rushed forward to greet him. "Uncle Tianyang, it is truly you. When did you arrive here?" This man was none other than Long Tianxiang's father, Long Tianyang. However, just as Long Tianyang was about to speak, Long Rufin interrupted him without hesitation. "All right, everyone. Please refrain from speaking too hastily. Let us sit down and discuss matters at a leisurely pace." Hearing this, the group dared not utter another word and promptly took their seats in order. Once everyone was settled, Long Rufin broke the silence, stating, "Uncle Tianyang has been on this planet far longer than any of you. He has likely been here for over 1,000 years." As soon as he finished speaking, he cast a glance at Long Tianyang, seemingly awaiting confirmation from him. Long Tianyang nodded slightly in agreement and added, "Indeed, I have been here for over 1,000 years. Throughout these years, I have quietly remained in the shadows, assisting A Feng with various matters." At this moment, everyone finally comprehended why Long Rufin, despite having just arrived on Earth, was able to preside over a dragon rising group that had been established for over a decade. They exchanged glances filled with curiosity and confusion, yet dared not inquire further. Long Rufin, keenly aware of their thoughts, waved his hand to halt any further discussion on the topic and solemnly stated, "All right, let us not deliberate on this matter any longer. There are certain things I cannot disclose to you at present, so I kindly ask you not to pry. When the time is right, you will naturally understand the reasons behind it." Despite Long Rufin's clear admonition, the brave and unyielding Long Tian dared to ask, "I still have one lingering question. We have been here for nearly a month, yet why have we not seen Uncle Tianyang?" Witnessing Long Tian's audacity to ask again, Long Rufin's eyes widened in anger as he shot him a fierce glare, but ultimately, he restrained himself and patiently explained, Uncle Tianyong has already stated that he is assisting me from the shadows and was previously away on official business. As Long Rufin finished speaking, Long Tian seemed poised to question further, but was silenced by Long Rufin's piercing gaze. Long Rufin continued, "If that is the case, you may all take your leave for now. Uncle Tianyong and I have important matters to discuss." Seeing Long Rufin's impatience, everyone hastily rose to depart, fearing to incur his displeasure. Once all had left, Long Rufin turned to Long Tianyong and asked, "Uncle Tianyong, what is the progress on the matters at hand?" Long Tianyong, upon hearing Long Rufin's inquiry, wasted no time and replied, "This current situation is rather challenging, as the scale of the matter is substantial. The usual methods are no longer effective, which is why I returned to seek your opinion." Chapter 55. Press conference. Upon hearing Long Tianyong's words, Long Rufin nodded slightly but remained silent, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. He fell into contemplation for a moment, seemingly pondering an important issue. After a considerable pause, Long Rufin suddenly broke the silence. "Let us set this matter aside for now. There are numerous pressing issues at hand, and I truly lack the bandwidth to manage this personally. Once this busy period has passed, I will personally address it." Long Tianyong had no objections to Long Rufin's decision and immediately expressed his agreement. Then, a hint of awkwardness crossed Long Rufin's face as he softly said to Long Tianyong, "Uncle Tianyong, during this time, I must trouble you to refrain from returning to Tianlongsing. Could you temporarily remain on Earth to help me manage household affairs? Consider it a temporary role as my steward." Long Tianyong gazed at Long Rufin, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Understanding the predicament Long Rufin faced, he readily nodded in acquiescence. Time flew swiftly, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Long Rufin continued to busy himself in his office, wholly absorbed in handling various intricate daily affairs. Just as he was diligently toiling away, a crisp knock resonated at the door. Without lifting his head, he casually commanded, "Come in." The door opened, revealing Jiang Yicheng. Jiang Yicheng wasted no time on pleasantries and directly reported, "The name change procedure for Long Corporation has been completed. Now, it has officially been renamed as the Z City branch of Longting Group." Long Rufin nodded slightly, acknowledging this information, and Jiang Yicheng continued, "Long Zhe just called, inquiring when the press conference will be held. I wonder what your plans are?" Hearing this, Long Rufin slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Jiang Yicheng as he inquired, "How is the progress of those projects I entrusted to them?" Jiang Yicheng promptly responded, "Currently, 4 projects have been successfully completed, and the remaining 4 are expected to conclude within half a month. However, the last 2 real estate projects are scheduled to wrap up by the end of June next year." As he spoke, Jiang Yicheng observed the busy Long Rufin before him, a sly smile tugging at his lips as he teased, "Here you are, the head of such a vast conglomerate. Yet you refuse to hire a secretary or assistant to aid you. At this rate, it might be better not to be a boss at all." In the face of Jiang Yicheng's jibe, Long Rufin did not back down and immediately retorted, "Hey, you have the audacity to say that to me. Your position within the conglomerate is undoubtedly significant, yet I have not observed you recruiting an assistant or a secretary. Perhaps I could arrange for that young lady from the bank to assist you, provided it does not interfere with your work." Upon mentioning the girl again, Jiang Yicheng's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, and he reproached, somewhat displeased, "I am currently discussing important matters with you. Please refrain from such frivolous jokes. She is merely a bank employee, and our interactions are solely professional." Hearing this, Long Rufin fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yicheng, and time seemed to stand still. Jiang Yicheng felt increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny and was about to explain, when Long Rufin, deliberately elongating his tone, said, "Oh, so there is no connection between you two? It appears I have misunderstood. In that case, I shall send others to the bank to handle the group's matters, which should not pose any issue." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yicheng erupted like a lit powder keg, springing to his feet, eyes wide with fury. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, Long Rufin quickly reassured him, all right, I was merely teasing you, do not take offense." Jiang Yicheng's anger began to subside, and he slowly returned to his seat, though his eyes still conveyed a trace of discontent towards Long Rufin. At that moment, Long Rufin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he solemnly addressed Jiang Yicheng. "Please convey to Long Zhe that since there are still 4 projects that can be successfully concluded within half a month, we shall schedule the press conference for 2 weeks from now." Jiang Yicheng nodded slightly in agreement, but then displayed a hint of embarrassment, quietly inquiring, "Regarding the remarks you made in the operations room last time, will they hold any weight?" Long Rufin, caught off guard by the sudden mention, hesitated for a moment before responding, "Oh dear, that was quite some time ago. Why bring it up now? Since I have spoken, it will certainly be honored." Jiang Yicheng appeared increasingly uneasy, scratching his head as he explained, "It is not merely my own curiosity. My colleagues urged me to convey their interest." As it was indeed a significant profit, Long Rufeng, observing the awkwardness of Jiang Yicheng, casually probed, "By the way, I almost forgot to ask. How much did you actually profit from that venture?" Jiang Yicheng, this time without reservation, replied candidly, "Approximately around 35 billion. As soon as he spoke, a hint of tension flickered in his gaze, fixed intently on Long Rufeng. Upon hearing this astonishing figure, Long Rufeng's heart jolted, and he remarked, 35 billion. According to our agreement, with a share of 30%, that amounts to a staggering 105 billion. This is by no means a trifling sum. But once I have spoken, my words are as binding as iron. This 105 billion is of little consequence to me. Take it. It will be transferred to your accounts along with your salaries next month, and as for the distribution, you may decide amongst yourselves." Jiang Yicheng's face lit up with joy upon hearing Long Rufeng's affirmative response, and he cast a grateful look towards him. Then, with a smile, he nodded in appreciation. "Thank you, boss. With that settled, I shall return to my duties." Long Rufeng, understanding Jiang Yicheng's eagerness to share this delightful news with his comrades and celebrate, did not insist on his stay, merely nodding lightly before returning to his work. Aware of Long Rufeng's busy schedule, Jiang Yicheng chose not to linger, silently turning and striding away from the room. As time swiftly passed, another fortnight flew by. Long Rufeng remained ensconced in his luxurious office, immersed in what seemed an endless array of work. However, unlike previous days, today Jiang Yicheng reappeared, boldly entering Long Rufeng's office without knocking. Upon entry, Jiang Yicheng, somewhat impatient, inquired, "Why did you call me here?" "I am quite busy." Long Rufeng, unfazed by Jiang Yicheng's tone, merely lifted his gaze, glanced at him, and calmly replied, "The 4 projects previously overseen by Long Zhe have all been successfully completed. It is time to hold a press conference. Inform Long Zhe to schedule it for 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Additionally, ensure that all media companies under our group are notified to attend." After delivering this directive, Long Rufeng returned his attention to the documents at hand, continuing his work. Jiang Yicheng stood in place for a moment, clearly taken aback and displeased by the assignment. Ultimately, with a clenched jaw, he turned to leave, muttering to himself, "What bad luck, tasked with such a troublesome chore. Couldn't you find a secretary for this?" Chapter 56. The disruptor. At the press conference, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, bringing the press conference of Long Tongue Group ever closer. The scale of this event was unprecedented, attracting over 150 media outlets eager to witness the chairman of Long Tongue Group make his first public appearance, all anticipating the unveiling of this enigmatic figure who commanded such a colossal commercial empire. Backstage, Long Zhe stood on tiptoe, anxiously peering through the curtain at the sea of journalists outside, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He turned to the composed Long Rufeng beside him and timidly asked, "Mr. Long, are you not at all nervous? There is such a throng outside." Long Rufeng cast a nonchalant glance at Long Zhe and replied with calm assurance, "What is there to fear with so few people?" Despite his words, he privately mused, "No matter how many adversaries may stand before me, I shall carve a path through them. These mere mortals are insignificant." However, Long Zhe countered, "While I have attended press conferences before, I have never faced such a vast crowd. How can I not feel uneasy?" Long Rufeng shot Long Zhe a sharp glare and, maintaining his composure, admonished, "I did not summon you here to merely stand idly. You will be speaking on stage shortly. Do not embarrass me, do you understand?" Initially, Long Rufeng's tone was even, but the last few words turned icy, sending a chill down Long Zhe's spine. Long Zhe swallowed hard, feeling a mix of anxiety and, for some reason, a growing sense of calm. At this moment, Long Rufeng appeared more formidable than ever. If he failed to meet Long Rufeng's expectations, the consequences could be dire. After all, Long Rufeng was an entity of godlike power, whose will could not be thwarted. As time sped by, the clock struck 9. Upon hearing the host announce the official commencement of the press conference, Long Rufeng and Long Zhe stepped forward to the stage. As they emerged, a flurry of camera shutters and blinding flashes erupted, resembling a dazzling rain of light. The journalists fervently pressed their cameras, eager to capture the most captivating images for the front pages of major media outlets. Yet, amidst the fervor, Long Rufeng and Long Zhe remained unfazed, resolutely ascending the stage. As they reached the platform, the frenzied reporters surged forward, encircling them. However, their attempts were swiftly thwarted by the security personnel responsible for maintaining order. This was a legitimate press conference, and such chaotic scenes were intolerable. Yet, as Long Rufeng stood confidently at the center of the stage, Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Who could have imagined that the mastermind behind the colossal Long Tongue group would appear as a youthful man, seemingly not much older than 30? In an instant, the venue erupted into a cacophony of voices, the atmosphere becoming tumultuous. Yet, in the face of such disorder, Long Rujuan remained remarkably composed. He gently tapped the microphone in his hand to ensure it was functioning properly before confidently stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, please maintain silence. Should anyone continue to make noise, do not blame us for expelling you from the venue." His words resonated like thunder, echoing in the ears of every individual present. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Everyone was taken aback by his sudden and assertive demeanor, momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, Long Rujuan paid no heed to the audience's reaction and proceeded to introduce himself with poise. "Greetings, I am Long Rujuan, the current chairman of Longting Group. Due to my need for further study abroad, I have not publicly appeared in the country for some time. Although I returned several days ago, my schedule has been consumed by various internal matters, causing this press conference, which should have been held earlier, to be delayed. I hope for your understanding." After a brief pause, Long Rujuan continued, "Now, let us set aside pleasantries and return to the main topic. I believe you are familiar with Longshire Group, once a leading enterprise in the country. However, as time has passed, Longshire Group has gradually declined, which is not what I wish to witness. Therefore, after discussions with the former chairman, Mr. Long Jinxing, he graciously agreed to transfer Longshire to Longting Group." Upon finishing his statement, a reporter immediately posed a question. "Chairman Long, how did you manage to persuade Mr. Long Jinxing to relinquish control of Longshire?" Long Rujuan smiled slightly and replied, 10 crucial project contracts, which I believe you may have heard of. Not long ago, Longshire successfully completed several major projects in collaboration with the provincial department." The reporter pressed further, "Was it solely because of these 10 projects that Mr. Long Jinxing agreed to the transfer? Surely there must be more to it." Long Rujuan paused momentarily before elaborating. "Of course, as part of the agreement, I made a solemn promise to Mr. Long Jinxing that all employees of the original Longshire would be retained, with no changes to their job positions or benefits. Furthermore, I will not touch a single share of the stock he holds." The audience erupted in astonishment, all journalists wide-eyed and filled with disbelief at Long Rujuan's declaration. However, before they could recover from their shock, he continued with a statement that detonated the atmosphere like a bomb. "Though I did not demand that Mr. Long Jinxing transfer his shares, other shareholders, out of respect and trust for him, voluntarily transferred their shares to Longting Group. Consequently, Longting Group now successfully controls 70% of Longshire's shares, emerging as the unequivocal controlling party." Just as the crowd was absorbing this astonishing news, an incongruous voice suddenly interjected, "Mr. Long, does your action not amount to coercion? After all, you now hold 70% of Longshire's shares, leaving Mr. Long Jinxing with little power to resist the transfer." This question struck like a sharpened sword, silencing the previously lively atmosphere. All eyes turned to the source of the unexpected voice, revealing a seemingly ordinary young man dressed in simple attire with an unremarkable appearance. Strangely, none of the journalists present seemed to recognize him. Unlike the others, Long Rujuan's gaze was fixed intently on the unfamiliar youth, his eyes sparkling with an indescribable light. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth, hinting at an inscrutable expression. It was as if he had discovered something intriguing about this young man, or perhaps had foreseen the unfolding events. As Long Rujuan faced the young man's pointed inquiry, he did not react with anger but responded calmly. "You accuse me of bullying. Yet why would I not simply acquire all the shares held by Mr. Long Jinxing? Why would I retain the original members of Longshire? Moreover, why did I appoint Long Zhe as the head rather than placing my own people in positions of power?" The young man, caught off guard by Long Rujuan's counter-questions, momentarily froze but quickly regained his composure and retorted, "Your actions merely reflect your fear of being labeled tyrannical. The reason you retain the old members of Longshire is simply because you have yet to find suitable replacements." In response, Long Rujuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the young man's assertion. "As you say, my concern about being criticized for my heavy-handedness indicates that I am not such a person." Hearing Long Rujuan's words, the young man's expression turned uncomfortable, as if he had been deeply insulted. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and continued, "Mr. Long, recently, the Yi Group suffered a devastating blow in the stock market, losing hundreds of billions in a matter of days. There are many speculations, with the general consensus being that the Yi Group offended Longting Group, leading to such severe repercussions. What is the truth behind this?" Faced with the eager gazes of the audience and a barrage of questions, Long Rujuan smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated this young reporter's inquiry. He replied with calm assurance. Indeed, the Yi group faced suppression, but it was not as rumored. They did not offend me. The true reason lies in the Yi group's bullying of an elderly, frail individual. At this revelation, the audience gasped in astonishment. Journalists were taken aback, never expecting Long Rujun to openly admit to his actions against the Yi group. However, their curiosity was piqued concerning the alleged oppression of the elderly individual. Eager for more details, they leaned forward, eager to hear more. Finally, someone could no longer contain their excitement and asked, "You mentioned the Yi group bullying an elderly individual. Could you please elaborate on the specifics?" As soon as the words left their lips, other reporters chimed in, expressing their desire to know the entire story. At this moment, all eyes were riveted on Long Rujun, filled with anticipation and yearning. Taking a deep breath, Long Rujun slowly began to recount the incident. Here is what transpired. Not long ago, I visited Mr. Long Jinxing, but when I arrived, Vice President Yi Tian of the Yi group had already arrived first. Initially, I assumed Mr. Yi was there to pay his respects to Mr. Long Jinxing, but the reality was shocking. He was attempting to force Mr. Long Jinxing to hand over all shares of Long Shi. If he refused, he threatened to erase the Long family from Z City. Such actions were a grave insult to the esteemed Mr. Long Jinxing. In a fit of righteous indignation, I could not help but teach Mr. Yi a lesson, without considering the broader consequences. However, even as Mr. Yi departed, he continued to threaten Mr. Long Jinxing. It was for this reason that I decided to impose a slight punishment to teach the Yi group a harsh lesson, leading to Longting group's subsequent actions against the Yi group. Upon hearing this, the journalists present were utterly astonished, a clamor erupting in the room. Long Rujun continued, "You may think my reaction is excessive, but in truth, you are unaware of the full context. Mr. Long Jinxing and I share a deep connection. We are of the same clan and lineage. However, after centuries of upheaval, our family has gradually fallen apart. It is precisely for this reason that, upon witnessing Mr. Long Jinxing being oppressed by Yi Zong, I could not remain a passive observer." The journalists present were taken aback by Long Rufin's words, their expressions frozen in astonishment, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Who could have anticipated such profound connections between the Long family and Longting group? This revelation illuminated the crowd, clarifying why Long Rufin maintained such composure. The young journalist who had initially sought to challenge Long Rufin now appeared increasingly sullen, as if struck by a heavy blow. He had intended to leverage the situation to intimidate Long Rufin, only to find himself deftly outmaneuvered by the latter's succinct retorts, leaving him utterly humiliated. In that moment, he realized that persisting in his pursuit could only lead to further embarrassment, potentially inciting the ire of his fellow journalists. After much contemplation, he reluctantly withdrew, seizing the opportunity to slip away unnoticed amidst the crowd. However, this young journalist naively believed that his departure had gone unnoticed, when in fact, Long Rufin had been keenly observing his every move. Once the journalist exited, Long Rufin swiftly shifted the topic, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have nearly said all that I intended. If anyone has further questions or thoughts, please feel free to engage in dialogue with Mr. Long Zhe." No sooner had he finished speaking than he turned decisively to leave, leaving a bewildered Long Zhe to confront this sudden predicament alone. In the backstage area, Long Rufin, with a grim expression, instructed Long Tian, "Go after that journalist from earlier. He was sent by Yez to create a disturbance. Bring him back to me immediately." Long Tian respectfully acknowledged the command and vanished from the venue like a shadow. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in President Yi Rong's office was exceedingly tense. Yi Rong fixated on the television screen, which was showcasing Long Zhe's charismatic performance at the press conference. It was evident that he had been closely monitoring the live broadcast, his grip on the remote control tightening to the point of nearly shattering it. Finally, unable to contain his frustration, Yi Rong abruptly stood, without a moment's hesitation. He struck Yi Tian, who stood nearby, exclaiming, "Did I not warn you repeatedly to refrain from provoking Longting group? Yet you persist in ignoring my counsel. Now, what do you propose we do to resolve this situation?" Yi Tian, feeling the sting of his cheek, was indignant and retorted, "I merely sent someone to stir up a bit of trouble. How serious could it be? Besides, how could Long Rufin possibly know that I was behind it? Why should you be so concerned?" Upon hearing Yi Tian's flimsy justification, Yi Rong was momentarily speechless, astonished that the successor he had painstakingly nurtured for years could be so foolish. He felt as though he had lost all support and slumped weakly into his chair, his gaze vacant as he murmured, "Not even divine intervention can save those who invite their own demise. Yez is finished, it is all over." His voice was low and hoarse, rife with despair and helplessness. In that moment, it felt as if the entire world had collapsed around him, rendering him incapable of bearing such a heavy blow. With the successful conclusion of the press conference, Long Ruffin and Long Zhe instantly became the focal point of various media outlets, gracing numerous magazine covers and drawing extensive coverage from several news programs. This sudden upheaval left Long Zhe, who had just assumed leadership of Longting Group's branch, feeling overwhelmed. Now, the entirety of Huaxiao was aware that the once independent Long family had become part of Longting Group. Many individuals who had previously conducted business with the Long family sought Long Zhe's assistance in establishing connections with Longting Group. Some even arrived with project proposals, eager for collaboration. Faced with such an overwhelming influx of people and matters, Long Zhe felt utterly inundated. Meanwhile, Long Ruffin remained engrossed in the mountain of documents before him, diligently attending to his work. At his side, Jiang Yiqing could no longer contain his complaints, exclaiming, "Boss, you truly need to find a secretary to assist you with these trifles. Otherwise, even if you were a deity, you would eventually be driven to madness by these trivialities." However, upon hearing Jiang Yiqing's grievances, Long Ruffin retorted without hesitation, "Can you please be quiet? To be honest, I have already identified a suitable secretary. There is no need for your meddling." Jiang Yiqing, ignited by Long Ruffin's words, was consumed by curiosity, asking, "Is it true? Is the secretary you found male or female? Is she beautiful? When can I get a glimpse of her?" Already irritated by the multitude of tasks at hand, Long Ruffin erupted like a volcano at Jiang Yiqing's barrage of inquiries, shouting, Enough. Jiang Yiqing, I genuinely want to strangle you." Yet, instead of being intimidated by Long Ruffin's outburst, Jiang Yiqing smiled playfully, "Don't be angry. I am merely curious. Satisfy my curiosity a little." Realizing Jiang Yiqing's persistence, Long Ruffin begrudgingly conceded, "Fine, consider me defeated. She is indeed a woman and quite beautiful, but she is already married. Her husband is one of my subordinates who has been with me for many years. They are currently out on my behalf, and you will meet her in due time." Just as Long Ruffin prepared to dismiss Jiang Yiqing, the latter interjected, "You have both of them working like livestock. I truly wonder how you manage that." Before he could finish, Jiang Yiqing sensed the temperature in the office drop, and upon looking up, he found Long Ruffin glaring at him with utmost severity. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Yiqing cleared his throat and quickly added, "I still have some matters to attend to. I will take my leave now." As Jiang Yiqing turned to exit, Long Tian entered the room without delay. He approached Long Ruffin and reported, "I have apprehended the individual, and the interrogation is complete." It was Yi Tian who offered him 500,000 to create chaos at the press conference, promising an additional million as a reward for publicly embarrassing you. Upon hearing Long Tian's words, Long Ruffin turned to Jiang Yiqing, who was about to step out, and said solemnly, "Yiqing, since Yi Tian is intent on his own demise, it would be inhumane not to grant him his wish. Starting this afternoon, you and your team should take action. We must eradicate Yez completely." Jiang Yiqing, contemplating Long Ruffin's directive, felt it was time to return to work. He turned toward the door, his steps wavering momentarily, but ultimately resolved to proceed. However, just as his hand touched the doorknob, he abruptly halted, as if recalling something significant. Jiang Yiqing slowly turned back, meeting Long Ruffin's gaze with a sly smile, and asked, "Shall we split the profits as per our usual arrangement? How does 30% sound?" Long Ruffin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Yiqing, as though confronted by an unimaginable creature. He exclaimed, "Are you serious? How can you shamelessly make such a request?" His voice was laced with anger and exasperation. Jiang Yiqing, unfazed by Long Ruffin's reaction, only smiled brighter, scratching his head nonchalantly. "Oh, come on, don't be so serious. It's all about making money, no shame in that. We are all striving for a living, so a little extra is welcome." Long Ruffin was nearly propelled into a fit of rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Yiqing, indignantly stating, Yes, still 30%. Now get out of my sight. I do not wish to see that greedy face of yours again." Upon hearing Long Ruffin's agreement, Jiang Yiqing felt a surge of joy. Without further ado, he swiftly turned to leave, barely bothering to say goodbye, leaving Long Ruffin alone in the office, simmering with frustration. As Jiang Yiqing finally vanished from sight, Long Ruffin let out a sigh of relief. He took a moment to calm his emotions before turning to Long Tian, who stood nearby, and instructed, "You must ascertain the company from which that reporter hails, as well as the identity of their owner. Once you have clarified this, release him. But remember, from this day forth, this company must be completely eradicated from the media industry, and that reporter must never again step foot in the realm of media." Long Tian nodded silently, indicating his understanding of Long Ruzhong's intentions. He refrained from saying more and exited the room to carry out the task assigned by Long Ruzhong. After Long Tian left, Long Ruzhong prepared to continue sorting through the pile of documents. However, just as he picked up his pen, a faint knock on the door shattered the tranquility. Long Ruzhong frowned slightly, wondering if it was Jiang Yiqing returning. With curiosity, he used his internal energy to probe the identity of the person outside. Moments later, he was astonished to discover that the visitor was not Jiang Yiqing, but rather an entirely unfamiliar presence. After a brief moment of contemplation, Long Ruzhong spoke, "Come in." As his voice faded, the office door slowly opened, revealing a tall figure at the entrance. This was a middle-aged man in his 30s, remarkably tall, approaching 2 meters in height. He strode confidently into the room, his gaze sweeping over the mountain of documents, and then smiled at Long Ruzhong, saying, "Chairman Long, you are indeed a busy person. Burdened with so many documents to tend to, it must be quite taxing." Long Ruzhong scrutinized the man before him, quickly racking his brain but certain he had never encountered him. He straightened his posture and calmly inquired, "What brings you to me, sir?" The man, seemingly prepared for this moment, answered unhurriedly, "Chairman Long, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Mu, from Jingdu. I have come specifically to request that you accompany me to Jingdu, as Mr. Jiang wishes to meet with you." Chapter 59, Journey to Jingdu. Upon hearing Mr. Jiang's name, Long Ruzhong paused slightly, his mind racing with thoughts about this Mr. Jiang, yet he found himself at a loss. Initially, he had intended to politely decline Zhao Mu's request, but when their eyes met, a vague silhouette flickered across his mind. In an instant, Long Ruzhong changed his mind and nodded lightly, saying, "Very well, when shall we depart?" Zhao Mu's eyes widened in astonishment at Long Ruzhong's immediate acceptance of the invitation. It was well understood that any ordinary individual would likely feel a sense of wariness, perhaps even outright refusal, in the face of such an unexpected request. Yet, not only did Long Ruzhong agree without hesitation, but his demeanor was also remarkably amiable, which took Zhao Mu completely by surprise. He mused to himself, "Truly, this is a person who commands the massive commercial wheel of Longteng Group. His courage and decisiveness are indeed beyond the reach of ordinary individuals." At that moment, Long Ruzhong was oblivious to Zhao Mu's inner thoughts and continued, "Please wait a moment. I need to arrange a few matters." With that, he took out his phone and dialed Jiang Yiqing's number. "Hello, Yiqing. I have an urgent matter that requires me to travel to Jingdu, and I will likely be away for about a week. Please manage the affairs at the company in my absence, and contact me promptly if any issues arise. Furthermore, the plan to counter the Yi family can be postponed for a while. We will reassess upon my return." "Yes, that will be all." After concluding the call, Long Ruzhong lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes on Zhao Mu, a slight smile gracing his lips as he softly proclaimed, "Mr. Zhao, it seems you are the one accompanying me on this journey. Shall we proceed?" Zhao Mu stared wide-eyed at Long Ruzhong, utterly perplexed. He had not yet had the chance to specify the departure time, yet this enigmatic figure was eager to be on his way. What could this possibly mean? However, Zhao Mu's mission was to guide Long Ruzhong to Jingdu, and since their objective had been achieved, the finer details became inconsequential. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Mu steadied himself and responded, "Then please follow me, Chairman Long. The vehicle is parked downstairs, and we shall head directly to the airport." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Ruzhong swiftly donned his elegant coat and strode confidently out of the spacious, well-lit office. Zhao Mu did not dare to lag behind and closely followed. Upon reaching the ground floor of Longteng Group, a somewhat aged sedan came into view. At first glance, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. However, Long Ruzhong, with just a cursory glance, discerned that this vehicle was extraordinary. It was equipped with advanced bulletproof capabilities. Such a vehicle was typically reserved for high-ranking officials at the provincial or ministerial level, with top-notch protective features. This revelation further confirmed Long Ruzhong's suspicions. Once inside the car, Long Ruzhong remained silent, treating Zhao Mu as if he were invisible, and began to meditate quietly. The atmosphere inside the vehicle grew tense and somber. Observing Long Ruzhong's indifference, Zhao Mu decided to follow suit and closed his eyes as well. The journey from Longteng Group to the airport was not short, taking a full hour. During this lengthy drive, the two men exchanged not a single word, rendering them both mute. This peculiar silence did not escape the notice of the driver, who silently speculated, could it be that these two are truly deaf mutes? However, when the car arrived at the airport, a miracle occurred. Long Ruzhong and Zhao Mu simultaneously opened their eyes. Zhao Mu was the first to break the silence, directly stating, "Mr. Long, we have arrived at the airport, please disembark." Long Ruzhong nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but remained quiet, simply exiting the vehicle. Subsequently, Zhao Mu relayed a few instructions to the driver before guiding Long Ruzhong through the VIP passage into the airport. They navigated through a series of corridors, ultimately arriving at an exceptionally luxurious lounge. Upon entering, the opulence of the space was evident, with every imaginable amenity available, indicating that those who rested here were of significant status. Once seated, Zhao Mu softly remarked, "Mr. Long, this lounge is exclusively for provincial-level officials and above. Please take a moment to rest. I will arrange the necessary matters immediately, and we shall be on our way shortly." Long Ruzhong nodded again, signifying his understanding. Zhao Mu appeared unfazed by Long Ruzhong's consistently aloof demeanor and promptly turned to leave. Approximately 10 minutes later, he returned, approaching Long Ruzhong and stating, "Mr. Long, everything is arranged. The flight will take off in 10 minutes. Please follow me." Long Ruzhong continued to remain silent, following Zhao Mu like a statue. Before long, they boarded the aircraft. After Long Ruzhong settled into his seat, Zhao Mu gently said, "Mr. Long, please take a moment to rest. If you need anything, do not hesitate to inform the flight attendants. I will go report to my superiors." Upon hearing this, Long Ruzhong nodded slightly, indicating his acknowledgement, and then closed his eyes to gather his strength. Zhao Mu turned and headed toward the cockpit, picking up the communication phone to make a call. Moments later, the call was connected, and Zhao Mu stated, "Mr. Jiang, it's me. We have boarded the flight with Mr. Long and expect to arrive in Jingdu in about 4 hours." "Yes, understood. Rest assured." After a brief exchange, Zhao Mu hung up the phone and instructed the pilot, "We may take off now." Having completed this series of actions, he exited the cockpit. Returning to the lounge, Zhao Mu found Long Ruzhong still with his eyes closed, seemingly lost in his own world. He refrained from disturbing him and chose to sit in the empty seat beside Long Ruzhong, closing his eyes as well to unwind. The cabin was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the roar of the engines. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. The airplane, resembling a silver giant bird, landed steadily on the runway of Jingdu Airport. Zhao Mu quickly approached Long Ruzhong, softly saying, "Mr. Long, we have arrived at our destination. You may disembark." As he spoke, he slightly bowed, extending his right hand in an elegant gesture of invitation. Long Rufu was somewhat astonished as he gazed at Zhao Mu, for it was the first time he had witnessed such politeness and humility from him. However, Long Rufu's expression quickly reverted to calmness as he nodded nonchalantly and strode down the aircraft steps. Standing on the expansive tarmac, Long Rufu surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the bustling airport terminal and the throngs of people. He took a deep breath, savoring the distinctive atmosphere of Jingdu, and then turned to Zhao Mu, saying, "Mr. Zhao, now that we have arrived, where shall we proceed next?" His voice was deep and resolute, as if filled with anticipation for the journey ahead. Chapter 60. The night before the meeting, upon hearing Long Rufu's inquiry, Zhao Mu stepped forward respectfully and replied, "Mr. Long, Mr. Jiang has specifically instructed me to ensure your accommodation is arranged properly. After you have a good rest tonight, we shall discuss our meeting tomorrow." Hearing this, Long Rufu nodded slightly in agreement and softly responded, "In that case, I shall heed Mr. Zhang's wishes. Please lead the way." Zhao Mu, understanding the importance of the moment, did not say much more and turned to walk towards the exit, with Long Rufu following closely behind. As they exited the airport, a vehicle awaited them. Having been stationed for some time, Long Rufu scrutinized the car, noticing it bore similarities to the one he had previously seen, likely manufactured by the same company. However, upon closer inspection, he observed subtle differences. This new vehicle appeared somewhat newer, constructed with superior materials, and was evidently an armored car. Without further hesitation, Long Rufu stepped inside. Once seated, he, as before, closed his eyes to meditate and center himself. The vehicle sped along for approximately 2 hours, finally arriving at the Huaxia Hotel. The Huaxia Hotel boasted a rich history, nearing 70 years since its inception. Spanning over 400,000 square meters, its architectural style was quintessentially garden-like, featuring an artificial lake within its premises, creating a pleasant environment. This establishment was typically reserved for hosting heads of state, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to secure a stay. After disembarking, Long Rufu surveyed the surroundings and was greeted by picturesque views, prompting him to nod in appreciation. "Indeed, it is a splendid place." At that moment, Zhao Mu spoke up, "Mr. Long, please follow me." With that, he began to walk towards the hotel, not neglecting to introduce the scenery along the way. Before long, they arrived at the main hall, where a middle-aged man hurriedly approached them, appearing to be the manager. With a fawning demeanor, he bowed respectfully to Zhao Mu, saying, "General Zhao, your esteemed presence is a great honor. Your room has been prepared, and I shall escort you there immediately." Long Rufu was taken aback upon hearing the manager address Zhao Mu with such a title. He mused to himself, "I had no idea he was a general. How unexpected. To have a general guide me is indeed a rare honor." Nevertheless, Zhao Mu remained composed, merely nodding before addressing Long Rufu. "Mr. Long, the room is ready. Let us proceed." The manager observed Zhao Mu's deference towards the young man with widened eyes. However, after a moment, he seemed to recall something, clearly recognizing Long Rufu. Naturally, one who held a managerial position here possessed considerable wisdom and discernment, knowing better than to pry into matters best left unspoken. Thus, he led Long Rufu and Zhao Mu towards the prepared room. Soon, the trio arrived at the door of a room on the third floor. The manager gently opened the door, prepared to elaborate on the room's features, but was abruptly interrupted by Long Rufu, who curtly stated, "No need for elaborate descriptions. It is merely a place for rest, and I hold no particular interest." Seeing Long Rufu's apparent disinterest, the manager tactfully fell silent, shifting his gaze to Zhao Mu and respectfully stating, "General Zhao, your room is just next door. Here is the key." Without delay, he handed a key to Zhao Mu. He then presented another key to Long Rufu, saying, "Sir, this is your key. I shall not intrude further. If you require anything, please feel free to contact the front desk. Additionally, your dinner will be delivered shortly." With that, he turned to leave. After casting a glance at Long Rufu, Zhao Mu said, "Mr. Long, I am in the room next door. Feel free to come to me if you need anything. I will step out now. Please take your rest." Long Rufu nodded slightly in agreement, quietly watching Zhao Mu exit the room. Once alone, he began to meticulously inspect every corner and potential hiding spot for surveillance devices. After a thorough examination revealed no suspicious items, Long Rufu finally exhaled in relief. He then focused his mind, utilizing a unique telepathic technique to contact Long Tian. "Long Tian, come to me at once." Almost instantly, Long Tian appeared in the room like a wraith, without any prior indication. Long Tian respectfully bowed to Long Rufu and inquired, "Patriarch, what commands do you have for your subordinate?" Without hesitation, Long Rufu swiftly produced a note from his pocket and handed it to Long Tian, solemnly instructing, "You must go to this location immediately and locate a man named Li Ziyuan. He is someone I have stationed in Jingdu to gather intelligence. Ensure he is brought before me." Long Tian took the note and glanced at the address, furrowing his brow. He was acutely aware that bringing someone into this territory was no easy task. Just as he hesitated, Long Rufu seemed to read his thoughts and reassured him, "Do not worry. He is aware of my true identity, so you may act freely." With Long Rufu's assurance, Long Tian's apprehension dissipated entirely. Without further ado, he vanished in the blink of an eye, as if he had never been there at all. Approximately half an hour later, Long Tian returned, escorting a man into the room. Upon seeing Long Rufu, the man advanced swiftly, bowing deeply and respectfully, saying, "I am Li Ziyuan, here to pay my respects to the master." Long Rufu gazed at Li Ziyuan, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. "Ziyuan, it has truly been a long time since we last met." Li Ziyuan nodded slightly in agreement, replying, "Indeed, master. It has been nearly 30 years since we last saw each other. I hope you have been well in these years." Long Rufu smiled and nodded gently, indicating that he was indeed well. Having received Long Rufu's confirmation, Li Ziyuan wasted no time and proceeded to discuss the current situation in Jingdu. Long Tian stood silently by, listening intently without uttering a word. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, it was past midnight, around 1 o'clock, when Li Ziyuan concluded his report. After he finished speaking, Long Rufu nodded in satisfaction and instructed Long Tian to ensure Li Ziyuan returned home safely to rest. Once Li Ziyuan departed, Long Rufu began to mentally organize his thoughts and strategies, preparing earnestly for the significant meeting that awaited him the following day. Chapter 61. Mr. Jiang. The next morning, as dawn broke around 7 o'clock, a series of crisp and rhythmic knocks disrupted the tranquility. The visitor outside was none other than Zhao Mu. He gently tapped on the door of Long Rufing, awaiting a response from within. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing Long Rufing, dressed impeccably. He sat at the dining table, leisurely enjoying his breakfast. Upon seeing this, Zhao Mu stepped inside without hesitation, his gaze fixed on Long Rufing. "Mr. Long, once you have finished your meal, we shall set off immediately." "Mr. Jiang has been waiting for some time," Zhao Mu stated directly. Upon hearing this, Long Rufing set down his food, wiped his mouth, and replied, "If that is the case, let us depart now, as I am quite satisfied." With that, He resolutely stood up and moved to Zhao Mu's side. Zhao Mu regarded Long Rufeng with a slight nod of approval, then gestured for him to proceed. As they exited the room and traversed the hall, the supervisor from the previous night happened to catch sight of them and promptly greeted Zhao Mu from a distance. However, sensing the urgency of Zhao Mu's matters, the supervisor refrained from approaching for small talk, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Once they boarded their vehicle, Zhao Mu turned to Long Rufeng and softly reminded him, upon arrival, there may be individuals who will conduct a search. I hope Mr. Long will not mind and will cooperate. Long Rufeng acknowledged with a subtle nod, indicating his indifference. He was well aware that the individuals he was about to meet were far from ordinary. Indeed, as Long Rufeng responded thus, Zhao Mu understood that this man had already discerned the identity of the person they were to visit. Time passed quietly, and approximately an hour later, Long Rufeng finally arrived at the majestic edifice symbolizing the pinnacle of power in Huaxia. Subsequently, under Zhao Mu's guidance, they navigated through multiple layers of stringent security checkpoints, ultimately arriving at the entrance of an office. At this moment, two guards stood rigidly at the door, resembling solemn sentinels of steel. Zhao Mu approached, engaged in hushed conversation with the guards for a brief moment, before returning to Long Rufeng's side and softly stating, Mr. Long, please follow me inside. However, Long Rufeng suddenly halted, directly asking, will there not be a search conducted on me? Zhao Mu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, gently shaking his head as he explained, Mr. Jiang specifically instructed that upon your arrival, you could enter directly without undergoing the search process. With that, he smiled and gestured for Long Rufeng to proceed. Without further ado, Long Rufeng walked alongside Zhao Mu to the office door. Zhao Mu lightly knocked, and a deep, resonant voice emanated from within, please enter. As the door swung open, Long Rufeng followed closely behind. The office was of moderate size, neither cramped nor overly spacious. Approximately 70 to 80 square meters. The interior was simply yet elegantly decorated, featuring a large desk, a comfortable chair, and several neatly arranged filing cabinets in the workspace. The resting area contained only a modest double bed, while the reception area featured a small coffee table and a set of tasteful sofas. As Long Rufeng attentively surveyed his surroundings, the earlier deep voice spoke again. You must be the chairman of Longting Group. I never expected one so young and accomplished. Truly remarkable. Long Rufeng turned his gaze toward the source of the voice to find a man in his 60s approaching. The elder appeared unremarkable, wearing a warm smile. His short hair neatly trimmed, and despite his age, his eyes sparkled with a youthful sharpness. Recognizing the elder, Long Rufeng silently acknowledged him as Jiang Shan, the individual controlling the highest echelons of power in Huaxia. Realizing this, Long Rufeng promptly replied, Indeed, I am Long Rufeng, chairman of Longting Group. You must be Jiang Shan. Mr. Jiang. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, nodding in acknowledgement. He then extended his hand for a firm handshake and warmly invited Long Rufeng to take a seat in the reception area. Conversing as they walked, Chairman Long, please do not stand on ceremony. Have a seat. Long Rufeng, naturally, accepted the invitation without hesitation. Once seated, Jiang Shan turned to Zhao Mu, smiling as he said, Xiao Zhao, you have truly worked hard during this time. Now, I have some matters to discuss with Chairman Long. You may attend to your own affairs. Zhao Mu nodded in understanding and silently exited the office. With Zhao Mu gone, Long Rufeng cut straight to the point, asking Jiang Shan, may I inquire the purpose of your summons today? Taken aback by Long Rufeng's forthrightness, Jiang Shan quickly adjusted his demeanor, skillfully sidestepping the question to discuss another topic. Chairman Long, such formalities seem rather distant. Why not be more familiar? I shall call you Xiao Long, and you may call me Uncle Jiang. How does that sound? Upon hearing Jiang Shan's words, Long Rufeng felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, Jiang Shan was merely in his 60s, while he himself had lived for over 3,300 years. However, given the current circumstances, he could not afford to express such sentiments. Reluctantly, he mustered the courage to respond, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Shan's face instantly lit up, exclaiming, excellent. Xiaolong, your address of Uncle Jiang warms my heart. Yet, as Long Rufeng observed the beaming Jiang Shan, an indescribable unease stirred within him. He was acutely aware that no one offers a free lunch, nor do they extend unsolicited kindness without ulterior motives. Jiang Shan's current cordiality undoubtedly concealed some hidden agenda. To avoid falling into a trap, Long Rufeng decided to take the initiative, pressing on, Uncle Jiang, may I ask the true purpose of your summons today? Regrettably, Jiang Shan seemed disinclined to provide a straightforward answer, instead cheerfully diverting the conversation, asking Xiaolong, how old are you this year? Are you married? Do you have children? Faced with this barrage of unexpected personal inquiries, Long Rufeng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and truthfully replied. In response to Uncle Jiang, I am 33 years old this year, unmarried, and thus have no children. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan's smile grew even more radiant, akin to blooming peach blossoms in the spring. Just as Long Rufeng prepared to probe deeper into Jiang Shan's true intentions, Jiang Shan suddenly interjected, Xiaolong, there has been quite a stir between you and the Ye family recently, involving many companies. If your intention was merely to assert your dominance, that might have been somewhat excessive. Upon hearing Jiang Shan mention the Ye family, Long Rufeng immediately responded, I believe you have heard of the press conference I held recently. What I stated there, while not entirely accurate, was not entirely false either. I do indeed have a blood relation to the Long family. I simply was unaware of it until now. If the Ye family had merely provoked me, I would have let it go. However, they dared to threaten my family, which is an absolute line I cannot tolerate. Moreover, you witnessed the events at the press conference. That individual was sent by Etienne. I had already given them a chance, allowing them to escape, yet they foolishly sought their own demise. Should I be blamed for that? Jiang Shan, upon hearing Long Rufeng's words, realized that his earlier comments, which seemed to lean toward the Ye family, may have displeased Long Rufeng. He quickly continued, Xiaolong, please do not take offense. I merely spoke offhandedly. There was no other intention. In the past, I never anticipated that the Yi family would dare to threaten Long Jinxing directly. Reflecting on it now, I suppose your previous treatment of the Yi family was somewhat justifiable. As soon as I finished speaking, I paused briefly before adding, speaking of Long Jinxing, I have known him for several decades. I recall that during my childhood, my father often took me to visit his home. At that time, he was about 10 years older than I, always guiding me like an older brother, leading me around to play. Upon mentioning this, a deep sense of fondness and nostalgia washed over my face. At this moment, Long Rufu remained silent, merely gazing at Jiang Shan. Observing this, Jiang Shan felt a hint of awkwardness and cleared his throat in an attempt to break the silence. His expression quickly regained its seriousness as he stated, Little Long, although your Longting group has only been established for a little over a decade, its achievements are remarkable and noteworthy. It has successfully surpassed 99% of enterprises across Huaxia, and it would not be an exaggeration to call Longting Group the foremost corporation in Huaxia. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's words, Long Rufu displayed a modest smile and replied softly, You are too kind. Longting Group has only recently been established and has much to learn from its predecessors. We would never dare to be so arrogant. Jiang Shan's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile, as if he deeply appreciated Long Rufu's humility. However, he did not let the topic rest there, but continued, Do not underestimate yourselves. Presently, Longting Group pays taxes exceeding 50 trillion annually, truly a force to be reckoned with. With few rivals, Long Rufu, upon hearing this, hurriedly responded with humility, I am truly flattered by your praise. Currently, our nation holds an increasingly esteemed position on the international stage, a result of the collective efforts and struggles of numerous domestic enterprises. These companies not only contribute substantial tax revenues, but also exert influence both nationally and globally. In comparison, our Longting Group has merely achieved moderate success in the southern region and is still in its infancy in the northern market. Jiang Shan, sensing the underlying significance in Long Rufu's words, pressed on, knowing that Longting Group has such a scale in the south, akin to Mount Tai, dominating the region. Are you not satisfied? Jiang Shan smiled slightly and continued, Moreover, others may be unaware, but I am fully aware that you have already laid numerous foundations in many northern regions, merely waiting for the right moment to venture into the northern market. Furthermore, Longting Group's influence on the international stage has already begun to emerge, all thanks to your financial prodigy Jiang Yicheng. Upon hearing Jiang Shan mention Jiang Yicheng, Long Rufu felt a jolt of surprise within, yet his face remained composed. He smiled slightly and replied in a calm tone, Such minor achievements are hardly noteworthy. However, since you are already aware, I shall no longer conceal it. At this juncture, Long Rufu paused momentarily, as if adjusting his emotions, took a deep breath, and then continued, Yes, I indeed plan to embark on the expansion into the northern market immediately upon returning, while also actively pursuing opportunities in overseas markets. With Longting Group's current formidable capital and strength, achieving these two objectives is not a daunting task. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced thoughtfully at Jiang Shan, as if already aware of what the latter wished to say, and preemptively asked, Mr. Jiang, your invitation for me to come here today must not solely be to discuss the current situation of Longting, right? If you have any directives or requests, please feel free to share them with me. Jiang Shan, witnessing this, recognized that Long Rufu was a candid and magnanimous individual. Thus, he no longer beat around the bush and straightforwardly articulated his genuine thoughts. Little Long, since you have plans to enter the northern market, you surely require someone capable of overseeing the situation and controlling the northern affairs, right? Coincidentally, I happen to know some individuals in the business world who have made their mark and can be arranged to assist you. What do you think? Long Rufu grasped Jiang Shan's true intentions and calculations in an instant, and could not help but reflect. Truly, the one wielding the highest power in Huaxia is indeed astute and calculating. He clearly aims to reap the benefits after we at Longting Group invest resources to vigorously expand into the northern market, and once everything is in place, he will come to claim the fruits of victory. If it were anyone else in this situation, they might have acquiesced. However, for Long Rufu, he was undeterred by Jiang Shan's position of power and responded candidly. I appreciate your goodwill, but I have already determined the candidate to lead the northern affairs, and I sincerely apologize. Jiang Shan did not expect Long Rufu to refuse him outright, and his previously cheerful demeanor abruptly turned dark. Chapter 63. The explanation. Long Rufu gazed unwaveringly into Jiang Shan's sullen face, showing no sign of retreat in his eyes, as he fixed his gaze upon him, seemingly attempting to peer into the depths of his heart. Simultaneously, Jiang Shan met Long Rufu's gaze without flinching, and they remained in silence, each waiting for the other to speak, the atmosphere thick with tension. Finally, after a prolonged and suffocating silence, Jiang Shan took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions, and then slowly spoke. Little Long, to be honest, I truly did not expect you to refuse me so bluntly. You have presented me with quite the dilemma. Long Rufu, upon hearing this, promptly replied, the one presenting you with a dilemma is not I, is it not? Furthermore, this matter likely was not your initial intention, was it? Jiang Shan, surprised by Long Rufu's ability to discern his thoughts, quickly regained his composure and continued, you are correct. Initially, I merely intended to have a simple conversation with you, to understand your plans and aspirations for future development. However, those old fellows in the Ministry of Finance insist that your current situation requires effective oversight and management. At this point, Long Rufu smiled slightly and asked softly, they are concerned that I might leave Huaxia, are they not? Jiang Shan, upon hearing this, did not provide a direct answer but nodded slightly in agreement. Long Rufu, seeing this, continued, I fully comprehend their concerns. It is well known that Longting Group is now substantial. If it were to withdraw from Huaxia, it would undoubtedly deliver a considerable blow to the economy. Moreover, I am planning to enter the northern market, and once the projects are successfully developed, the total assets of Longting Group will undoubtedly surge. Should I choose to depart then, the ramifications would be even more profound. At this point, Long Rufu paused briefly before adding, it is precisely for this reason that the people in the Ministry of Finance devised this plan and requested you to discuss this matter with me. Have I spoken correctly? Jiang Shan, upon hearing this, immediately replied, you are absolutely right. Although I hold the highest authority in Huaxia, as a leader, I must not be obstinate and unyielding. As a leader, one should be adept at listening to the suggestions of subordinates. Midway through his statement, he could not help but sigh, continuing, to be a competent leader, one must sometimes make difficult decisions. I have done many things I would rather not have done, all in the pursuit of improving this nation. As he spoke, Jiang Shan's expression grew serious, and a trace of sorrow emerged in his eyes. Although Long Rufu was not human, he had endured the vicissitudes of time and possessed a profound understanding of human nature. At times, individuals are compelled to act against their better judgment to achieve their goals, eventually becoming those whom they once detested. At this moment, Jiang Shan found himself entrenched in such a conflict. For the future of the entire Huaxia nation, he bears immense pressure, sacrifices much, and invests countless efforts. However, despite fully understanding the responsibilities and missions shouldered by Jiang Shan, Long Rufu remains unwilling to relinquish control over the northern market easily. He resolutely responds, I empathize with your predicament and comprehend the intentions of the Ministry of Finance, but that does not imply I shall alter my stance. Regardless of the circumstances, I will never surrender the control of the northern market. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Shan cannot help but feel a surge of anger. He glares and raises his voice. Addressing Long Rufu, Xiao Long, do not be so obstinate. You must not only consider the interests of Longting Group, but also take the broader picture into account. Keeping Huaxia at heart, Long Rufu, upon hearing Jiang Shan's words, gazes steadfastly at him and responds without hesitation. The decision I have made stems entirely from my considerations for the future development of Huaxia. Jiang Shan, upon hearing this, reveals a hint of confusion on his face. Not missing a beat, Long Rufin articulates his viewpoint directly. If I were to control the northern market, I could ensure its vigorous growth and prosperity, thereby benefiting the entire northern region. However, if the control is handed over to someone chosen by the Ministry of Finance, can they deliver on my promises? Can you guarantee this? Or can the Ministry of Finance assure this outcome? Listening to the series of questions posed by Long Rufin, Jiang Shan is momentarily taken aback and finds himself at a loss for words. After all, he cannot provide definitive guarantees regarding these matters. Thus, the two fall into a lengthy and heavy silence once more. This time, it is Jiang Shan who first breaks the stalemate, saying earnestly to Long Rufin, "Xiao Long, I understand your concerns and worries. Given this, why not abandon the pursuit of the northern market? This would put the minds of those in the Ministry of Finance at ease. This way, I can also provide them with an explanation." Upon hearing Jiang Shan's suggestion, Long Rufin shakes his head resolutely and responds with conviction, "This is absolutely unfeasible. I have my own plans and calculations, and regardless of whether others believe me, everything I do is driven by my sincere heart for Huaxia. The northern market is essential, and I will devote myself entirely to its development. Furthermore, I can candidly inform you that when Longting Group flourishes throughout Huaxia, I shall also resolutely venture into the international market. However, rest assured, I shall never deviate from Huaxia." As Jiang Shan prepares to offer further advice, Long Rufin preempts him, saying, "I understand that you wish to provide an explanation to the Ministry of Finance. How about this? To my knowledge, in a short while, the capital city will initiate 4 large-scale engineering projects for public bidding. In my view, these cumbersome bidding procedures can be entirely bypassed. You might as well entrust these 4 projects to me, and all the expenses required for these projects will be borne entirely by Longting Group. What do you think?" Seeing Long Rufin's proposition, Jiang Shan is somewhat tempted. After all, the scale of these 4 projects is no ordinary matter, and calculating the total cost, it would likely require hundreds of billions to complete. However, Jiang Shan is acutely aware of the intentions of those in the Ministry of Finance, and he gently shakes his head, stating, "If we proceed in this manner, while it may provide them with an explanation, the impact will ultimately fall short." In response to this, Long Rufin nods and declares, "Indeed, I understand the nuances involved. Therefore, I have additional arrangements." As he speaks, Long Rufin suddenly stands up, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance, and then, without averting his gaze, he calls out loudly, "Gentlemen next door, why not come over for a brief chat?" Chapter 64, Guardian of Huaxia. At this moment, Jiang Shan finds himself utterly immobilized by the overwhelming aura radiating from Long Rufin. Jiang Shan's gaze upon Long Rufin becomes peculiar, and upon noticing Jiang Shan's scrutiny, Long Rufin immediately states, "In truth, when I first arrived here, I already sensed their presence, but I chose not to reveal it at that time." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan's expression darkens. For based on prior investigations, he had concluded that Long Rufin was merely an ordinary individual. Yet, what is the reality? Whether it is his ability to suppress a grand aura or his capacity to perceive the 2 hidden observers next door, these are realms far beyond the reach of an ordinary person. At this moment, Long Rufin, standing to the side, notices that no one has yet made an appearance. He then calls out once more, "Gentlemen, at this juncture, do you still refuse to show yourselves?" As his words fall, an immense pressure suddenly surges from within him, penetrating the wall with astonishing speed and seeping into the adjacent room. Just then, 2 white-haired men, whose appearances bear the countenance of youth, suddenly materialize in Jiang Shan's office. Clad in elegant, archaic robes, they emanate a tremendous and unstoppable aura. Feeling the powerful presence radiating from the 2 men, Long Rufin's lips curl into a slight smile. And he calmly states, "I never imagined that in this era, I would have the fortune to witness 2 transcendental beings who have reached the tribulation stage. It is indeed a great blessing in life." Upon hearing this, the 2 cultivators' expressions shift dramatically, their eyes flashing with astonishment. They are secretly alarmed that the other party could discern their cultivation level with just a glance. Such perception is truly extraordinary. One of them, fixating on Long Rufin, sternly inquires, "May I ask who you are? Why do you deliberately conceal your true strength?" As they speak, their expressions grow increasingly tense, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. In the face of their questioning, Long Rufin remains composed, responding calmly, "I am Long Rufin. I have never intended to conceal my abilities, but you simply lack the capacity to perceive them." His voice, though quiet, carries an intangible pressure that instills a sense of reverence. Long Rufin's nonchalant reply ignites fury in the 2 cultivators, who feel deeply insulted. In an instant, they vanish like phantoms, launching a fierce assault, aiming to subdue Long Rufin in one fell swoop. However, just as they close in on him, a startling scene unfolds. Long Rufin seemingly vanishes into thin air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When the two regain their senses, they are astonished to find Long Rufin quietly positioned behind them. At this moment, his palms rest firmly against their backs, and with a mere gentle push, he could end their lives. Consequently, the two cultivators are thoroughly intimidated, their bodies stiffening, and they dare not move. Fully aware that this enigmatic man is beyond their capacity to contend with. Realizing this, they exchange glances and, in unison, declare, "You are indeed formidable, truly a hidden master. Surely, you must be a figure of extraordinary prowess, a paragon of martial arts. We regret our ignorance in offending you. Please forgive us. And we sincerely wish to make amends. We implore you to show mercy and treat this matter as if it never occurred." Before they can finish speaking, they suddenly feel Long Rufin's hands, which had been firmly pressed against their backs, withdraw as if electrified. Not daring to delay, the two hurriedly pivot and retreat to Jiangshan's side, finally coming to a halt. However, before they can catch their breath or utter a word, Long Rufin preempts them, saying, "Since you are inclined to apologize, there is no need for such formalities. As fellow practitioners of the Tao, let us dispense with the superfluous formalities and insincere pleasantries. However, I am curious to know how you two prefer to be addressed." The two individuals, whose expressions were initially taut with seriousness, felt their inner vigilance and wariness wane slightly upon hearing Long Rufu's words. They promptly introduced themselves, saying, "I am Huayong, and this is my senior brother, Qingwei. We are honored to meet you, fellow Taoist. It is indeed a privilege to witness your extraordinary skills and profound mastery today. We are eager to know which sect you belong to, that you have cultivated such astonishing and unparalleled abilities." At this moment, Jiangshan, who stood nearby, was utterly astonished. As if petrified by a spell, the scene unfolding before him was so bizarre and surreal that it was beyond the imagination of an ordinary young man. He witnessed how effortlessly Long Rufu toyed with two weathered veterans who had spent years honing their skills. Upon hearing Huayang's inquiry, Long Rufu gently shook his head and replied with unwavering conviction, "I do not belong to any sect. The abilities I possess are the fruits of my own arduous cultivation." Upon hearing this, incredulity washed over Huayang and his companions' faces. Yet, before they could articulate their thoughts, Long Rufu abruptly transformed into a battle form resembling a dragon's head and claws. This unexpected transformation left Huayang, Qingwei, and Jiangshan in a state of utter astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Even after Long Rufu reverted to his human form, they remained ensnared in profound shock, unable to regain their composure. In the face of this extraordinary spectacle, Long Rufu remained silent, simply observing the three of them. After a prolonged silence, Huayang was the first to gather his wits. He took a deep breath and, in a hushed tone, remarked, "You are indeed of the dragon lineage? I never imagined that such beings existed in the world." To this, Long Rufu responded without hesitation, "Indeed, the dragon lineage exists, but more accurately, I am a member of the Dragon God clan." Huayang, intrigued by this revelation, whispered, "The Dragon God clan? May I inquire as to your age?" Long Rufu replied, 3,300 years. His voice was steady and resonant, imbued with the weight of time itself. Before Huayang and Qingwei could respond, Jiangshan interjected, "Wow, yet another ancient being." Realizing his faux pas, Jiangshan immediately covered his mouth, his eyes betraying a hint of embarrassment as he anxiously glanced at Huayang and Qingwei, fearful that his careless words might provoke their ire. At that moment, Huayang and Qingwei exchanged glances that revealed their own discomfort. They were at a loss for how to navigate the awkwardness of the situation. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Long Rufu broke the silence, calmly stating, "You two must be the guardians of Huaxia in this generation." His tone was serene and solemn, showing no sign of anger at Jiangshan's indiscretion. Instead, his gaze reflected respect and anticipation for Huayang and Qingwei's identities. Upon hearing Long Rufu's inquiry, Huayang and Qingwei were taken aback, exclaiming, "You know of the guardians of Huaxia?" Their expressions were filled with disbelief, astonished that Long Rufu was privy to such a secret. After a moment of realization, they exchanged knowing glances and solemnly nodded, affirming, "Indeed, we are the guardians of Huaxia in this generation." Even after receiving their confirmation, Long Rufu's doubts lingered. He pondered for a moment before inquiring again, "How long have you held this title as guardians of Huaxia?" However, before Huayang and Qingwei could respond, Jiangshan piped up, "Can't you two just sit down and have a proper chat? You are both cultivators, strong as you are. while I am merely an ordinary mortal. Standing here to converse is quite taxing for me. Huayong, amused by Jiang Shan's comment, retorted, Little Jiang, you are indeed correct. You are immortal. However, I have not prevented you from sitting down. Please feel free to take a seat while we continue our discussion. He shot a stern glance at Jiang Shan, as if warning him to refrain from further interjections. Jiang Shan, taken aback by Huayang's glare, fell silent, unsure of how to respond. At this juncture, Long Rufu interjected with a smile, Mr. Jiang has a point. Let us take a seat and converse. Without hesitation, he returned to his previous seat, prompting the other three to follow suit. Long Rufu observed Huayang and Qingwei as they settled down, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. He smiled gently and stated calmly, Now, you may answer my question. Huayang, without a moment's hesitation, responded with alacrity, We have been guardians of Huaxiao for nearly 300 years. His voice was clear and resonant, as if showcasing his sincerity to Long Rufu. Yet, Long Rufu seemed unsatisfied with such a simple answer. Pressing further, May I inquire about your ages? Upon hearing this question, Huayang and Qingwei appeared momentarily frozen, caught off guard. As time passed, they gradually regained their composure, their expressions growing complex, as if concealing a secret. After a long pause, they exchanged glances, took a deep breath, and spoke gravely, Brother Long, your question strikes at the heart of the matter. To be candid, we are both nearly the same age, yet neither has surpassed 400 years. Upon hearing this revelation, a flicker of understanding crossed Long Rufu's eyes. He nodded, murmuring to himself, I see. Huayang and Qingwei, feeling a blush of embarrassment, lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan, utterly perplexed, queried, Mr. Long, what does their power have to do with their age? Why do you say such things? Long Rufu gazed at Jiang Shan, his expression resolute as he explained. The fact that they have been guardians for over 300 years signifies that they must possess at least the strength of the Yuanying level. However, it is astonishing that their ages do not exceed 400 years. In other words, they have undergone an incredible transformation from ordinary mortals to Yuanying level cultivators in under a century. Such speed is unfathomable on Earth, utterly impossible. Upon hearing Long Rufu's resolute assertion, Huayang, Qingwei, and Jiang Shan were filled with a sense of perplexity. They exchanged glances before Jiang Shan spoke up, Brother Long, how can you be so certain? Is it not possible for us to be exceptionally gifted prodigies? Perhaps we could surpass the limitations of cultivation at an extraordinary pace. Long Rufu shook his head slightly, his tone unwavering. It is not a matter of whether you are talented, but rather the inherent limitations imposed by Earth itself. Having lived for nearly 400 years, you must be well aware of this fact. Huayang and Qingwei nodded silently in understanding, acknowledging the truth of Long Rufu's words. Yet they chose not to elaborate further. They were acutely aware of the challenges and constraints that Earth's environment posed to practitioners. Subsequently, Long Rufu spoke again. Since both of you are aware of the current state of the Earth, you naturally understand that even 300 years ago, it was exceedingly rare for cultivators to reach the tribulation stage. This indicates that your abilities do not originate from within yourselves, am I correct? Although Huayang and Qingwei had suspected that Long Rufu might have inferred their circumstances, hearing him articulate it left them momentarily speechless. They eventually responded, You are indeed correct. Long Xiong, our powers are not our own, but were bestowed upon us by our master. At this point, Huayang paused to gather his thoughts before continuing, Not just us. Our master's powers were also inherited from his master. Upon hearing this, Long Rufu inquired, After they pass their powers to you, how long do they live? 3 days. Huayang replied sorrowfully, his voice heavy with grief and helplessness, as if he were recalling a painful memory. Long Rufu felt a weight settle in his heart, realizing the profound sorrow embedded in this method of power transmission. Huayang took a deep breath and continued, Each generation of masters imparts their lifetime of cultivation to their disciples, akin to burning their own life force. Only through this can we possess the extraordinary strength necessary to protect Huaxia. Yet, this also means that each of us bears the expectations and responsibilities of those who came before. Long Rufu listened in silence, sensing the internal conflict and struggle within Huayang. This transmission was not merely a transfer of power, but a continuation of a sacred mission. Long Rufu then reassured them, Do not worry. Such a situation will not arise again, for I am here. Upon hearing these words and witnessing his demeanor, both Huayang and Qingwei felt a sudden surge of confidence, dispelling the shadows that had lingered in their hearts. Chapter 66. The reason the three of them stood gazing at each other, and for quite some time. Not a single word was spoken. However, It was then that Jiang Shan broke the silence, slowly voicing, "Does Mr. Long possess the ability to resolve the dilemmas faced by the two immortals?" Upon hearing Jiang Shan's question, Huayang and Qingwei immediately turned their hopeful gazes towards Long Rufeng, yearning to see a glimmer of hope reflected on his face. Long Rufeng, fully aware of their expectations, replied without hesitation, "Indeed, I have a method to assist you in overcoming your current bottleneck. More importantly, I can liberate you from the heavy fate that suffocates you." Despite their deep yearning for Long Rufeng to truly resolve their plight, they could not help but express their disbelief at his unwavering confidence. In unison, they asked, "How do you intend to assist us?" Long Rufeng silently regarded their eager expressions before confidently gesturing with his hand, revealing a mysterious glow that materialized into an extraordinary space before them. The sudden appearance left all three in astonishment, their eyes wide as they struggled to comprehend the mystery before them. Soon after, Long Rufeng retrieved several items from this wondrous space, each radiating an astonishing aura. Once he completed his task, the space seemed to fulfill its purpose and vanished without a sound, as if it had never existed. This was the first time the three had witnessed such a miraculous phenomenon. Just as they were about to inquire, Long Rufeng preemptively spoke. "Your strengths have already reached the tribulation stage, yet your own realms have not truly entered this domain due to the lack of tribulation experience. In due time, I shall lead you away from the earth to a planet rich in spiritual energy, where I will assist you in successfully transcending." As for other matters, Long Rufeng lightly waved the items he had just retrieved and continued, "This is a Tianling stone, typically found only within the divine realm. I can use it to inscribe a spiritual array for you, allowing your disciples to cultivate diligently within. Any gifted individuals will surely achieve success, thus sparing you the need to sacrifice your lives for power transmission." Huayang and Qingwei felt the profound spiritual energy emanating from the Tianling stone, realizing the truth in Long Rufeng's words. However, a flicker of doubt remained in their hearts, prompting them to ask, "Could it be that you cultivated in such an environment? Furthermore, you mentioned taking us away from Earth. What does that entail?" Long Rufeng answered without hesitation, "I have never utilized such a spiritual array during my own cultivation. As for leaving Earth, the reason you have yet to transcend is that the spiritual energy here is far too sparse, rendering the tribulation unable to sense Earth's existence. Consequently, you too remain undetected by the tribulation, making transcending impossible. Only by departing from Earth will you have the opportunity to face the tribulation." Upon hearing Long Rufeng's thorough explanation, Huayang and Qingwei immediately responded, "How does Long Xiong possess such profound knowledge? Moreover, what is your current realm?" In response to their inquiries, Long Rufeng calmly stated, "I have lived for over 3,000 years, so naturally I know much more than you. As for my current realm, revealing it now holds little significance. You will understand in due time." Despite his explanation, doubt lingered in their hearts, leading them to ask once more, "Who exactly are you? And why are you so determined to assist us?" Faced with their persistent questioning, Long Rufeng sighed inwardly, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth. He took a deep breath and slowly replied, "Have you heard of Long Jinshin?" Upon uttering this name, the three of them trembled, their faces reflecting shock. They exchanged glances, seemingly confirming whether each had heard of this name. Moments later, they simultaneously raised their heads and asked in unison, "Are you referring to that Long Jinshin?" Long Rufeng met their inquiring gazes and nodded decisively, stating, "Indeed, it is he. You should be well aware that the Huaxiao people are called the descendants of the dragon because of him, and he is my uncle." The three were utterly stunned by Long Rufeng's revelation, rendered speechless for a moment. After a long pause, they finally came to their senses, one of them murmuring, "So Long Jinshin truly exists. I had always thought he was merely a legend." However, Long Rufeng shook his head and solemnly replied, "Not a legend, but a real individual. This is why I am compelled to assist you. You all carry the bloodline of my clan, making you part of my kin, which is why I willingly offer my aid." At this point, Jiang Shan, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected, "If you possess such formidable power, why have you allowed Huaxiao to endure so many years of turmoil? Why not emerge sooner to protect us?" Long Rufeng sensed the anger in Jiang Shan's words, and his gaze deepened, as if recalling distant memories. He quietly regarded the three before him and slowly responded, "I do not belong to Earth. I hail from a distant and mysterious world. Should I intervene in earthly matters without restraint, it would provoke the wrath and rejection of the Earth's will. My uncle's ability to assist humanity stems from his extensive experience on this planet, having resided here for several millennia prior to his arrival on Earth. Through the passage of time, he gradually integrated into the fabric of the Earth, becoming an intrinsic part of it. This profound connection affords him a unique resonance with the will of the earth, granting him its acknowledgement and approval. Do you grasp my meaning? The three listeners silently contemplated Long Rufin's explanation, their expressions revealing a blend of curiosity and contemplation. Although certain aspects remained elusive, they comprehended the general essence of his words. Yet, this newfound understanding rendered them momentarily speechless, as the atmosphere in the room thickened with silence, punctuated only by the soft sounds of breathing. Chapter 67. Hua Tianlong Rufin observed the silent assembly before him, mentally preparing to dispel the awkwardness when Jiang Shan abruptly interrupted, exclaiming, "Wait, something feels amiss. You just stated that you cannot intervene in earthly matters, so why are you engaging in these actions now?" Hua Yang and Qing Wei, upon hearing this, lifted their gazes, fixating intently on Long Rufin. In response to their scrutinizing looks, Long Rufin's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he began to elucidate. The reason is straightforward. Earth is currently facing certain predicaments, compelling me to intervene. However, I cannot divulge the specifics at this moment, and I beg your understanding in this matter. Clearly dissatisfied with this answer, the trio yearned to uncover the nature of the upheaval affecting the earth. Yet, upon witnessing Long Rufin's resolute demeanor, they recognized that further inquiries would be futile. Thus, they resigned themselves to silence, burying their uncertainties deep within. At that moment, Long Rufin appeared to recall something significant, his gaze sharpening as he inquired, "Mr. Jiang, you previously mentioned a special request made at the behest of a member of the Ministry of Finance, correct?" Jiang Shan's countenance shifted to one of gravity, realizing that Long Rufin had discerned a crucial detail. Despite a flicker of panic, he understood the necessity of honesty, and thus he nodded slightly in acquiescence. Seeing Jiang Shan's confirmation, Long Rufin turned his attention to Hua Yang and Qing Wei, who exchanged knowing glances. Both aware that Long Rufin might have surmised some truths, leading to an uncomfortable silence. Long Rufin, undeterred, stated candidly, "I presume the head of the Ministry of Finance is somewhat related to you both?" Hua Yang, intrigued by Long Rufin's straightforwardness, asked, "Brother Long, how did you come to this conclusion?" As he spoke, he observed a mischievous smile emerging on Long Rufin's face, realizing he had unwittingly fallen into a trap. Long Rufin replied, "Initially, I merely speculated, but now I can assert my certainty." When Mr. Zhang's suggestion was declined by me, his expression darkened, not merely due to my refusal, but because he found himself in a difficult position. Furthermore, he mentioned this was a request from the Ministry of Finance. Yet, how could a figure of Mr. Zhang's stature be compelled by the ministry to comply with their demands? A smirk graced Long Rufin's lips as he continued. This was evidently just a simple meeting, yet it inexplicably involved the guardians of Huaxia. Thus, I surmise that the individuals from the ministry implored you both to exert your influence, coercing Mr. Jiang into actions against his will. Am I correct? The trio, Hua Yang, Qing Wei, and Jiang Shan, were left speechless by Long Rufin's deductions. They had not anticipated such astuteness from him. His ability to unravel the intricacies of the situation with mere words was astounding. At that moment, Hua Yang and Qing Wei exchanged glances, pondering the implications of having such an exceptionally intelligent and powerful individual among them. Was he a blessing or a curse for Huaxia? Long Rufin, gazing at the two with a faint smile, gently urged, "Given the circumstances, why not speak freely? Who is this influential figure from the Ministry of Finance?" Hua Yang, upon hearing Long Rufin's inquiry, sighed heavily before responding candidly, "His name is Hua Tian, my distant relative and the current Minister of Finance for Huaxia. About half a month ago, he unexpectedly approached me with a request, seeking my assistance. Initially, I had no intention of aiding him. However, he warned that failure to comply would result in immeasurable losses for Huaxia. After careful consideration, I recognized the merit in his claims and ultimately consented to assist him." At this juncture, a wry smile crossed Hua Yang's face as he regarded Long Rufin, internally lamenting, "I never anticipated encountering someone as extraordinary as you, far beyond our expectations." Upon hearing Hua Yang's words, Long Rufin let out a cold laugh, stating, "If our esteemed minister holds my long tongue group in such high regard, surely I must meet him in person to express my gratitude. Mr. Jiang, Brother Hua, I trust you both would not deny me this modest request?" With that, Long Rufin directed a smile toward Hua Yang and Jiang Shan, though to them, it appeared somewhat ominous. Nevertheless, they found themselves lacking the courage to refuse him, and could only nod in reluctant agreement. Subsequently, Jiang Shan promptly made a call without hesitation. Once connected, he directly stated, "Minister Hua, please come to my office immediately. The two esteemed beings are present here." As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively hung up the phone. Turning to Long Rufin, Jiang Shan politely remarked, "Mr. Long, kindly hold on for a moment. He should arrive shortly." Long Rufin regarded Jiang Shan with a contemplative expression, silently reflecting on the significance of the minister's forthcoming visit. It appeared that the Minister of Finance commanded quite the presence. Had Jiang Shan not mentioned Hua Yang and Qing Wei, it was doubtful that Hua Tian would have deemed it worthwhile to attend. Clearly, Jiang Shan intended to make a point. Before long, the door to Jiang Shan's office was gently pushed open, revealing a man in his 50s who strode in with purpose. This individual was undoubtedly Hua Tian, the Minister of Finance. Upon entering, Hua Tian immediately approached Hua Yang and Qing Wei, disregarding Jiang Shan and Long Rufin entirely. Witnessing this blatant disregard, Jiang Shan's expression darkened. Though he quickly donned a genial smile and introduced, "This is our Minister of Finance for Huaxia, Hua Tian." As Hua Tian conversed with Hua Yang and Qing Wei, he turned to Jiang Shan upon hearing his words, finally acknowledging him and noticing the enigmatic smile on Long Rufin's face. Just as Hua Tian was about to speak, Hua Yang interjected, pulling him toward Long Rufin, saying, "Xiao Tian, this is Long Rufin, the chairman of Long Tongue Group. Please extend your greetings." Chapter 68. Confrontation. Upon hearing his ancestor's words, Hua Tian's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure, plastering a smile on his face as he extended his hand toward Long Rufin, saying, "Ah, Chairman Long, it is an honor to meet you at last. Your reputation precedes you." However, Long Rufin appeared indifferent, turning his gaze to Jiang Shan and disdainfully remarked, "Is this truly the current Minister of Finance? He seems rather unremarkable. I wonder how he was elected." This statement struck Hua Tian like a dagger to the heart, his countenance darkening ominously, as if the air had grown thick with tension. As Jiang Shan overheard Long Rufin mock Hua Tian in such a derisive manner, a flicker of delight surged within him. However, he quickly recognized his own lapse in composure and promptly cleared his throat, suppressing his smile. Observing the shift in Jiang Shan's expression, Hua Tian's countenance grew increasingly grim, a fire of rage igniting within him. Just as he prepared to retort, Hua Yang, standing beside him, gently tugged at his arm and subtly shook his head in disapproval. Filled with suspicion, Hua Tian gazed at Hua Yang, perplexed as to why his ancestor would seek to restrain him. Yet he was not a fool. He understood that Hua Yang's actions bore significant intent. He managed to quell his rising anger, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. Soon, a smile reappeared on Hua Tian's face as he addressed Long Rufin, saying, "Mr. Long, you are indeed correct. My inadequacies are evident, and my rise to this position has been solely reliant on the support and kindness of my colleagues. I am truly humbled." Nevertheless, Hua Tian's restraint only emboldened Long Rufin further, who unabashedly continued, "Having acknowledged your own incompetence, it would be prudent to relinquish your position to someone more capable. Would it not?" Upon hearing these words, Hua Tian's internal fury intensified, yet his facial expression betrayed no hint of his emotions. He replied, "Mr. Long speaks with great wisdom. I have consistently endeavored to identify the right candidate, and once I find a suitable individual, I shall certainly step aside." With a beaming smile, he fixed his gaze upon Long Rufin and Jiang Shan, yet their faces bore unmistakable disdain and mockery, darkening Hua Tian's expression once more. He had already harbored a long-standing animosity towards Jiang Shan, and now, being humiliated by a mere businessman in front of him, had pushed his rage to the brink. Ready to erupt, just as he was about to unleash his fury, Hua Yang intervened again, saying, "Xiao Tian, look at yourself. Stop focusing solely on conversing with Mr. Long. Please, take a seat so we can discuss this calmly." Hua Tian turned once more to Hua Yang, feeling his anger morph into a sense of grievance. He could not fathom why his ancestor was not defending him, but was instead shielding Long Rufin. While Hua Tian was lost in thought, Long Rufin suddenly inquired, "I have heard that Minister Hua seems dissatisfied with our Longting group." Upon hearing this, Hua Yang's previously smiling face abruptly stiffened, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His lips trembled as he stammered, "Mr. Long, please do not misunderstand. I assure you that Xiao Tian does not harbor such intentions, correct, Xiao Tian?" As he spoke, Hua Yang cast a furtive glance at Hua Tian, urging him to remain silent. Although Hua Tian comprehended Hua Yang's intention, he was resolute in his stance. Moreover, many in the Ministry of Finance supported his views. Retreating or denying them now would jeopardize his position there in the future. Therefore, he disregarded Hua Yang's warning gaze and declared firmly, "Indeed, I am quite dissatisfied with the performance of Long Tongue Group." The moment these words escaped his lips, Hua Yang and Qing Wei's expressions turned exceedingly grim. They were about to interject to dissuade Hua Tian, but he provided them no opportunity to speak. Continuing, look at the current state of Long Tongue Group. Despite only developing in the southern region, it has achieved such remarkable success. Should it venture further into the northern market, its scale will undoubtedly escalate, and at that point, no domestic enterprise will stand a chance against it. Even on a global scale, it will be a formidable force. Such potential for development is staggering. And if Long Tongue Group intends to shift its focus overseas, we in Huaxiao will face a heavy blow. I cannot allow this to occur. At this juncture, Hua Tian deliberately glanced at Long Ru Feng and Jiang Shan, then resolutely continued. Thus, Chairman Long, I now present you with two options. First, abandon your plans for the northern market. Second, entrust the management of the northern market to personnel from our Ministry of Finance. Should you refuse these options? Then, before Hua Tian could finish his sentence, beads of sweat appeared on Hua Yang and Qing Wei's foreheads, and they hurriedly interrupted him, attempting to prevent him from continuing. However, Long Ru Feng had already discerned Hua Yang's intent and interjected. Oh, Minister Hua, are you threatening me? I am quite curious to hear how you plan to deal with me if I refuse. Hua Tian immediately recognized the sarcasm in Long Ru Feng's words and shouted in fury, let me tell you, if you refuse, I will. Enough, Hua Tian, cease your words. A sudden, thunderous shout startled everyone present. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, where Hua Yang stood, his expression stern, with everyone's gaze fixed upon him. He disregarded any concerns for his own dignity and chastised Hua Tian. Hua Tian, do not say another word. This matter ends here, and you are not to mention it again. Do you understand? Hua Tian was momentarily stunned by Hua Yang's outburst. However, he quickly regained his composure. Looking at Hua Yang in confusion, Ancestor, what is the matter with you today? He is merely a businessman. Why are you so protective of him? Faced with Hua Tian's inquiry, Hua Yang appeared helpless, unsure of how to respond. After all, if Long Ru Feng chose to remain silent, revealing anything himself could jeopardize his position as a guardian of Huaxia. If he were to perish, the Hua family would lose their standing in Huaxia. Long Ru Feng, observing Hua Yang's expression, immediately grasped his thoughts and regarded him with a slight smile, eager to see how Hua Yang would ultimately decide. Chapter 69, Disposition. Hua Yang, gazing at the smiling Long Ru Feng, felt immensely conflicted, uncertain of how to navigate the situation. Meanwhile, Hua Tian noticed Hua Yang's hesitance and understood that his ancestor had unspoken difficulties, prompting him to refrain from interrupting. Seconds ticked by, and both Hua Tian and Hua Yang felt increasingly uneasy. Just as they succumbed to silence, Long Ru Feng broke the stalemate, suddenly stating, Hua Tian, do you not wonder why your ancestor, who usually cares for you so deeply, is unwilling to assist you today? Upon hearing Long Ru Feng's question, Hua Tian fell silent, staring at him intently. Although he did not respond, his gaze revealed the answer he held within. Long Ru Feng, observing this, continued leisurely. Your ancestor's lack of intervention is not to protect me, nor is it connected to me. The true reason, here, Long Ru Feng deliberately slowed his speech, drawing out the words, is that he fears me. At this revelation, disbelief washed over Hua Tian's face, as though he could not comprehend such a claim. His eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by Long Ru Feng's assertion. Following his words, Long Ru Feng's lips curled into a half-smile. His gaze playfully fixed on Hua Tian, seemingly awaiting his next move. After a brief moment of shock, Hua Tian swiftly turned to his ancestor, Hua Yang. When their eyes met, he noticed Hua Yang's complex expression, a mixture of fear, worry, and even a hint of guilt. In that instant, Hua Tian finally grasped the veracity of Long Ru Feng's statement. He felt an indescribable sense of awe emanating from Hua Yang's demeanor. At that moment, Hua Tian truly understood the caliber of the formidable individual he had provoked, one who even the guardian of Huaxia dared not offend lightly. Hua Tian could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. He cautiously glanced at Long Ru Feng and then at Jiang Shan, letting out a resigned sigh before speaking. Mr. Long, I truly did not recognize your esteemed presence, and I have inadvertently offended you. I implore you to show mercy. If you seek vengeance, direct it towards me. I only ask that you spare my ancestor and the Hua family. With that, he bowed deeply before Long Ru Feng in utmost respect. Long Ru Feng, observing Hua Tian's actions, felt a wave of reflection wash over him. Despite Hua Tian's usual arrogance, his deeds were indeed motivated by a genuine love for Huaxia. This contradiction instilled in Long Ru Feng a newfound understanding of Hua Tian. Just as he contemplated how to address Hua Tian, Jiang Shan, who had remained silent beside him, suddenly spoke. Mr. Long, there is something I am unsure whether I should say. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's words, Long Ruo Feng slightly raised his head, regarding him with curiosity. However, merely moments later, it seemed he comprehended Jiang Shan's intent and nodded, responding in a calm tone. Feel free to express whatever you wish to say. Seeing Long Ruo Feng's readiness to listen, Jiang Shan wasted no time and articulated his thoughts. Mr. Long, I am well aware of your dissatisfaction with Huatian. However, at the end of the day, he is still a citizen of Huaxia. Even though your strength is formidable, you do not possess the authority to simply dispose of him. Furthermore, the immortal Huayang has safeguarded our Huaxia for many years. Even if he has not contributed in merit, his toil deserves recognition. Thus, you should refrain from hastily dealing with him. At that moment, both Huatian and Huayang stood in astonishment, unable to fathom Jiang Shan's unexpected defense of them. Huayang, in particular, was filled with anxiety, fearing that Long Ruo Feng might unleash his wrath, while simultaneously stealing glances at Jiang Shan and cautiously gauging Long Ruo Feng's reaction. Long Ruo Feng regarded Jiang Shan with an impassive expression, his gaze chillingly indifferent, reminiscent of ancient ice, evoking a sense of dread. His voice, frigid as winter, echoed, "Are you implying that I lack the right to deal with them?" Meeting Long Ruo Feng's icy stare, Jiang Shan felt a flicker of fear arise within him. Yet he gritted his teeth and resolutely replied, "Yes, you do not have that authority." Upon hearing Jiang Shan's response, Long Ruo Feng's lips curled in a slight, disdainful smirk. He then scoffed, his tone filled with menace. "Then what if I choose to deal with him regardless?" Before the words had fully left his lips, he unleashed a powerful aura that surged forth like tumultuous ocean waves, enveloping the entire room in an instant. This presence was as heavy as Mount Tai, rendering everyone present nearly breathless. At that moment, Huatian finally realized that the figure his ancestor feared possessed such terrifying strength. His eyes widened in shock. Yet, in spite of the suffocating pressure, Jiang Shan stood resolute, straightening his posture and struggling to speak. "Mr. Long, I beseech you to exercise restraint. Please allow us to handle Huatian ourselves." Long Ruo Feng, hearing Jiang Shan's persistent stance, grew even colder, as if he could freeze the very air around him. Everyone anxiously watched him, speculating whether he would retaliate against Jiang Shan. However, just as they anticipated an intense confrontation, Long Ruo Feng unexpectedly broke into laughter. He then turned his gaze towards Jiang Shan, his tone placid as he stated, "You do possess some valid points. I can refrain from taking action against him for the time being. However, any resolution regarding him must ultimately satisfy me." This abrupt shift caught the others off guard. Yet, when they heard Long Ruo Feng express his willingness to spare Huatian, a heavy weight lifted from their hearts. Huatian gazed at Jiang Shan with profound gratitude, his appreciation evident. At that moment, Jiang Shan seized the opportunity to further assert, "Though Huatian has offended you, his intentions were for the greater good of Huaxia. Thus, strictly speaking, he has not committed a grave error. However, to provide you with a reasonable explanation, I propose to relieve him of his position as Minister of Finance while allowing him to remain in the department to redeem himself." Upon hearing Jiang Shan's proposed course of action for Huatian, Long Ruo Feng first offered a faint smile, as if he had anticipated this. He then cast a deep gaze at Huatian and Jiang Shan, a subtle glimmer flickering in his eyes. Finally, under the expectant gazes of the assembly, Long Ruo Feng gently nodded in approval of Jiang Shan's decision. In Chapter 70, Jiang Shan's Strategy, the assembly sighed in relief at Long Ruo Feng's nod, especially Huatian and Huayang, who exhibited the most evident signs of relief. Huayang promptly stepped forward to Long Ruo Feng, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Brother Long, for your mercy. This incident is entirely due to Xiao Tian's lack of discernment in offending you. I am grateful for your magnanimity in sparing him. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me, even if it means traversing a treacherous path. I, Huayang, shall certainly do my utmost without hesitation." Long Ruo Feng, amused by Huayang's sincere words, found himself slightly entertained. After all, if he could not resolve a problem, it was unlikely Huayang would have the means to do so. Nevertheless, he refrained from revealing this amusement, responding with a calm demeanor, "Brother Huayang, you overstate matters. There is no need for such formality. Let this matter rest." However, Huayang dared not take Long Ruo Feng's words lightly. As he internally calculated how to repay Long Ruo Feng's immense kindness, he cautiously observed Long Ruo Feng's expression. Just then, Long Ruo Feng fixed his gaze on Huayang and slowly spoke. "Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise regarding the spirit formation, and I will meticulously engrave it for you. This declaration struck Huayang like a thunderclap, causing his face to flush with a mix of joy and embarrassment. He was elated that A Feng remembered his promise to inscribe the spirit formation. Yet he was ashamed that he had just been contemplating how to elevate his standing with A Feng. What troubled him more was that A Feng could discern his innermost thoughts. At that moment, Huayang wished he could vanish into the ground. Meanwhile, Huatian, observing his ancestor's demeanor, approached A Feng and bowed respectfully. I am deeply grateful for your mercy, Mr. Long, and I sincerely appreciate your willingness to assist my ancestor. Should you encounter any challenges while expanding into the northern market, please do not hesitate to seek my help. I shall exert every effort to assist you. A Feng, intrigued by Huatian's words, recognized the necessity of support and cooperation from various factions in the endeavor of expanding into the northern market. However, he understood the importance of not appearing overly eager, responding instead, "This time, I have spared you at Mr. Zhang's behest. You should express your gratitude to him." Huatian, upon hearing A Feng's words, immediately turned towards Jiang Shan and bowed. "Old Jiang, thank you. Throughout the years, I have been at odds with you. Yet you have chosen to aid me at this critical juncture, which fills me with shame." Before Huayang could finish his sentence, Jiang Shan interjected, "Huatian, our differences were merely political. We all share a common goal for the future of Huaxia, so there is no need for such formality. Let the past remain in the past. We should prioritize the greater good." Huatian nodded slightly, a hint of gratitude flickering in his eyes. He understood that Jiang Shan's words were not only meant to ease the tension, but also served as a reminder. From this moment forward, he must handle his relationships with Jiang Shan and other factions with greater caution. At this juncture, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat delicate. The previously tense standoff appeared to shift, thanks to A Feng's decision and Jiang Shan's magnanimity. The crowd began to realize that, amid this intricate situation, collaboration might indeed be the optimal path to mutual benefit. Huatian took a deep breath and then spoke. "What you say, Brother Jiang, holds great truth. This incident has profoundly made me aware of my shortcomings. In the future, I shall earnestly amend my ways and contribute to the prosperity and development of Huaxia. I sincerely hope for your guidance, Brother Jiang. I would be eternally grateful." Jiang Shan smiled and patted Huatian on the shoulder, acknowledging his sincerity. The two exchanged a smile, as if the grievances of many years evaporated in that instant. Standing nearby, A Feng observed the scene before him and silently marveled. His initial motive for sparing Huatian had been self-interest, yet he had inadvertently fostered such a harmonious moment. Perhaps this was the unity he had longed for. A robust Huaxia. With this thought, a slight smile graced A Feng's lips, and a flicker of determination shone in his eyes. Just then, Huayang suddenly interjected. All right, Xiao Tian, since the matter has been resolved, you should return to prepare for the handover. Mr. Long and Jiang Shan likely still have matters to discuss, so do not disturb them." Upon hearing Huayang's words, Huatian did not linger, bowing to those present before departing directly. Huayang and Qing Wei then addressed A Feng, saying, "Mr. Long, since all is well, we shall take our leave." Turning to Jiang Shan, Huayang added, "You must ensure that Mr. Long is treated well. When he departs, please have someone notify me. Qing Wei and I would like to personally see him off." Jiang Shan nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Indeed, I will certainly inform the two esteemed immortals." Subsequently, the figures of Huayang and Qing Wei gradually dissipated like smoke from the office. With their departure, the previously taut atmosphere receded like the tide, returning to its initial tranquility. However, at that moment, A Feng suddenly broke the silence, inquiring, "Mr. Jiang, have you finally achieved your long-desired wish?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan's expression slightly altered, but he quickly regained his composure, responding with an unwavering demeanor, "This is all thanks to Mr. Long's strong support. Without your assistance, I fear I would have struggled to achieve my goals." A Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he regarded Jiang Shan, softly remarking, "No matter how powerful I may be, I am ultimately at the mercy of human scheming. I presume that from the moment I suppressed Huayang and Qing Wei, you began to plot against me, did you not?" Jiang Shan chuckled and unabashedly nodded in admission, saying, I merely borrowed a fraction of your strength. I have not caused you any loss. How could that be deemed a scheme?" Unfazed by Jiang Shan's evasive reasoning, A Feng simply responded with a serene smile. "Now it seems everything has fallen into place. After this incident, Huatian is entirely under your sway. Even if he regains his position as minister, he will merely be your staunch supporter." At this point, A Feng's words momentarily halted as he narrowed his eyes, seemingly contemplating something of significance. After a brief pause, he continued, not only Hua Tian, but even Hua Yang will regard you in a new light. Jiangshan, you have truly excelled. Remarkably well done. Upon hearing Long Rufeng's praise, Jiangshan did not exhibit any ecstatic expression. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed. Silently, he rose and approached Long Rufeng with steadfast and measured steps. Upon reaching Long Rufeng, he halted and respectfully bowed deeply. This gesture surprised Long Rufeng, but it was met with a sense of appreciation and satisfaction. He understood that Jiangshan's humility was not born of ignorance of pride, but rather a reflection of his lofty aspirations and pursuits. This innate restraint and resilience were indeed essential qualities for an exemplary leader. Chapter 71. Long-awaited aspirations, however. As Jiangshan had just risen, Long Rufeng immediately questioned him. Are you not concerned that Hua Yang and Qing Wei might see through your elaborate schemes? After all, they are individuals who have lived for centuries. Such trifles are unlikely to escape their discerning eyes. Upon hearing Long Rufeng's inquiry, Jiangshan's lips curled into a smile as he explained, what is there to fear? Hua Tian did indeed offend you, and my intervention was sincere. You spared Hua Tian's life out of consideration for me. Even if the two esteemed immortals discern the intricacies, they would not utter a word. After all, everything that transpired was genuine. They simply did not anticipate that you had no intention of taking Hua Tian's life. Long Rufeng listened to Jiangshan's words with a smile before countering. How can you be so certain that they did not realize I wished to spare Hua Tian? Without hesitation, Jiangshan replied, only because they are unparalleled beings. For them, the dignity of the powerful must not be offended. Hua Tian dared to speak to you with such disrespect. It would be entirely justified for you to take his life. With that, Jiangshan cast a contemplative glance at Long Rufeng. Long Rufeng observed Jiangshan's confident demeanor and allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, remarking, it seems you are far more complex than your outward appearance suggests. It is no wonder you occupy this position. Upon hearing Long Rufeng's words, Jiangshan's face momentarily registered subtle surprise, but he quickly regained his calm, responding with a smile, you flatter me, Mr. Long. However, before Jiangshan could finish his sentence, Long Rufeng abruptly interjected, since you have ascended to this position, you must dedicate yourself fully and not disappoint those who have once aided you. Jiangshan, taken aback by Long Rufeng's statement, initially seemed surprised, but soon composed himself, nodding firmly in agreement and stating resolutely, this does not require your reminder. I understand fully. My lifelong pursuit and dream are to elevate the great Hua Xia to the pinnacle of the world. Long Rufeng gazed intently at Jiangshan, his eyes reflecting disbelief. He had never fathomed that the seemingly composed and reserved Jiangshan harbored such fervent ambitions. He was profoundly moved by Jiangshan's words and immediately responded, since you possess such grand aspirations, pursue them boldly. Remember, no matter when or where, I will stand behind you, providing the most steadfast support. Feeling Long Rufeng's unwavering support, a wave of warmth surged through Jiangshan's heart, and his eyes began to glisten with moisture. He understood the weight of this trust and encouragement, as well as the gravity of the responsibilities he now bore. In that moment, he silently resolved to exert even greater effort, striving not to disappoint Long Rufeng or all his supporters. Yet, he quickly thought of a question and directly asked, Mr. Long, just how powerful are you? Long Rufeng, caught off guard by Jiangshan's question, momentarily paused before retorting. Why does everyone who knows my identity ask this question? What prompts you to inquire? Jiangshan found Long Rufeng's remark amusing. Though Long Rufeng had lived for over 3,000 years, his demeanor and conduct were far from those of someone so ancient. Jiangshan then earnestly replied, I wish to understand your true strength, as it will guide me in formulating my forthcoming plans. After all, without comprehending your genuine capabilities, it would be challenging for me to make the most appropriate decisions. After contemplating Jiangshan's explanation for a moment, Long Rufeng finally stated, with my current power, I could obliterate the earth with a single palm strike. However, I cannot divulge further details of my abilities at this moment. This is all I can disclose. Upon hearing Long Rufeng's words, Jiangshan was initially taken aback, but then he burst into hearty laughter, tears streaming down his face from his mirth. Long Rufeng seemed to comprehend the reason behind Jiangshan's laughter, thus refraining from inquiring further. He quietly observed Jiangshan, patiently awaiting the cessation of his mirth. After a considerable interval, Jiangshan finally ceased his hearty laughter, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, took a deep breath, and then addressed Long Rufeng, saying, Mr. Long, you truly possess a remarkable sense of humor. I am fully aware of your immense strength. Yet the notion of annihilating the earth is simply beyond comprehension. Long Rufeng gently shook his head and replied earnestly, I am not jesting. What I have stated is indeed the truth. However, there is no need for excessive concern, as I would not readily wield such power. Moreover, even if I possessed such capabilities, I would not thoughtlessly ravage the earth, for I have my own purpose for being here. Upon hearing Long Rufeng's words, Jiang Shan felt a surge of astonishment within. He had initially perceived Long Rufeng as merely an extraordinarily formidable individual, only to discover that he harbored such terrifying strength. Nevertheless, Jiang Shan was not intimidated by Long Rufeng's assertions. Rather, his conviction was further solidified. He believed that with cooperation alongside Long Rufeng, he could undoubtedly realize his ambitions. Thus, he declared to Long Rufeng, Mr. Long, given your formidable prowess, our collaboration will undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. With your strength as support, I will ensure that Huaxia stands at the pinnacle of the world. Long Rufeng nodded slightly in agreement, a glimmer of appreciation evident in his gaze. He then spoke, I have previously made it clear that you are free to act as you wish. As for the obstacles impeding your progress, you need not worry, for I shall handle them with care. As he finished speaking, an eerie glint flickered in Long Rufeng's eyes. Jiang Shan, encouraged by Long Rufeng's promise, felt an invigorated spirit swell within him. He began to understand why Long Rufeng seemed so unperturbed for someone who had existed for over 3,000 years. The reason was likely due to Long Rufeng's overwhelming strength, which had elevated him to a state of indifference towards trivial matters. Alternatively, it could simply be that Jiang Shan, in his current capacity and status, was yet unworthy of witnessing Long Rufeng's more mature and composed demeanor. Just as Jiang Shan was about to continue speaking, a crisp knock on the door abruptly interrupted. The previously exhilarated Jiang Shan's expression shifted to one of calmness, and he called out, Who is it? Did we not agree not to disturb? Entering the room was none other than Zhao Mu, who had previously departed. Upon entering the office, Zhao Mu first glanced at Long Rufeng, then approached Jiang Shan, stating urgently, Mr. Jiang, we have a situation. Hearing Zhao Mu's words, Jiang Shan's countenance darkened momentarily but quickly regained its composure. He replied in a steady tone, Do not rush. Take your time and explain what has transpired. Zhao Mu's gaze flickered uncertainly, first glancing at Long Rufeng before returning to Jiang Shan, seemingly grappling with some unspoken dilemma. Jiang Shan perceptively sensed Zhao Mu's predicament and promptly reassured him, Do not hold back. Speak freely, for Mr. Long is not an outsider. Surprised by Jiang Shan's words, Zhao Mu felt the urgency of the situation outweighed his hesitation, and he answered without reservation. Several foreign auction houses have proactively contacted the chairman of our Huaxia auction house. They wish to hold a grand auction here to sell a large number of precious and rare antiques. However, the chairman is hesitant to agree. Jiang Shan's displeasure grew at this revelation, and he furrowed his brow, questioning, What does this have to do with me? Why are you seeking my counsel? Zhao Mu's expression shifted slightly. He took a deep breath and continued, These foreign auction houses have presented a total of 80 auction items, of which more than half, over 50 pieces, are treasures from our Huaxia. As Zhao Mu spoke, his demeanor turned fierce, his teeth grinding audibly, as if he wished to crush an adversary. Jiang Shan's expression darkened to an extreme as he erupted in fury. These shameless rogues have gone too far. They once stole what rightfully belonged to us, and now they brazenly return to peddle it back to us. Do they truly believe Huaxia people are easy to bully? Zhao Mu, observing Jiang Shan's unrestrained anger, pressed on, Mr. Jiang, at this moment, anger is futile. The key issue is how we should handle these items. Whether we accept or reject them could spark controversy. Jiang Shan listened to Zhao Mu's inquiry, momentarily engulfed in confusion, utterly at a loss. After all, these items resembled a thorny dilemma, as either accepting or rejecting them would invite condemnation and scorn. Just as Jiang Shan and Zhao Mu were silently cursing, Long Rufeng interjected, Mr. Jiang, General Zhao, I believe we should consider accepting these items. As he spoke, a peculiar smile graced Long Rufeng's face. Jiang Shan, perceiving the significance of Long Rufeng's smile, swiftly turned to Zhao Mu and commanded, Xiao Zhao, immediately inform the chairman of Huaxiao Auction House that we have decided to accept this batch of items. Zhao Mu, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Shan's decree, pondered inwardly. But, Mr. Jiang, however, before he could complete his thought, Jiang Shan decisively interrupted, Xiao Zhao, no need for further words. Simply execute the order. Once you have notified him, return here immediately. I have other matters to discuss with you. Remember, precision is paramount. Do you understand? Though reluctant, Zhao Mu, recognizing Jiang Shan's resolute attitude, could only acquiesce with a nod. He then promptly turned and left to execute Jiang Shan's command. Long Rufeng observed Zhao Mu's retreating figure, a thoughtful smile playing at the corners of his lips. He turned to Jiang Shan and remarked meaningfully, "General Zhao is indeed an exceptional talent. In my estimation, within a few years, he may very well become your invaluable aide." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan smiled faintly in agreement. Indeed, he is still young, having reached the rank of general before the age of 40. His potential for future development is boundless. Perhaps one day, even my current position may fall within his grasp. Long Rufeng nodded in acknowledgement, then shifted the conversation. "Before we proceed, has anything similar occurred in the past?" Jiang Shan pondered for a moment before responding. "There have been such instances before, though the numbers were few, seldom exceeding 5 items. Generally, large-scale transactions are primarily conducted through their domestic auction houses." He smacked his lips in apparent dissatisfaction, adding, "However, such a collective effort by several auction houses to exploit us has yet to occur until now." Just as Long Rufeng prepared to inquire further, Zhao Mu returned to the room. He looked at everyone, his voice resolute as he announced, "Mr. Jiang, I have informed the chairman of Huaxiao Auction House, and he has agreed to accept this batch of items, confirming the specific date for the auction." Upon hearing this news, Long Rufeng eagerly asked, "When will the auction take place?" Zhao Mu glanced at Long Rufeng before responding without hesitation, "At 8 o'clock in the evening 3 days from now." Before he could finish, Long Rufeng promptly stated, "Then I would appreciate it if General Zhao could reserve a private room for me at that time." Zhao Mu turned to Long Rufeng and then cast his gaze upon Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded and instructed Zhao Mu, "Xiao Zhao, please proceed as Mr. Long has requested." Seeing Jiang Shan's affirmation, Zhao Mu nodded without hesitation, expressing his willingness to follow through with the arrangements for Long Rufeng. However, just as he turned to leave, Long Rufeng suddenly called out, "Wait a moment, General Zhao. I have one more matter to entrust to you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mu halted, his face a mask of curiosity as he turned to Long Rufeng, awaiting further instructions. Indeed, Dragon Rufeng subsequently addressed General Zhao, requesting that within 3 days, he thoroughly investigate the relevant information regarding several auction houses. This inquiry should include, but not be limited to, the identities of their owners, whether they belong to publicly listed auction houses, their market capitalization, and the location of their headquarters, ensuring that all details are meticulously gathered. Uncertain if this task was feasible for him, Zhao Mu listened to the demands presented by Dragon Rufeng, gradually comprehending the deeper implications behind them. As soon as Dragon Rufeng finished speaking, Zhao Mu nodded without hesitation, affirming, "No problem, I will certainly ensure this matter is handled." He promptly turned and exited Jiang Shan's office with determination. As Zhao Mu departed, Jiang Shan smiled and quietly remarked to Dragon Rufeng, "Mr. Long, it seems these auction houses may soon face misfortune. I wonder what your intentions are regarding this matter?" In response to Jiang Shan's inquiry, Dragon Rufeng replied without hesitation, "I shall, of course, utilize legitimate means to reclaim those precious items that rightfully belong to Huaxia." His voice was resolute and confident, as if he had long since formulated a plan. Upon finishing his statement, a peculiar and chilling smile crept upon Dragon Rufeng's lips, hinting at an underlying depth of strategy that sent shivers down the spine. Jiang Shan's gaze remained fixed on the smile, and he felt a sudden chill rising along his spine, his body involuntarily trembling as he began to silently pray for the auction houses soon to encounter Dragon Rufeng. Chapter 73. The 4 major auction houses. While Jiang Shan was quietly praying for those auction houses, Dragon Rufeng abruptly broke the silence, stating, "Well, that is essentially the situation. Please arrange for someone to take me back. I would prefer not to be disturbed in the coming days." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan nodded vigorously and promptly summoned someone to escort Dragon Rufeng back to the Huaxia Hotel. Upon returning to the hotel, Dragon Rufeng seemed to be in seclusion, not stepping outside his door for the next 2 days, let alone meeting anyone. It was not until the 3rd morning that Zhao Mu finally arrived, holding several sheets of paper, his expression tinged with embarrassment as he presented them to Dragon Rufeng. Explaining, "Mr. Long, I sincerely apologize. I have gathered all the relevant information regarding these auction houses, but I am unable to provide you with the details about their owners. This was at Mr. Zhang's behest, and I hope you can understand." Upon hearing this, Dragon Rufeng paused momentarily, then realized Jiang Shan's intentions. He promptly replied, "If it is Mr. Zhang's wish, then that is perfectly acceptable. The existing information is sufficient for me." Zhao Mu nodded gently, ready to take his leave. but was unexpectedly halted by Dragon Ru Feng's voice. General Zhao, the auction will officially commence at 8 this evening. Please arrange for someone to take me to the venue ahead of time. While his tone might have seemed like a negotiation, it carried an undeniable authority. Zhao Mu understood that he could not afford to offend Dragon Ru Feng, especially after receiving explicit instructions from Jiang Shan, so he readily agreed. Certainly, Mr. Long, rest assured. I will personally send a vehicle to pick you up around 7 this evening. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly turned and departed. Watching Zhao Mu's retreating figure, Dragon Ru Feng couldn't help but murmur, indeed a talent, though regrettably, his temperament. After this brief contemplation, he dismissed the thought and seated himself on the sofa. Resuming his examination of the materials Zhao Mu had previously provided, the documents provided a comprehensive overview of the major auction houses. Jiashi Auction House, established in 1766 in London, is one of the oldest art auction houses globally. It boasts offices in 90 major cities worldwide and regularly hosts auctions in 16 different locations. Additionally, Jiashi offers various services related to auctions, such as art storage, security measures, art education, art libraries, and property management, showcasing an extensive business scope. To date, Jiashi's market value has exceeded $130 billion. Nagao Auction House, founded in 1922, possesses a rich history and deep heritage. Its headquarters are located in Stuttgart, focusing primarily on the European continent. As a prestigious and reputable auction company, Nagao has garnered acclaim for its professionalism and exceptional quality. Over the years, it has established branches and representatives in Leipzig, Haifa, Brussels, Verona, and Vienna, continually expanding its influence and market reach. Notably, Nagao once set a remarkable record by auctioning over 500 pieces of Huaxia porcelain in a single event, demonstrating its formidable strength and expertise in the art field. Currently, Nagao's market value stands at approximately $150 billion, making it a significant player in the industry. David Auction was established in the early 20th century and boasts an illustrious history as well. Its headquarters are situated in London, and it rapidly emerged as a renowned global art auction company, thanks to its global perspective and keen market insights. David Auction's offerings encompass art treasures from around the world, attracting numerous collectors and investors. The auction house maintains offices in 50 major cities worldwide and regularly hosts auctions at various locations, providing a broad platform for collectors to engage. Furthermore, David Auction offers a range of value-added services, such as art storage, preservation, and the establishment of art databases, striving to deliver a comprehensive quality service experience. Today, David Auction's market value is approximately $120 billion, continuing to lead the trends in the art auction industry. Sotheby's Auction House, one of the world's top auction houses, has been renowned since its establishment in 1744. It exhibits formidable auction prowess across various domains, including art, jewelry, fine wine, and real estate. The company is dedicated to providing exceptional auction services through rigorous authentication, assessment, promotion, and auction processes, earning widespread acclaim and a solid reputation. Sotheby's now reaches every corner of the global art market, with offices in 40 countries across 90 cities and a collection spanning over 70 categories. Presently, Sotheby's market value exceeds $200 billion. Moreover, Dragon Ru Feng perused some fragmented information, but one particular sentence caught his attention, inciting anger among all Huaxia people. It revealed that these 4 prestigious auction houses had previously auctioned numerous Huaxia cultural relics, and even more egregiously, they had profited by exploiting the patriotic sentiments of wealthy Huaxia merchants. At this point, Dragon Ru Feng could not help but let out a cold laugh. Whispering to himself, the 4 major auction houses, this time, I shall ensure your joy turns to sorrow. He then picked up the phone and dialed Jiang Yicheng's number. The call was quickly answered, and Jiang Yicheng's deep, resonant voice came through. Hello, boss. How is everything in Kyoto? Dragon Ru Feng's lips curled into a smile as he replied casually. Yicheng, everything is well here in Kyoto. Nothing particularly noteworthy has occurred. I will be returning in a few days. By the way, there is something important I must discuss with you. He then meticulously detailed the auction situation to Jiang Yicheng and unreservedly shared all information regarding the 4 major auction houses. Yicheng, you must immediately gather your people. After the auction concludes this evening, I shall contact you to inform you of the specific time for action. At that point, you may proceed. Do you understand? A hint of seriousness and decisiveness permeated Long Ru Feng's voice. On the other end of the line, Jiang Yicheng fell silent for a moment, then succinctly replied with a single word, yes. The call abruptly ended, and Long Ru Feng slowly set down the phone, his eyes glimmering with determination and confidence. Chapter 74. The auction begins before the night had fully descended. Around 7 o'clock, Zhao Mu eagerly sought out Long Ruffeng. Upon seeing him, Zhao Mu's face betrayed an indescribable sense of apology. Mr. Long, I will immediately arrange for someone to escort you to the auction house. However, Mr. Zhang has expressly instructed that neither he nor I can appear in person, so I must trouble you to go alone. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Long Ruffeng gazed at Zhao Mu, whose expression was laden with guilt, and a slight smile crept upon his lips as he replied softly, "No harm done. Mr. Jiang is indeed correct. It is prudent for you not to appear directly in such matters, lest it provide fodder for gossip. Rest assured, I will manage this appropriately, including handling the several auction houses with due discretion." As he finished speaking, a mischievous smile flickered across Long Ruffeng's face. Observing this unwholesome grin, Zhao Mu felt a sudden unease, sensing that the auction houses might soon find themselves in distress. However, this thought was fleeting, and he quickly cast it aside, turning to Long Ruffeng and saying, "In that case, I will rely entirely upon you. Let us set off. The vehicle has been waiting outside for some time." Long Ruffeng nodded in agreement and followed Zhao Mu out. Upon reaching the entrance of the hotel, Long Ruffeng spotted a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom parked there and couldn't he help but wonder where Zhao Mu had procured such a vehicle. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "Ah, quite impressive. You've made a clever choice in switching vehicles. But where did you acquire this one?" Zhao Mu responded without hesitation, "Indeed. Our own car is too conspicuous and easily recognizable. This vehicle was arranged by Mr. Jiang. Given Mr. Jiang's esteemed position, it is no surprise that numerous groups would be eager to befriend him. Any of them could lend a car." Long Ruffeng regarded Zhao Mu with a hint of surprise, pondering, what has gotten into Zhao Mu today? He seems unusually forthcoming. At that moment, Zhao Mu noticed Long Ruffeng's astonished expression and quickly explained, "Mr. Jiang has told me that I can be candid with you, so I felt it unnecessary to keep anything from you." Hearing this, Long Ruffeng smiled faintly and said, "You are quite forthright. Yet, being too candid is not always advantageous, you understand?" With that, he turned his attention away from Zhao Mu and entered the vehicle. As the car began to move, Long Ruffeng closed his eyes, preparing to conserve his energy. Time passed slowly, and after what felt like a lengthy 50 minutes, the vehicle came to a gentle halt. After a brief pause, the driver respectfully addressed Long Ruffeng, saying, "Sir, we have arrived at our destination. Please alight." Long Ruffeng nodded in acknowledgement and stepped out without hesitation. He stood firm, surveying the auction house before turning to the driver and instructing, "I shall enter first. Please park the car in a suitable location, as I will need your services to return shortly." As he spoke, he pulled out a thick wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to the driver, adding, "Please accept this as a token of appreciation for your overtime and meals. You have worked hard." The driver attempted to politely decline the generous offering, but Long Ruffeng would not allow any refusal, striding purposefully through the entrance. The moment Long Ruffeng entered the lobby, a man in his 30s approached him briskly, lowering his voice to greet him. "Mr. Long, greetings. I am Chen Xinqing, the head of this Huaxiao auction house. Mr. Zhao specially entrusted me to await your esteemed presence. I have prepared a private room for you." Upon hearing Chen Xinqing's words, Long Ruffeng smiled slightly, responding softly, "Ah, Brother Chen, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I truly appreciate your attentiveness." Chen Xinqing, hearing this, quickly waved his hands in modesty. "I am unworthy of such praise. Now, the auction is about to commence. Please follow me to the pre-arranged private room." With that, he led Long Ruffeng to their destination. Shortly thereafter, Chen Xinqing paused before the door of a private room. The attendant stationed at the entrance promptly opened the door upon seeing their boss with a guest. Chen Xinqing stepped aside, gesturing for Long Ruffeng to enter, and said, "Mr. Long, please, this is the room specifically arranged for you. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to inform the staff." Long Ruffeng nodded in acknowledgement and stepped into the room. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to a large floor-to-ceiling window. Through it, he could clearly see the auction venue. He strolled to the window, noticing that many guests had already taken their seats, and he surveyed the surroundings, murmuring to himself, "The environment is quite pleasant, though the decor is somewhat lacking in taste." He then confidently approached the sofa by the window and settled himself comfortably. The attendant who had followed him in respectfully inquired, "Sir, would you care for a drink?" Long Ruffeng subtly waved his hand, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, signaling the attendant to withdraw. In a short while, Long Ruffeng observed Chen Xinqing leading 4 tall, blonde, blue-eyed foreigners onto the auction stage. Once they were all in place, Chen Xinqing cleared his throat and addressed the audience in a booming voice. Greetings, everyone. I am Chen Xinqing, the head of this Huaxiao auction house and the host of today's auction. Some of you may know me, while others may not. However, I sincerely hope that by the end of this event, I can become a good friend to all. At this point, Chen Xinqing paused briefly before continuing. Now, I shall refrain from further elaboration. I hereby officially declare the auction open. As a team of staff members exited in an orderly fashion, Chen Xinqing continued. Today, we have a total of 83 items for auction, all of which have been meticulously evaluated by authoritative appraisal institutions to ensure their authenticity. Please bid with confidence. Now, let us present the first item of the day, a white jade hand wash basin from Hundu. Chapter 75. Indeed, there are dogs. As soon as Chen Xinqing finished speaking, the staff promptly brought the item to the stage, placing it with utmost care for all attendees to see clearly. Chen Xinqing then elaborated. This piece is an oval-shaped jade artifact, featuring a unique leaf stem pattern decoration, with intricately carved flowers in bud and connecting leaves on either side, and exquisite floral patterns etched on the base. Overall, although the design is simple, it elegantly showcases a symmetrical and opulent essence. Its jade color is pure and flawless, with a soft, delicate texture and a high, graceful luster, all in a compact and exquisite size. Coupled with its distinctive design, it evokes a sense of the serene beauty of a lotus pond. The starting bid for this item is 15 million, with increments of no less than 1 million. Now, let the auction officially commence. No sooner had Chen Xinqing concluded his words than numerous eager bidders began to call out their offers. 16 million, 17 million, 18 million, 19 million, 20 million. Some individuals appear to be dissatisfied with the slow pace of bidding and have directly raised the price. 23 million. The guest in box 3 bids 23 million. Is anyone willing to offer a higher price? 23 million once, 23 million twice, 23 million thrice, sold. Congratulations to the guest in box 3 for acquiring this exquisite white jade hangtustan double-eared wash. Following the sale of the first item, Chen Xinqing did not pause for a moment and promptly announced. Next, let us present today's second auction item, the blue glazed incense burner. This burner boasts a unique rectangular shape, adorned with double ears and 4 legs. It showcases a variety of exquisite decorative techniques, including celadone glaze, relief, blue and white, and gilding, making it a masterpiece of craftsmanship. The entire incense burner is coated in celadone glaze, exhibiting a delicate and radiant hue. Its relief technique is truly remarkable, flowing effortlessly. The body of the burner and its double ears are meticulously engraved with 8 symbolic objects representing the power of Buddhism, embodying endless mystery and solemnity. Additionally, artisans skillfully outline the underglazed blue patterns with golden embellishments, creating a harmonious interplay between the subtlety of the blue glaze and the brilliance of the golden accents, showcasing an air of elegance and opulence. The starting price for this item is 16 million, with each bidding increment not to be less than 1 million. I invite everyone to participate enthusiastically. As Chen Xinqing's words echoed, the entire auction hall erupted in excitement, with countless attendees raising their paddles, calling out bids. 17 million, 18 million, 19 million, 20 million. The bids continued to escalate, but at that moment, a resounding voice from box 3 announced a price of 25 million. After 3 rounds of intense bidding, this invaluable blue-glazed incense burner was once again successfully purchased by box 3. Subsequently, without hesitation, Chen Xinqing introduced the third item for auction. This remarkable piece is a Northern Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Sky Blue wash, and as it was carefully placed on the auction stage, the audience's gaze was irresistibly drawn to it. Chen Xinqing passionately introduced, esteemed guests, before you is an incredibly precious Ru Kiln brush washer. Its glaze resembles solidified fat, presenting a fresh and elegant sky blue hue, akin to sparkling jade. The ice crackle patterns are distinctly visible, shimmering with a crystalline glow. The design of the vessel is ingeniously exquisite, elegant, and breathtaking. On the bottom, 3 tiny sesame flower-shaped support nails can be seen. Surely everyone is aware that Ru Kiln is unparalleled in the world for its exceptional craftsmanship, beautiful shapes, lustrous glazes, and elegant purity, earning it the title of the most esteemed of the 5 famous kilns of the Song dynasty. However, due to its limited period of production, lasting only about 20 years, and the extremely scarce number of pieces created, each surviving work is exceptionally precious. For this reason, we have set the starting price for this sky blue wash at 32 million. The bidding is now officially open. As Chen Xinqing's words settled, the once quiet auction hall instantly became a cacophony of excitement. Yet, amidst the clamor, Long Ruyun remained calm and composed, refraining from hastily placing a bid. Since the commencement of this auction, he had been silently observing every individual present. After a prolonged and meticulous observation, he made a startling discovery. The group in box 3, who had unabashedly purchased the 2 preceding items, were, in fact, foreigners. Furthermore, he gleaned from their conversations that these individuals were hired agents from the 4 major auction houses, their purpose being to artificially inflate the auction prices. The reason they purchased the initial 2 items was merely to set the stage for subsequent price increases, as the prices of the first 2 items were the lowest compared to others. However, just as Long Ruyun pondered this revelation, the 3rd item had already been bid up to 70 million by those in box 3, yet there remained others willing to continue bidding. With the guest in box 5 offering 73 million, is there anyone willing to raise the bid? 73 million once, 73 million twice, 73 million thrice, sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in box 5. Long Tian, Long Ruyun whispered softly into the void. In an instant, Long Tian appeared before Long Ruyun as if conjured from thin air. He swiftly approached Long Ruyun and respectfully bowed, saying, "My lord, how may I assist you?" Long Ruyun abruptly stood, pointing towards box 3, his expression grave as he commanded Long Tian, "Use your invisibility technique to stealthily approach them, and employ your puppet technique to control everyone inside. If you encounter anyone along the way, subdue them as well, but ensure they do not bid again. Once the auction concludes, cast the dream curse upon each person." Long Tian stared at Long Ruyun in astonishment, pondering silently. While the puppet technique is not particularly extraordinary, the dream curse is indeed exceedingly insidious. This technique not only causes sleepless nights, but also induces drowsiness during the day, with the torment being that anyone afflicted will succumb to nightmares, confronting their deepest fears. However, Long Tian was merely momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining composure, nodding in agreement, and then dissipating like smoke, as if he had never existed. Meanwhile, Long Ruyun muttered to himself, "Why choose to be a sycophantic dog instead of a decent person? If that is the case, I shall let you experience the torment of being a dog firsthand." On the other side, Long Tian cautiously entered box 3 while remaining invisible. After some time inside, he finally understood Long Ruyun's reasoning for wanting to cast the dream curse on these individuals. It turned out that the participants in the price inflation in box 3 were, in fact, Huaxiao individuals. What further infuriated Long Tian was that, from their conversations, it was clear these Huaxiao individuals seemed quite willing to serve those foreigners. Chapter 76. Yuan Xinhua porcelain gazing at the familiar yet foreign faces before him. Long Tian felt a surge of anger. He could not comprehend why these people would betray their country and compatriots, willingly becoming lackeys for foreigners. However, in that moment, Long Tian did not allow his anger to cloud his judgment. He understood the gravity of his task. Thus, he resolutely activated the puppet technique, hoping to control everyone in box 3. As Long Tian recited the incantation, an invisible force swiftly spread, enveloping the individuals in box 3. In the blink of an eye, those who had been laughing and conversing became dazed, as if they had lost their sense of self. At that moment, they had become mere puppets of Long Tian, entirely at his mercy. Meanwhile, Long Ruyun, sensing Long Tian's actions, dismissed all distractions, fully immersing himself in his own matters, unconcerned with what transpired in box 3. Simultaneously, the auction continued fervently. Precious items were showcased and sold at astonishing prices. Time ticked by, and many treasures found new owners. Just then, Chen Xinqing suddenly announced, "The next item to be presented is a true rarity. Let us warmly welcome the 10th item, the Yuan Qinghua Geguzi Descending the Mountain Jar." As his words fell, the auction hall erupted as if ignited, a cacophony of awe filling the air. Almost everyone stood in unison, their focus locked onto the Yuan Qinghua Geguzi Descending the Mountain Jar about to make its debut. With a smile, Chen Xinqing continued his introduction. "Esteemed guests, behold. This jar stands at 275 centimeters tall, with a mouth diameter of 33 centimeters, featuring a plain-based design. The mouth is straight, the neck slightly short, with a somewhat thick lip. The shoulder lines are smooth and rounded, flowing down into a sloping shoulder design, while the belly of the jar bulges out before gradually tapering down to a slightly flared bottom. Overall, this jar is elegantly proportioned, exuding a harmonious grace." Then, he directed the attention of the crowd to the exquisite blue and white decoration on the jar. "Let us admire this unparalleled blue and white ornamentation. The entire composition is vibrant and rich in color, presenting a beauty that is both profound and resplendent. The arrangement of the patterns is judicious, well balanced, and the layers are distinct, yet harmoniously integrated. The figures are vividly portrayed, animated and natural, exuding an enchanting charm. The texture of the mountains and rocks is rendered with consummate skill, delicate and intricate, with every stroke executed to perfection, making it truly flawless. At this point, Chen Xinqing paused briefly, then resumed with a steady voice, announcing that the starting bid for this jar was 100 million, with each increment no less than 10 million. The bidding begins now. As soon as Chen Xinqing finished speaking, the previously astonished crowd suddenly fell into an eerie silence, as if an invisible force had subdued them, plunging the entire scene into an oppressive stillness. This abrupt quietude left even the seasoned Chen Xinqing somewhat bewildered, prompting him to privately ponder, what on earth is happening? However, as an experienced auctioneer, he was not troubled by the current situation. He took a deep breath to steady himself and once again inquired in a calm, yet assertive tone, "Is there anyone willing to make a bid?" Time ticked away, yet the hall remained enveloped in a deathly hush, devoid of any movement. As the 10-minute mark approached, per regulations, should no bids be made, this item would face the fate of being unsold. Chen Xinqing felt a growing urgency within, yet he maintained an outward composure, patiently awaiting the final moment. Just as he was preparing to raise his gavel to announce the item unsold, a cacophony of bidding erupted from below. 120 million, 140 million, 150 million, 170 million, 180 million. The bidding crescendoed, with voices rising in a fervent chorus. In less than a minute, the item's price nearly doubled. However, these bids were made by ordinary guests seated below, while the distinguished guests in the private boxes remained remarkably composed, seemingly unhurried to engage in this fierce contest. Long Rufu understood the mindset of these VIPs. They were waiting for the ordinary bidders to elevate the price to a certain threshold. As anticipated, when the bidders from the ordinary seating called out 260 million, no one else continued to raise their bids. The atmosphere in the hall became palpably tense, with all eyes fixed on the luxurious private boxes, hoping for one of the esteemed guests to break the deadlock. Just as Chen Xinqing was about to announce the price, the VIPs in the boxes began their intense competition. With bids of 280 million, 300 million, 310 million, 330 million, 360 million ringing out in rapid succession, igniting a fervor in the room. Yet, at that moment, the previously silent Long Rufu suddenly made a bid. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the hall like thunder. To everyone's astonishment, he raised the bid to an astonishing 500 million. Chen Xinqing was evidently taken aback. He paused momentarily before regaining his composure, loudly announcing, "The VIP in box 1 bids 500 million. This figure detonated like a bomb, instantly shocking everyone present. The occupants of the other boxes were stunned. They had not anticipated such audacity from the one-box bidder, who had completely disregarded the norm by raising the price so dramatically. It must be noted that this price had far exceeded the inherent value of the item, as many sellers believed the item would not fetch more than 400 million. Faced with such a high bid, others hesitated, opting not to continue bidding. After all, such a price was simply preposterous. 500 million, first call. 500 million. Second call. 500 million, third call. Congratulations to the VIP in box 1 for successfully acquiring the Yuan blue and white jar depicting the descent of Gizi. With Chen Xinqing's final gavel strike, this intense auction concluded. The hall erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, with many casting envious glances towards box 1. Meanwhile, Long Rufu sat quietly in the box, a satisfied smile gracing his face. In the following half hour, he refrained from further bidding, choosing instead to observe the fervent auction. Chapter 77. The sealed artifact. The atmosphere at the auction was exceptionally vibrant. Thus far, nearly 50 items had been sold, many of which could be deemed national treasures. The prices of these collectibles were naturally steep. Long Rufu estimated that the total sum of all items sold had already surpassed the 100 billion mark. At this thought, a subtle smile of satisfaction crept onto his lips. After all, they would ultimately be the ones footing the bill, so he might as well indulge in this shopping extravaganza. With this notion in mind, Long Rufu's gaze fell upon Chen Xinqing at the auction podium, who was currently introducing a large bowl from the Ming Xuande period adorned with blue and white fish and algae patterns. With fervor, he proclaimed, "This Xuande bowl represents the pinnacle of ceramic craftsmanship. It ingeniously features a 10-petal floral design, resembling a lotus leaf just beginning to unfurl. Cradling it in one's hands reveals a unique charm of strength and delicacy. Caressing its surface feels as smooth and refined as touching oil, making it irresistible. Observing its outer wall, the lines are elegantly undulating, akin to a vivid painting. The meticulously painted four-swimming fish appear lifelike, playfully engaging amidst the algae and lotus, symbolizing purity and integrity. It can be said that every piece from the Xuande era is a unique treasure. The starting bid for this item is 320 million, with each increment not to fall below 10 million. Let the bidding commence. As Chen Xinqing's words echoed, the crowd erupted in commotion, with bids flowing in rapid succession. 330 million, 350 million, 380 million, 400 million, 420 million, 450 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 470 million, 490 million, 500 million. The guest in box 7 raised the price to 500 million, prompting many to shake their heads in disbelief. 500 million was already the limit of what they could bear. Any further bidding might result in significant losses. However, just as Chen Xinqing was about to announce the final results, Long Rufu made his move again. 600 million. His bid reverberated like thunder, stunning the entire room. He had raised the price by a full 100 million. This figure left everyone speechless. Upon hearing this bid, Chen Xinqing wasted no time in declaring, the VIP in box 1 bids 600 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The room fell into a brief silence, as it was clear that no one was inclined to compete with Long Rufu. After waiting a moment, Chen Xinqing began the countdown. 600 million, first call. 600 million, second call. 600 million, third call. Congratulations to the VIP in box 1. Ultimately, Long Rufu secured this precious blue and white fish and algae pattern bowl for 600 million. The entire auction hall was awash with astonishment at his opulence, with many speculating about the identity of the mysterious VIP in box 1. While Chen Xinqing was equally astonished by Long Rufu's lavishness, he did not forget his own identity and responsibilities, and thus proceeded without hesitation to commence the auctioning of the next item. However, at this moment, Long Rufu had transformed entirely from his initial demeanor. Regardless of what items were presented next, he eagerly participated, raising the bids to astonishing heights before securing each item. This behavior incited considerable frustration among many bidders present, but as they remained oblivious to Long Rufu's true identity and background, they yearned to inquire about him from Chen Xinqing, yet deemed it entirely impractical. After all, Chen Xinqing, a seasoned veteran in the auction industry, would never easily disclose any client-related information. Thus, the onlookers could only mutter their grievances in silence. Chen Xinqing observed the expressions on the faces of those gathered below, his understanding as clear as day regarding their thoughts. However, this had little effect on him, as he had no personal stake in the matter and was disinclined to elaborate further. He then nonchalantly proceeded to introduce the next item for auction. Ladies and gentlemen, please behold this exceedingly peculiar ancient sword. Even many seasoned experts and scholars are unable to accurately determine the materials from which it was forged. Before Chen Xinqing's words could fully settle, a flurry of whispers erupted among the bidders present. Yet, he did not grant them much time for discussion, promptly continuing, not only is the forging material elusive, but even the crafting techniques employed remain indistinguishable. At this moment, a voice from the audience finally raised a pertinent question. If we cannot even ascertain the materials and techniques used in its creation, how can we authenticate the sword's legitimacy? In response to this inquiry, Chen Xinqing merely smiled slightly and remarked, "A splendid question, esteemed guest. Although experts may struggle with the materials and methods of forging, they have deduced from the inscriptions upon the blade and its unique form that this sword is undoubtedly genuine, dating back to the late Shang dynasty." Upon hearing Chen Xinqing's assertion, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. However, at that moment, Long Rufu, gazing intently at the sword, discerned that it lacked certain components and realized something utterly unbelievable. He discovered that this sword was, in fact, a divine artifact, endowed with a spirit. Long Rufu's incredulity stemmed from his understanding of the current state of affairs on Earth. In today's environment, the existence of divine artifacts was nearly inconceivable, let alone one possessing a spirit. Despite the skepticism swirling within him, Long Rufu firmly believed in the accuracy of his instincts. Therefore, he resolved to acquire this sword and personally unveil the secrets it concealed. When Chen Xinqing announced the starting price amidst the crowd's exclamations, he declared, "This sword is undeniably a treasure worth possessing from any perspective." Thus, the starting bid is set at 350 million, with a minimum increment of 10 million. The bidding commences now. As soon as Chen Xinqing's words fell, the audience erupted in a cacophony of bids. However, Long Rufu did not rush to place his offer, for the current price was far from satisfactory. Chapter 78. The standoff. 360 million. 370 million, 390 million, 420 million, 450 million, 470 million, 500 million. The bids surged and fell like tumultuous waves, crashing against the senses of those present. The price of the ancient sword soared like a wild stallion, reaching an astonishing 500 million in the blink of an eye. Yet, this fierce bidding war showed no signs of abating. Instead, it intensified. 520 million, 540 million, 560 million, 580 million, 600 million. Within a mere 10 minutes, the price of the ancient sword escalated like a rocket, surpassing the 600 million mark. Nevertheless, Long Rufin remained steadfast. As immovable as a mountain, he understood that the bidders were attempting to ensnare him, aiming to place him in a disadvantageous position. However, he paid them no mind, opting to play along, feigning ignorance while engaging in their charade. 630 million, 650 million, 670 million, 690 million, 720 million. As the price climbed to such dizzying heights, Long Rufin finally broke his silence, unhesitatingly declaring a staggering figure, 900 million. Instantly, the auction hall fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had frozen. All eyes turned toward Long Rufin, none daring to make a bid. 900 million. First call. 900 million. Second call. 900 million. Third and final call. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in box 1. As Chen Xinqing shouted this with a voice slightly hoarse from excitement, astonishment swept through the other attendees, followed by smiles of relief. Even the dignitaries seated in the private boxes could not suppress their laughter. It was worth noting that the auction was nearing its conclusion. Yet Long Rufin had been relentlessly bidding, appearing intent on acquiring every item. While others felt disgruntled, they hesitated to confront him directly, as no one wished to antagonize such a wealthy and influential figure. Thus, they tacitly united, raising the prices in an attempt to teach Long Rufin a lesson. Little did they expect him to so boldly bid 900 million without a flicker of hesitation. This turn of events delighted everyone. Not only had they managed to teach the annoying Long Rufin a lesson, but they also achieved a sale price far exceeding expectations. Truly a win-win situation. Meanwhile, Long Rufin remained unperturbed, fully aware that others were attempting to deceive him. Yet, he was unconcerned, for he possessed ample funds, and ultimately, all that money would return to him. Observing the smug expressions of those below, Long Rufin silently scoffed. A bunch of fools. Do they truly believe I care about such trivial sums? Just as the attendees reveled in their perceived triumph over Long Rufin, Chen Xinqing's voice rang out once more. Next, we present the penultimate treasure of the day, the Ming Jiajing era 5-color fish and algae pattern cover jar. This piece is grand and imposing, adorned with a rustic yet sophisticated design. The jar's surface showcases a myriad of koi fish, each depicted in unique postures. Every koi is meticulously outlined with delicate, flowing lines, and their eyes rendered vividly, making them appear as if they could leap from the jar and swim away at any moment. The entire scene vividly portrays the fish frolicking among the aquatic plants, exuding an atmosphere of tranquility and leisure. The 5-color fish and algae pattern jar is a rare gem from the Jiajing Imperial Kiln, renowned for its exquisite craftsmanship, vibrant colors, and intricate patterns. Moreover, a covered jar with its original lid is as rare as the feathers of a phoenix or the horns of a qilin, a true treasure. This precious artifact not only holds immense artistic value, but also serves as a testament to historical culture, embodying the wisdom and skills of ancient artisans while preserving the splendid civilization of the Huaxia people. The starting price is set at 500 million, with each subsequent bid not to fall below 10 million. The bidding begins now. As his words faded, the auction hall was once more engulfed in an atmosphere of intense competition. Yet, Long Rufin remained aloof from the bidding. Many speculated that he might have been deterred by prior losses, perhaps genuinely lacking funds, which made the other bidders increasingly cautious. Time ticked by, and after approximately 15 minutes, the price gradually crept up to 640 million. This figure was deemed the maximum for the item, and everyone recognized the situation, abandoning further bids. However, just as all believed the fierce competition was drawing to a close, Long Rufin's calm, yet resolute voice echoed throughout the auction hall. 800 million. Instantly, a wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. The expressions on their faces froze, a blend of anger, surprise, and confusion. Particularly, the owner of Box 6, who had bid 640 million, was incensed, unable to tolerate the feeling of being so brazenly interrupted. He swiftly strode toward the window, adjusting the glass from a one-way to a two-way display. Then, with his eyes wide open in anger, he shouted loudly towards the direction of Box No. 1. Brother in box number 1, what on earth do you want to do? Since the auction commenced, whatever has been bid, you must interfere. We are all making a living in this territory of Jingcheng, and your methods are bound to create enemies. Are you not aware of this? His tone was filled with inquiry and dissatisfaction, as if he were about to unleash all the fury within him. Upon hearing the shout, Long Rufu slowly walked to the window, adjusted it to a dual mode, and, with an expressionless face, looked towards the individual in box number 6, calmly stating, "What? Do you not realize this is an auction? When did it become a place that values personal connections? Here, it has always been the highest bidder who prevails. If you have money, then continue to bid. If you lack funds, keep your mouth shut and spare us the embarrassment." The individual was infuriated by Long Rufu's words, his face turning livid as he bellowed, "All right, you said it. Don't regret it if you have the guts. Host, I bid 10 billion. He then turned his fierce gaze upon Long Rufu, gritting his teeth, and added, "If you have the capability, keep up with me. No matter how much you bid, I will raise the price. I want to see who ultimately wins this auction." Faced with such an arrogant opponent, Long Rufu merely smiled slightly, seemingly paying no heed to the other. He thought to himself, "Since you relish this back and forth, let us compete and see who possesses greater strength. After all, in the business world, only the true strong can laugh last." With this in mind, a glimmer of confidence and determination flickered in Long Rufu's eyes. After witnessing the owner of box number 6 bid 10 billion, he did not waste words, but directly called out to Chen Xinqing, "Since this gentleman has bid 10 billion, I shall bid 11 billion. His tone was remarkably calm, as if he were entirely unfazed by this astronomical figure. However, after finishing his statement, he smiled provocatively at the owner of box number 6. The owner of box number 6 clearly sensed Long Rufu's mockery, and his anger intensified. Therefore, he defiantly shouted to Chen Xinqing, "I bid 12 billion. Upon hearing this, Long Rufu merely let out a slight cold laugh and replied coolly, 13 billion. The fierce bidding war escalated, with both parties continuously raising the stakes. 14 billion, 15 billion, 16 billion, 17 billion, 18 billion. The onlookers were astonished to witness the price of a single auction item soar to such an incredible height, leaving them momentarily speechless. However, they soon regained their composure and began cheering for the owner of box number 6, hoping he would teach Long Rufu a lesson. Yet, Long Rufu paid no attention to the crowd, remaining focused on competing with the owner of box number 6. Suddenly, he unleashed a masterstroke, raising the price from 18 billion to 25 billion. This move struck the room like a bombshell, leaving the owner of box number 6 utterly dumbfounded. But quickly regaining his composure, his eyes gleamed with newfound confidence, as if he had found a solution. Without hesitation, he mimicked Long Rufu's approach and raised the bid to 30 billion. This astonishing figure left everyone present in disbelief. The aggressive bidding tactics of the two were akin to two boulders crashing into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that stirred the crowd. Initially shocked, they soon erupted in enthusiastic applause. Although they were powerless to compete with Long Rufu, they were delighted to witness someone challenge him in this intense contest. However, Long Rufu showed no signs of retreat or weakness. He smirked slightly, revealing an air of disdain. Determined, he decisively raised the price to 40 billion, an increase of 10 billion in one go. This action once again shocked the audience, prompting them to gasp in astonishment. At this moment, the owner of box number 6, observing Long Rufu's brazen demeanor, concluded that he would continue to raise the price. With a sense of gamble, he decided to take a risk and announced a staggering 50 billion. He secretly hoped that Long Rufu would bid again, intending to compel him into spending even more. As seconds ticked by, the atmosphere in the room grew tense, everyone holding their breath in anticipation of Long Rufu's next move. However, to everyone's astonishment, Long Rufu did not raise the bid further. Chen Xinqing, seeing this development, unfalteringly declared, 50 billion for the first time, 50 billion for the second time, 50 billion for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in box number 6 for successfully acquiring this precious Ming Jiajing fish-patterned covered jar. The sudden conclusion left everyone present in shock, especially the owner of box number 6. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could not accept this reality. Once filled with confidence, he now found himself deeply perplexed. In a fleeting moment, he returned to his senses, realizing that his cunning plan to ensnare Long Rufu had entirely backfired. Instead of trapping another, he had fallen into a pit himself. The reason was simple, from any perspective. The Ming Jiajing fish-patterned covered jar could not possibly be worth 50 billion. Realizing this, he became furious and shouted, "How dare you scheme against me? Before he could finish his sentence, he glared fiercely at Long Rufu, his eyes brimming with rage and resentment. However, in the face of his questioning, Long Rufu appeared exceedingly calm, even displaying a hint of disdain as he replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I already told you. This is a place for fair competitive bidding. Whoever offers the highest price rightfully owns the item. Clearly, you made the highest bid, so the item belongs to you. Where's the accusation of me setting a trap for you?" The owner of box number 6 was rendered speechless by Long Rufu's retort, unable to formulate a suitable rebuttal. Though reluctant to concede, he was about to entangle Long Rufu once more when Chen Xinqing suddenly interjected, "Esteemed guest in box number 6, please heed this. What the guest in box number 1 said is entirely correct. Having successfully bid for the item, it undoubtedly belongs to you. At this point, do you wish to retract your bid?" The man in box number 6, initially intending to argue further, suddenly recalled the formidable background of the Huaxiao auction house, rendering him mute. He could only glare fiercely at Long Rufu before angrily returning to his seat. Observing the owner of box no. 6 being outmaneuvered for tens of billions in such a brief period, the others in the room dared not provoke Long Rufu any further. After all, no one wished to become the next victim, falling prey to Long Rufu's schemes. Chen Xinqing, relieved to see the individuals in box number 6 quiet down, cleared his throat and continued, "All right, since the matter is settled, let us proceed. Next, we invite our final auction item, the 12 zodiac animal heads of the Yuanminjuan." As Chen Xinqing's words echoed, the auction venue erupted like a boiling cauldron, stirring tumultuous waves. Every attendee widened their eyes, their faces reflecting disbelief. It is well known that the 12 zodiac animal heads are national treasures of Huaxia. Since they were taken by invaders, it has been over a century. Throughout these long years, the people of Huaxia have yearned for these treasures that rightfully belong to them. In this present day, the opportunity to witness one of the dragon heads firsthand is undeniably exhilarating. The atmosphere within the venue surged with excitement as attendees exchanged whispers and fervent discussions. Some individuals danced with joy, envisioning the moment when the dragon head would return to the embrace of its homeland. Others clenched their fists, silently vowing to secure this invaluable artifact for themselves. Chapter 80. Qin Fu. As all present were astounded by the emergence of the dragon head, Chen Xinqing's voice resonated at the opportune moment. "Esteemed guests, I trust you are now familiar with the magnificent item before you. This dragon head is one of the bronze sculptures representing the 12 zodiac animal heads from the Yuanminjuan, crafted from hollow bronze and gilded with real gold. This exquisite series of sculptures dates back to the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty. Intricately designed by the Italian Jesuit Lang, shining and masterfully sculpted by artisans of the imperial court. The craftsmanship of that time was unparalleled, and even today, replicating such artistry remains an arduous task. Moreover, as descendants of the dragon, we, the sons and daughters of Huaxia, take immense pride in it, which elevates the dragon head's value above that of the other animal heads. Consequently, the starting bid for this dragon head is set at 700 million, with increments no less than 10 million. Now, let us commence this thrilling moment. The auction is officially underway. 710 million, 720 million, 730 million, 750 million, 780 million, 800 million, 830 million, 840 million, 860 million, 900 million, 930 million, 950 million, 1 billion. In less than 2 minutes, the bidding for the dragon head surged dramatically, swiftly surpassing the 1 billion mark. Nevertheless, the attendees remained undeterred, eagerly attempting to claim this significant treasure for themselves, as the meaning behind the dragon head was profoundly substantial. However, Long Rufu remained composed, patiently awaiting the highest bid before making his decisive move. As time slipped away, 3 minutes passed in an instant. The price of the dragon head soared to an astonishing 18 billion. Yet, the bids persisted, though the number of participants dwindled. The remaining bidders became increasingly cautious, each incrementing their offers by merely 10 million. Despite this, the final price for the dragon head was elevated to 23 billion. To Long Rufu's astonishment, the bidder who proposed 23 billion was merely an individual seated in a regular spot. When Chen Xinqing noticed the absence of further bids, he proclaimed, 23 billion. Is there a higher offer? Just as Long Rufu cleared his throat, preparing to raise his bid, the individual who had bid 23 billion suddenly stood. Addressing Long Rufu, "Young brother in the private room number 1, may I request a moment to speak?" Surprised by this interruption, Long Rufu quickly comprehended that the individual's actions bore significant intent. He refrained from speaking, merely nodding in agreement. Observing Long Rufu's response, The individual continued without delay. You may not know me, but my surname is Qin, and my name is Fu. I am the chairman of Beihai Industries in the capital. My father dedicated his life to the study of cultural relics lost overseas, with the grand ambition of retrieving those Chinese treasures scattered abroad. Alas, he departed this world before realizing this noble goal. Following my father's passing, I embarked on a global auction journey, hoping to do my part in bringing more cultural artifacts back to our homeland. As he spoke, Qin Fu's voice grew somber, a glimmer of sorrow and determination flashing in his eyes. He paused momentarily before continuing. Over the years, every precious artifact I have acquired has, without exception, been donated to the National Museum. However, this auction is different. Since all participants are our compatriots, out of respect and understanding for my fellow countrymen, I have refrained from competing fiercely with them. Yet, this dragon head is an exception. Before my father passed, he often spoke of the remarkable 12 zodiac animal heads. Thus, I sincerely hope that you, young brother, can allow me to acquire this dragon head, fulfilling my father's dying wish. Rest assured, even if I were to obtain this dragon head, I would still donate it to the National Museum for the appreciation and study of many. Would you be willing to grant me this humble request? Upon finishing, Qin Fu gazed intently at Long Rufu, awaiting his response. The auction hall fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixed upon Long Rufu, anticipating his decision. Long Rufu stared deeply into Qin Fu's eyes, sensing his genuine intentions. Utilizing his ability to probe into the essence of one's soul, he confirmed the truth in Qin Fu's words. After a moment of contemplation, Long Rufu resolutely decided to relinquish the dragon head to him, stating, "Given your noble aspirations, it would be unkind of me to refuse. I willingly forego my bid and grant you the dragon head." Upon hearing Long Rufu's response, gratitude filled Qin Fu's eyes. He bowed deeply in appreciation, expressing his thanks. "I am deeply grateful for your kindness. After this auction concludes, I hope we can become friends." With that, he returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Chen Xinqing, who had been waiting patiently, witnessed this exchange and immediately announced, 23 billion once, 23 billion twice, 23 billion thrice, sold. Congratulations to Mr. Qin Fu for successfully acquiring this dragon head. As Chen Xinqing's voice echoed, the audience erupted into applause, celebrating Qin Fu. At that moment, every individual present shared a singular identity, that of the sons and daughters of Huaxia. After an extended period of thunderous applause, it gradually subsided. At this juncture, Chen Xinqing spoke again, his voice resonating throughout the hall. "The final item has been successfully auctioned. I extend my congratulations to all esteemed guests who have secured their items. Please proceed to the designated area with your paddles to settle the auction fees. Once completed, you may take your precious acquisitions home. I now declare this auction a resounding success. Thank you all for your participation and support. May you all reap abundant rewards and find happiness in your lives. Until we meet again." With that, Chen Xinqing strode purposefully away from the auction stage, while attendees began to exit in succession. Yet, Long Rufu showed no inclination to leave. He remained seated on the sofa, his gaze fixed intently on room number 3, awaiting Long Tian's return to report. Chapter 81. Confusion as the majority of attendees departed. Long Tian finally returned. Upon seeing Long Tian, Long Rufu immediately inquired, "Is everything taken care of?" Without hesitation, Long Tian affirmed, "Yes, esteemed leader. I have successfully altered everyone's memories and cast the dream spell." Long Rufu promptly followed up, "What is the strength of the dream spell? How long will it last?" Long Tian replied, "The spell I cast is very potent, and I estimate their mental state will collapse within a few days. However, rest assured, I have left a trace of my own spiritual energy to ensure they do not go insane. The magic I employed should last well over 30 years. Upon hearing Long Tian's response, Long Rufu displayed a satisfied expression and nodded slightly in appreciation before instructing, "Well done. Also, please summon Chen Xinqing for me. I have important matters to discuss with him." Long Tian nodded in acknowledgement and promptly turned to leave the private room in search of Chen Xinqing. As Long Rufu sat quietly, contemplating the matters that lay ahead, Long Tian led Chen Xinqing back into the private room. Upon entering, Chen Xinqing respectfully clasped his hands before Long Rufu and inquired, "May I ask what brings you to seek my presence, Mr. Long?" Long Rufu met his gaze with unwavering resolve and without hesitation replied, "Brother Chen, there is a matter I hope you will consider." Observing Long Rufu's serious demeanor, Chen Xinqing pondered that the request was likely not trivial. He was acutely aware that Long Rufu had been entrusted by General Zhao, and thus, he could not afford to offend or refuse him lightly. Otherwise, given his current status and standing, his own safety could be at stake. After careful consideration, Chen Xinqing resolved to maintain composure and respectfully responded, Mr. Long, you flatter me. Please, instruct me. I shall endeavor to fulfill your request to the best of my abilities. Long Rufeng regarded the deferential Chen Xinqing with satisfaction and without delay articulated his request. I would appreciate it if you could provide me with a list of individuals who participated in today's auction and successfully acquired items. Chen Xinqing was taken aback by this request, his face displaying astonishment. He had intended to decline politely, yet the words faltered on his lips. At that moment, Long Rufeng seemed to perceive Chen Xinqing's inner hesitations and reassured him, Brother Chen, there is no cause for concern. This will not affect you. Although Chen Xinqing felt somewhat reassured by Long Rufeng's words, he remained cautious and cautiously inquired, May I ask what purpose you have for this list? Long Rufeng gazed deeply into Chen Xinqing's eyes, his expression imbued with significance, and solemnly stated, Brother Chen, you have been in this field for some time, and you must have encountered countless bidders. Among them, some genuinely appreciate cultural relics for their own sake. Others seek to profit from them, while some harbor ulterior motives, intending to exploit these artifacts for nefarious purposes. Of course, there are rare individuals like Qin Fu who truly understand the value of and are committed to preserving cultural heritage. Yet such individuals are exceedingly rare. Listening intently to Long Rufeng's words, Chen Xinqing felt the weight of the conversation grow heavier and nodded in silent agreement. Observing this, Long Rufeng sighed softly and continued, I know that you, too, have a passion for cultural relics. Yet you find yourself in a position where many precious items ultimately fall into the hands of those with unscrupulous intentions, leaving you powerless to intervene. That must be quite distressing. At this point, a pained expression crossed Chen Xinqing's face as he gently shook his head and sorrowfully replied, You speak the truth, Mr. Long. Too many treasures are exploited by those driven by greed, and I can do nothing, which is indeed heart-wrenching. Seeing Chen Xinqing so visibly affected, Long Rufeng resolutely declared, Among the many bidders at today's auction, there are indeed those with nefarious intentions. My request for the list is aimed at delivering a stern lesson to these individuals. Should the opportunity arise, I am confident that I can reclaim all the valuable items they have taken. Chen Xinqing was taken aback by Long Rufeng's assertion. Yet he quickly regained his composure and responded, If you can truly achieve your goal, I shall gladly provide you with the list. Furthermore, I will also furnish you with all the account details accumulated over the past years. Witnessing Chen Xinqing's unwavering conviction, Long Rufeng replied, Rest assured, Brother Chen, I will not disappoint your expectations. Given your trust in me, I shall lead by example. All items I acquired today, with the exception of that sword, will be donated to the official museum. Upon hearing this, Chen Xinqing's heart swelled with joy, and he mused that Mr. Long was indeed worthy of General Zhao's trust. Truly exceptional. The thought of donating treasures worth hundreds of billions was nothing short of remarkable. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a crucial question flashed through his mind. He opened his mouth and without hesitation asked, Mr. Long, I apologize, but I nearly forgot. Did you not come today to prevent this auction? Why did you allow it to conclude without taking action? Long Rufeng's gaze fell upon Chen Xinqing as he calmly replied, When did I ever state that my intention was to stop the auction? I merely indicated that I possessed the ability to resolve issues concerning the 4 major auction houses. Chen Xinqing, puzzled by Long Rufeng's explanation, inquired, Is there a distinction between the two? Long Rufeng, slightly exasperated, looked at Chen Xinqing and promptly responded, There is indeed a difference. If I had forcibly halted the auction, those items would have been taken away and likely resold to individuals from other countries. However, now all these treasures remain in the hands of our Huaxia people, resulting in a completely different outcome. As the conversation progressed, Chen Xinqing still struggled to grasp the deeper implications and continued to press. But even so, they still walked away with hundreds of billions in funds, which is no trivial amount. Upon hearing this, Long Rufeng's lips curled into a faint smile as he confidently assured Chen Xinqing, You are absolutely correct. They indeed took away hundreds of billions. However, this is merely a fleeting victory. It won't be long before they lose even more. Chen Xinqing's mind remained filled with questions as he endeavored to inquire further, eager to uncover more details. Yet, Long Rufeng raised his hand to halt his probing and mysteriously replied, There is no need to rush. In a few days, all will become clear. He then gently patted Chen Xinqing's shoulder and added, Now, let us set aside these matters for the moment. I have a small proposal for you to consider. Chen Xinqing immediately responded, Mr. Long, please, do share. With a smile, Long Rufeng spoke with conviction, Brother Chen, as I understand it, you frequently host auctions here, showcasing many rare and precious items. Regrettably, my obligations prevent me from attending each one personally. Therefore, I propose that you reserve room 1 exclusively for my use. Whenever you hold an auction, simply inform me, and I will dispatch a representative to attend. This way, no matter how rare the items, they will surely come into my possession. Of course, all items I acquire will be donated to the museum for public appreciation and study. What do you think? Upon hearing Long Rufing's proposal, Chen Xinqing's previously weary expression brightened as if he had discovered a beacon of hope amid darkness. Without hesitation, he exclaimed, Mr. Long, your proposal is truly ingenious. I shall wholeheartedly support you. Seeing Chen Xinqing's enthusiastic agreement, Long Rufing's face illuminated with a smile of satisfaction. He gently patted Chen Xinqing's shoulder and said firmly, in that case, it is settled. However, it is getting late, and I must take my leave. Do ensure you rest well and take care of your health. Chen Xinqing smiled and nodded, personally escorting Long Rufing to the door. The driver, who had been waiting outside, immediately brought the car forward upon seeing Long Rufing appear. Before getting into the car, Long Rufing turned back to Chen Xinqing and instructed, Brother Chen, I will send a representative tomorrow to deliver the funds I spent on the auction today. As for the items and the relevant list, please ensure they are handed over to Zhao Mu within 3 days. Chen Xinqing, upon hearing these words, promptly nodded in agreement, expressing his commitment to adhere to Long Rufing's directives. Subsequently, Long Rufing resolutely entered the carriage, settling himself before succinctly instructing the driver, All right, let us return to Huaxiaobingguan. As his words echoed, the vehicle commenced its gradual departure towards the horizon. In a short while, the vehicle carrying Long Rufing arrived back at Huaxiaobingguan. Upon disembarking, Long Rufing once again retrieved a thick wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to the driver with a smile, saying, Thank you for your hard work in waiting for me. You may head back now. The driver, gazing at the substantial sum before him, silently mused about the generosity of this guest. Aware that he could not refuse such goodwill, he graciously accepted the money, expressing his gratitude. I am honored. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Long. Please rest well. I shall take my leave now. Long Rufing nodded with a smile and acknowledgement and turned towards the entrance of the hotel. Upon entering his room, Long Rufing sat by the bedside and called out into the air, Long Tian, return to S City to retrieve the funds from Yicheng and deliver them to Chen Xinqing by noon tomorrow. No sooner had he finished speaking than Long Tian's figure appeared before him, respectfully nodding in acknowledgement, at your command, esteemed patriarch, before vanishing from the room in an instant. After Long Tian's departure, Long Rufing stretched and murmured to himself, after a busy night, it is time for a well-deserved rest. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, Long Rufing was still enveloped in slumber when a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. He sat up alertly, investigating the situation outside, and discovered that the person at the door was Zhao Mu. Long Rufing promptly rose to open the door. Upon entry, Zhao Mu swiftly bowed deeply to Long Rufing. Observing this, Long Rufing hurriedly assisted him up, inquiring with curiosity, Zhao Mu, what is the meaning of this? Speak plainly if you have something to say. Zhao Mu raised his head, his eyes gleaming with determination, and solemnly stated, Mr. Long, I thank you for all you have done for Huaxia. Long Rufing, somewhat perplexed, immediately pressed for clarification. What exactly is the matter? Speak up. Zhao Mu replied without hesitation. An hour ago, Chen Xinqing completed the tasks you entrusted him with. All the artifacts have been delivered to the museum, and here is the list you require. With utmost respect, Zhao Mu carefully produced a thick stack of documents from his bosom and presented them to Long Rufing. Receiving the list, Long Rufing couldn't help but exclaim, I did not expect Chen Xinqing to finish so swiftly. I have yet to provide him with the funds. Zhao Mu quickly responded, Mr. Long, Chen Xinqing mentioned that given your commendable integrity, he felt assured to deliver the items first. Long Rufing nodded in satisfaction, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. However, at that moment, he abruptly shifted the conversation, asking Zhao Mu, Wait, what about the sword I requested? Zhao Mu felt a brief pang of anxiety but quickly regained his composure, replying, Rest assured, Mr. Long, the sword is reserved for you. However, it requires some maintenance due to its age, and it will be delivered to you afterward. Upon hearing Zhao Mu's response, Long Rufing exhibited a faint smile of resignation. Shaking his head, he remarked, Maintenance is unnecessary. Just bring the sword to me this afternoon. Zhao Mu nodded in agreement, assuring him that he would personally deliver the sword later that day. Just as Zhao Mu turned to depart, Long Rufing suddenly asked, Zhao Mu, do you know Qin Fu? Upon hearing this, Zhao Mu paused, quickly responding, I know him, though not very well. However, to my knowledge, he is a passionate patriot. Over the past decade, He has tirelessly worked to recover numerous invaluable artifacts for our Huaxia. Long Rufin listened attentively, nodding slightly in agreement, and then added, very well. Please compile a detailed account of the artifacts Qin Fu has donated over the years, including the funds he expended, and present it to me. Is that agreeable? Chapter 83. The Shaoyan Ancient Sword. Upon hearing Long Rufin's request, Zhao Mu immediately nodded without hesitation, his tone resolute as he responded, no problem. I will ensure that all relevant materials are prepared for you within 3 days. Please rest assured. Long Rufin inclined his head slightly, expressing satisfaction, and softly replied, your efforts are much appreciated. Zhao Mu, feeling a bit flustered by Long Rufin's courtesy, quickly waved his hand and said, I am undeserving of such praise. It is merely my duty to give my all. After a brief pause, he continued, Mr. Long, if you have no further matters to attend to, I shall take my leave now. This afternoon, I will personally deliver your treasured sword. With that, Long Rufin stood and courteously bid farewell to Zhao Mu. Approximately an hour later, the hotel staff punctually delivered Long Rufin's breakfast to his room. As he leisurely savored the sumptuous meal, he patiently awaited Long Tian's return. Just as Long Rufin was about to finish his breakfast, Long Tian suddenly appeared at the door like a whirlwind. He bowed respectfully to Long Rufin and reported, Esteemed Patriarch, I have delivered the funds to Qin Xinqing as per your instructions. Long Rufin nodded gently, acknowledging the information. Long Tian continued, additionally, Jiang Yiqing requested that you give him a call, stating he has important matters to discuss. Upon hearing this, Long Rufin momentarily paused, but he quickly regained his focus. He hastened to the sofa, picked up the phone, and unhesitatingly dialed Jiang Yiqing's number. The voice on the other end soon resonated, but before Long Rufin could speak, Jiang Yiqing impatiently exclaimed, Hey boss, are you truly spending money like water? Over 100 billion, just like that? Long Rufin couldn't help but twitch his lips at Jiang Yiqing's remarks, thinking to himself how this fellow never ceased to ramble. However, he refrained from directly responding to Jiang Yiqing's complaint and countered instead, if your purpose for calling is merely to grumble, then I see no reason for us to continue this conversation. Clearly sensing Long Rufin's displeasure, Jiang Yiqing quickly interjected, No, I have serious matters to discuss. Long Rufin let out a dismissive hum, stating coolly, If there are serious matters, then speak swiftly. I have no time to waste. Hearing Long Rufin's prompt, Jiang Yiqing ceased his chatter and candidly stated, Since your auction has concluded, it is time for me to take action as well. However, I plan to do so in a different location. Long Rufin paused at Jiang Yiqing's words, but his keen mind swiftly grasped Jiang Yiqing's intention, prompting him to inquire, Where do you intend to undertake this action? Without hesitation, Jiang Yiqing replied straightforwardly, Naturally, in the neighboring Sakura country. This way, even if the 4 major auction houses investigate, they will only point their fingers at Sakura country. Long Rufin then raised a concern, however, it will be difficult for us to act in Sakura country, as without a company backing us, taking action as individuals may arouse suspicion. In response to Long Rufin's apprehension, Jiang Yiqing quickly explained, You need not worry. I established a company there long ago precisely to prevent this situation. All employees of that company are locals of Sakura country, and the current head is entirely unaware of my true identity. Long Rufin, taken aback by Jiang Yiqing's meticulous planning, couldn't help but exclaim, Yiqing, I never expected you to be so cunning. Jiang Yiqing retorted playfully, Humph, how can you claim to be more noble than me? With that, he decisively hung up the phone. As Long Rufin listened to the dial tone emanating from the phone, he felt as though time had momentarily frozen, leaving him in a state of contemplation for a while. He widened his eyes in disbelief, silently cursing Jiang Yiqing for daring to hang up on him. Once he returned to S City, he would make him pay for this transgression. Long Rufin took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. He slowly set down the phone and turned back to the dining table, resuming his unfinished breakfast. As he ate, he addressed Long Tian, saying, Well, since the matter has been handled, you may leave now. Long Tian respectfully nodded and instantly vanished from the room without a trace. After finishing his breakfast, Long Rufin did not venture outside but instead settled onto the sofa, patiently awaiting Zhao Mu's arrival with the sword. His emotions were a blend of anticipation and anxiety. Time flew, and before he knew it, afternoon had arrived. Around 3 o'clock, a crisp knock on the door shattered the tranquility of the room. Long Rufin's heart leaped with joy. He knew that the long-awaited item had finally arrived. He quickly rose and approached the door, opening it to reveal Zhao Mu standing outside. He carefully cradled a delicate long box in his hands, his expression solemn. Zhao Mu respectfully presented the long box to Long Rufin, his gaze betraying a hint of reverence. Long Rufin accepted the box, feeling its substantial weight. Just as he was about to examine it closely, Zhao Mu spoke, "Mr. Long, I have delivered the item. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and departed with swift grace. Long Ruffeng watched Zhao Mu's retreating figure, a surge of indescribable thoughts welling up within him. He gently caressed the long box in his hands, as if he could sense the mysterious power contained within. Without hesitation, Long Ruffeng firmly closed the door, then cautiously opened the box. Inside lay the ancient sword he had acquired. He extended his hand, securely grasping the sword's hilt, and began to scrutinize it once more. After a thorough examination, Long Ruffeng was convinced that this sword was indeed a genuine artifact, possessing a spirit. However, at that moment, the spirit was exceedingly weak, seemingly on the verge of dissipating. Without delay, Long Ruffeng decided to infuse his own energy into the sword. As he continued to channel his power, the spirit, which had been on the brink of collapse, gradually regained vitality and energy. Observing this, Long Ruffeng stepped into the unique space of the artifact. Yet, the instant he entered this wondrous realm, the spirit immediately knelt in reverence, respectfully declaring, "Thank you for your salvation, exalted one. You may call me Xiaoyun. This name is not only mine, but also that of this sword." Chapter 84. Farewell to Qin Fu. Upon hearing the spirit Xiaoyun's self-introduction, Long Ruffeng's heart brimmed with curiosity and confusion, prompting him to inquire, "Xiaoyun, could you enlighten me on how you have managed to endure until now? The spiritual energy on Earth has nearly been depleted, rendering artifacts incapable of surviving. After all, without the nourishment of spiritual energy, they would gradually decay into mere scrap metal, especially artifacts with a spirit." Xiaoyun responded promptly, "In answer to your inquiry, exalted one, I confess I am unaware. Shortly after my master participated in the Battle of the Gods, he informed me that he was facing severe issues with his body and needed to seal me for a period until he found a way to restore himself. However, as time passed, 300 years after my master sealed me, I sensed his passing, and not only that, but the spiritual energy I could draw upon became increasingly scarce. Over 300 years ago, my consciousness began to wane, and without your assistance, I would have surely ceased to exist." After listening to Xiaoyun's explanation, Long Ruffeng nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly replied, "Since you do not know, let us leave it at that. Now, your master has passed, and you must seek a new home. Fate has brought us together, so from this day forth, you shall accompany me. I will regularly bestow spiritual energy upon you to ensure your continued existence. When the time is right, I shall seek a suitable new master for you." Xiaoyun, upon hearing Long Ruffeng's words, bowed deeply in gratitude, replying, "I shall obey your will, exalted one." With that, Xiaoyun stood with bowed head, awaiting Long Ruffeng's command. Seeing this, Long Ruffeng chose not to linger and turned to leave. Upon returning to his room, he gazed at the artifact in his hand, astonished to discover that its surface had begun to crack. In an instant, the sword was marred, cracks spreading across it like a spider's web. Accompanied by a sharp cracking sound, the entire sword underwent a transformation. Although its form remained ancient and elegant, the original bronze hue had vanished, replaced by a mysterious and profound color. Most strikingly, the character Xiaoyun emerged prominently on the blade, as if marking the sword's unique identity. Curiosity piqued, Long Ruffeng delicately picked up some of the shattered powder for closer inspection. To his surprise, the fine dust was none other than the powder of Tianqing stone. Long Ruffeng then realized that the original owner of the Xiaoyun sword had ground the Tianqing stone into powder and applied it to the blade. This not only allowed the spirit to absorb the spiritual energy within the powder, but also maximized the retention of that energy, enabling the Xiaoyun sword to endure until now. Having understood this, Long Ruffeng placed the Xiaoyun sword into his personal space. He then contemplated who should wield the sword. Neither he nor the members of the Tianlong Guard needed it, as they all possessed their own innate artifacts. Likewise, Long Xingyu and Long Yiyue were not in need, for Long Ruffeng intended to teach them the cultivation methods for their own innate artifacts. As he pondered these matters, an idea struck him. Long Zhenxing came to mind. After careful consideration, Long Ruffeng resolved to gift the Xiaoyun sword to Long Zhenxing in the future. However, before handing it over, he needed to place some seals on the sword to prevent Long Zhenxing from being harmed due to insufficient strength. Once the issue of the sword's ownership was settled, Long Ruffeng felt no further need for concern. In the following 2 days, Long Ruffeng ventured out daily, with no one knowing his whereabouts or whom he met. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, Zhao Mu returned to find Long Ruffeng and delivered all the items he required before turning to leave. Long Ruffeng gazed at the thick stack of documents in his hand, a surge of emotion swelling within him. He had never anticipated that Qin Fu would be so generous as to donate such a significant number of precious artifacts. He began to carefully peruse the detailed information regarding Qin Fu, which left him utterly astonished. It turned out that the company Qin Fu operated was not particularly large, with total assets amounting to approximately 15 billion. However, what was shocking was that the total value of all the artifacts he donated exceeded 7 billion. Calculating this, it became clear that over nearly 20 years of running his company, Qin Fu had devoted nearly all his hard-earned wealth to acquiring artifacts and selflessly donating them to society. Long Ruffin could not help but feel an even greater admiration for Qin Fu. Driven by this emotion, he made an important decision. He would present Qin Fu with an exceptionally special and meaningful grand gift. Thus, he contacted the manager of Huaxia Hotel and made a simple request for a car to be dispatched for him. The manager readily complied with this modest request. After expressing his gratitude, Long Ruffin arranged for the driver to take him to the building where Qin Fu's company was located. Upon reaching his destination, Long Ruffin confidently ascended the stairs. He inquired along the way and finally located the chairman's office. Just as he was about to enter, a young woman obstructed his path. She appeared to be the chairman's secretary and inquired about Long Ruffing's identity and the purpose of his visit. However, Long Ruffing refrained from directly answering her questions. He merely requested that she convey a message, stating that a friend he met at the auction had come to pay a visit. The girl regarded Long Ruffing with a hint of curiosity, but complied with his request and went to consult the chairman. Before long, Qin Fu emerged from the office. Upon seeing Long Ruffing, he immediately strode forward, warmly shaking his hand, and exclaimed, "Little brother, it is truly you. Please, come in. Let us have a good conversation." Subsequently, Long Ruffing followed Qin Fu into his office. Once seated, Qin Fu broke the silence, saying, "Little brother, oh, no, I should address you as Chairman Long. After I returned home that day, it suddenly struck me that I had seen you on television. So, you are indeed the chairman of Lungting Group. Truly impressive for someone so young." Listening to Qin Fu's words, Long Ruffing could not help but smile slightly, humbly responding, "Chairman Qin, you flatter me. I do not deserve such praise. The success this time was largely due to fortune smiling upon me. After returning home, I specifically researched some information about you, and I was astounded by what I discovered. Your contributions to our Huaxia are simply remarkable, far exceeding my imagination. In comparison to you, I find myself quite lacking." Qin Fu, however, did not seem overly affected by Long Ruffing's compliments. He merely waved his hand lightly and replied nonchalantly, "These are merely my responsibilities. They are nothing of significance." He then fixed his gaze on Long Ruffing and straightforwardly inquired, "I wonder, Chairman Long, what matters you wish to discuss with me today?" His words conveyed a sense of directness and sincerity, reflecting his competence and decisiveness.